Introduction. The captivating and academically accomplished Bei Weiwei harbors aspirations of becoming a game engineer. Under the pseudonym Bei Weiwei, she rises to prominence as a skilled player in the gaming realm. However, her refusal to upload a genuine photograph leads to a cruel abandonment by her online partner, True Water, without fragrance. Unexpectedly, she captures the attention of the preeminent martial artist of the realm, One Smile. What can be done? Eager to triumph in the Martial Partner Challenge, Wei Wei gladly consents to form an alliance and compete alongside One Smile. What can be done? As they traverse the world together, their souls grow interconnected, yet Wei Wei could never fathom that her ally, with whom she has faced life and death, is none other than the renowned senior from her school Xiao Nai. Whether in the virtual or the real world, Xiao Nai stands out as an extraordinary deity, and serendipitously, he is also the head of game development testing. As online partners in the game and colleagues in the workplace, their fateful connection unfolds in an enchanting manner. When Wei Wei ultimately discovers this riveting truth, the bond between them naturally blossoms into romance. Part 1. Abandoned. Wei Wei, come to Forgetfulness Island, let us end this marriage, came the message from her in-game husband, True Water without fragrance, as soon as Bei Weiwei logged into the game. She was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that in just a fortnight, due to the dormitory's internet issues, there had been a change of heart? After a long pause, she replied, why? True Water without fragrance responded, Wei Wei, I'm sorry. Don't ask for the reasons, I'll give you a set of divine equipment as compensation. As if there was alimony involved, Wei Wei felt somewhat awkward. No need for that. In truth, the in-game marriage had never been taken seriously. She had initially accepted his proposal solely to complete a quest that required a couple. Consequently, many single players in their guild married each other. When True Water without fragrance messaged her asking if she would marry him, she pondered for a moment and agreed. Now, half a year had passed since their virtual matrimony. Although Wei Wei never indulged in affectionate terms like husband and always referred to him simply by his game name, their collaborative efforts in battle had fostered a camaraderie that felt somewhat profound. Yet it was just a game. Wei Wei responded, they'll be there shortly. As her character, Bei Weiwei, mounted her steed, she galloped towards Forgetfulness Island. Bei Weiwei was a valiant heroine clad in vibrant red. The game she was playing, Dreaming of Jianghu, was among the hottest martial arts MMORPGs on the market. While it didn't particularly stand out in other aspects, its stunning graphics and diverse character selections truly dazzled. Wei Wei chose the red-clad heroine, a rather uncommon choice not due to her lack of beauty, but because her weapon was a massive blade. The enormous sword lacked the elegance of the exquisite jade flute, the grace of the swirling white silk ribbons, the allure of the flowing soft sword, or the sharpness of the amaze spikes. Consequently, few female players opted for it. However, Wei Wei adored this choice. She found it to be bold and perfectly fitting for her persona. Upon reaching Forgetfulness Island, they both partook of the Forgetfulness water. The system announced, Bei Weiwei and True Water without fragrance have severed their relationship, terminating their marriage, and from now on, they shall lead separate lives. True Water without fragrance offered Wei Wei a set of divine equipment, but she clicked cancel and declined the gift, sending a smiling emoji as her red-clad hero confidently strode away. The following day, after lunch, Wei Wei logged in only to receive a message from her close friend in the guild, Lightning Goddess Nini. Wei Wei, what happened? Did you really divorce True Water? I heard he's set to marry the stunning Xiao Yu Yao Yao at 8 tonight. Really divorced? Lightning Goddess, Nini pressed. Yep, Wei Wei confirmed. That's such a pity. True Water is quite the catch. Who would have thought he'd be led astray by appearances? But Xiao Yu Yao Yao is indeed very beautiful. Nini's reference to beauty was not about the game characters, but concerning the real world. 3 months earlier, the gaming company had hosted a player reality show contest, and the top 3 vote-getters won high-end outfits. Xiao Yu Yao Yao had won with a few photos and a video, swiftly becoming a sensation on the server. She was now the envy of many male players. Her ex-husband was marrying another woman so soon. Although her connection with True Water had been slightly more than mere comradeship, Wei Wei couldn't suppress her bitterness, banging her head against her desk in frustration. This was how she dealt with disappointment. This isn't fair judging by looks alone. This remark was shouted in her dormitory, leading to her upper bunkmate throwing a pillow at her. Bei Weiwei, you, the epitome of beauty, can't be serious. Do we still have a reason to live? Indeed, Bei Weiwei was stunning and exceptionally beautiful woman. Yet beauty came in many forms: grace, intelligence, sweetness, gentleness, and virtue. And then there was Wei Wei, an ornamental beauty. Though she endeavored to excel academically and align herself with the scholarly type, her striking features, alluring eyes, perpetually rosy lips, and curvaceous figure meant that even donning the rather unflattering university uniform, no one would genuinely believe she was a student from a prestigious institution. Reflecting on her grievances, she continued to bang her head against the desk. Meanwhile, lightning goddess Nini kept gossiping. I heard Xiao Yu Yaoyao was supposed to marry someone at the top of the rankings, but who would have guessed she'd end up with True Water? I often saw them leveling up together recently. Indeed, it seemed their relationship had blossomed while she was absent. Wei Wei responded with a dark, burnt emoji. Honestly, it's not entirely True Water's fault, Wei Wei, but what? Wei Wei had finally stopped banging her head, setting her cup down to take a sip of water, while typing with one hand. Actually, your skills are incredibly impressive, ranking 6th on the PK leaderboard and never asking the guys for gear. People are starting to suspect you might be a cross-dresser. Puffed. Wei Wei sputtered, spraying water all over her screen. Part 2. Wei Wei's bold intervention. At precisely 8 p.m., the red-clad heroine stood majestically atop Zhuke Bridge in Chang'an, her massive sword slung across her back. This was the route the wedding procession had to take. In dreaming of Jianghu, weddings could be lavish or modest. When Wei Wei married True Water without fragrance, it was a simple affair, a mere formality officiated by the matchmaker god. At that time, everyone was short on gold, and the marriage was primarily a means to an end, completing a quest, so no one cared too much for extravagance. Yet today's wedding for True Water and Xiao Yu Yaoyao promised to be nothing short of spectacular. With hundreds of firecrackers, drums heralding the event, an 8-person sedan chair parading through the streets, and a banquet held in a high-end restaurant, it was reported that every guest would receive a red envelope containing 888 gold coins. The upcoming nuptials had already sparked considerable gossip throughout the game, drawing attention far beyond their server. Some players even created alternate accounts just to witness the event. Standing resolutely on Zhuke Bridge, Wei Wei's figure appeared solitary and grim, her expression betraying nothing. At that moment, the world chat exploded with excitement. World Hua Chue Huayu. Did you all see? I see True Water's ex-wife standing on Zhuke Bridge. World Hua AI and I see it too. World Shangxin Qiao Xia Chunbo Lu. I see her, how tragic her silhouette seems. It's true what they say. We only ever see new couples smile. Never the old ones weep. World, oh hee hee. Damn it, not more Martian text. I can't stand that stuff. World Olo. I've been here watching. Wow, this is going to be fun. I think she's planning to intervene in the wedding. World E Jianjiu Zhouhan. I support Reed Wei Wei in seizing the groom. Xiao Yu Yaoyao is mine. World What AI and I. What's with that? Keep your opinions to yourself, don't elevate yourself by putting us down. World Xiao Ke Nai Cha. I support Reed Wei Wei in snatching the groom. Yi Jian, step aside. Xiao Yu Yaoyao belongs to me. World Oh hee hee. And here comes the righteous indignation. World Annie. Xiao Yu Yaoyao may be beautiful, but I have to say, her behavior is atrocious, stealing someone's husband and flaunting it like this. Isn't she afraid of divine retribution? World Pai Li Jiaohua. Exactly, Reed Wei Wei is a good person, she's quite righteous. World Shangxin Qiao Xia Chunbo Lu. Just look at Reed, she's so heartbroken she can't say a word. World Dao Chao 520. The other woman you were once a fair, made why go to such lengths? World Xiao Yu Yaoyao Bu Yao Lian 108. Huh, why be so discreet? If I'm stealing someone's husband, I might as well show up. Xiao Yu Yaoyao has no shame. Censorship blocked her expletives. This Xiao Yu Yaoyao Bu Yao Lian 108 was Xiao Yu Yaoyao's fiercest rival. Their enmity seemed boundless. She often appeared to hurl insults whenever possible. Rumor had it she had been defeated numerous times, yet returned again and again, and the numbers trailing her ID indicated the number of times she had been muted. As soon as she spoke out, Xiao Yu Yaoyao's supporters descended. World Xiao Yu Feifei, shut your mouth, shameless one. And who said Yao Yao is the third party? Don't flatter yourselves, you're not worthy enough to be considered by her. World Xiao Yu Qingqing, any would-be snatcher should think twice. Just because you showed up on the PK leaderboard doesn't make you special. The Xiao Yu clan stands with her. Are you afraid? World WSN. A woman who makes it onto the PK leaderboard is bound to be a giant dinosaur. True Water made the right choice. As the messages flooded the world channel, players hurried towards UK Bridge. Wei Wei emerged from the restroom and returned to her computer, confronted by a scene of chaos. Her red-clad character was surrounded by a throng of players who had formed a respectful circle around her, allowing her to stand solitary in her grief. The chatter around her was relentless, the most common refrain being support Read Wei Wei in seizing the groom. Support Read Wei Wei in seizing the groom. Wei Wei was at a loss for words. Had she merely logged into the game, positioned herself on UK Bridge, and stepped away for 5 minutes? What had transpired in her absence? True, in the game, seizing the groom was a possibility, but it came with significant costs from the system, required winning 3 consecutive PK battles, and ultimately, the consent of the groom. If the groom objected, the intervention would be deemed a failure. Hence, only those blinded by love or sheer foolishness would attempt such an audacious act. What had she done to mislead everyone into believing she was there to steal the groom? As confusion washed over her, Wei Wei pondered whether rushing towards the spectacle would make her appear overly distressed, provoking the crowd's gossip even further. Caught in this dilemma, Wei Wei clicked on her inundated friend requests, each one a friend inquiring about the unfolding drama. She chose not to respond instead. She closed all the notifications. The guild chat was abuzz too, with male players mostly defending True Water, while the females rallied behind Wei Wei, some advising her not to take it too hard. After all, they were part of the same guild. Just then, a new message blinked on her friend list. It was from True Water, without fragrance. He seemed a bit annoyed and spoke bluntly. "What's going on? Weren't you very agreeable yesterday? And I offered you compensation, which you declined." Wei Wei felt teary-eyed and typed her response with resignation. "Classmate, I merely came to enjoy the spectacle, nothing more." Part 3 Proposal. In a state of indecision, Wei Wei found herself retreating awkwardly, her escape far from heroic. Standing there, she resembled a bandit. In a moment of desperation, she cleverly lifted her garments and seated herself. In the realm of dream-wandering Jianghu, when a character sits down, it could signify rest, meditation for internal cultivation, or, as Wei Wei was currently doing, setting up a stall to sell wares. She boldly proclaimed her stall's name, medicinal remedies at bargain prices. A wave of bemusement swept over the players surrounding her. With remarkable speed, Wei Wei typed out her sales pitch. "Come one, come all, freshly crafted potions from a max-level alchemist, now at a discount of 20. The announcement sent the onlookers into a frenzy. After all, potions crafted by a max-level alchemist were not available in the system shop. They could only be obtained by defeating monsters, making them rare commodities, although there were several max-level alchemists in the server. They typically reserved their creations for their guilds, seldom offering them for sale. The prospect of affordable, high-quality potions sent the players of UK Bridge into a fervor, and they surged forward, quickly engulfing the petite figure of the red-clad heroine. The bridal sedan chair arrived swiftly, only to depart just as quickly. For reasons unknown, the leisurely procession hastened its pace as it passed UK Bridge, vanishing in an instant. No time at all. Wei Wei's potions were sold out, and with the excitement dissipated, the players began to disperse. UK Bridge, usually a quiet spot except for the occasional wedding festivities, returned to its tranquil state. Wei Wei gathered her stall and prepared to leave. She suddenly heard someone calling out to her from beneath the bridge. "Wei Wei." She turned to see a figure standing beneath a slanted willow tree, where a gentle breeze swayed the branches. The man, clad in pristine white, appeared unblemished, holding an ancient zither. His flowing garments and poised demeanor exuded an air of elegance and nonchalance. Wei Wei found herself entranced, not merely by the man's good looks, which were indeed striking, but by his name, Xiao Nai He, the foremost expert in the server. Xiao Nai He in this game. To be dubbed the top player required more than just a high level, one needed formidable equipment, exceptional PK skills, precise maneuvers, and, crucially, a substantial financial investment. Thus, upon encountering Xiao Nai He for the first time, Wei Wei couldn't help but feel her heart flutter, her mind filled with thoughts of a godly figure, an idol, and a wealthy individual. She rushed down the bridge, flashing a smile. "Brother Nai He, I've long admired you. Were you calling for me?" Xiao Nai He nodded, and the system promptly notified Wei Wei. "Xiao Nai He has added you as a friend." She hurriedly accepted. also adding him as a friend. Gaining the attention of top-tier experts was no simple feat. Their friend requests were often permanently disabled. Occasionally, when Wei Wei received too many requests, she would have to disable hers as well. Moments later, Xiao Nai He messaged her. "What do you think of this wedding?" Wei Wei felt a pang of embarrassment. Was the expert here to gossip? She diplomatically replied, "It's quite grand." Xiao Nai He responded, "Would you desire an even more magnificent wedding?" Wei Wei was taken aback. Xiao Nai He continued, "Marry me." Relieved that she hadn't been drinking, she instinctively moved her teacup away. Staring intently at the screen, there stood Xiao Nai He beneath the willow, exuding an ethereal charm. After a prolonged gaze, she typed, "Great master, have you been hacked?" Xiao Nai He did not appreciate her humor, responding with a rare neutral expression. "Have you seen the latest news on the official website regarding the couple PK tournament?" Wei Wei replied, "Wait, let me take a look." Upon opening the official website, she quickly spotted the words couple PK tournament at the top. After a brief scan, she grasped the concept. The tournament, as the name suggested, was a PK competition held in couples, where registered player couples would first compete within their server, with the top 3 from each server receiving rewards. The champions would then face off in an inter-server PK for even grander prizes, rewards so enticing they made Wei Wei's mouth water. "Did you seek me out to marry for this PK tournament?" she inquired. Xiao Nai He affirmed, "Yes." "Why me?" she pressed. Without further ado, Xiao Nai He stated, "You are the only female player in the top 10 of the PK rankings." Wei Wei felt a stir of excitement. This man was extraordinarily strong, reigning supreme in both the PK and wealth rankings, with god-tier weapons and pets. If they teamed up, their chances of claiming the top spot in the server would be significantly bolstered. Yet, she recalled that her first marriage had been for a quest. Was her second destined to be for PK? She couldn't suppress a sigh of exasperation. That said, if not for a quest or PK, why would she consider marrying a stranger? And with such generous rewards at stake, with a firm resolve, she declared, "Let us do it. Let us head to the Moon Elder to form a party." Wei He paused. "Are you so eager that you might scare me away?" However, it was not as Wei Wei had imagined. Xiao Nai He replied, "I need to prepare. 3 days from now, at 8 o'clock. Wei Wei blinked, typing furiously. "Prepare for what?" "The wedding. But we just need a formality for the competition, right? It doesn't have to be extravagant." Xiao Nai He countered. "That one dude, a wedding for Xiao Nai He cannot be ordinary." Wei Wei could only remain speechless. Part for the eve of the wedding, now that they had decided to marry, it was as if they were acquainted. Ahem, that logic seemed a bit off consequently. Wei Wei spent the next 2 days shadowing Xiao Nai He, even joining his fixed team. The members of Nai He's team were all experts, some of whom Wei Wei had previously faced in PK battles. However, her familiarity with them was limited to their IDs. Her first encounter with them unfolded as follows. "Monkey Wine. Ho-ho, a newcomer. Yugong climbing the mountain. Nai He. Who is this lady?" Xiao Nai He replied effortlessly. "She is my fiancé." His response was so casual that Wei Wei felt a slight embarrassment, quickly typing a smiley face. "Hello, everyone, Mozada." "Wow, the third sister-in-law, Yugong climbing the mountain. I can't believe even the eternal bachelor is getting married." The group erupted into playful banter and congratulations, when suddenly someone remarked, "The ID of the third sister-in-law seems familiar. Now that you mention it, I feel the same. Hasn't she been on the rankings?" The blunt Monkey Wine exclaimed, "I remember now. Wei Wei. ISN Tishi, the former wife of Zhen Shui Wu Xiang." The team fell silent, the atmosphere turning awkward, just as Wei Wei was about to explain that their marriage was solely for the PK tournament. She noticed Nai He calmly typing, "Yes, our third sister-in-law was previously married to someone unworthy. Let's not hold that against her." Wei Wei nearly choked on her chips. From that moment on, she resolved to avoid snacks and beverages while teaming up with Nai He. For any surprising remarks from him could result in her choking or her monitor being splattered. Teaming up with these individuals to tackle bosses and complete quests was undeniably exhilarating. They got along harmoniously, and their efficiency was remarkable. Previously, when Wei Wei had teamed with her guild members to battle bosses, it took them ages. Yet here it was accomplished in mere moments. It is essential to mention Xiao Nai He's profession. He was a zither master. This class in Dream Wandering Jianghu was somewhat awkward, as it could do a bit of everything but excelled in nothing. Tio put it simply, he could perform single target damage, area attacks, assist, and heal, but his offensive capabilities were inferior to those of swordsmen and duelists. And his support and healing were not on par with specialized support classes. It was rather lackluster. However, in Xiao Nai He's hands, things were different. His healing skills rivaled those of professional doctors, and with his exceptional control and precise positioning, his teammates had no cause for concern and could focus solely on their roles. On one occasion, as they were nearing the end of a boss battle, Xiao Nai He, who had been acting as the healer, suddenly drew a sword from his zither and executed a move called Sword from the Zither, striking the boss's vital point. A massive red notification appeared above the boss's head before it collapsed. Wei Wei had witnessed the sword from the zither many times, but she had never seen such damage output. It was nearly on par with her own. Jealousy threatened to bring her to tears. Surely, his equipment must have been extraordinarily powerful. Having witnessed this, when Wei Wei finally laid eyes on Nai He's pet, she was left without any expectations. Nai He's pet was a small white cat, while Wei Wei's was a majestic tiger. When the tiger couldn't overpower the little cat, what hope did she have? Yet, Nai He, upon seeing Wei Wei's pet, scrutinized it for a long while before saying, "Once we are married, let us have our pets marry as well." The ability for pets to wed was a unique feature of Dream Wandering Jianghu, differing from other online games, if male and female players married, and their pets belonged to the same species. The pets could also marry, potentially yielding a random skill. It was said that under certain conditions, they could even produce offspring. Wei Wei remarked, "But they belong to different races." Xiao Nai He replied, "This is merely a mutated young tiger." It turned out this little cat was indeed a tiger. No wonder it bore the royal pattern on its forehead. Wei Wei finally regained a semblance of self-esteem. After all, a tiger losing to another tiger wasn't such a disgrace. How wonderful, let them marry, Wei Wei thought cheerfully. The little cat was a divine beast, while her own tiger was just an ordinary one she had caught herself, and no matter how one looked at it, she felt she was reaching beyond her grasp. Wei Wei casually inquired, "Is this little cat female?" "No, it's male. My tiger is also male." The wedding day fell on a Saturday. Early that morning, Wei Wei dutifully went to the library to study. For she was indeed a diligent student in a school like this, particularly in a department like computer science. Every student possessed exceptional intellect. Even a slight lag would invite criticism. By 4 p.m., Wei Wei grew restless, constantly checking the clock. As soon as it struck 5, she hastily gathered her books and rushed to the cafeteria. After her meal, she returned to the dormitory to play games, only to find Xiao Nai He absent and the other members of her team offline. The upgrade enthusiast, Bei Weiwei, ventured alone into battle, wielding her great sword with glee when her roommates returned. Wei Wei's dormitory housed 4 girls, including herself, along with Xiaoling, Cici, and Erxi, all from the computer science department. They were, in fact, the only 4 girls in their sophomore year. Wei Wei, enough playing, it's almost 6. Our department is competing against the biochemistry department in basketball. Let us go watch, Xiaoling exclaimed while changing her clothes. Wei Wei shook her head, engrossed in her game. "You all go ahead. I have something else to attend to today. Don't be ridiculous. What could you possibly have to do except play games? Come on." Dazhong said that Xiaonai would be there today. Really? Xiaonai, Cici, and Erxi chorused. Wei Wei also turned with starry eyes. Although Xiaoling relished this reaction, she couldn't help but feel exasperated at her roommate's antics. Look at Wei Wei, so composed, she thought to herself. Wei Wei quickly raised her hand. "Don't misjudge me. I can be infatuated too. To be honest, the 4 girls in Wei Wei's dorm were quite composed compared to many others, yet there were always individuals whose charm rendered it almost unnatural not to be infatuated. Such was the case with Xiaonai, a prominent figure in the computer science department at a university. If there were a ranking system akin to games, Xiaonai would undoubtedly claim the top spot. Setting aside his astounding genius in software engineering and the accolades he had brought to the school through international programming competitions like ACM, he was also remarkably skilled in traditional Chinese zither and go, and had even represented the university in swimming competitions, winning medals. His extraordinary talents and strikingly handsome appearance made it difficult for anyone not to be captivated. Yet, despite the infatuation, no girl from their department dared to approach him. On one hand, he rarely attended school, making him a stranger even within the same department. On the other, he stood so high above others, exuding an air of arrogance that made him seem aloof and unapproachable. Wei Wei had only glimpsed him a few times from afar, one instance being when she witnessed him dismiss a girl from another department who had dared to approach him with a letter. Presumably a love note. He didn't even spare her a glance, continuing on his way without breaking his stride. Oddly enough, despite his aloofness, he was well-liked among the male students who respected him immensely. Rumor had it that he had registered a company outside of school at an early age, attracting many talented individuals from their department. There were countless legends surrounding Xiao Nai, many of which originated from the faculty. As his parents were professors in the history and archaeology departments at IT, was said that both of his parents were high-minded and traditional, clinging to their modest lifestyle, yet Xiao Nai seemed to have defied the mold. Having ventured into the internet CAF business during middle school when computers were still a novelty, there were also whispers of him making a fortune in real estate and stocks, but the truth of these stories was often muddled. As a mere minnow in the computer science department, Wei Wei naturally idolized this deity. Some of her most useful software stemmed from Xiao Nai's leisurely creations from years past. Now a senior, he would surely be even less visible on campus. Wei Wei glanced at her game, noticing that Xiao Nai's avatar was still offline. Checking the time, she swiftly powered down her computer and hurried with her roommates to the basketball court. Upon arrival, the atmosphere in the gymnasium was already electrifying. Dazhong, Xiaoling's boyfriend, greeted them at the entrance and guided them to their reserved seats. Dazhong, whereas Xiao Nai, didn't you say he would be playing? Xiaoling inquired as they walked. Dazhong grumbled, are you here to see me or Xiaoga? Dazhong was a key player on the computer science basketball team. Xiaoling scoffed, of course, it's Xiao Nai I'm here for. What's so special about you? The other three girls nodded in agreement. Leaving Dazhong frustrated, after a long pause, he finally said, Xiaoga probably won T-play. He might not even show up. Seems he has some last-minute issue. The girls felt a tinge of disappointment. The sparkle in their eyes dimmed from a dazzling 100 watts to a mere 10. However, the lively atmosphere of the gym soon reignited their excitement. As they awaited the game's commencement, a tall boy clad in the computer science team's jersey approached them, specifically Wei Wei, his head bowed. Hesitating to speak, his ears flushed. The girls exchanged knowing glances. Here we go again, sure enough. After much shyness, the handsome boy stammered, Wei Wei Senior, if we win, may I invite you for a late-night snack? Wei Wei countered, are you confident you won't lose? Of course not, he declared, lifting his head enthusiastically. Then go for it. Wei Wei encouraged him with a warm, sisterly smile. Yes, senior, I'll definitely win. The junior, invigorated, dashed off to warm up with the ball. The thoughts of Xiaoling, Erxi and Cici were unanimous. This junior is so easy to manipulate, Cici remarked nonchalantly. I can't stand these kids, using the game's outcome to leverage invitations. What if Wei Wei declines? Would he blame her for losing? Xiaoling chimed in, our Wei Wei's refusal tactics are getting sharper. Wei Wei chuckled and feigned modesty. What can I say? Practice makes perfect, with no doubt about it. She had just been thoroughly teased, a classic case of deserved retribution. Part 5. A grand wedding in the end. The computer science department triumphed, securing their place in the Intercollegiate League's top 4, and naturally, the students were elated, though Xiao Nai remained absent, leaving the girls a bit disheartened. As soon as the game concluded, Wei Wei quickly slipped back to the dormitory, opened her game, and noticed Xiao Nai's avatar was now active. She sent him a message. Sorry for being late. Xiao Nai replied. No worries, come to the Yulao Temple. Wei Wei mounted her horse and hurried to the temple, only to be overwhelmed by the throngs of people before her. Fortunately, inside the temple, the crowd was sparse. With just a few individuals engaged in conversation, Wei Wei approached Xiao Nai. Why are there so many people? She hadn't invited any friends herself, partly because she hadn't taken it seriously, and partly because she felt a bit shy about the hastiness of their wedding. You should ask them, Xiao Nai suggested. Wei Wei turned to the others, one of whom, named Yu, said, Hee, congratulations, I brought everyone from our group who were free. We'll ride behind the bridal procession. It should be quite a spectacle. Another chimed in, our group is here too, Yu added. Everyone is waiting for Naihe's red envelope. Haha. Wei Wei broke into a cold sweat. There might be hundreds of people outside, and if each one expected a red envelope, would Naihe go bankrupt? Just then, she received a trade request from Xiao Nai, and upon opening it, she saw several pieces of equipment that radiated a dazzling light. Clearly, these were at least of divine artifact grade. Wei Wei gasped, what is this? Xiao Nai He succinctly replied, "Betrothal gift. I asked this what it feels like to be supported by a wealthy partner." Truly, it was exhilarating. However, Wei Wei quickly regained her composure, declining the trade. These items were not cheap. She couldn't shamelessly accept gifts without offering something in return. Xiao Nai He sent another message, "Accept it. You'll need them for future PKs." Realizing this, Wei Wei contemplated and decided to accept the trade. She then offered her finest piece of equipment, a speed-enhancing ring. In return, Xiao Nai He replied with a question mark. Wei Wei explained, "It's part of my dowry." Feeling a bit flushed, Wei Wei chuckled at how easily such words flowed from her lips after teasing her teammates for days. Moreover, the disparity between her dowry and his betrothal gifts was glaring. She awkwardly added, "It's a bit lacking. I'll make up for it later." Xiao Nai He responded with a smiley face. "All right." He then added, "Actually, just having you here is enough." Wei Wei blushed again. After the exchange of betrothal gifts and dowries was completed, the couple stood before the statue of the god of marriage to solemnly pledge their vows. The system announced, Wei Wei and Xiao Nai He are perfectly matched, and within the temple of the god of marriage, they promised each other a lifetime of devotion, to never part in this life and the next, and to unite their hearts forever. Consequently, it came as no surprise that the world channel erupted once more. Wei Wei sat in the bridal sedan chair parading through the streets. She observed the players on the world channel inundating the chat with messages. Since the bride did not need to walk, Wei Wei, with time on her hands, casually picked up a level 6 mock exam paper to work on. The discourse among players in the world was inevitably focused on the 2 weddings that had occurred over the past 3 days, with some expressing admiration while others resorted to scornful ridicule. For instance, one individual mocked Xiao Nai He for choosing Zhen Shui Wu Xiang, a worn-out shoe, which Wei Wei chose to ignore, though she made a mental note of the person's ID, resolving to confront them whenever the opportunity arose. Another amusing player commented, "In the world, groom, Xiao Nai He versus Zhen Shui Wu Xiang. Victory for Xiao Nai He. Bride, Wei Wei versus Xiao Yu Yao Yao. Victory for Xiao Yu Yao. Just look at the number of fireworks to gauge the grandeur of the weddings. Xiao Nai He triumphs effortlessly." Soon, familiar faces began to emerge. "I am the world. Who says Xiao Yu Yao Yao is superior? Our third sister is far stronger than Xiao Yu Yao Yao, if you don't believe it. Come and PK in the world. Let us PK. Let us PK. Let us PK." Wei Wei chuckled. The parade was progressing at a leisurely pace, and while she sporadically glanced at the game, she suddenly spotted a comment on the world channel. "In the world, I once saw Xiao Nai He and Xiao Yu Yao Yao together. I am the world. I've seen it too. I witnessed them fighting monsters together just a few days ago. Last week, I believed that I am the world. So, does this imply that Wei Wei was abandoned by Zhen Shui Wu Xiang and Xiao Nai He by Xiao Yu Yao Yao, leading to a heartfelt reunion of kindred spirits? In the world, then wouldn't he that make Xiao Nai He and Wei Wei a couple forged from grievances? Does Nai He know Xiao Yu Yao Yao? Have they fought monsters together?" Unconsciously, Wei Wei bit down on her pen. While it was merely for the sake of PK that they had married, the thought of both husbands having connections with the same woman was rather convoluted. Wei Wei, who typically preferred to address matters directly rather than harbor them internally, asked Nai He, "Do you know Xiao Yu Yao Yao?" Nai He replied, "Not at all." Wei Wei hesitated momentarily before continuing. "Some people said they saw you two together fighting monsters." Nai He responded, "Does that count as knowing her? I once teamed with her. Her skills were so poor that I kicked her out." Wei Wei, though I shouldn't, I can't help but feel satisfied. After parading for over 10 minutes, they arrived at the wedding banquet. The mere thought of the banquet caused a pang in Wei Wei's heart. 2 days prior, she had accompanied Nai He to book the venue, witnessing him reserve the most lavish banquet, one that granted guests a 20 increase in blood magic limits for a day. Why should so many people be allowed to feast for free? Wei Wei felt quite disheartened. Recalling how she had never enjoyed such free meals at others' weddings, it was truly vexing. The entire banquet unfolded as a series of guests arriving, eating, and departing, one after another. It was not until nearly 9 o'clock that the banquet concluded, and amidst the cheers of friends, Wei Wei and Nai He entered their bridal chamber, when Wei Wei married Zhen Shui Wu Xiang. The game Dreaming of Jianghu lacked the bridal chamber segment. It was a recent addition following a system update. Player couples must remain in the male player's room for 15 minutes to complete the bridal chamber ceremony. after which they receive a certain amount of intimacy points. Thereafter, the couple can share a room once a day for 10 minutes, which also increases intimacy, though not nearly as much as the bridal chamber ceremony. The bridal chamber in Dreaming of Jianghu is quite peculiar. Players cannot leave the room or engage in meditation or alchemy, essentially limited to two activities, standing and chatting, or sitting and chatting. Thus, the bridal chamber has humorously been dubbed chatting, without covering with blankets. As for Wei Wei's bridal chamber night, even chatting was rendered unnecessary, for upon entering, Xiao Nai He stated, "One moment, I need to take a call." This left Wei Wei to wander alone in Nai He's abode. It was her first visit to Nai He's home, and unsurprisingly, it was of the highest caliber, featuring several rooms and a garden. Wei Wei's own dwelling paled in comparison, akin to a mere shed. Out of boredom, Wei Wei resumed her focus on the level 6 exam paper. Upon completing the final reading question, she looked up to find Nai He had returned, clad in white, his demeanor more poised and gallant than usual. Mounting a horse, Wei Wei joined Nai He, and together they ventured to breathtaking locales such as the snow pool of Tianshan, the depths of West Lake, the snowy sea, and the immortal island of Penglai. Wei Wei increasingly felt that something was amiss. Initially, she assumed Nai He had a quest for them to undertake. However, she could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "What are we doing?" Nai He replied, "Enjoying the scenery." And oh wonder, they were visiting such picturesque spots. Wei Wei broke into a sweat, suddenly having an epiphany. Could this be a honeymoon? She felt a bit embarrassed for saying so, yet Nai He did not deny it. With a shift in the scene, Nai He transported her to the peak of a misty mountain, where the ethereal fog resembled a fairyland. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Wei Wei finally managed to utter, "Dear God, your dedication is truly commendable." Part 6. The follower. Wei Wei. Even though they had become husband and wife, Wei Wei defined her relationship with Nai He as that of a deity and a follower. Naturally, Nai He was the deity, while she played the role of the follower, charging ahead to battle monsters while taking on the errands. The reason for Wei Wei's realization stemmed from that set of celestial artifacts. It felt rather inappropriate to accept something for nothing, thus she resolved to repay the debt through hard work. Life after marriage was not particularly different. Most of the time, Wei Wei continued to team up with Yu Gong and the others to complete quests and level up, occasionally breaking away with Nai He to enjoy a moment of intimacy. This so-called intimate world was essentially the completion of couple tasks. I am Dreaming of Jianghu. Once male and female players marry, they randomly acquire 3 couple skills, which have a chance to activate when both partners engage in combat. The upgrading of these skills primarily relies on the couple's intimacy, which can be achieved through various means. Most efficiently through couple tasks. In fact, players can marry upon reaching level 30, so for the late bloomers like Wei Wei and Xiao Nai He, the early couple tasks were as simple as eating cabbage. With all battles manageable by Wei Wei alone without requiring the intervention of her divine husband. Thus, a common scene unfolded where the red-clad heroine charged ahead, slashing away, while the white-clad lute player leisurely strummed his instrument beneath a tree or by a stream. Regardless of how one viewed it, the imagery conveyed an aura of celestial romance. One day, while Wei Wei and Nai He were engaged in a quest, Yu Gong and Monkey Wine, feeling bored, insisted on tagging along. As a result, they encountered several battles, all of which saw Wei Wei taking the lead while Nai He merely strolled about, admiring the scenery, occasionally providing a healing touch. This led to exasperated outbursts from the duo, accusing Nai He, "You're shameless, hiding behind your wife to reap experience points." Nai He, unperturbed, responded with a sigh, "I've grown accustomed to enjoying the benefits of soft rice." He added, "You wouldn't understand. It's a privilege to have a wife to protect you." Why Yu Gong and Monkey Wine, incensed, formed a team to challenge Nai He, but alas, they lost in a 2-on-1 match, lying defeated on the ground. Refusing to rise, just then, Wei Wei returned from defeating monsters, inadvertently stepping over their bodies. Yu Gong immediately lamented, "It's one thing for my sister-in-law to be indifferent to us, but to step on us? I shall haunt you in death." Monkey Wine chimed in, "Indeed, couples are united in heart. Household matters should not concern outsiders." Wei Wei felt a wave of irritation. It was evident these fellows had been bullied by Nai He and were now turning to tease her. Once they started, they could go on indefinitely, and since the day's tasks had been completed, Wei Wei hastily declared, I'm off to gather herbs, and swiftly departed, leaving Nai He behind. Gathering herbs in the game was quite monotonous. It involved clicking at designated spots to collect, followed by standing idly. While collecting, Wei Wei resumed her work on the Level 6 paper. This year, she had registered for the Level 6 examination, having refrained from doing so the previous year due to a lack of confidence in achieving excellence. After gathering for a while, a message from Nai He popped up in her friends list, instructing her to come to the west side of the snow pool of Tianshan. Wei Wei quickly made her way there. The snow pool of Tianshan was one of the highest level scenes, housing formidable monsters, which meant that there were not many players around. Spotting Xiao Nai He on the west side of the snow pool, she noticed another male player standing beside him, enveloped in a green glow, as if under a petrification spell. The petrification spell was an exceptionally advanced and ruthless technique. Once ensnared, the victim could neither flee nor retaliate. Standing helplessly to endure attacks until the spell wore off, Nai He's companion, a divine beast cat, possessed the skill, and upon approaching, Nai He remarked, "I've immobilized him with my pet. You can take your time to defeat him." A faint sense of perplexity enveloped Wei Wei as she contemplated the situation. She understood the need to strike, albeit slowly, wielding the least formidable weapon available, making her way through the foe bit by bit. A sense of disbelief washed over her. Did the esteemed player harbor a grudge against this individual? Glancing at the player SID, Modeo Shirshua, a flicker of recognition sparked within her. That moment. Modeo Shirshua began to hurl curses. "Damn it, Xiao Nai He, if you have the guts, just kill me outright instead of berating me for picking up discarded shoes. What is the point of summoning your woman to engage with me?" Realization dawned upon Wei Wei. No wonder the ID seemed familiar. It belonged to the person who mocked Xiao Nai He for collecting broken shoes on their wedding day. She had noted the ID with the intention of confronting him whenever the opportunity arose. But her recent enjoyment of the game had caused her to forget. She turned her gaze towards Xiao Nai He, who stood elegantly in white attire. To her surprise, he had not only taken notice of the exchange, but also remembered it vividly. Despite never mentioning it to her before, as if it had been of no consequence, she fortified her resolve to never offend the esteemed player. Wei Wei busily rummaged through her inventory. Modeo Shirshua, seeing that Wei Wei had not made a move for an extended period, felt a glimmer of hope, believing that perhaps she would show mercy. However, moments later, a large smiley face and a line of text emerged above her head. "Haha. Found it, thankfully. I didn't discard my novice gear." Modeo Shirshua was nearly apoplectic, watching helplessly as the female warrior approached with a broken blade, a red damage value of -1 appearing above his head. With his several thousand health points, he would have to endure thousands of strikes. Wei Wei activated the autoplay feature, delighting in the sight of the red-clad heroine slashing away. Modeo Shirshua continued to berate, demanding Xiao Nai He grant him a swift end. "I admit my foolishness. If you kill me once, I'll accept it. Just make it quick." Xiao Nai He replied calmly, "Do not worry. You will not perish. When your health runs low, I shall assist in healing you." Wei Wei found this rather peculiar. If Modeo truly wished for death, why not log out? During combat, the system would determine whether to classify a player's departure as fleeing or dying. If Modeo was unafraid of death, why remain and allow them to strike? She messaged Nai He. "Is he foolish with anger? Why doesn't he log out?" Nai He's reply came swiftly. He was engaged in a series of consecutive quests. Wei Wei could hardly contain her laughter. "Oh, master, you are truly outrageous, so insidious." The consecutive quests in Dreaming of Jianghu were notoriously challenging. The difficulty lay in the fact that regardless of how many stages a player completed, they would receive no experience until the final stage was finished. Moreover, if a player died or logged out mid-quest, they would have to start over. However, due to overwhelming player protests, the system had made adjustments, allowing for 1 to 3 deaths based on the task's difficulty, yet players were still prohibited from logging out until completion. Having undertaken numerous consecutive quests herself, Wei Wei recalled that only the most extreme ultimate quest involved 99 stages, with the Tianshan Snow Pool being the final stage. Part 7. The Xiu clan. As she reminisced about her own harrowing experiences with this quest, a flicker of sympathy arose within Wei Wei. However, sympathy aside, the manner in which this individual spoke was exceedingly irksome. She continued to strike, relying on the autoplay feature, her hands unperturbed. Thus, she took the opportunity to brew tea and chat with Nai He, who seemed preoccupied with other matters, responding slowly. Wei Wei then opted to lower her gaze and focus on her tasks. Upon finishing a reading assignment, she lifted her head to discover 3 female players nearby. Their IDs reading Xiaoyu Qingqing, Xiaoyu Feifei, and Xiaoyu Mianyan. The Xiaoyu clan? What were they doing here? Xiaoyu Qingqing spoke up. Hey, why are you ignoring us? Wei Wei frowned and opened the previous chat log. The game's chat records all conversations of players in the current scene. Current, Xiaoyu Qingqing. It's Xiao Nai He. Current, Xiaoyu Mianyan. That woman is here too. How unfair. Bullying those of lower levels. Current, Xiaoyu Feifei. Exactly, deliberately torturing someone, dealing damage bit by bit. Current, Xiaoyu Mianyan. Oh, it's Modeo Shirshue. Current, Xiaoyu Qingqing. Do you know him? Current, Xiaoyu Mianyan. He asked the one who helped me with the task for the Xianzong shoes. Current, Xiaoyu Qingqing. Should we intervene? Current, Xiaoyu Feifei. Can we even win? Current, Xiaoyu Qingqing. Let us reason with them. Current, Xiaoyu Qingqing. Hey, Xiao Nai He. You're a top player, right? Smiley face. Bullying those of lower levels. What kind of hero does that make you? Current, Xiaoyu Mianyan. Exactly, and 2 against 1. All their shouts seemed directed towards the idol, Xiao Nai He, conveniently overlooking Wei Wei, who was directly engaged in combat. Nai He, whether intentionally ignoring them or simply preoccupied, did not respond. Although Wei Wei found their sudden appearance perplexing, she patiently explained, "We are resolving a personal grievance." "Kindly continue on your way," Xiaoyu Mianyan retorted. "What personal grievance warrants such torment? It's just a game." Annoyed, Wei Wei was about to craft a firmer response when Nai He interjected, "Mind your own business. If you wish to avoid trouble, leave immediately." Simultaneously, Wei Wei received a private message from him. "I've just stepped away. Continue on your own and I'll handle this." Wei Wei felt a bit flustered. "Master, are you truly resolving this or merely provoking?" Xiaoyu Qingqing and her companions were indeed incensed. Though they waved the flag of righteousness, they secretly admired and fantasized about a player of Xiao Nai He's caliber. However, his dismissive remark shattered their fantasies. Xiaoyu Qingqing exclaimed, "Hey, you've gone too far," Xiaoyu Mianyan added. "Right. Being the best in the server isn't that impressive. Speaking to a girl like that shows a lack of grace." Wei Wei scoffed at their words. Their use of that woman as a reference was hardly polite or graceful. With a grin, she countered, "It's just a game. Why get so worked up?" Xiaoyu Feifei responded, "Just because it's a game doesn't mean you can hurl insults. Just because you're higher level doesn't give you the right to bully lower levels." Wei Wei gazed skyward, exasperated. Such blatant double standards. Engaging in conversation with such individuals was akin to torture for someone with a logical mindset. She detested conversing with contradictory individuals who believed themselves justified. Thus, she decisively stated, "By the rules of the realm, let us have a duel. You 4 against us 2. If you win, you may take him with you. And we shall no longer pursue him." Xiao Nai He remarked, "You rest, I shall take over." The white-clad Qin players stepped gracefully in front of the red-clad heroine. Wei Wei, recalling Nai He's typically fierce gameplay, sent a smiley face. "All right. I'll observe." However, the 3 members of the Xiaoyu clan hesitated to accept the challenge. Just moments prior, they had felt confident in their ability to confront Wei Wei, but Xiao Nai He's nonchalant demeanor instilled doubt in their hearts. Could a mere musician truly stand against 4 opponents? They stood still, engaging in whispered discussions. Modeo Shirshue, who had been silent, finally spoke up. What is happening? Hey, why aren't you attacking? Hurry up. I just took a shower and haven't finished my turn." Xiaoyu Mianyan replied, "Shirshue, it's me." Modeo Shirshue responded, "Mianyan, what are you doing here?" Xiaoyu Mianyan explained, "I'm here to help you." Modeo Shirshue, glancing through the chat history, felt overwhelmed. He recognized Xiaoyu Mianyan well, having played alongside her numerous times, yet he had never seen her defend anyone before. Was he truly gaining favor? If only a few skilled players would join, perhaps all grievances could be settled. However, these women were hardly formidable, especially given their ties to the Xiaoyu clan. He recalled Xiaoyu Yaoyao, who, although absent, was legendary for having spurned Xiao Nai He and stolen Wei Wei as partner. Damn it, he merely wished to enjoy the game without being dragged into the most scandalous entanglements of the server. The feud between Xiao and Wei Wei was both spiteful and twisted, posing a significant threat, especially Xiao Nai He, whom he had encountered earlier that day. It seemed he had overlooked Modeo, only to wait for him at the Tianshan snow pool later that evening. Could it be that he was aware of Modeo's undertaking of the consecutive quest and deliberately waited for him at the final stage? Surely not. How could he possibly know? The more he pondered, the more cold sweat beaded on his brow. Completing this quest was paramount. Having gamed for 8 or 9 hours straight, he could afford no mistakes. Dying once was acceptable, as he had yet to perish thus far. With this thought, he quickly asserted, "No need for that. Resolving a little grudge is fine. Besides, a beautiful woman is meant to be cherished. Ha ha, how could I let you handle it? That would be utterly shameful." A few indignant women were taken aback by the victim's lack of gratitude, leaving them momentarily speechless. Xiu Yu let out a huff, and the three of them stormed off in frustration. The character Mo Dao Ji Shui remarked, "Sister, keep chopping. There are still 200 health points left. I'll go wash my clothes in the meantime. Surely you can finish it, right?" Wei Wei couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that the three had been multitasking. Each engrossed in their own activities. Despite being despicable, he had a certain charm, albeit with a foul mouth. Wei Wei sheathed her knife, deciding it was best not to continue. It's a waste of electricity and internet fees. "I might as well go gather herbs," she mused. "Let us go together," said Xiao Nai He. The two swiftly vanished, while Mo Dao Ji Shui remained behind, still glowing green, frozen in place. Part 8. An encounter upon returning to the herb-gathering spot. Wei Wei quickly dismissed thoughts of Xiu Yu's trio and grew curious about one matter. While collecting herbs, she inquired of Nai He, "How did you know he was undertaking a chain quest?" "I logged on once this afternoon and saw him shouting in the World Channel about collecting 7 types of feathers." Nai He briefly explained, and Wei Wei learned that Nai He had coincidentally seen Mo Dao Ji Shui asking for the feathers during his afternoon session, thus deducing that he was engaged in a chain quest. Wei Wei felt somewhat befuddled. Why did collecting 7 types of feathers equate to a chain quest? Several tasks required feather collection. Nai He clarified, "Well, the NPCs issuing the tasks are different. Collecting feathers is the 36th part of a chain quest." I waited a moment at the 36th NPC, and he appeared quickly. Aside from admiration, Wei Wei was left with no other thoughts. He remembered even the specific stage, such astonishing memory, reflecting on her own struggles with English vocabulary. Having barely reached P, she felt a pang of sorrow and couldn't help but praise him. "Your memory is truly remarkable." Suddenly, she recalled that the master had seen Mo Dao Ji Shui earlier and had not immediately confronted him, instead calculating the right moment to wait at the Tianshan snow pool that evening. Such cunning and calculation were impressive indeed. Wei Wei unknowingly spent more time playing Dreaming of Jianghu. Previously, she had a trendy nickname, Homebuddy Beauty, but now her roommates referred to her as Homebuddy Spoiled Girl. Once fond of shopping with her roommates, she now had little interest outside her studies and gaming. That evening, her roommates insisted on going shopping. Urging her to join, SIC said, "Wei Wei, think of it as exercise. Sitting in front of the computer isn't good for your health." Wei Wei retorted, "You have the gall to mention exercise. Who always asks me to help with morning exercises and forgets to fill the water?" CC was left speechless, and Xiao Ling chimed in, "Wei Wei, the clothes you're wearing are from last year. You should buy something new." Wei Wei waved her hand dismissively. "As long as I have enough clothes, that's all that matters." Xiao Ling pointed at her trembling hands. "For a beauty to say such things is truly shameful. If you continue like this, you'll be kicked off the campus beauty list." The mere thought of that list made Wei Wei feel downcast. Despite its existence, she had somehow topped the insecurity index due to public voting. With a dismissive flick of her head, she declared, "Good riddance. I always compare my inner self with others," ere she finally lost her temper. "Bei Weiwei, if you don't go, who will help bargain? If you dare not to go, you'll face the consequences." Wei Wei realized that their true motive for dragging her along was her unparalleled bargaining skills. Ultimately, she succumbed to Airshie's insistence and was dragged out onto the street. Though they called it shopping, it merely involved wandering around the clothing stores near the school, not venturing far. Before long, Wei Wei found herself laden with bags, all filled with her roommates' purchases. It wasn't that they were enslaving her. They simply needed someone to hold their clothes while trying them on, and since Wei Wei wasn't buying anything, she took it all. Upon entering another store, Xiaoling emerged in a new outfit just as Wei Wei muttered to herself, "Am I destined to be a follower? It's the same in the game. Nai He is increasingly accustomed to sending me on errands." Xiaoling, overhearing, couldn't help but laugh at her lament. "Why do you look so unwilling?" Is the game really that enjoyable? She approached to comfort Wei Wei. All right, stop complaining, did I, and appreciation for all the bargaining you've done for me. I'll treat you to a fine dinner at Tianxiangju tonight. How does that sound? Tianxiangju was a renowned restaurant nearby, though its steep prices kept most students away. Only affluent spendthrifts like Xiaoling frequented it. Her words were met with enthusiastic cheers from the group. And Wei Wei declared, I've earned my keep. I want half of the chicken wings, SIC retorted. Who's competing with you? I'm trying to lose weight. Wei Wei smugly replied, I don't gain weight. And you're just jealous, ha ha ha. Her smug demeanor was infuriating. SIC, who claimed even drinking water made her gain weight, gritted her teeth. Xiaoling, shut the door and let Ershi deal with her. The group, already hungry, lost interest in further shopping and merrily made their way to Tianxiangju, chatting and laughing as they approached the restaurant. SIC excitedly shared gossip about male students in their department when she suddenly halted, gripping Wei Wei's hand with excitement. Look, ISNT that Xiao Nai, across the street, a group of impeccably dressed individuals exited Tianxiangju. Wei Wei immediately spotted Xiao Nai, standing out among the middle-aged men. His youthful stature illuminated by the brilliant lights. Unlike the previous encounters, he was clad in a formal suit today, his face adorned with a subtle smile, still maintaining his elegant and proud demeanor, yet now seemingly imbued with a touch of worldly wisdom. Hurry, let us cross the street. Though they certainly wouldn't approach him, getting closer would suffice. SIC, brimming with excitement, pulled Wei Wei swiftly across the street. But it was too late. The group of men had already entered a business vehicle, and Xiao Nai was about to enter another car. Perhaps their commotion caught his attention, for just before he got in, he looked in their direction. Unlike the previous smile illuminated by the lights, his expression now radiated indifference, his gaze calmly sweeping past them before the door closed and the car drove away. Part 9. The duel during dinner. CC lamented not arriving earlier, as they might have had the chance to dine next to Xiao and Ai. She shot her down. Stop dreaming. Those accompanying Xiao Shixiang seem like professionals. They're here for business, and likely in a private room. Xiao Ling hesitated before speaking up. I heard that Xiao Shixiang's company encountered some issues. Wei Wei and She exchanged skeptical glances. To the students in the computer science department, Xiao Nai was a legendary figure. How could he possibly have problems? I heard it from De Jong. One of his basketball teammates graduated and now works at Xiao Shixiang's company. A few days ago, he let slip while dining with De Jong that there were problems with the investors. CC explained, I still find it hard to believe. It's Xiao Nai. Wei Wei nodded vigorously, unable to speak as she chewed on a chicken wing. Xiao Nai, if someone powerful and exceptional could be described as able, then Xiao Nai was undoubtedly a rhinoceros, a rare breed indeed. Could he also face insurmountable challenges? Yet, recalling Xiao Nai's expression beneath the lights, shifting from gentle smiles to indifference, Wei Wei felt uncertain. She pondered aloud. Could it be a financial issue? Who knows? Xiaoling replied, emphasizing, I can't guarantee its credibility, but even if it's false, don't let it slip outside, okay? Wei Wei nodded, mumbling through her chicken wing, ensuring those words would be digested along with her meal. The world of geniuses felt so distant. After a brief discussion, the girls quickly shifted to other topics. Upon returning to the dorm, Wei Wei immediately logged into dreaming of Jianghu, only to find it strangely devoid of any friends online. Bored, she recalled the couple's PK competition and ventured into the game forum. Previously, Wei Wei seldom visited forums and rarely studied strategies, believing that the joy of gaming lay in exploration. Knowing everything would render it utterly dull. However, after marrying Nai He, she often browsed the forums, researching couple skills and even investigating childbirth, until she discovered that having a child required an hour in the bridal chamber, and that pregnancy could weaken the female's skills, with the potential for miscarriage if they fought too much. Wei Wei promptly dismissed any thoughts of childbirth. This game was truly outrageous. Wei Wei wandered around the forum for a while, but she found no new updates on the PK competition. Instead, she stumbled upon a post by Zhen Shui Wu Xiang, which was prominently displayed on the homepage. The theme of the post was a video titled Our Story, Raindrops on Water's Heart, Ripples of Fragrance. Wei Wei was aware of the Our Story event, which had recently gained popularity. The event required players to utilize the game's recording feature to capture a romantic tale within the dreaming of Jianghu realm. With no specified length and generous rewards, winners would be determined through player votes. Essentially, It was akin to filming a short movie using the game's recording functionalities, making it quite accessible, hence many players participated. It seemed that Zhen Shui Wu Xiang had entered the competition as well. Curiosity piqued. Wei Wei clicked into the post, which contained a video and several paragraphs of text, after watching the video for a few minutes. It appeared to narrate a tale of a hero saving a maiden, followed by the hero pursuing the fair lady. The protagonists were none other than Xiao Yu Yaoyao and Zhen Shui Wu Xiang, with members of the Xiao Yu family also making appearances. However, as she continued to watch, a sense of unease began to creep in. Why was there a supporting character named Lu Weiwei? Moreover, this Lu Weiwei was a red-clad heroine with a dagger, frequently appearing to entangle Zhen Shui and Xiao Yu, often displaying melodramatic antics while speaking in a coarse and uncultured manner, contrasting sharply with Xiao Yu Yaoyao's occasional poetic exchanges. At the video's conclusion, the real Xiao Yu Yaoyao appeared to deliver a few words, expressing a desire for everyone's support. The text beneath the video, penned by Zhen Shui, earnestly conveyed his feelings for Xiao Yu Yaoyao, urging everyone to vote for them. He mentioned that while the rewards were of little consequence, he dearly wished to obtain the exclusive rainbow couple outfit, as his beloved was quite fond of it. Wei Wei's frustration grew with every passing moment. What was this? If one wished to express genuine feelings, why drag others into the fray for comedic relief? Closing the post and the game, she noted that Zhen Shui Wu Xiang was offline, and with her anger boiling, she sent a message. Was it truly amusing to belittle others in such a manner? She hadn't expected you to be this kind of person. After sending the message, she still felt incensed, but as a good girl, Wei Wei couldn't think of any vicious words to hurl at him. So she resigned herself to a double dose of vexation and went to bed. The next day, after a full day of classes, she logged on at 9 in the evening. The moment she entered, her friend list was inundated with notifications. Upon checking, it was a message from Zhen Shui Wu Xiang. Okay, I admit defeat. I'll delete the video and reshoot it with Xiao Yu. However, I must clarify that Lu Weiwei was not concocted by Xiao Yu and me. I hadn't even noticed at first, thinking someone was causing mischief, and I didn't associate it with your name. You should have noticed that the character's dialogue had no relevance to the plot. It was only after filming that I realized it was a prank by a few friends from the Xiao Yu family. Nonetheless, since the video was already completed, redoing it seemed too troublesome, so I didn't. For this, I apologize. Now I've also lost a level, so consider it settled. Our grievances are cleared. Wei Wei was taken aback and replied, what do you mean by admitting defeat? How did you lose a level? Zhen Shui Wu Xiang was online, but did not respond. Wei Wei glanced at her friend list, where the name of the great god, Nai He, sparkled brightly. Feeling slightly awkward, she messaged, Great God, did you kill Zhen Shui Wu Xiang? Nai He replied, at the foot of Kangui Mountain. Come here, boss. Upon arriving at the foot of Kangui Mountain, Yu Gong shouted upon seeing her, sister-in-law, come and deal the final blow. Wei Wei, feeling a bit embarrassed, struck the already weakened boss, which collapsed with a resounding crash, resulting in her receiving an unexpected bounty of experience. After the boss dropped several items and they divided them, Wei Wei inquired of Nai He, did you really kill Zhen Shui Wu Xiang? Nai He replied, yes. Oh. Wei Wei was at a loss for words. It seemed she had indeed caused trouble for the great god. Although they were married, Wei Wei felt more like a partner with Nai He, believing she should handle her own affairs. I'm sorry for the trouble, she typed. Nai He replied, it's nothing. I've wanted to kill him for a long time. Wei Wei asked, why? It seemed that Nai He and Zhen Shui had never met, so what could be the grudge? Nai He replied, he just irritates me. Wei Wei sighed. It was indeed a classic response from the great god. Why, Yu Gong interjected, sister-in-law. Do you know about the video? Wei Wei replied, yes, you all weren't around yesterday, so I bore myself to browse the forum. Mo Jataraded, we originally intended to keep it from you. Wei Wei responded, oh, and then, by the way, how did Zhen Shui Wu Xiang lose a level? PK doesn't cause level loss. PK falls under the category of sparring. Losing doesn't result in a level drop. Hosey Joe clarified, it wasn't a PK, it was a duel part 10, treacherous and devious a duel. Wei Wei was taken aback, nearly stuttering. Why would Zhen Shui agree to a duel? He doesn't seem like the impulsive type that I am dreaming of. Jianghu. There are two formal types of individual competitions, sparring, commonly known as PK, and dueling. Sparring, even if one loses, is of little consequence, as there is no loss of experience or level. Though 1's record may suffer, dueling is different. Losing a duel results in a level drop. For lower levels, it's manageable, as they can quickly regain a lost level, but for higher levels, like Wei Wei and Zhen Shui Wu Xiang, losing a level could mean a month of effort down the drain. Zhen Shui Wu Xiang was also someone willing to invest in the game, possessing top-tier gear. However, engaging in a duel with someone of Nai He's caliber was essentially courting disaster. Wei Wei had teamed up with both of them, thus she was acutely aware of their strengths. She had to admit that their micromanaging skills were worlds apart. Nai He was like a celestial being, while Zhen Shui Wu Xiang was merely on par with Wei Wei. Therefore, Wei Wei strongly suspected that Zhen Shui had lost his mind. Wei Wei explained, "It's not about whether he wants to or not." Old Sen issued a challenge in the world chat. And it was a ruthless challenge. If he doesn't show up, he'll lose all face in the server. A formal challenge. Wei Wei's confusion deepened as she asked, "How did he issue it?" Hosei Jiu replied, Nai He challenged Zhen Shui to 3 matches, stating that if Zhen Shui wins even one, he will consider it a victory and not pursue the video matter any further. Plus, Nai He won't bring any divine beasts to the duel. She continued, "If he doesn't accept such a challenge, does that make Zhen Shui less of a man? Losing is still better than not fighting at all, not bringing divine beasts, so he could still win." Wei Wei continued to feel bewildered. She had to admit that the great god was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, the challenge was quite difficult to articulate. If Nai He had invited Zhen Shui for a fair duel, then Zhen Shui could have declined without losing too much face, acknowledging his inferior strength. However, with such a challenge, Zhen Shui was left with no choice but to fight. Otherwise, he would truly lose all credibility. Hosei Jiu remarked, later, "I actually felt sympathy for Zhen Shui Wu Xiang. How pitiful if it were a one-off match. He would only lose 1 level, but if it were a best of 3, losing 2 immediately would mean a 2-level loss." Nai He played this hand, knowing full well that Zhen Shui would still lose the 3rd match and yet would endure it for the sake of his pride. Yu Gong added, "Devious, truly devious." Nai He commented, "You all are overthinking. I just didn't want to waste my breath." Wei Wei considered this and realized that if it were a fair challenge, Zhen Shui would likely find excuses to avoid it. Ultimately, it would indeed be quite a hassle to discuss, making Nai He's challenge a decisive blow. Ojata interjected, "Zhen Shui Wu Xiang is quite tough as well. He didn't bring any pets to the duel." "Did you consider that beforehand?" Nai He casually replied, "Why would I consider him?" 0. Precisely. Wei Wei silently noted that the great god didn't have to concern himself with other circumstances. After her thought settled, she belatedly grasped a key term. 3 levels. The red-clad heroine rushed in surprise to the Qin player's side, exclaiming, "You killed him 3 levels." Nai He replied, "Yes." Wei Wei was left speechless. No wonder Zhen Shui Wu Xiang hadn't replied to her messages. He must be feeling despondent right now. Losing 3 levels meant it would take at least 2 months to regain them. Ojata remarked, "You should leave yourself some leeway. What if you lose a match, say, if your power goes out or your internet suddenly cuts off? Wouldn't that video truly be left to him?" Nai He casually replied, "If I lose, I lose. I still have my wife." Hosei Jiu agreed. "Haha, true." Nai He only said he wouldn't care, but he didn't mention his wife. Sister-in-law's skills are far superior to old Sen's. Haven't you noticed that she's the one handling the monsters? Nai He is merely living off her success. Wei Wei replied, "You flatter me." "You flatter me, Ode." Yu Gong interjected with a sigh. "Devious, truly devious." Having just finished off the boss, Hosei Jiu and the others felt a bit lethargic, lounging on the grass at the foot of Kankui Mountain, chatting amiably. Since Kankui Mountain was also one of the herbal gathering spots, Wei Wei began to gather herbs. After a while, she noticed that the system had refreshed a message. "System, the notorious thief Meng Dongxing has escaped from the dungeon, sneaking into the imperial palace and stealing Princess Xiang Xue's dressing box. This audacious crime demands capture. All heroes are urged to apprehend Meng Dongxing and deliver him to the authorities for a generous reward." Wei Wei exclaimed, "Meng boss is on the loose again. Should we go catch him?" Meng Dongxing, the boss, is one of the more arduous adversaries in the game, dreaming of Jianghu. Each day, he must escape from the celestial prison. And upon his release, he immediately resumes his nefarious activities. Subsequently, the system issues a bounty, prompting players to pursue him, and upon capture, he is delivered to the authorities and returned to his cell. Yet, the following day, Meng continues his escape. Despite this, He is also the most beloved boss, for when captured, the items he pilfers are bestowed as rewards to his captors, and these treasures are generally quite valuable on one occasion. A player named Wei Wei experienced remarkable luck. Meng had stolen a chest of silver, and she fortuitously encountered him, single-handedly overcoming the boss against overwhelming odds, claiming the chest as her own. However, there are also unfortunate instances. For instance, when the system announced that Meng had stolen the renowned sword of Dongfang Bubi, the announcement caused a stir among players. The legendary blade was undoubtedly a top-tier weapon, prompting players of all levels to abandon their quests in pursuit of the boss. Ultimately, Meng was apprehended by a high-ranking player, but upon examining the sword, the player was so incensed that they nearly quit the game. The sword's description revealed it to be the very blade used by Dongfang Bubi during his self-castration. Monkey Wine remarked, "A princess's vanity case. No interest." Mo Zeta interjected, "Not inclined to engage. Why you gong climbed the mountain?" "I'm browsing the forum. The video has been deleted." Monkey Wine sighed. "Why is this kid so obedient?" Wei Wei exclaimed, "Oh, why do I feel like you seem somewhat regretful?" Monkey Wine replied, "That is indeed a profound regret." Yugong added modestly, "Flattery, flattery. Compared to Nai He, that is but a drop in the ocean." Wei Wei, perplexed, "Can a drop in the ocean even be used like that?" Nai He, "Wei Wei, let us go." Wei Wei, inquiring, where to?" As she joined his party. "To a place without them." As soon as she joined the party. The scene transformed, and in the blink of an eye, Wei Wei found herself standing atop the falling sunset peak. From this vantage point, one can behold the breathtaking scenery, a place in the game renowned for its beauty and solitude. Devoid of monsters, quests, or experience points, yet, after meeting Nai He, it had become one of Wei Wei's favored locales. The sun partially hid behind the clouds, its brilliant rays illuminating the crimson-clad heroine standing atop the peak. While the white-clad musician appeared increasingly ethereal, Wei Wei rested her chin on her hand, gazing for an extended period, before slowly typing, "It's truly beautiful here." Nai He responded with an affirmative For a moment, the two were silent, until Nai He finally spoke. "This matter should have been yours to handle, but with so many eyes upon it, I believe a swift resolution is prudent." Wei Wei blinked in front of her computer, stunned for a long while, before realizing he was explaining his motives to her. In truth, he need not have done so, yet for reasons unknown, a feeling akin to gratitude blossomed within her. This sentiment had not surfaced during his grand wedding or when he sought vengeance for her. But at that moment, beneath such serene circumstances, it arose from a simple, unremarkable explanation. Wei Wei suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Her fingers hovering over the keyboard for an extended pause, before ultimately sending a smiley face emoji. Nai He did not speak further, and Wei Wei remained quietly by his side, neither engaging in gameplay nor departing. Simply observing the stillness of the scene, feeling at this moment a profound tranquility. Part 11 video, had it not been for the incessant bombardment of messages from Thunder God Nini, Wei Wei might have doubted her perception of time. Of course, the so-called end of time meant, lights out in the dormitory 0 Thunder God Nini. Wei Wei, send me the video, send me the video. Wei Wei, what video? Thunder God Nini. The one where your husband unilaterally beats up Zhen Shui. The duel video, although I bought a ticket to watch, spectators aren't allowed to record. Unilaterally beating up. Wei Wei felt a bit embarrassed by her description. My Nai He is quite gentlemanly, as she typed this. She felt a pang of embarrassment. Why had she referred to him as my husband? It must have been the influence of Yu Gong and the others, who often made such remarks, with a furrowed brow. Wei Wei deleted that line and retyped. You actually bought a ticket. To watch a duel requires purchasing a ticket, a rather absurd aspect of dreaming of Jianghu. After buying a ticket, players can click on the palace guards to be teleported to the duel venue. Generally, the higher the levels of the combatants, the more expensive the tickets, though not every duel attracts spectators. Thunder God Nini. Zhen Shui was beaten so badly. Even if I recorded it, it wouldn't be released. Your husband must have recorded it, right? Wei Wei. He didn't. This question was unnecessary. Based on her understanding of the master, he would never record such an inconsequential battle. Thunder God Nini. What a shame. I was so tense I forgot to take screenshots. I am devastated. I logged on too late and only saw the system S duel announcement. I didn't even catch sight of the legendary challenge letter. I regret it so much, Wei Wei. You're better off than I am. I am still the legendary heroine and saw nothing. Thunder God Nini. Haha, then I'm balanced out. Do you want a screenshot of the system announcement? I can send it to you, Wei Wei, sure. Wei Wei provided her dreaming of Jianghu inbox to Nini, and shortly thereafter, she received a message containing an image, the system's dual announcement. When Wei Wei enlarged the image, the first line revealed the system's announcement following Nai He's challenge. System. Xiao Nai He invites Zhen Shui Wu Xiang to a duel at the summit of the Forbidden City. System. Zhen Shui Wu Xiang has yet to respond. System. Zhen Shui Wu Xiang has yet to respond. After 5 consecutive notifications, the system declared. System. Zhen Shui Wu Xiang responds. System. Xiao Nai He and Zhen Shui Wu Xiang will duel at 2000 hours at the summit of the Forbidden City. Despite the few lines being merely cold, formulaic announcements, Wei Wei found herself reading them repeatedly, her blood gradually beginning to boil with excitement. Unable to contain her emotions, she glanced at the ethereal Nai He beside her and, after much hesitation and feeling somewhat awkward for disrupting the atmosphere, she ventured, "Mastered, why not bring a divine beast and have a duel with me?" Oh, Nai He, however, misunderstood her intent, thinking she was merely bored, and suggested, "Let us go. We'll hunt a boss. Which one? Meng Dongxing. Yugong called for us." Monkey Wine and the others had experienced a stroke of luck that day, merely engaging in a bit of meditation at the foot of the mountain. When the elusive Meng boss, typically hard to find, unexpectedly appeared before them, by the time Wei Wei and Nai He returned to the verdant mountain, Monkey Wine and the others were already in combat. Nai He stepped forward to cast the healing spell, replenishing their health, while Wei Wei hesitated, reluctant to join the fray immediately. Wei Yugong called out, "Sister-in-law, don't just stand by while they perish." Wei Wei understood that the 3 of them could manage just fine without her intervention, and they were only inviting her to share the experience points. She sent a smiley face in response, saying, "You all continue. My participation will only increase his attack power. It is worth noting that Meng boss is quite peculiar. If only female players attack him, he will, out of chivalry, reduce his attack by half, which is why Wei Wei was previously able to defeat him alone. However, if both male and female players attack him, his jealousy will cause his attack power to increase by half. Only when purely male players engage him will his attack power remain at normal levels, since Yugong and his companions were predominantly a male team and had not witnessed this phenomenon before." They were intrigued by Wei Wei's explanation. "I've heard this fellow even flirts with female players. I've never seen that. Sister-in-law, take a swing so I can witness it." Wei Wei felt a wave of embarrassment but complied, joining the battle at last. Indeed, as she struck, Meng boss's attack power noticeably surged, and he unleashed a skill called Fiery Jealousy, causing substantial damage to Monkey Wine and the others. Simultaneously, a message appeared above Meng boss's head. "What a beautiful woman. Instead of nurturing her in the boudoir, she roams the world, wielding her sword. Why not submit to me, and I'll ensure you live in luxury and comfort." Monkey Wine exclaimed, "I can't believe it." "Yes, actually flirting," Yugong added. "How dare he flirt with my sister-in-law? Let us take him down 100 times. Thus, the unfortunate Meng boss was brutally defeated 100 times. Once Meng boss fell, the constables promptly arrived to apprehend him, leaving behind a princess's vanity case as a reward. Monkey Wine, filled with curiosity, eagerly picked it up, opening it to reveal its contents, nearly collapsing in shock. Yugong inquired, "What is it?" "Equipment should go to sister-in-law." Monkey Wine, "This is for sister-in-law, but Nai He will surely get back at me." Nai He, "What's inside?" Monkey Wine, "A man's hair." Yugong, climbing the mountain. Monkey Wine, "The princess's lover's hair, lacking any attributes." Everyone was taken aback, never expecting to encounter such a stroke of fortune. Yugong, climbing the mountain. "Better than the sword of Dongfang Booby." Monkey Wine, "Also superior to the foot-binding cloth of the Amei Elder." Mo Zeta reflected, "Have we perhaps been too violent in our recent escapades?" Noticing Wei Wei's silence, Monkey Wine inquired, "Sister-in-law, you aren't feeling discouraged, are you, Wei Wei?" "Oh, not at all. After wandering the martial world for so many years, I have long since become indifferent to fame and fortune." Mo Zeta. Yugong, climbing the mountain. "Why does this tone sound so familiar?" Monkey Wine, "What does it remind you of, Mo Zeta?" "It doesn't resemble it. Naiha is never narcissistic verbally. He keeps it to himself." Naiha sent a sighing emoji. "Those who are close to ink become dark. We can't let her linger around you too much, Wei Wei." True, I have indeed been influenced by you all, Bei Weiwei. I was just contemplating the idea of a video, Wei Wei. I also want to create a video. Monkey Wine, Wei Wei. Boss Meng inspired me. Since it was Boss Meng who provided the inspiration, it must certainly be related to thievery. Wei Wei's script unfolds as follows. Lu Wei Wei is a bandit queen. Xiao Nai He is a delicate musician. One day, Xiao Nai He passes by a certain mountain and catches the eye of the bandit queen, who then abducts him to her lair to serve as her captive husband. The rest hasn't been fully fleshed out yet. It just came to me while battling a boss, and Boss Meng's lines can be directly used. Monkey Wine asked, "Are you also participating in that event?" Wei Wei. Yes, I suddenly found it to be quite amusing, but I was thinking of it merely as a playful endeavor, a spur-of-the-moment inspiration. Nai He sent a silent emoji. Captive husband, Wei Wei, assuming he was upset. Was about to suggest that not filming was fine, when he asked, "Do we simply lie down when being robbed?" It seems she had severely underestimated the resilience of the great deity's nerves. Wei Wei, essentially, that's about right. In truth, she wasn't entirely sure. It was merely a whimsical thought. Nai He, however, said, "Let us film it, Nai He. Kankwi Mountain is excellent. Let's rob here." The deity agreed so decisively and acted so proactively that Wei Wei, the bandit queen, suddenly felt as though she was being coerced into robbing someone. In the blink of an eye, the deity had begun orchestrating the plan. I will approach from the foot of the mountain. You will emerge from the woods on horseback, recording your part, and then we can edit it later. Under the baton of director Nai He, Wei Wei groggily mounted her horse. Yugong jumped in. "Director, we also want to join the scene." Monkey Wine remarked, "How can the bandit queen go without her entourage? We can be the entourage of the sister-in-law." Wei Wei refused. No, Monkey Wine lamented. "Why not, Wei Wei? It's cooler to go solo." Yugong said, No, you all can't do that. We need a fighting scene. Why not let us be Nai He's bodyguards, and then sister-in-law, you can defeat us one by one. That would be thrilling." This time, Yugong's suggestion finally garnered everyone's approval. Primarily because it received Nai He's endorsement. These individuals were all action-oriented, efficiently discussing everything, while Wei Wei, who had proposed the video, found herself dazed, being hurriedly ushered to the woods. In the woods, Wei Wei was on horseback, suddenly feeling very nervous. Upon reaching the designated robbery spot, her anxiety intensified. The consequence of her nervousness was that she dashed forward, confronting Nai He, but she forgot Boss Meng's lewd lines. Thus, in a moment of desperation, she had to slightly modify the most ancient lines of robbery. "This mountain is mine to claim. This tree is mine to plant. If you wish to pass this road, leave behind a man." Having delivered her opening line, it was supposed to be followed by Yugong jumping out to scold, leading to a fight. However, Yugong remained utterly still. Wei Wei waited for a while, perplexed, and asked, "Where is Yugong?" Monkey Wine calmly replied. He fell off his chair. Part 12. White robes and red shadows. Yugong approached, looking feeble. "I'm injured." Mo Zeta shushed him. "A man falling on his backside is not an injury." Yugong, mortified, retorted, "Internal injury. I'm talking about internal injury, Wei Wei." "Oh, so you all live together?" In fact, Wei Wei had previously sensed from their conversations that they were acquainted in real life and seemed to be senior students, having once overheard them discussing graduation internships. However, Wei Wei had never been curious about others' real-life matters in the game. So she had never asked. This time, it slipped out. Monkey Wine responded, "We share a dorm, as expected." Wei Wei unconsciously glanced at Nai He. So the great deity is a student just like herself. Why does that seem a bit unbelievable? The great deity should be unable to conclude what he should be, Yugong remarked. "Third sister-in-law, Nai He often stays out all night. You need to keep a close watch on him," Mo Zeta added. "He doesn't return during the day either." Wei Wei felt awkward. Nai He stated, "When there are no socks from you two in the dorm for half a month, I will immediately move back." Mo Zeta quickly interjected, "You should just stay outside." Wei Wei broke out in a sweat. She had heard that some boys accumulated over a dozen pairs of socks to wash at once, and she hadn't expected these few to be from them. Suddenly recalling what Yugong had mentioned about a black man's computer, she couldn't help but ask with some skepticism, "Are you all studying computer science?" "Correct answer. What a coincidence," Wei Wei said. "I am too. Oh, you're actually the little junior sister. Yugong climbing the mountain." Oh no, in the computer science department, with 9 boys and 1 girl, this little junior sister is so fierce. Could it be that she is actually a little junior brother, Wei Wei? Oh, Wei Wei felt a bit embarrassed by his comment. Am I really that fierce? I meant the opening line that IT actually left Yugong internally injured. Yugong replied, no, it's good, it's excellent, simply deafening. Wei Wei felt as though she too had sustained an internal injury. Using deafening in such a manner, she wondered if Yugong's former language teacher would weep. Monkey Wine offered a suggestion. It's good, but that leave behind a man should be altered. There are 4 men here. Who knows which one you intend to rob? The audience might misunderstand. Nai He asserted. There won't be a misunderstanding. No need to change it, Monkey Wine. Nai He replied. You all have no value to be robbed. Thus, the PK commenced with great fervor once more, this time a 3-on-1 battle. Wei Wei gazed skyward in silence. She hadn't even begun the robbery, yet the robbed party had already started infighting. In any case, under the circumstance of Yugong's injury, after countless laughs, the video was finally preliminarily recorded 2 days later. The aftermath of the robbery scene was still penned by Wei Wei, who, in an attempt to extend the duration, indulged in cliché and melodrama, drawing from the strengths of various television dramas. The specific plot unfolds as follows. The white-robed musician is captured and taken back to the bandit lair. There's a scene in the game depicting a bandit hideout. The bandit queen, smitten by his gentle and handsome demeanor, goes to great lengths to win his affection, yet the white-robed musician remains indifferent, silent day in and day out, playing his lute by the lotus pond in the back mountain. Eventually, the bandit queen resolves to release him, but is reluctant to part ways, following him quietly. Just as the white-robed musician encounters a monster and is on the brink of demise, the bandit queen leaps out to save him. The musician is moved, accepting the bandit queen, who joyously prepares for their wedding. Unexpectedly, on the wedding night, soldiers, Yugong and the others shouting from outside the bandit hideout, a bunch of novices rushing in. Ready-made extras. Attack the mountain. The bandits, the NPCs in the hideout, pitifully only level 20, are slaughtered without resistance due to their intoxication. The bandit queen, highly skilled, evades capture by the soldiers, but the soldiers turn their attention to the musician. The bandit queen shields him, yet the musician, drawing a blade from his lute, unhesitatingly plunges it into the bandit queen's back. It turns out that the white-robed musician was actually an imperial envoy, sent undercover to eliminate this bandit group, which had remained elusive due to the complex terrain. The conclusion is the epitome of melodrama. After the bandit queen's demise, the white-robed musician suddenly realizes that he has fallen in love with her. Embracing her lifeless body and leaping from the precipice of the falling sunset peak. Well, Wei Wei admits this is indeed a parody. Wei Wei believed that this script would undoubtedly be met with disdain. Yet to her surprise, everyone found it rather agreeable. However, upon deeper analysis, Nai He the great deity concluded that the reason he found it agreeable was he had fewer lines. Yugong and the others were delighted because they hadn't anticipated they would still have a chance to appear later. And as positive roles, they were overjoyed. Wei Wei could only remain speechless once more. Indeed, it was a group of computer science students, devoid of any artistic flair. However, a few days later, when Nai He completed the video editing and sent it to her, Wei Wei felt a profound sense of remorse and retracted her earlier statement about their lack of creativity. It was she, along with Yugong and the others, who had no artistic sensibility. Certainly not the master. The master, the master, was omnipotent. On the day she received the video, Wei Wei had an evening class, and upon returning to her dormitory to play games, she found that Nai He had already logged off. Leaving her a message, I had to log off for something. The video has been sent to your inbox. Wei Wei hurriedly opened her inbox. The post-production of the video encompassed editing, music, subtitles, and graphic design, among other elements. Initially, Wei Wei had intended to tackle it on her own, reasoning that as a sophomore, she would certainly have more free time than a senior. Nevertheless, the master insisted on doing it, and out of her unconditional trust in him, Wei Wei had no objections whatsoever. After about 10 minutes, the video finally downloaded. Eagerly, she opened it and was immediately captivated by the opening sequence. It was exquisite, while it could be described simply as black background with red lettering. The way Nai He had sourced such appropriate typography was beyond her comprehension. It was powerful and vigorous, written stroke by stroke, with a luminous effect that made the letters seem to leap off the screen. Simple, yet resplendent. It was profoundly evocative. Wei Wei watched the opening several times before proceeding. Clearly, the master had poured his heart into it. The editing, subtitles, and soundtrack were all impeccably timed, especially the music, which pleasantly surprised Wei Wei. Unlike many competition videos that relied on popular music, this one featured ancient ethnic instruments. The opening scene of the robbery was accompanied by a cheerful flute, followed by the guzheng, which perfectly suited the identity of the white-clad lute player. That gentle sound must be from the guzheng, Wei Wei thought. She had not studied music, as her high school music appreciation classes had been merely a cover for sneaking in assignments, and this was her first time truly absorbed in such a performance. There were evidently no flaws to critique, so Wei Wei savored the experience. Although the story was a tragedy, her previous mindset of playful mockery, combined with the abundance of humorous moments during the recording, made her watch it with great delight. However, when the plot reached the moment the white-clad lute player drew his sword, an air of bloodshed suddenly permeated the zheng's melody, and the sword thrust unhesitatingly into the back of the female thief. The music abruptly halted with a resounding clang. Wei Wei's heart skipped a beat. Before she could gather her thoughts, she realized that the subsequent scene had changed. Originally, the plot should have depicted the white-clad lute player holding the female thief as they stood atop the falling sunset peak, preparing to leap off the cliff. Instead, the scene transitioned to the white-clad lute player and the blue-clad general, played by Yugong, standing before a grave, gazing silently at the tombstone. The blue-clad general spoke, "You need not kill her." The white-clad lute player remained silent. Only after a long pause did he respond, "It is better for her to die than to live on hating me." Wei Wei was taken aback, suddenly realizing that from this moment onward, the white-clad lute player in the video was no longer the character she had scripted. He retreated to a small cottage at the foot of the mountain, which Wei Wei recognized as a minor setting in the game, an uninhabited area beneath falling sunset peak. The blue-clad general reappeared, asking, "You have achieved great merit. A hereditary title is within your grasp. Why choose to hide away in this desolate wilderness?" The white-clad lute player did not answer, merely playing his instrument. As a mystical little cat frolicked beside him, before her eyes, the scene rippled like water, transforming into the lotus pond in the back mountain, as if it were the lute player's memories, imbued with a hazy quality. The white-clad lute player played, while the female thief sat beside him. At that moment, Wei Wei heard her own voice. This voice was recorded 2 days prior, when Nai He had suddenly asked her to record, stating it might be used. The lines were a melodramatic monologue spoken by the female thief before she let the lute player go. Wei Wei had hurriedly recited it, feeling immensely embarrassed, never expecting it would actually be included. It seemed to have been processed, her voice sounding distant and ethereal, as if emanating from the void. My grandfather was a thief. My father was a thief, so I was born a thief. I know not how to do anything else. Nor does anyone in this entire village. You despise me so, yet I have never killed anyone. I am not the worst, yet I am still bad. I too wish to live like the girls down the mountain, raising little chickens and ducks, working at sunrise and returning at sunset, leading a peaceful life. But that is merely a dream, one that will never come to fruition. You may leave. I will let you go." The scene shifted again, with the blue-clad general furiously questioning, "You have a bright future ahead. Why squander your life in this desolate village?" Then came a soft and ethereal voice, "This is my dream as well." The entire video was narrated through subtitles, with only the last few lines featuring real voices, appearing abruptly and then ceasing, as the zheng's melody resumed, mournful and gradually fading away. The final image depicted the red-clad female thief and the white-clad lute player by the lotus pond. The lute player playing while the thief danced with her blade, their garments swirling vibrantly. Then the scene began to fade, gradually transforming into black and white, freezing in place. The image of the white-clad lute player remained elegant in his flowing robes, while the red-clad thief appeared pale in her crimson attire. Wei Wei felt a pang in her heart, and her eyes suddenly moistened. Part 13. He Is Not Me the player was set to loop playback. And while Wei Wei was lost in thought, the video had already begun to replay. The cheerful flute music resounded, and on the screen, the red-clad female thief, in her resplendent attire, galloped down the mountain with great vigor. Wei Wei quickly turned it off, knowing the ending and feeling disheartened by the earlier comedic moments, not wanting to watch it a second time. Minimizing the game, Wei Wei messaged Nai He, I finished watching, it was splendid. After typing those few words, she found herself at a loss for further conversation. Although she was brimming with emotions, she was unsure how to articulate them. Should she admit that she had nearly cried? That seemed rather foolish. Thus, in a bid to keep the conversation going, she inquired, "Did you change the ending?" No sooner had she sent the message than Naihe's name lit up, and with a swift ping, his reply came. "Yes, I changed it. Otherwise, the duration would not suffice. You're back." Duration? What duration? Wei Wei asked, somewhat puzzled. Was he referring to the length of the video? Yet she recalled it was not restricted by time limits. Naihe explained, according to the competition rules, videos exceeding half an hour would double the rewards for experience points after winning. Naihe continued, "Since we made it, we should reclaim everything we are entitled to." Wei Wei felt a bit embarrassed. She had indeed overlooked that rule. But, "Master, are you so confident we will win?" No, that was not the main point. The crux was that, according to Naihe, those emotionally charged scenes that nearly brought her to tears were merely added to fill time. As she pondered this, she opened the video again and confirmed her suspicion. It was neither too long nor too short. Exactly 30 minutes, not a second over, while the reality was glaringly evident and harsh. Wei Wei still clung to a glimmer of hope. "Then, how did you come up with the ending?" "It is far superior to the original." Naihe replied, "The original ending could work. We could have had them walking to the cliff, interspersing memories to reach 30 minutes, but that would be too obvious. Walking while interspersing memories." Wei Wei broke into a sweat. Was this not the infamous padding? Besides, she was asking how he conceived such an ending, not how he dragged out the timing. Naihe continued, "This version is less noticeable, and it's not too troublesome. We mainly used the earlier recorded segments, just needing to film a couple of simple scenes." Wei Wei could only remain speechless. It turned out the master not only padded the time, but also filled it with memories to stretch the content. The emotional weight of that ending stemmed from mere delay and laziness. All that talk of sentiment and existential uncertainty was nothing but fleeting clouds. Suddenly, Wei Wei felt rather foolish for having been so moved earlier. With a complex mix of emotions, she sent the video to the official website. As for why it was she who sent it instead of the master, that was simply because he was too lazy to register. After submitting the video, Wei Wei and Naihe embarked on a quest together. Upon finishing the task and refreshing the forum, she was immediately taken aback by the number of clicks and replies. How could there be so many comments? Some replies even came within a minute of her posting. There was hardly enough time to watch the video. However, after glancing at the comments, Wei Wei understood. Ultimately, it was still influenced by the recent events surrounding Xiao Yaoyao's withdrawal and re-recording of her video, as well as Xiao Nai He's duel with Zhen Shui Wu Xiang. Both incidents had created quite a stir in their server and were exceptionally popular on the forum, remaining hot topics to this day. Thus, when Wei Wei's video was posted, a flurry of onlookers flocked to it, exclaiming, "Incredible! Xiao Nai He and Lu Wei Wei are also in the competition." Was it to compete with Xiao Yaoyao? It was evidently so. Some even speculated that the video would feature Xiao Yaoyao in a distorted role. Wei Wei could not help but inwardly scoff at such narrow-mindedness. Some individuals were so petty, commenting without even watching. And she certainly had no intention of incorporating any inexplicable third party into her video. Moreover, with her and the great deity's resplendent and radiant image, there is no need for a third party to embellish it. Flip through the pages, reaching the 5th one, where she finally encountered comments specifically about the video itself. A girl had responded, posting multiple crying emojis and lamenting that she had been brought to tears. Hee, she cried and felt a surge of joy. How wonderful it was that she was not the only one deceived by the great deity, after seeing several comments from others who expressed being emotionally tormented. Gleefully returned to the game to inform, "Did you see the comments? Many people said they cried, but I took the blame for you, since I wrote screenwriter on your video. Everyone says I'm quite the eccentric." Indeed, if a story begins with laughter, continues with humor, yet concludes tragically, the screenwriter must either be eccentric or deserving of a good scolding. Replied, "I haven't seen it. Just tell me the outcome when it's announced." Despite it being his own work, he seemed utterly unperturbed. Said, I'll watch it every day and report back to you." In the following days, found herself frequently stationed in front of her computer. Refreshing the comment section, the video gained popularity, not due to gossip, but because of its inherent quality. Some viewers marveled at the exquisite production, and upon discovering the creator was, their astonishment deepened. One player remarked, "This video is amazing, is truly formidable. Not only can he fight, but his skills are exceptional. He is a true polymath." More individuals engaged in discussions surrounding the plot, particularly the conclusion and the choice made by the white-robed lute player. The abundance of such discourse left feeling entangled, prompting her to ask, "Why did the lute player have to kill the female thief?" Paused for a moment before responding with remarkable rationality. "That plot point was certainly your invention." "It was me." Yet she had been merely joking, continued to wrestle with her thoughts and asked, "If it were you, would you kill the female thief?" The moment she sent the question, sensed something amiss. It seemed inappropriate, as if she were prying into someone else's privacy. However, the curiosity was overwhelming. The phrase, "rather than let her live and hate me, it's better she dies," frequently surfaced in her mind. She couldn't help but wonder if the true could utter such words. Fortunately, appeared unconcerned by her transgression and promptly replied, "That's not me." "Huh, he's not me. I would never go that far." Paused for a moment, and inexplicably, a smile began to grace her face. During this time, and released their new videos, but their popularity was evidently overshadowed, as both the plot and production quality paled in comparison to S-Team's work. Soon, the submission period concluded and the voting phase commenced, and S video led the polls by a significant margin, leaving the second-place videos by and far behind. Even someone as modest as felt that their chances of winning were exceedingly high. However, the day before the results were announced, received an odd message from "I have a question to ask you." "What is it?" "You have to promise not to get angry for me to ask." Felt a bit awkward but replied, "Just ask. I want to get angry. Please really don't be upset. Actually, I'm asking on behalf of someone else. If, and I mean hypothetically, someone offered you a large sum of money, would you be willing to withdraw from the video competition?" Was taken aback but quickly pieced it together. "You guessed it. It's obvious, isn't it, if she withdraws from the competition. Who benefits directly, and who does no? Seems to really like that outfit, so asked me to find out for you. He seems too shy to ask you directly. You're not upset, right?" If claimed she wasn't upset, it would be a lie. However, being angry didn't seem worth it. Paused her fingers above the keyboard, contemplating how to respond. Of course, she had to refuse, but a forthright rejection would feel inadequate against someone who was willing to throw money around. The best course of action was to outshine him financially, infuriating him. Although didn't he actually possess wealth, she could pretend. After all, it was all through the internet, and she had no fear of being exposed. Thus, coming from a modest working-class family, began to type extravagantly. "I'm not angry. It's just amusing. Someone actually thinks they can pay me to withdraw. How laughable. Does he think he's wealthier than me? How many properties does his family own worldwide? What car does his family South Servant drive when grocery shopping? What breed is his cat? His family?" Unleashed a barrage of rhetorical questions until she ran out of steam. Then huffed and dramatically added her final remark. "If he plans to spend tens of thousands for me to withdraw, I'd advise him to keep it to himself. It would be quite embarrassing." Was evidently shocked. Tens of thousands? How could afford that? From his tone, it seemed he only wanted to offer a few thousand at most. It seemed that was indeed rather wealthy, tossing around numbers in the tens of thousands without a second thought. "I had no idea your family was so affluent. It really doesn't show." "Oh, I'm just low," Keith said. "Well, forget it then. You're really not upset, right?" "I didn't want to ask for him, but I feel he genuinely cares for." Before could respond, sent another message. "You know, they met in real life and became a couple." Part 14. The eccentric task. Speaking of gossip, seemed to type even faster. Sending another message. "Is actually quite handsome. I have a photo of them together. Do you want to see it?" Had no curiosity regarding his appearance. Otherwise, she would have seen his picture long before their divorce. At that time, another couple in their guild exchanged photos, only to find both parties unable to accept each other's looks, leading to a dramatic fallout. It was during that time that proposed exchanging photos. And, taken aback, awkwardly declined, citing a lack of a digital camera and thus no electronic photos. Though this was true, it did sound quite implausible. 2. The reason for rejection was inconsequential. What mattered was expressing her unwillingness to exchange photos. After all, They were just two strangers meeting online, completely unaware of each other as true selves, and sharing photos required utmost caution. Moreover, exchanging photos under the guise of marriage felt somewhat ambiguous, a sentiment strongly disliked. However, clearly held a different view. Looking back, it seemed that his attitude had shifted from that moment onward. Pressed, "Are you really not going to look?" "No, thanks. Oh," feeling frustrated, replied, "You're so uncooperative, by the way." "You've met, right? Is he handsome?" This question momentarily stunned, who casually replied that she and T met him, yet her mind inexplicably wandered to whether she would be willing to exchange photos if proposed such a thing. It seemed she would be, and if suggested meeting in person, it appeared she would also be willing. I was startled by her own two affirmatives, and then considered that, given S' personality, he would never make such a request. Rendering both hypothetical questions moot, reflecting on this, she felt an inexplicable sense of regret. While one could forget anyone in the rivers and lakes, with suddenly found herself reluctant to ponder further. The bribery incident was something chose not to share with. It was a trivial matter, not worth mentioning, and unnecessary to burden him with. The next day, and unsurprisingly emerged as the champions of the video competition, and the rewards were swiftly allocated, with the prize of double experience. Instantly leveled up, she was overjoyed, as leveling up at her rank was no easy feat. The last time she had leveled up was 2 weeks prior. Naturally, she also received the vibrant outfit, which she promptly donned. It was indeed beautiful and dazzling, with the ability to adjust colors. However, it ultimately remained just a pretty garment, devoid of any attributes, and would undoubtedly lead to her swift demise if worn while battling monsters. Thus, wore it for a couple of days before tossing it into her storage, never to be worn again. There was a minor twist, however, encountered 3 times while wearing the outfit, whereas previously, she might not have crossed paths with her even once in 10 to 15 days. By the third encounter, felt a tinge of embarrassment, wondering if would think she was intentionally showing off, but then again, let them think what they wish. Who cares? Oh, alongside the announcement of the video competition winners. Another piece of news emerged regarding the couple PK competition. After a month-long wait, the schedule for the PK competition was finally released. Glanced over it and found it quite reasonable. The official commencement of the PK competition is scheduled for next Friday evening, and the entire event will span a month. The first 2 weeks will consist of a round-robin scoring tournament across various servers, followed by knockout rounds for the top 16 players from each server, culminating in a grand final for all servers. Wei Wei took particular note of the time for the grand final, 8 p.m. on June 14th, while the Level 6 examination is set for the afternoon of June 21st. This means that, should they advance to the finals, they would have a whole week to concentrate on their English revision after the competition. Excellent. Simply perfect. Wei Wei nodded in satisfaction, beginning to meticulously allocate her study and gaming time for the upcoming month. Nai He, however, appeared rather nonchalant. After registering with the NPC alongside Wei Wei, he remarked, "If there's a competition, inform me a day in advance." Wei Wei's companion immediately agreed. "Sure, no problem," in stark contrast to Nai He's indifferent demeanor. Monkey Wine and Yugong were far more enthusiastic, persistently pestering them for PK practice, insisting on being their sparring partners. Monkey Wine declared, "Come on, treat us as your opponents and simulate a match." Nai He replied, "Our opponents are a couple. Who among you is the husband and who is the wife?" Monkey Wine asserted, "Naturally, I am the husband." Why Yugong erupted, "I am the husband." Monkey Wine retorted, "I am taller than you." Yugong shot back, "I am heavier than you." The two engaged in a childish debate for a while, unable to reach a conclusion, hence they fervently commenced the PK battle. Wei Wei gazed at Nai He with admiration, thinking, "This is a true master." Effortlessly dispatching foes. In summary, due to the ambiguous status of Yugong and Monkey Wine as a couple, the sparring practice was scrapped, and before the competition, the primary activity for the group remained boss farming. Wei Wei and Nai He occasionally ventured off to complete couple tasks. They were nearing completion of the advanced couple quests, with only one remaining, the legendary and notoriously difficult Divine Eagle and Heroine. Just how difficult was it? So challenging that, despite the game being operational for quite some time, no player had ever completed it. As Wei Wei and Nai He progressed through this task, they quickly discovered that it truly lived up to its reputation for being exceedingly difficult. With each segment presenting both arduous and complex challenges, Take, for instance, the essential monster battle. One particular creature shamelessly resisted all non-damaging spells and, upon reaching a certain health threshold, would heal itself completely with a skill called Miraculous Recovery, while also being immune to detection spells that would reveal its health status. Ultimately, it was Nai He's calculations that enabled them to ascertain the monster's health and the threshold for its recovery, allowing them to proceed. Wei Wei's admiration for the master escalated. While she too was attempting to calculate the monster's health, she found herself utterly outpaced. Truly, he was extraordinary. The Divine Eagle and Heroine quest not only involved traditional elements like battling monsters and collecting materials, but also included bizarre challenges, such as timed puzzles, navigating mazes, and even playing chess and composing couplets. Although the chess portion only required a few moves, and players could choose between Xiangqi or Weiqi, there were bound to be players who were unfamiliar with both, such as Wei Wei. Fortunately, the versatile Nai He was present. The two managed to navigate through the challenges relatively smoothly until they reached the final stage, where Wei Wei finally witnessed what it meant to encounter something even more absurd than before. Upon completing the dialogue with the NPC, Wei Wei found herself unexpectedly transported to a mysterious location on a map, completely unprepared, and Nai He was tasked with locating her within a mere 16 hours. Failure to do so would result in the quest being deemed a failure. It was at this moment that Wei Wei grasped why this task was titled Divine Eagle and Heroine, as it mirrored the narrative of Yanggua and Xiao Longnu's separation for 16 years. Considering this, could it be that the pitch-black place she found herself in was akin to the setting in the story, situated at the bottom of a cliff? Would Nai He have to leap off the cliff to rescue her? Fortunately, the system had not stooped to the level of disabling the messaging function, allowing them to communicate. Nai He inquired, "What does your surroundings look like?" Wei Wei replied, "It's just very dark, very, very dark," as she described her surroundings. Even she felt a sense of absurdity, while Nai He remained calm, asking, "Can you see anything?" Wei Wei confirmed. No. Nai He then asked about sounds. Wei Wei concentrated for a moment and responded, "It seems like there's water." Nai He acknowledged, "I understand." After that, he fell silent. Naturally, Wei Wei would not sit idly by waiting for Nai He to find her. She began to feel her way around in the darkness, searching for any useful information to relay to him. In the meantime, she also conducted an online search for information, but as previously mentioned, no player had ever completed this quest, so there were no guides available. The official description of the final stage of this quest simply stated, "Only through the spiritual connection between couples can one succeed." Truly astonishing. After several minutes had passed, a message popped up and Wei Wei initially thought it was from Nai He. However, upon opening it, she discovered it was from her guild leader, Zhan Tiantian. Zhan Tiantian Lu Wei. "Why is your team robbing our guild's boss?" Wei Wei's guild was named by Haichao Xingge, one of the 4 major guilds on the server, founded by a female player known as Dai Meng Wei Xing. Wei Wei had met Dai Meng when she first began playing the game, thus she joined the guild at its inception, making her one of the founding members, although she had never held any official position. 2 months ago, Dai Meng Wei Xing had changed jobs and suddenly became very busy, passing the guild leader position to her husband, Zhan Tiantian, whom Wei Wei was not very familiar with, unlike her friend Zhen Shui Wu Xiang. Receiving such a message left Wei Wei quite perplexed. "Robbing a boss? I've been occupied with couple tasks." Zhan Tiantian. "Yu Gong and Monkey Wine, aren't they in your team?" Indeed, Yu Gong and Monkey Wine had gone to defeat a boss. But how could they possibly rob someone else's boss? Wei Wei had faith in their integrity. It was likely a misunderstanding. With that thought in mind, and aiming to clarify the misunderstanding, Wei Wei calmly replied, "Could you please elaborate on the specifics of the situation?" Zhan Tiantian Lu Wei, you owe me an explanation. After all, you are part of our guild, and your team robbing a guild member's boss is unacceptable. Moreover, the item dropped by that boss is urgently needed by a guild member. Please see how to resolve this. The other party was relentless in laying blame, yet the situation remained murky. Wei Wei grew weary of his vague responses and said, "Which guild member are we talking about? Please tell me their names so I can ask Yu Gong." After a moment, Zhan Tiantian replied with just 4 characters, "Xiao Yu Qing Qing." Wei Wei. The level of embarrassment she felt was beyond description. Glancing at her friend list, she saw that Lei Shun and I was online, so she messaged her. "When did Xiao Yu Qing Qing join our guild?" Wei Wei was aware that Xiao Yu Yao Yao had joined by Haichao Xingge, which was not surprising. It was common in the game for wives to join their husbands' guilds or vice versa. However, she was puzzled as to why Xiao Yu Qing was also there. When had the guild's admission standards become so lax? Lei Shen and I quickly replied. About last week, didn't you know? Wei Wei. No. Who recruited her? Lei Shen and I. The guild leader did, because of Zhen Shui and Yao Yao. They became familiar, and so she was let in. Oh, right. You weren't online when they joined, and Xiao Yu's family has now merged into our guild. Wei Wei. Lei Shen and I continued. I was wondering why you didn't react at all. I didn't dare to bring it up. Sigh. Actually, Xiao Yu Yao Yao is quite nice, but Xiao Yu Qing is really annoying. She keeps flirting with the males in the guild, which is utterly disgusting. Wei Wei, I'll let you in on a secret. I've seen Xiao Yu Qing alone with Zhang guild leader several times, and she even rode the same horse as him. A single question from Wei Wei had ignited her gossiping fervor. And she began to ramble on. However, Wei Wei was not in the mood for gossip, nor was she interested in such trivial matters. She quickly messaged Yugong. Yugong, did you encounter Xiao Yu Qing while you were killing the boss? Yugong, I think so, but I didn't pay much attention. There were 5 or 6 teams waiting for the boss to spawn, and I managed to kill it quickly. Haha, I got a nice piece of equipment. I'll save it for you. Have you and the third one finished your quest? With Yugong's response, there was no need for further inquiries. Wei Wei had never doubted that they would rob someone else's boss. And with her mind now at ease, she replied casually, Not why Yugong. So lame. The third one is so lame, so lame. Wei Wei hurried to defend Nai He. It's the quest that's absurd. Please don't casually defame the master, okay? Oh, as she described the ridiculous quest to Yugong, she swiftly messaged Zhan Tian. Guild leader Zhan, you might want to ask Xiao Yu Qing what's going on. And ideally provide me with an explanation. Zhan Tian. What do you mean? Lu Wei, I know you have issues with Qing, but I hope you can address the matter at hand. Address the matter at hand? Where was he being objective? Wei Wei had previously thought Zhan Tian's handling of situations was somewhat muddled, but now it seemed he was utterly deluded. Fed up with his vague responses, Wei Wei opened the guild channel and called out to Xiao Yu Qing. Guild, Lu Wei Wei, Xiao Yu Qing. The guild chat buzzed with activity as the matter unfolded. Might I trouble you to elucidate to Master Zhan the circumstances surrounding the alleged appropriation of the boss by my team? The mere mention sparked a flurry of responses from those who had previously remained silent within the guild. What do you mean by stealing the boss? With a look of bewilderment. What is happening? Master Zhan just questioned me regarding my team's supposed theft of the boss from Xiao Yu Qing's party. I, along with Xiao Nai He, was engaged in a quest and did not participate in the boss fight. After consulting with Yugong and Hozi Jiao, I found the accounts to be somewhat inconsistent, hence I seek Xiao Yu Qing for clarification. You weren't even in the party. Why does this concern you? True, yet if Yugong and the others did indeed seize it, I would bear some responsibility. However, according to Yugong, they merely happened to be quicker in tagging the boss when it spawned. Of course, this is solely their perspective, and I shall not be swayed by one-sided narratives. I await Xiao Yu Qing's explanation. Reo, where is Xiao Yu Qing? Xiao Yu Qing, please clarify whether theft occurred or not. As the guild members engaged in fervent discussions, Xiao Yu Qing remained conspicuously absent until Xiao Yu Yao Yao eventually appeared. Qing is currently unavailable. She may have stepped away while on autoplay. Master Zhan Tianxia has also ceased to speak. Could he too be on autoplay? What a coincidence it would be for both to disengage simultaneously, not one to be easily fooled, retorted. Xiao Yu Qing, if you wish not to speak, I shall inquire in the world chat. Several parties were present, and I trust someone will clarify the situation. This prompted Xiao Yu Qing to respond post-haste. I just stepped out. What is happening? Oh, regarding the boss theft. I did not seize it. I merely mentioned that they claimed it was taken from me. What is incorrect about that? I had no idea that Tianxia would misconstrue it and approach you. This effectively shifted all blame onto Zhan Tianxia, and, who had never held a fondness for Xiao Yu Qing, now regarded her with even greater disdain for her lack of accountability, if she merely made such a statement. Would Master Zhan confront her so boldly, even implying she hand over her equipment? Master Zhan is certainly no fool. So, you imply that Master Zhan deliberately distorted your words to cast aspersions upon me? If so, he owes me an explanation, for being wronged is an unpleasant ordeal. It appears to be a misunderstanding. Let us not dwell on it further. Misunderstanding, scoffed inwardly, messaged privately. I believe Xiu Qingqing must have flirted with Zhang Tianxia and slandered you, only to find him questioning you, thus exposing her antics. Yet it is also possible she often enlists the help of the guild's men for revenge, perhaps seeking to use them as pawns, replied bluntly. If that is the case. Her borrowed knife is rather dull. Master Zhan has yet to respond, mused. Has Master Zhan also gone idle? After a brief pause, she remained unperturbed, her fingers dancing lightly over the keyboard. Although Master Zhan has mistakenly implicated me, I do admire his efforts to seek justice for the ordinary guild members. However, why has he fallen silent now? Is justice truly subjective? At last, Zhang Tianxia was compelled to respond. I must admit my error. Misunderstandings are best resolved, as unity within the guild is paramount. Yet, another matter requires your attention. You cannot simply gloss over this, and there are further implications. Already irked by the unwarranted reproach, chose to exercise restraint, believing that anger would not facilitate resolution. However, witnessing his demeanor now ignited her fury. She, who grew more composed with rising anger, responded with measured cadence. What is it? Please elaborate. Zhang Tianxia. The potions you sold at Zhuke Bridge during the wedding of Zhen Shui Wu and Yao Yao were crafted from materials sourced from the guild. Correct? Technically, they should not have been sold for personal gain, but of course, an occasional instance may be overlooked, but please be mindful in the future. Hahat felt a wave of nausea from his concluding haha, recognizing that he sought to reclaim his lost dignity through other means. A softer individual might have yielded, yet was resolute, retorting sharply. It is indeed remarkable that the acting guild master remembers such a distant event. The materials for those potions were indeed sourced from the guild's repository. Yet the ingredients required for crafting them are of the highest caliber. How many fully qualified gatherers does the guild possess? A profound silence enveloped the guild chat, with the guild leader and elder embroiled in conflict. The common members dared not interject. Sensitive individuals noted that had begun addressing Zhang Tianxia as the acting guild master, a shift that only intensified the unease. No1 dared respond. Continued. If memory serves. There are two, including myself, while the other is Huan Shishi. However, Huan Shishi is a senior student in her final year, preparing for the college entrance examination, and has not been present for several months. Therefore, the so-called materials from the guild repository were, in fact, gathered by me. Am I to be reprimanded for utilizing my own gathered materials to craft potions for sale? Zhang Tianxia retorted angrily. Do not overstate your position. While high-level potions require premium materials, lower-tier materials are also necessary, and those lower-tier resources are guild assets, are they not? Remained unfazed. Very well, if the acting guild master wishes to pursue this matter. Let us calculate. What are the market prices for high-level and low-level materials? How many times have I crafted potions for the guild at no charge? The disparity between the prices of high-level and low-level materials is vast. And max-level potions are nearly unattainable even with wealth. Zhang Tianxia would be foolish to respond. He had merely conjured a random issue to extricate himself from the situation, never anticipating that would be so relentlessly confrontational. Zhang Tianxia. Contributing to the guild is the inherent duty of all members, countered sharply. Yet please do not take my voluntary labor for granted, because I have continuously provided free potions for the guild. I have lost even the liberty to sell my own products, and for my contributions, I am met with baseless accusations. At that moment, a timid voice from a novice potion maker piped up, while sister utilized our gathered low-level materials. We too have utilized the high-level materials she gathered to level up. Witnessing the escalating tension, feared for future within the guild, swiftly intervened. Let us not quarrel. We are all part of the same guild. Harmony breeds prosperity. As she spoke, the guild members began to voice their support for reconciliation, offered a smiley face emoji, and the members exhaled in relief, believing their efforts had borne fruit. However, what followed left them speechless. Xiu Qingqing, we both know the truth of this matter. Either you apologize now, or I shall ensure you are unable to engage in any boss fights in the future, lest I make your accusations against me a reality. Enough. Perhaps had Zhang Tianxia not broached the topic of potions, there might have been room for leniency. She was not one to relentlessly pursue vengeance, but now, that was no longer an option, in real life. One might need to tread carefully and consider every action, but in a game, if one cannot seek retribution, what purpose does it serve? She was here to enjoy herself, not to endure grievances, driven by impulse. And without a second thought, left her parting words. All that needed saying has been said. My word shall be upheld. To all my friends, may we meet again in the future as allies. Without awaiting the reactions of the others, exited the guild interface and clicked the bottom right corner. Exit. Are you certain you wish to leave the Bei Chaoxing Pavilion? Yes. All good things must come to an end. Has exited the Bei Chaoxing Pavilion. The system promptly refreshed the announcement. System. The renowned player has departed from the Bei Chaoxing Pavilion. Normally, player entries and exits would not appear in system announcements. However, the top 100 ranked players are an exception, as the system publicizes their guild affiliations and movements. The moment the announcement aired, the world chat exploded with chatter. Has left Bei? Xiu Yu Yao has joined Bei. Perhaps could no longer tolerate the coddling. Cease your baseless speculations. As partner, Xiao Nai He surpasses Zhen Shui Wu Xiang by a considerable margin. What significance does status hold in the game? Zhen Shui Wu Xiang and Xiao Yu Yao are bona fide beauties. I have seen their photographs. The world Changyan Ikong. Another master has departed from Bei. It seems that Bei is truly faltering. With Diao's departure, it was already precarious, and now with Lu Weiwei's exit, it won't be long before they descend from the ranks of the four greats. The world, Tianxia Dai. Lu Weiwei, come join us at Tianxia Dai. The rewards here are undoubtedly superior to those at Bei. The world, Tianxia Dai. Lu Weiwei, come join us at Tianxia Dai. The rewards here are undoubtedly superior to those at Bei. The world, Tianxia Dai. Lu Weiwei, come join us at Tianxia Dai. The rewards here are undoubtedly superior to those at Bei. System. Player Tianxia Dai has been muted for 1 hour due to malicious spamming, and contrast to the world chat. Wei Wei's friend list was bustling with activity. Thunder God Nini. Wei Wei, why did you leave the guild? Please don't. Wei Wei, wanting to keep her thoughts to herself, simply replied, It's nothing. I just want some peace. Thunder God Nini. But you'll come back. Right? Wei Wei replied without hesitation. No Yugong Monkey also messaged, being a clever person, he immediately connected Wei Wei's earlier question to her departure. Is you're leaving the guild related to the Xiu Yu family, does it involve me as well? Wei Wei replied, Oh Yugong, is it really related? Wei Wei, no, I meant to say, you're not that important. Wei Wei responded to her friend's inquiries with brief or evasive replies, yet none of them continued to message her. Part 16. Together with me as her friend's questions faded away, Wei Wei hastily muted the world chat, and everything returned to tranquility in an instant. The computer screen remained a constant darkness. Only the figure of the red-clad heroine was faintly illuminated. Her outline barely visible, Wei Wei gazed at the screen. A sense of emptiness gradually welled up in her heart. Although the guild in the game was ultimately inconsequential, it was at least a memory, something she had invested in. Something that had brought her joy. Suddenly departing, though she felt no regret, it was still inevitable to feel a pang of melancholy, especially leaving in such a manner. Moreover, the system had isolated her in a small dark room at this moment. Wei Wei was not one to dwell on thoughts, yet facing the silent, dim screen, she began to feel increasingly restless, aimlessly maneuvering the red-clad heroine in circles, unable to escape, just as she was feeling frustrated. A notification chimed, and a message appeared on the screen. Your husband Xiao Nai He has successfully passed the final trial of the Heartfelt Formation. Congratulations on completing the Divine Eagle and Heroine quest. Wei Wei was momentarily taken aback. With the arrival of this message, the dark screen began to transform. Countless specks of light suddenly appeared at the top of the screen, connecting to form lines that slowly cascaded downwards. Dispelling the darkness, everything around her became clear, and Wei Wei realized she was indeed at the base of a cliff, surrounded by steep rock faces. To her right was a small waterfall and a deep pool. Presumably the source of the sound of water, with peculiar flowers and plants lining the pond's edge. In the midst of this brightness, the ethereal figure of Nai He descended gracefully beside her, seated atop a great snow-white bird. Wei Wei was utterly astounded by this spectacle. The manner of the deity's arrival was radiant, almost akin to an angelic descent, save for the absence of wings. After a while, Wei Wei remembered to speak and unconsciously typed, You found me? As soon as she sent the message, she felt foolish. That was such a silly question, almost a given, yet the moment she had seen the deity, that was the first thing that had come to her mind. He found her. Her spirits suddenly brightened. Nai He dismounted from his mount and replied, "Yes, my lady, I apologize for the wait. Wei Wei." Oh, while Wei Wei continued to feel slightly awkward, the system swiftly announced a new message beneath the notification of Lu Weiwei's guild departure. System. Xiao Nai He and Lu Weiwei have completed the ultimate couple quest of the Divine Eagle and Heroine, earning 1 million experience points, obtaining the title of the number 1 couple in the Jianghu, and receiving the first flying mount in Dreaming Through the Jianghu, the Divine Eagle. Without a doubt, the world erupted in excitement. A flying mount. Dreaming Through the Jianghu actually has flying mounts. The world, how you, a flying mount. The world de Sheng Xiaofei. It can't just be this one, right? Is Dreaming Through the Jianghu planning to launch a flying mount system? The world, Buchuan Kuka Haliang. I want one too. The world, Dala Chao Tian Liangshuang. A flying mount is not suitable for you. If you fly, everyone below will see everything. The world, Buchuan Kuka Haliang. Huh, I'm not afraid of that. Flying is even more refreshing. The discussions about mounts became heated. And naturally, there were also conversations about people. The world, Yo-Yo 1212. I've noticed that every time people think Wei Wei is having a rough time, she quickly shines again. It was the same last time when she divorced and remarried. The world, Yukewa. Indeed, when she divorced Zhen Shui Wu Xiang, I thought she had been abandoned. Yet in an instant, she married Xiao Nai He. Quite impressive. The world, eyeing. Could it be that Zhen Shui Wu Xiang was the one abandoned? The world, Yugong climbing mountain. Eyeing, you're quite clever. Come, let me take you to slay a boss. The world, eyeing. Blushing. The world, monkey whine hee, someone s feeling shameless. The world, Mozada. Ho ho, someone s feeling jealous. Unbeknownst to Wei Wei, the lively chatter of the world continued while she had muted it. That moment, she was filled with a burst of joy, admiring the magnificent bird. This the divine eagle? It was a large, pure white creature, proudly raising its neck as she circled it in awe. Suddenly, she remembered something and exclaimed, "Wait a minute, Nai He. What's wrong? Wei Wei, I distinctly remember that the eagle at Yong's home was black. Why is this one white? It must be a bug." Nai He chuckled and said, "Come, let us explore." The white eagle took them gently towards Chang'an. Wei Wei, filled with curiosity, asked Nai He, "How did you find me?" Nai He replied, "There were actually some hints. At last, the game had not gone completely overboard. It didn't leave him without a clue. Sometimes, reaching certain locations would trigger hints, such as you have picked up the purse dropped by your wife. Could she be nearby, and so forth. Based on these hints, he gradually found the general direction, ultimately triggering the heartfelt formation." Wei Wei was taken aback. The heartfelt formation? Is it the legendary Qimin Wuxing formation? Nai He, it's not that mystical. Before entering the formation, the system provided me with instructions, about 1 to 2,000 words of hints, in just 10 seconds. Wei Wei was astonished, both at the system's audacity and Nai He's formidable memory. Did you really manage to memorize all those hints in just 10 seconds? That seems inhuman. Even skimming through them would take longer. Nai He remained silent for a moment and then said, "I took screenshots." Wei Wei, right, you can take screenshots. Only a fool would try to memorize everything. She felt a bit embarrassed for having asked such a silly question, so she decided to keep quiet and become invisible. After flying for a while, Nai He suddenly spoke. "You left the guild?" Wei Wei hadn't expected him to bring this up and was momentarily taken aback before responding. "You saw that? Huh? Yes, I left." Nai He said, "That's fine. You can join me from now on." Though they were chatting through text, unable to hear voices or see expressions, Wei Wei inexplicably felt that Nai He's words were light and casual. For some reason, she felt a sense of relief, as if a weight had been lifted and the last trace of gloom dissipated. Wei Wei felt bold. Great, let us wander the Jianghu together. A pair of free-spirited lovers. Her words were 7 parts bravado and 3 parts jest. Yet Nai He seemed displeased. Free-spirited lovers? I recall that we have formally married and held a ceremony. Wei Wei hesitated before responding. "Oh deity, you really lack a sense of humor," Nai He replied. "The title is important." Wei Wei continued. "Oh alright, deity, you actually have a sense of humor. You just keep it cool." The divine eagle carrying them soared over Chang'an, gliding towards the mountains and waters beyond the city. Wei Wei gazed at the vast and majestic scenery on the screen, her heart expanding with openness. She felt a twinge of shame for having been downcast over leaving the guild just moments ago. It was truly not worth being unhappy over such people and matters. It was a waste of life. Instead, she could have been wandering with the deity, admiring the scenery in the game. Even though she had seen the same sights countless times, each day would bring a different feeling. Wouldn't it? Just like at this moment, she was filled with unprecedented emotions. As her thoughts drifted, the scenery began to fade from her vision, and her gaze became fixated on herself on the screen. She and Nai He were intimately seated upon the great eagle, resting against his embrace, adorned in white robes, flying through the snow-capped mountains, resembling a pair of celestial lovers. Finally, her gaze settled upon the title preceding Nai He's name, Wei Wei's husband. This title has been used by Nai He recently. It is said that he possesses a remarkably flamboyant title bestowed by the system, known as the First Master of the Jianghu, yet he has never been seen to employ it. Nai He is not particularly fond of titles, nor is she. However, it seems as though some unseen force compels Wei Wei to open her character panel and change her title to the wife of Xiao Nai He, which she had refrained from using out of shyness. A sudden, unusual sweetness envelopes her heart. In the dormitory, Xiao Ling is engrossed in writing her thesis, occasionally glancing over at Wei Wei after several furtive looks. She can no longer suppress her concern and speaks up. Wei Wei. Wei Wei responds, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Xiao Ling notices the unmistakable joy radiating from the corners of Wei Wei's eyes and grows even more worried. Are you in the game? That Wei Wei, assuming that Xiao Ling is about to admonish her to play less, waves her hand dismissively. Don't worry, I won't neglect my exams. I've already finished my thesis. Xiao Ling feels frustrated. Who is worried about her exams or her thesis? What she is worried about is, Xiao Ling gazes at Wei Wei. Under the dim light, Wei Wei's already stunning beauty appears even more radiant. Yet, such a breathtaking beauty smiles at a computer screen as if spring has arrived. Xiao Ling sighs inwardly. Wei Wei, don't you think you resemble someone who is in an online romance right now? Part 17. Tossing my lady around playfully. The phrase frenemies on a narrow road might just encapsulate the current situation. Wei Wei gazes across at her opponent in the first round of the points competition against Nai He. Unable to suppress her exasperation, finally, after much delay, the long-anticipated couple PK tournament officially commences this Friday. First comes the points competition, lasting for half a month, during which spectating is prohibited. Opponents are assigned randomly by the system. Participating couples must team up and click on an NPC to be transported to a separate arena, where they will discover who their opponents are, with a cheerful send-off from Yugong and the others. Wei Wei and Nai He click the NPC and enter the arena. Upon arrival, Wei Wei is taken aback. Standing in the arena are none other than Zhen Shui Wu Xiang and Xiao Yao. Upon entering the arena, participants are not immediately thrust into battle. The system has set a 3-minute preparation period. Nai He glances at the opponents and casually states, I'll take care of Xiao Yao first. Wei Wei immediately comprehends the strategy of the master. Xiao Yao possesses the weakest strength and is a healer. Against Nai He, she wouldn't even have a chance to strike. By eliminating her first, Nai He can then join forces with Wei Wei to tackle Zhen Shui Wu Xiang, which is the quickest approach. However, this means Nai He will effectively have to eliminate Xiao Yao. And one cannot help but wonder if the Xiao family will seize the opportunity to claim that Nai He is bullying weaker women, though it seems implausible if they were to make such a claim. Wei Wei would not be surprised in the slightest. Just 2 days prior, Xiao Yuqing had lamented publicly about this in the world chat. Reflecting on that incident, Wei Wei feels a sense of incredulity. As it was indeed a dramatic turn of events filled with twists and peaks, yet another remnant of the previous boss-snatching incident. Before leaving the gang, Wei Wei had mentioned her intention to seize Xiao Yuqing's boss. But Xiao Yuqing evidently wasn't significant enough to warrant her full attention. Wei Wei had initially planned to seize it whenever the opportunity arose. However, while completing quests with Nai He 2 days ago, Nai He unexpectedly abandoned their half-finished task and whisked her away to another location. There, Xiao Yuqing was engaged in battling a boss. Naturally, Wei Wei seized the opportunity to claim her very first boss in her gaming career, fortuitously acquiring a rare material, the ice feather, which had recently become highly sought after, and basking in the glory of a system announcement. This led to Xiao Yuqing's discontent. It turned out that the gear they had previously acquired during their raid on Yugong was not what Xiao Yuqing desired. She was after the ice feather, a material that the boss occasionally dropped, essential for crafting a powerful new weapon, when Xiao Yuqing saw the ice feather fall into Wei Wei's hands. She was not going to let it slide. Immediately, she took to the world chat, feigning indignation, claiming that Xiao Nai He and Lu Wei Wei were bullying her and her weaker companions due to their higher levels. She wept about her quest for the ice feather, asserting that her other materials had cost her a fortune and that now they were worthless because Wei Wei had snatched the ice feather. With several friends echoing her grievances, some in the world chat were swayed, directing their ire towards Wei Wei, while Xiao Yu Yao Yao appeared as well. She refrained from accusing Wei Wei directly, but softly suggested that perhaps Wei Wei's actions today were excessive, and that misunderstandings from days prior could be resolved peacefully. The charm of a beautiful woman is undeniably potent, and her words drew a multitude of supporters. Zhen Shui Wu Xiang quickly followed suit, expressing a willingness to buy the ice feather from Wei Wei at a high price. Wei Wei found this amusing. Xiao Yu Yao Yao's remarks, while seemingly conciliatory, effectively cut off any possibility of recourse for Wei Wei. Even if she were to explain the full context, others might still perceive her as petty and calculating. As for Zhen Shui Wu Xiang, her approach epitomized the art of conflict resolution. Look, even though you stole our boss, we are willing to pay you for what you took. We are so wronged and sincere. Wei Wei was disgusted by their cunning tactics. She, too, was not one to be easily bullied. Last time, she had documented every word spoken by the gang in the chat. Just as she was about to retaliate, a character named Not Eating Rice appeared, accusing Xiao Yuqing of having stolen the boss from him and his friends, claiming that Xiao Yuqing was the one abusing her higher level to bully others while Wei Wei had merely intervened to right a wrong. Xiao Yuqing naturally denied it, but that character swiftly produced a video of Xiao Yuqing killing and stealing the boss, posting it to the game forum. This evidence was irrefutable, and Xiao Yuqing had no retort. Quickly fading into obscurity, not only the people in the world chat, but even Wei Wei was left speechless by this dramatic turn of events. She was not a fool and, upon reflection, had already pieced together the situation. Unable to contain her amusement, she smiled. The world erupted in chatter. Those who had mindlessly supported Zhao's family in attacking Wei Wei now felt embarrassed, some vanishing alongside Xiao Yuqing, while others offered their apologies to Wei Wei. Although Wei Wei was indifferent to their attacks, she seized the opportunity to respond, appearing as if she were deeply disheartened. World, Lu Wei Wei, I have remained silent, believing that the righteous would clear themselves, while the corrupt would reveal their true nature. However, after enduring such public scorn, I suddenly feel disheartened. Wei Wei felt a wave of self-satisfaction wash over her. Yet, for the sake of effect, she sent the message out, playfully feigning victimhood. Once uttered, this statement would ensure that no one would believe she was stealing Xiao Yuqing's boss in the future. Oh no, she had learned some tricks from the master. As events drew to a close, just as Wei Wei planned to retreat, she was astonished to see her typically taciturn husband finally speak up. World, Xiao Nai He. I will purchase the ice feather at a high price. Xiao Nai He rarely, if ever, spoke in the world chat. Thus, when he did, the effect was immediate. World, angel grinding. Wow. Let's take a picture. World, fallen braised pork. Starry-eyed expression. Master, please give me an autograph. Wei Wei felt a cold sweat break out as she began to recall whether their first meeting had been quite like this. How embarrassing. After the photo frenzy, someone curiously inquired. World, stepping on rice pig. Xiao, are you collecting the ice feather to craft a new weapon? World, Xiao Nai He. Not interested. World, stepping on rice pig. Confused expression. Then why are you collecting it? World, Xiao Nai He. Just to toss it around for my wife. Wei Wei nearly choked. The master truly had a knack for exasperating her. Closing the world chat, Wei Wei turned to Nai He and asked, that not eating rice must be one of your alternate accounts, right? It was highly likely otherwise. What were the odds that they coincidentally showed up just as she and Nai He were there to snatch it? As expected, Nai He replied, it's from Yu Gong and the others. Why Yu Gong chimed in with pride. We three created alternate accounts to specifically steal from Xiao Yuqing. After 3 attempts, she finally couldn't take it anymore and killed us. Haha, he grew increasingly smug, sending several triumphant emojis, eagerly awaiting Wei Wei's praise. However, Wei Wei merely remarked, so cunning, too cunning. Yu Gong felt wronged. It was the 3rd one who instigated us. We were innocent. It turned out to be the master's doing. Wei Wei immediately sent a starry-eyed emoticon. Master is amazing, Yugong. Monkey and Jiu immediately fell to the ground in mock defeat. As her thoughts returned to the present, hearing Nai He mention that he would take care of Xiao Yu Yao Yao first made Wei Wei uneasy. If you kill her, that would be best. It would expedite the process. However, knowing the Xiao family, they might just complain about it in the world chat. Nai He frowned. Is there a need to discuss killing them? Wei Wei. Indeed, there's truly no need to deliberate on eliminating them. Wei Wei even feels that with the divine equipment bestowed upon her, she has more than a 50% chance of single-handedly defeating the couple. Previously, her stalemate with Zhen Shui was due to Zhen Shui's superior gear. Now, however, her own equipment has been upgraded, and Zhen Shui has been reduced in level by 3. As this thought crossed her mind, an impulsive idea flashed within Wei Wei. Why not have you hold the line while I take them on alone? If I falter, you can step in. Nai He, seemingly at a loss for words, gazed at her for a moment before retreating to a corner, cradling his lute in silence. Wei Wei's spirit ignited with fervor. However, 3 minutes later, the flame she had just kindled was mercilessly extinguished. Zhen Shui Wu Xiang and Xiao Yu Yao Yao had inexplicably fled without engaging in battle. As soon as the 3-minute preparation time elapsed, they vanished in the blink of an eye. Wei Wei felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Were they truly that fearsome? How ridiculous! With her heart heavy with discontent, Wei Wei dragged Nai He to the second PK, only to find their opponents were familiar faces, Zhang Tianxia and Dai Meng Wei Xing. Part 18 Finals. Dai Meng was the first to greet Wei Wei. Wei Wei replied. Dai Meng, you've come too? Dai Meng responded. Of course. How could I miss such a lively competition? The two exchanged casual pleasantries. Despite her unpleasant history with Zhang Tianxia, Wei Wei bore no ill will toward Dai Meng, and it was evident that Dai Meng felt the same. After all, their conversations during the competition had been brief. And within 3 minutes, the official PK commenced. Dai Meng was not particularly enthusiastic about PK, hence she had not appeared on the PK leaderboard, but her previous strength had surpassed Wei Wei's. However, having not played for a while, Dai Meng's absence had allowed Wei Wei to catch up with her in terms of equipment, resulting in both contestants being evenly matched. Consequently, the decisive factor in this battle rested upon Xiao Nai He and Zhang Tianxia. Thus, the outcome of this PK was all but predetermined. After the PK concluded, Dai Meng sent a private message. Wei Wei, let's find a place to chat later. Wei Wei replied with an acknowledging expression. Once all the points matches of the day had concluded, Wei Wei and Dai Meng found a secluded spot to converse. In truth, Dai Meng's intention was merely to invite Wei Wei back into her guild, but Wei Wei politely declined, explaining that she had numerous exams recently and preferred not to expend too much energy on the game. Dai Meng did not press the matter. Having not seen each other for a while, the two inevitably found themselves at a loss for conversation, creating a lull in their dialogue. Wei Wei recollected the gossip that Lei Shenini had mentioned and hesitated to bring it up. After pondering for a while, she felt that meddling in someone else's marital affairs was inappropriate, yet it was even worse to leave a friend in the dark. Thus, she cautiously remarked, There's something I heard. Before she could finish, Dai Meng interjected, Are you referring to Xiu Qingqing? Wei Wei was taken aback. You already know? Dai Meng replied. Of course, don't worry. I will handle her. She sent a smiling emoji. The relationship between Tianxia and me is not something she can disrupt. I haven't told you, but we've actually progressed to reality. Otherwise, I wouldn't have entrusted the guild to him. Reality. Wei Wei was momentarily stunned but understood that she ought to refrain from saying anything further. As someone with no romantic experience, she truly did not know what to say. Dai Meng's confident demeanor suggested that everything would be just fine. Throughout late May and early June, Wei Wei spent her time engaged in battles and competitions. In the game, she and Nai He maintained an undefeated record, progressing to the finals of their server. Meanwhile, in reality, Wei Wei tossed her exam papers aside, exclaiming, without any papers to work on, how lonely it is, and then promptly got hit by a pillow. With a smile, Wei Wei embraced the large, soft pillow belonging to Xiaoling as she logged into the game. It was precisely 7:30. Yesterday, the divine being had mentioned that he would only come online at this time. Upon logging in, she found Nai He already present, and as 8 o'clock approached, Wei Wei and Nai He chose not to undertake any quests, instead taking a leisurely ride on a white rock through the game. Today marked the finals of the server's couple PK competition, with their opponents being Dai Meng Wei Xing and Zhang Tianxia, whom they had encountered during the points matches. As they neared 8 o'clock, The two flew back to Chang'an on their white rock, preparing to form a party to enter the arena, when suddenly a system announcement scrolled across the screen. System. Dai Meng Wei Xing and Zhang Tianxia's relationship has deteriorated. They announced their divorce, and from henceforth, they shall have no further ties. Wei Wei froze in disbelief, questioning whether her eyes were deceiving her. After confirming the message twice, she hurriedly attempted to contact Dai Meng, only to find that her messages could not be sent. Dai Meng had set her account to reject any incoming messages. Meanwhile, Lei Shenini sent a message, her tone agitated. Wei Wei, what's happening? I just logged in and saw that Zhang Tianxia and the guild leader Dai Meng have divorced. Wei Wei replied, I have no idea. My messages won't go through. She has set her account to reject messages, Lei Shenini said. I'll ask around in the guild. After a while, she returned with a furious message. I knew it. It's that Xiao Qingqing. The world was abuzz with speculation regarding this incident. Today's finals had drawn immense attention, and such a scandal unfolding just before the match was bound to stir up chatter. After some discussion, insiders began to reveal that the divorce between Zhang Tianxia and Dai Meng was due to Xiao Qingqing's interference. Dai Meng seemed intent on expelling Xiao Qingqing from the guild. But Zhang Tianxia had opposed it, leading to their fallout. Once the truth emerged, the gossip intensified, and soon, people began to connect Xiao Yaoyao to the scandal. One female player remarked, didn't Xiao Yaoyao also try to steal away Wei Wei's husband before? How absurd! What is it with the Xiao family and such behavior? The long-absent nemesis of the Xiao family made a timely appearance. World Xiao Yaoyao, Xiao family, the family of homewreckers, specializing in stealing husbands. Xiao family, the family of homewreckers, specializing in stealing husbands. Xiao family, the family of homewreckers, specializing in stealing husbands. A cacophony erupted, with no match taking place. Nai He had logged off early. Wei Wei did not follow her usual routine of logging off alongside him, instead continuing to attempt to message Dai Meng, yet still could not get through. Before long, Dai Meng's name turned gray. She had logged off. Staring at that gray name, Wei Wei recalled Dai Meng's confident demeanor during their last meeting, and a sense of melancholy washed over her. Just then, she overheard Xiaoling chattering about how unreliable and fragile online romances were, prompting her to agree. Indeed, online romances are far too unreliable. Xiaoling's eyes brimmed with tears as she rushed over. Wei Wei, you finally listened. For the past few days, she had been recounting numerous stories of online romances gone awry that she had heard from others, seen online, or read in the news, all to caution Wei Wei against being deceived by the bad men lurking online. Yet, for days, Wei Wei had shown no reaction. However, perseverance bore fruit, and today, Wei Wei finally seemed to have taken heed. Xiaoling felt so moved by her own efforts, thinking to herself how wonderful a roommate Wei Wei was, truly a rare gem. But just then, she heard Wei Wei curiously ask, What do you mean, I listened? Xiaoling was taken aback, exclaiming, What on earth? Still no effect. She resolved to abandon subtlety and be direct. I mean online romance. Online romance? Xiaoling nodded, gazing intently at Wei Wei. Wei Wei returned her gaze, and after a moment, she stuffed the large pillow she had been holding into Xiaoling's arms. Here's your pillow back. With that, she climbed onto her bed. Leaving Xiaoling in a state of bemusement, Wei Wei lay on her bed, staring at the ceiling. Online romance, Online romance is indeed quite troublesome, but what does it matter to her time to sleep? Due to the divorce between Dai Meng and Zhang Tianxia, Wei Wei and Nai He emerged victorious, without a fight, advancing to the server-wide elimination round. The opponents in this elimination round were the champions from various servers, boasting greater prowess than any of the adversaries Wei Wei and Nai He had previously encountered. Nevertheless, the strength of Wei Wei and Nai He was formidable, with complementary classes and seamless cooperation, allowing them to navigate through the competition without significant hurdles and reach the finals of the entire server. The day before the grand finale, as Nai He prepared to log off, he mentioned, There's a banquet tomorrow night. I might be a bit late. Wei Wei nodded. All right, sunshine smile emoji. I'll join you later. During this period, Wei Wei had become accustomed to checking with the divine being for his online time each day before logging off, ensuring that she would log on at that time the next day. Otherwise, if she logged on only to find him absent, it would be quite dull. Nai He said, no later than 7:30. Okay. However, when 7:30 arrived the next evening, Nai He was nowhere to be found. Part 19 Enlightenment initially. Wei Wei did not think much of it. Although the divine being had never been late before, it was not uncommon for him to be a few minutes delayed. Yet as the minutes ticked by, and 7:45 drew near, Wei Wei began to grow anxious. Knowing that Nai He was offline, she could not help but send a message. "Are you there?" Naturally, there was no response. After 2 minutes, she sent another message. Eventually, Wei Wei stopped messaging altogether, repeatedly refreshing Nai He's name, while the system persistently reminded her, "The player is offline. You cannot update their information." The names of Yugong and Hosey were also dimmed. Offline, 7:50. Wei Wei stood alone before the entrance NPC, marked with a team symbol, yet her party consisted solely of herself. Around the NPC, a crowd had gathered, as the elimination matches and finals were open for spectators. These individuals intended to purchase tickets for the match. And upon seeing Wei Wei standing there alone, they began to murmur in curiosity, "At present, insect gnawing on lettuce. Why is it that only Wei Wei is here?" Laughing helplessly, "At present, Xian Yuzi. I hope I'm not late." At present, 963. How can one be late for such an important match? At present, not wearing pants is quite refreshing. There are still 10 minutes left. Why the hurry? Top players always enter last. 7:55. Wei Wei remained indifferent to the ongoing discussions, quietly leaving a message for Nai He. "I'm waiting for you in front of the entrance NPC. Just come directly." The spectators' discussions persisted. At present. Ding ding Tao, only a few minutes left. Why aren't they here yet? At present, Rocket Turtle 1.0. They can't be not coming, right? At present, Foolish Doll. Oh no, are they going to divorce like the last time? At present, Daydreamer. That doesn't seem likely. If they were getting divorced, why would Wei Wei still be standing here? At present, Pailai Jiaohua. I say, Wei Wei hasn't been abandoned again? Has she? 8 o'clock. The inquiries from friends grew more numerous, and Wei Wei opened and dismissed them one by one until, finally, she gently clicked the mouse to close Nai He's window. The crowd gradually dispersed. At present, a lifetime of being single. It's over, I'm feeling down. At present, Ning Che. I thought I'd get to see an exciting PK today. Thankfully, I didn't buy a ticket. At present, Dog Tailgrass. Occupying the spot without participating. If they're not going to compete, they should withdraw early and not hand the championship to another server. Disgraceful at present. Jaeger. That's not how it works. It's not just Wei Wei and Xiao Nai He. Our server might not even reach the finals. At present. Romantic. Let us wait and see. There are still 3 minutes for preparation. Entering within these 3 minutes is still permissible for the match. At present. July. I doubt they'll come. Sigh. I feel quite sorry for Wei Wei. At present. Little Rain Mian. She is indeed quite pitiful. Ho ho. At 8:02. Wei Wei clicked on the entrance NPC, intending to enter the arena alone, but the NPC prompted, "You must enter the arena with your husband." At 8:03. The system issued an announcement stating that due to Xiao Nai He and Wei Wei's forfeiture, the championship of this couple PK competition was awarded to another couple from a different server. At 8:03. Wei Wei exited the game. I feel that Wei Wei has been acting strangely these past 2 days. In the dormitory at night, Xiao Ling observed Wei Wei, who was lying on her bed with headphones on, seemingly absorbed in her computer screen. It's normal. Exams are coming up. She always turns into a monster before exams. She mused. She, while replying, continued scribbling away without lifting her head. She's not even playing games. It's normal. If she plays games now, she won't get a scholarship, and without a scholarship, she won't have money to play games next semester. She kept scribbling, her pen moving continuously, her mouth not stopping either. I say, why are you still concerned about Wei Wei? Just the other day, she was all teary-eyed. What happened with Dejong? It's nothing. He deserves it. He tagged along to a graduation party for the senior students. What did he expect? Something bad was bound to happen, Xiao Ling said, clearly irritated, as she set aside thoughts of Wei Wei and began to admonish her own boyfriend instead. Lost in her own world, Wei Wei was blissfully unaware that she had already been discussed by her roommates. At that moment, she was watching a video of a female thief abducting a bride. These past few days, not logging into the game, she had been either studying or repeatedly watching videos. Sometimes, even when she didn't intend to, while memorizing vocabulary, she couldn't help but click to watch. A persistent, suffocating emotion lingered in her heart, as if only by watching this video could she find a semblance of calm, or rather, only by seeing that figure, Xiao Nai He, Xiao Nai He. She silently repeated the name, her gaze lost on the screen. The white-clad Qin player stood despondently at the peak of the sunset, his silhouette appearing lonely and desolate against the subdued and oppressive background music. As Wei Wei watched, she inexplicably recalled the day she had stood alone in front of the NPC, along with the emotions she had felt then. That feeling at the time must have been anxiety. Not the anger of being stood up, nor the regret of missing the competition, but a kind of bewildered urgency, filled with panic that I end those final minutes. All she could think was, why hasn't he arrived yet? What if he never comes again? There are so many abrupt departures in online games. Would Nai He also vanish in such a manner? And during these past few days, while she repeatedly watched the video, her mind couldn't help but ponder, what if this video becomes the only evidence of her encounter with Nai He in the long days to come? Wei Wei lay weakly on her bed, feeling helpless about herself. What had come over her to conjure such illogical and nonsensical associations? Nai He might have merely been busy. Why did she have to think so seriously? Moreover, whether Nai He had truly disappeared could easily be verified by checking the game. Why hadn't she done so? Chaotic emotions surged within her as the story of the female thief reached its conclusion once again. Amidst the mournful melody, the white-clad Qin player and the red-clad heroine were frozen in a pale tableau. Wei Wei wiped her eyes. How remarkable and overwhelming it was that she had once again been brought to tears by a video. To be honest, the first time she watched it, it was indeed touching. But after repeated viewings, she had long since grown numb. Yet now, staring blankly at the dashing figure of the white-clad Qin player on the screen, a sudden, profound realization quietly yet unmistakably washed over Wei Wei. Then, with a sudden clap, Wei Wei shut her computer, tossed her headphones aside, and buried her head beneath her pillow. It was over. It was over. She had become overly sentimental. It was over. It seemed she had developed feelings for someone. Part 20. I realized that Wei Wei, having reached the age of 20, has discovered for the first time that she might be an alien, specifically, one from the Turtle Planet. Oh, the so-called Turtle Planet inhabitant is someone who withdraws at the slightest provocation. The evidence? 2 days have passed, and she still hasn't logged into the game. She must be possessed by a stubborn alien. Logically, she ought to have understood her feelings by now. And from there, she should have dived into the game, boldly stealing and scheming to win over the great deity, since she is single and he is unmarried, with no concerns whatsoever. Wei Wei had long known that the deity was single. Firstly, because he had been humorously dubbed a perennial bachelor by Yugong and the others, and secondly, she had asked him directly before that time. There was no ulterior motive. Wei Wei simply had a strong sense of morality since childhood. And even in a game deemed inconsequential, she didn't want to be involved with anyone who had a girlfriend or was married. Yet, she continued to procrastinate and engaged in all sorts of strange activities, such as repeatedly listening to the lines spoken by the deity in the video. Wei Wei was astonished by her own peculiar behavior, but she quickly rationalized it. It's her first love, after all. Doing odd things is perfectly normal. Not doing odd things would be abnormal. Therefore, she persisted in her oddness, vowing each morning to log in that day, only to talk herself out of it each night, promising to log in the next day instead. This cycle repeated for 2 days, and finally, she could endure no longer and made a firm resolution. Saturday, after finishing her level 6 exam on Saturday, she would immediately log in. Wei Wei's plan was splendid, yet if everything went as expected, what would life be? On Friday afternoon, an unexpected phone call jolted Wei Wei out of her shell. The call came to the dormitory. It was first answered by Xiaoling and then passed to Wei Wei. The caller formally inquired, "Is this Miss Bei Weiwei?" "Yes. May I ask who this is?" "Hello, Miss Bei. This is the Dream Journey to the West Operations Department of Feng Tung Group." Following that, Wei Wei was struck by a stroke of good fortune that dazzled her eyes. The caller mentioned that the company's executives had accidentally come across her published video, found it well-produced and touching, and wished to use it as an official promotional video. Moreover, they wanted to purchase the copyright to the video for a new game they were developing that would include a bride-snatching feature. Holding the phone, Wei Wei was filled with a mix of astonishment and excitement while rationally assessing the authenticity of the call. It should be real. There was no benefit in deceiving her. And it wasn't too strange for a gaming company to have her contact information, as she had filled out her registration details truthfully to avoid being hacked. Once the caller finished explaining their intentions, Wei Wei suppressed her excitement and calmly replied, "May I take some time to respond? This video was not created solely by me. I need to consult my friend's opinions." After hanging up, Wei Wei, brimming with excitement, quickly logged onto the internet, where her friend list was buzzing with activity. As she opened message after message, she found herself confronted with inquiries from friends regarding her absence over the past few days. After clicking through a dozen or so messages, her fingers hesitated. The last message was from Nai He, timestamped just moments ago, nearly coinciding with her online presence. It contained only a few terse words. "Wei Wei, come to me." With a mere click of the couple's skill, they could instantly teleport to each other's side. Yet, as Wei Wei gazed at the message, she found herself paralyzed, her earlier excitement dampening into a sudden tension. At that moment, a notification chimed once more, signaling the arrival of a new message. With growing anxiety, she opened it to find it was from Yugong. Not Nai He Yugong. "Third sister-in-law, I am truly sorry. Please, just kill me." His message was far easier to respond to, and Wei Wei quickly replied, "What happened?" Yugong sent a crying emoji. "I was driving back from the gathering that day, and I got into an accident." Wei Wei's heart tightened at the mention of an accident. Her pulse raced violently, and her complexion paled. It took her several seconds to regain her composure, realizing that their ability to go online indicated that they were likely unharmed. Nevertheless, her heart raced as she typed back, "Are you all okay?" "We're fine. I crashed into a tree." The third brother, who was in the passenger seat, was the worst off, just fainted for a few hours, but woke up in the middle of the night. Wei Wei angrily responded with several exclamation marks. "What do you mean, he just fainted for a few hours? You foolish pig." With that, any hesitation evaporated, and she promptly used her skill to teleport to Nai He's side. Nai He stood alone on the peak of the setting sun, Wei Wei, indifferent to the sunset or the harmonious sight of the white-clad musician. Hastily typed, "Why are you still playing games? Shouldn't you be resting properly?" Nai He seemed momentarily taken aback before replying, "I'm fine now. That doesn't mean you should play games. It's mentally taxing. I'm not playing, just had it on casually." Casually had it on. Then why did he message her the moment she logged in? Wei Wei wanted to challenge his logic, yet for reasons unbeknownst to her, she refrained from speaking up and simply asked, "Are you still feeling dizzy?" "No." Nai He replied, "I'm sorry for missing our appointment that day. That's trivial. Compared to the car accident, it's hardly worth mentioning." Mentioning the PK tournament made Wei Wei suddenly recall that she hadn't logged in for several days. Would Nai He think she was upset? No, she was definitely not angry, but the reason for her absence. A flicker of guilt crossed her mind as she tried to cover up. "I've been busy studying for exams, so I haven't logged in." Nai He paused for a moment before saying, "I understand." Wei Wei's face flushed instantly in front of her computer. "You understand? You have no idea," she thought silently, glancing at the white-clad musician, feeling a mix of sweetness and bitterness in her heart. Nai He's brief message seemed to carry infinite meaning. For a moment, her heart brimmed with various emotions, tinged with a hint of joy at reunion and the delight of regained connection, suppressing her surging feelings. Wei Wei finally remembered the purpose of her online presence and quickly relayed the matter regarding Feng Tung Group's interest in purchasing rights. Nai He listened quietly, and once she finished, he remarked, "This matter is somewhat complicated." Is it complicated?" Wei Wei felt somewhat bewildered. "It is." His concise response followed by a casual suggestion, "Less me to discuss it." Part 21. I am waiting for you. Xiaoling found life to be brimming with surprises. For instance, on the eve of the 6th level examination, she was unexpectedly dragged by Wei Wei to go shopping. Although it was she who initially suggested taking a break from studying, Wei Wei's immediate enthusiasm and gleaming eyes as she pulled her towards the clothing store near the school were rather astonishing. Erxi and Cici also shared their astonishment. After dinner, upon returning to the dormitory, they found both Xiaoling and Wei Wei absent, their books left conspicuously on the table, clearly indicating they were not engaged in self-study. Feeling a bit bored, Erxi texted Xiaoling to inquire about her whereabouts. Xiaoling quickly replied, "I'm accompanying Wei Wei to buy clothes." Erxi was taken aback and, after confirming the store's location, rushed over with Cici to take a look. Upon entering the store, they were greeted by the sight of Wei Wei emerging from the fitting room. Erxi and Cece stood frozen at the entrance, having never seen Wei Wei looking so radiant. Her usually tied-back long hair cascaded down, naturally curling at the ends, resting gracefully on her fair shoulders. She wore a striking crimson knee-length dress, the elegant V-neck design revealing her delicate collarbone. The fabric clung to her form, accentuating her curves, while the hem danced with every movement, showcasing her long, fair legs, which gleamed under the light. She wore delicate high-heeled crystal sandals that made her ankles appear charmingly dainty. The entire scene was simply breathtaking, illuminating the small shop with an extraordinary glow. The store fell silent for a moment before Xiaoling, recovering from her astonishment, proudly declared, "What do you think? I helped Wei Wei pick this out. I have a good eye." Don Ti? Indeed, she had an eye, just as Erxi was about to compliment her. They heard Wei Wei, standing before the mirror, dejectedly complain, "Xiaoling, couldn't you have chosen something a bit more modest, Xiaoling?" Erxi, Cece. The shop attendant silently bled from the eyes, wondering how this dress could possibly be deemed immodest. It wasn't her fault that Wei Wei's figure was too alluring for such a pure dress. After a brief silence, Xiaoling turned away in exasperation to continue her search for clothes. Erxi stepped inside to ask Wei Wei, "What made you decide to go shopping?" Wei Wei replied, "Because I discovered that the clothes I bought last year have pilled." Erxi remained silent, having told her this before, but Wei Wei had worn them quite happily just a few days ago. Cece chimed in, "But you didn't need to come out to shop now. Tomorrow is the exam done." Wei Wei found herself at a loss for words, not wanting to divulge her meeting with Nai He just yet, so she vaguely replied, "Well, I have an interview tomorrow night." That wasn't a lie. After all, the interview was indeed crucial for her future. Erxi was taken aback. "You're working this summer. Which place is so unreasonable to schedule interviews on a Saturday night? Tomorrow's exam ends at 5:20. Wei Wei felt awkward. That unreasonable place was indeed her own doing. When Nai He had suggested meeting in the afternoon, Wei Wei's emotions were difficult to describe. It felt akin to discovering one was suddenly hungry only to have a shower of chicken legs fall from the sky. There was a mix of shock, surprise, and confusion, compounded by anxiety and nervousness. She couldn't help but wonder if Nai He wanted to meet her merely to discuss the video, or if there was something more. But such a thought seemed too self-indulgent, and she promptly pushed it deep into her mind. The flood of thoughts left Wei Wei momentarily dazed. By the time she responded to Nai He, half a minute had passed, and all she managed was a simple okay. Nai He seemed unfazed by her delay, and after receiving a positive response, he directly sent her his contact information. "My phone number is 13x times x times x times x times x." As Wei Wei stared at that string of numbers, her heart raced even more vigorously than when Nai He had proposed their meeting. Nai He's phone number, finally, a tangible connection in the real world. She hurriedly jotted down the number, only to remember that she should also provide her own number, but she didn't have a phone at the moment. Her phone had been stolen the previous year. And Wei Wei found the days without a phone to be remarkably peaceful, so she never bought another. After all, how much did a student truly need a phone? With classmates in the dormitory, any necessary communication could easily be relayed. But now, would Nai He think she was insincere if she didn't provide a number? Hesitating, she texted, "My phone was stolen, and I haven't bought a new one yet. Express her earnest desire for their meeting." Wei Wei proactively inquired, "Where shall we meet?" "I'm at a university, outside the North Fourth Ring. You're in B City too, right?" Although they had never inquired about each other's specific locations, hints had emerged in their conversations, and Nai He must have deduced she was in B City to suggest a meeting. "Yes, I am," Nai He replied nonchalantly. "I'll come to a university to pick you up." "When are you free?" The word pick left Wei Wei momentarily stunned, and her thoughts tumbled out incoherently. "I'll be free after my exam tomorrow, anytime after 5:30. How about I meet you at the east gate of a university at 6? 5:30 works for me. In order to avoid waiting an additional half hour, it occurred to Wei Wei, albeit vaguely, that Nai He seemed quite familiar with university. Without much contemplation, she hastily typed the words 5:30 and then froze. Was she being too eager? The thought made her increasingly embarrassed. After quickly confirming the time and place, she tossed out a casual remark, "I'll call you on your mobile tomorrow," and hurriedly left, leaving her to sit in front of the computer in a daze, occasionally squatting and staring blankly at the wardrobe like a good housewife, contemplating a fitting outfit. Seeing Wei Wei lost in thought, Xiaoling, somewhat annoyed, threw the clothes she was holding at her. How ridiculous! She was daydreaming and expecting Wei Wei to think for her while being picky. Wei Wei, feeling a bit embarrassed, took the clothes into the fitting room. After a moment, she emerged wearing a white, pleated, waist-cinching, mid-sleeve top paired with an elegant light blue floral short skirt, though the craftsmanship and cut of these two pieces were quite ordinary. They exuded an air of refinement when worn by Wei Wei. The refreshing blue and white colors indeed toned down the inherent vibrancy within her. In a nutshell, she appeared quite the good housewife. Wei Wei herself felt relatively satisfied. Although she wasn't accustomed to skirts that ended a few centimeters above the knee, she wore it with grace and poise in front of the mirror. She scrutinized her reflection from head to toe. Feeling something was amiss, after a moment of thought, she realized it was the shoes. The footwear she had on were still the crystal-heeled sandals Xiaoling had helped her choose. Xiaoling had remarked, "These shoes are beautiful. They look great with a short skirt." Wei Wei shook her head. "They're too high." Standing at 169 centimeters tall herself, the heels added another 7 or 8 centimeters, making her a towering 177. What if Nai He didn't want someone so tall? Oh, this time, she didn't trouble Xiaoling, and instead selected a pair of white low-heeled sandals. After receiving unanimous approval from her roommates, Wei Wei began to haggle with the sales assistant. Behind her, Erxie whispered, "That top is quite conservative." The 2 rows of vertical buttons at the collar were fastened tightly, leaving nothing to the imagination. Xiaoling nodded in agreement. "It's very fresh and clean, quite suitable for Wei Wei. For an interview, it's fine to appear a bit studious." Erxie fell silent, internally shouting, "Am I the only one who finds that tightly fastened top all the more alluring? This is what we call the allure of restraint." Eventually, Wei Wei purchased the 3 items for 200 yuan and planned to wear them directly for her exam the following day, as they had agreed to meet at 5:30, with no time to return to her dorm to change. She ended up turning heads in the examination hall. In truth, her outfit was rather ordinary, but as she seldom wore skirts, it was not that she disliked them. Rather, the distance from her classroom to her dorm made wearing skirts impractical for cycling. Thus, her slight change of attire drew considerable attention. Wei Wei was accustomed to being looked at, yet today she felt somewhat self-conscious. Fortunately, the exam commenced swiftly, providing her an escape from the awkwardness. The 6th-level exam proceeded exceptionally smoothly. And during one reading section, she encountered an article that bore a striking resemblance to one she had recently read in an English newspaper, saving her quite a bit of time, after completing the paper and selectively reviewing her answers. It was barely 10 minutes past 5. As she gazed at her answer sheet, her previously calm heart began to flutter with anticipation. After a few moments of hesitation, Wei Wei decisively stood up and submitted her paper early. Upon exiting the examination room, she took a deep breath. Time was drawing nearer. It was almost 5:30, and Nai He must be on his way to university, and now, would he be feeling as anxious as she was? Walking along the sparsely populated campus avenue, Wei Wei's steps alternated between a brisk pace and a slow one, mirroring her mixed emotions. One moment elated, the next apprehensive. Clutched tightly in her hand was a slip of paper bearing Nai He's phone number. She had already memorized it, yet feared a lapse in memory might lead her to lose contact with him. The examination venue was relatively close to the east gate. After walking for about 10 minutes, she could faintly see the gate ahead. Knowing full well that Nai He was likely not yet arrived, she still found herself gazing longingly from a distance. The exam had yet to conclude, and there were not many people around the east gate. Just a few entering and exiting. Wei Wei failed to spot anyone resembling Nai He, but was unexpectedly taken aback by a familiar figure. Xiao Nai, the person standing by the willow tree at the gate, must be Xiao Nai. What was he doing here? It appeared he was also waiting for someone. Who was it that had the privilege of making the illustrious Xiao Nai wait? As these thoughts flitted through her mind, Wei Wei instinctively drifted toward the opposite side of the gate. She lacked the courage to stand beside him. After taking a few steps, she noticed a large truck parked on the other side of the gate. There was no choice but to continue toward Xiao Nai's direction. Just then, Xiao Nai seemed to sense her presence and lifted his gaze toward her. Wei Wei paused, their eyes meeting inadvertently. She recalled someone once saying, "Wherever Xiao Nai stands, that place instantly becomes a scene to behold, not merely due to appearance, but the aura he exudes." At that moment, Xiao Nai stood there quietly, and the atmosphere around him appeared to shift. Imbued with an ethereal elegance and tranquility in a haze, Wei Wei felt a sense of déjà vu wash over her. The gentle breeze rustling the willow trees, the graceful, bamboo-like figure of a man. And his poised demeanor as he awaited someone. Where had she seen this before? Lost in thought, she averted her gaze, looking down as she walked, yet found herself unable to resist glancing back up. Once again, she locked eyes with Xiao Nai, who continued to watch her intently, his expression calm yet unwavering. This gave Wei Wei the almost delusional impression that he was waiting for her to approach. But how could that be? Couldn't he dare to be so self-important? Yet why did he keep looking at her? Did Xiao Nai recognize her? Did he know she was also in the computer science department? Prompting him to glance in her direction, that seemed a plausible notion. But should she greet him? After all, they were from the same department. Yeah. Would it be misconstrued as an attempt to flirt? Oh, Wei Wei's steps involuntarily slowed. But gradually, she succumbed to the pressure of his prolonged gaze and, steeling herself for the possibility of being met with a "Who are you?" she halted and mustered the courage to say, "Xiao Shi Xiang, what a coincidence, 0.1 second, 0.2 seconds, 0.3 seconds, and oh response." Wei Wei felt a deep flush of embarrassment wash over her, lowering her head in mortification. Why had she been so impatient? She could have simply walked over and bypassed the awkward greeting. Now, she felt frozen in place. Should she quietly slip away, lost in her thoughts? She couldn't help but glance up at him once more, only to see Xiao Nai's lips curve slightly, a hint of a smile flickering in his dark eyes. Then, she heard his voice. What a coincidence, his tone, slightly cool, drifted into her ears. "I've been waiting for you." As the exam concluded, the crowd outside the school gates began to swell. Almost everyone slowed their pace to steal glances at the striking pair of young men and women. However, Wei Wei was oblivious to these gazes, for at the moment Xiao Nai spoke, she felt as though she had transcended into another realm. "I've been waiting for you. I've been waiting for you. I've been waiting for you." This voice, this voice, this voice. Wei Wei gazed at the figure before her, his eyes reflecting the fragmented hues of the sunset, casting an almost surreal softness upon him, his demeanor calm and patient. She parted her lips to speak but emitted no sound. Taking a deep breath to quell the turmoil within her, she finally managed to utter, still tinged with disbelief, "Nai He?" The person before her regarded her firmly. Responding without hesitation, "It's me." In that instant, a singular thought flooded Wei Wei's mind. Thank goodness she hadn't purchased those high-heeled sandals. Otherwise, she might have been so startled she'd have broken the heels. Nai He, Xiao Nai, Nai He, Xiao Nai. These two names spiraled incessantly in her mind, yet they refused to converge. How could Nai He be Xiao Nai? How could this be? How could this be? While she had always perceived Nai He as extraordinary, she had never imagined he could be this remarkable. Moreover, how had he recognized her? So many surprises, so many questions, that Wei Wei found herself utterly speechless, even the person before her beginning to feel unreal. The slip of paper in her hand was nearly crumpled from her grip. What she yearned to do most was rush to a phone booth and dial that number, to see if Xiao Nai's phone would ring. At that moment, she finally became acutely aware of the increasingly pronounced stares from those around her. Yet Xiao Nai remained unfazed by the onlookers, glancing at his watch. "You submitted your paper early?" Wei Wei nodded slowly. Xiao Nai remarked, "I almost made you wait." Huh? Wei Wei looked at him, momentarily confused, before realizing he referred to the time he had missed their appointment. Feeling a bit flustered, she shook her head. No. Yet she wasn't even sure what she was denying. Xiao Nai's smile deepened as he said, "Let us go. Let us grab a bite." He stepped forward towards the school, hesitating momentarily, before continuing on. For it was certainly better than standing there for others to see. However, after taking a few steps, he couldn't help but glance back at the east gate. Would another Nai He appear over there soon? Although the truth was unmistakable, Xiao Nai was indeed Nai He. Still, it all felt so unreal. As she turned around, her pace slowed, and when she looked back again, Xiao Nai had halted just ahead, waiting for her. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she hurried to catch up. Xiao Nai, with utmost seriousness, asked, "Wei Wei, do you like fish?" Well, Wei Wei was taken aback by Xiao Nai's unexpected casualness. With that question, she had almost assumed that Xiao Nai would take her to a fish restaurant on campus. However, in reality, he led her through winding paths to a quaint, old establishment in the nearby faculty residential area. After they sat down for a short while, a smiling auntie brought a large bowl of fish soup to their table. Xiao Nai gestured a few times, and the auntie left with a beaming smile. Wei Wei found herself staring blankly at the enormous bowl of fish head soup before her, with a calm demeanor. Xiao Nai picked up a spoon to serve the soup, saying, Aunt Jiang doesn't speak much, but her dishes are truly delightful. My parents aren't great cooks, so I've either eaten in the cafeteria or here since I was young. Oh, the childhood of a great master? Wei Wei's curiosity was piqued, momentarily shaking off her daze. Noticing the sparkle in her eyes, Xiao Nai smiled inwardly and inquired, Would you like anything else? Wei Wei shook her head. Finding it quite a feat to finish such a large bowl of soup, sensing a hint of herbal fragrance, she asked, Is there Chinese medicine in the soup? Yes, Xiao Nai replied flatly, after the car accident. My father ordered a half-month supply of chuanxiong and tianma fish head stew to nourish my brain. Why did she suddenly feel like laughing, especially upon seeing the expression on the great master's face? Wei Wei felt rather guilty for her amusement though, trying hard to suppress it and redirect the conversation. Professor Xiao, right? I've taken Professor Zhao's class. Xiao Nai glanced at her, his expression still impassive, and asked, Did you fall asleep? Wei Wei felt embarrassed. Great master. While it is true that Professor Zhao's class is, well, rather academic, he is your father after all. You don't have to be so blunt. In fact, Professor Xiao has shared some fascinating experiences from archaeology. Wei Wei made a rather unconvincing attempt to defend his reputation. Xiao Nai handed her the soup. I also chose his class. I've attended 1 or 2 sessions. The implication was clear. There was no need for her to force herself to speak well of him. Wei Wei then silently lowered her head and continued sipping the soup, feeling that she had fulfilled her obligations as a student, yet Nai He-sun was not making it easy for her. On another note, did the great master choose his father's class simply because it was the easiest way to earn credits? Unbeknownst to herself, in just a few short exchanges, she had relaxed considerably, prodding at the fish bones. Wei Wei realized that Xiao Nai had served her the entire fish head. Could it be that the great master was simply tired of it and was offering it to her? This thought flickered in her mind. But the dazzling dual identity of Nai He and Xiao Nai quickly quelled it. The great master would never do something so underhanded. No, absolutely not. Wasting food is unethical, so Wei Wei resolutely began eating the fish head. Aunt Jiang soon brought over several side dishes and a generous bowl of rice for Wei Wei, who, with fish in her mouth, couldn't speak. Instead, she awkwardly mimicked Xiao Nai, giving a rigid gesture of thanks. Aunt Jiang smiled back with a gesture that Wei Wei didn't quite understand and left. Turning her head, she found Xiao Nai looking at her, his handsome brows and piercing gaze captivating. Wei Wei awkwardly dropped her hand. Suddenly feeling quite foolish, however, the long-lost heartbeat made its presence known, thumping twice in her chest, audaciously announcing its return. Wei Wei silently continued eating the fish head. She pondered whether she should speak. She had heard that Xiao Nai's parents came from prestigious backgrounds. She wondered if there was a rule about not speaking during meals, but safety first, she decided to focus on the fish. Eating fish, thus. A silence enveloped the table, yet this silence felt markedly different from the earlier quietness on the road. It was as if the air itself was imbued with an unusual atmosphere. The familiar ringtone shattered the silence. As soon as the ringtone sounded, Wei Wei recognized it. It was the flute melody from the beginning of the video where a female thief abducts a bride. Then she saw Xiao Nai pull out his phone. Wei Wei stared blankly at the silver gray device in his hand. Could it be that the great master had this as his ringtone? Did he perhaps miss the days of being abducted? In a state of confusion, Wei Wei's thoughts spiraled, but Xiao Nai had already answered the call. A gruff male voice rang out from the other end, loud enough for Wei Wei to hear faintly. Lao San, where are you? Are you coming to the farewell match today? Xiao Nai frowned slightly. Wasn't it said to be at 7? It's still early. Come early to warm up. You're free today. Right? Come on, everyone else waiting for you. Did I have something to do? Huh. What is going on? ISNT work done for now. What are you doing? Xiao Nai replied calmly. A date. There was a moment of silence on the other end. And Wei Wei, holding her chopsticks, felt as if all her emotions had vanished. After a while, it seemed the person on the other end had changed, their voice sharper and louder than before. Lao San, you're on a date. Bring her along, bring her along. Xiao Nai remained remarkably composed, saying, I'll ask her if she's willing. He turned to Wei Wei. We have a farewell basketball match for the seniors in our department. Would you like to go? Still reeling from the shock of the word date, Wei Wei unconsciously nodded, and Xiao Nai calmly told the person on the phone, I'll bring her over shortly. Without waiting for a response, he hung up. Then, they simply continued eating. When it came time to settle the bill, Wei Wei thought to herself, how cheap, so many dishes for just over 50, and they were delicious. Why hadn't she ever heard of such a place before? Exiting the small restaurant, Xiao Nai said he would wait for her while he went home to get his car. Wei Wei mused, is the great master's home nearby? A short distance away, she saw Xiao Nai approaching on a bicycle. So the great master not only looked handsome on a white horse, but also on a bicycle. Xiao Nai stopped the bike with one foot and said, get on. Wei Wei thought, wait, is he inviting her to ride together? Together, the very notion jolted her back to reality, and her senses returned in an instant. Glancing at the bicycle and then at Xiao Nai, she stammered, this, what's wrong? You want to take me? Well, it's a long way, isn't it? Certainly. Walking to the basketball court would be quite daunting, but what was even more daunting was the thought of him taking her. Wei Wei felt a surge of indignation. With your immense popularity, coupled with my modest recognition, riding along the campus axis would surely spark a flurry of pink rumors, although it seemed, perhaps, they indeed had ventured into the realm of suspicion regarding a blossoming romance. Right now, at this moment, it was undeniably as pure as freshly fallen snow. This isn't appropriate. Others might misunderstand. Wei Wei struggled to politely decline, her ears beginning to flush. Misunderstand? Did he not comprehend? Wei Wei had no choice but to bluntly clarify. Misunderstand that we are, that kind of relationship. Xiao Nai gazed at her quietly, remaining silent for a long while, and Wei Wei inexplicably felt a wave of anxiety. Had she misspoken, just as her nervousness escalated? Xiao Nai finally spoke slowly. When have we not been that kind of relationship? The afterglow of the setting sun cast a tender light upon him, enveloping him in an ethereal glow. Wei Wei gazed at his ink-black brows. Completely entranced, after a long while, emotions began to stir within her heart. A complex and extreme turmoil, one she could only describe as heart-pounding and overwhelming frustration. When had they ever been that kind of relationship? Although she too longed for that kind of connection, it absolutely could not come about in such a manner. However, to be fair, she had initially come with the intention of winning over the great master. Now, with this upgraded version of the great master making such a declaration, wouldn't it be a loss for her to reject it? Accepting would be a loss, yet rejecting would also be a loss. What on earth was going on? Wei Wei's logic began to unravel, and as her thoughts threatened to spiral into chaos, she quickly shouted at herself, stop, don't think about it, don't get swept up by the great master's words. There's no way out of that. Just pretend you didn't hear it, isolate it like a virus. Striving to hypnotize herself, she ignored the heat rising in her ears and feigned calmness as she met Xiao Nai's gaze, since time is running short. Let us ride. This wasn't a concession, but rather a sudden realization. Walking would draw even more attention. At least riding would take less time and encounter fewer people. It is far inferior to a bicycle. The bicycle is swift, and perhaps, like a fleeting shadow, it can pass by before others even catch a glimpse of her visage. Truly, if there is to be a competition, why arrange it for today? Tomorrow would suffice. Moreover, initially, he mentioned that the game would commence at 6, yet they scheduled it for 6. Are they to rendezvous directly at the court? No, it is not a date. It is merely a meeting. Against the light, Xiao Nai gazed intently at her. Her defense was undeniably feeble. Should he advance or retreat? Should he strike with fervor or proceed with caution? His calculative mind operated at lightning speed. And in an instant, he had made a decision, calmly calling her name. Wei Wei, in truth, my cycling skills are quite commendable. Ah, Wei Wei looked at him with confusion. Thus, your expression need not be so grave. Xiao Nai spoke slowly, evincing a sense of fatalism. Wei Wei. So, it turns out my expression has become this tragic, with a mindset akin to that of a healthy spirit embracing a parade. Wei Wei mounted the bicycle. Yet, at the very moment she settled in, before she could fathom any particular sentiment, regret washed over her, for she suddenly recalled that she was clad in a short skirt today. The skirt, which barely grazed her thighs while standing, transformed into a garment that now barely concealed her upper thighs upon sitting. Though it was not indecent, it was undeniably attention-grabbing. After only a few minutes of cycling, she had already attracted numerous curious glances. Wei Wei felt an overwhelming urge to leap from the bicycle in tears, instinctively drawing her legs inward. However, it was to no avail. The bag she carried was far too small to offer any concealment. It was all the fault of the divine being who had just stunned her, causing her to overlook such an essential detail. Two boys rode by. Glancing back at her, Xiao Nai abruptly braked. Wei Wei, momentarily stunned, dismounted as he, with a frosty demeanor, declared, "I am going to purchase something." She watched him stride towards a small shop by the roadside, returning shortly with a large bag in hand, which he handed to her. "What is this?" "Beverages. Today's dishes were excessively salty, and you will be thirsty shortly." The food was not salty, and even if it were, there was no need to buy so much, Wei Wei said, somewhat perplexed by the snacks in addition to the drinks. Yet, upon remounting the bicycle, she soon recognized the utility of the bag, perfect for concealing her legs, with the unwanted gazes diminished. Wei Wei finally liberated herself from her embarrassment. Without needing to face Xiao Nai directly, she found a moment to reflect quietly for the first time that day. However, there was little to contemplate. The gentle summer breeze caressed her as the bicycle traversed the shadows cast by the setting sun, weaving through lush trees along the broad campus avenue. Everything felt so splendid, Wei Wei thought. I must be braver. Xiao Nai, what of him in the future? He would simply be Xiao Nai. At present, he represented more of a dilemma, just a dilemma, and she found herself enamored with him. Not far ahead lay an upward slope. Wei Wei bit her lip, raised her hand, and gently yet firmly grasped the fabric of the person in front. The bicycle slowed momentarily. A subtle smile tugged at the corners of Wei Wei's lips, while her other hand clutched the hefty bag of snacks tightly. Naturally, bravery must be tempered by time and place. At this moment, her courage did not extend to walking into the basketball arena alongside Xiao Nai amidst the gaze of onlookers. Thus, upon reaching the exterior of the basketball arena, seizing the opportunity while Xiao Nai locked the bicycle, Wei Wei casually tossed out, "I'll find my roommate to watch the game, and we can connect online later." Before swiftly departing, not forgetting to take the bag of snacks with her, she dashed away. She mentally reassured herself that this was not a hasty retreat, but rather a strategic withdrawal. Indeed, a retreat to advance, a delicate dance of invitation and rejection. In essence, this was what one might call a strategic maneuver. Entering the basketball arena through the side door, she found the atmosphere already buzzing with excitement. The stands were packed, with many spectators even standing, scanning the crowd. She failed to locate anyone from her dorm, but it was Erxie who first spotted her, rising to wave her over. That moment, the crowd's attention shifted to her, and the already vibrant ambience intensified. Wei Wei hurried to her roommate, only to find no seats available. Xiaoling promptly shooed her boyfriend, Dazhong, away, insisting, "You sit below. Let Wei Wei take this spot." Dazhong complied, standing to relinquish a seat, while Wei Wei felt a twinge of embarrassment as she settled down. Erxie exclaimed with excitement, "Wei Wei, you made it. It's quite lively today, what do you mean?" Upon hearing the word lively, Wei Wei felt an inexplicable pang of guilt. There are so many beautiful girls here. Erxie eagerly named a couple of attendees, exclaiming, "Meng Yuran is here too, sitting just 3 or 4 rows behind us." Cece chimed in, "Wei Wei, you remember Meng Yuran, don't you? The one who competed with you for the title of Campus Beauty last year, ultimately losing to your purity, Wei Wei. That please refrain from using the word compete." She had clearly avoided such matters. To Wei Wei, the title of the most beautiful girl at a university felt as cumbersome as being the most skilled martial artist in a wuxia tale, upon discovering her unwitting involvement in such a contest. She had been apprehensive for quite some time, relieved that her lack of purity had spared her from the title in the end. Xiaoling interjected, "Isn't today the first time the 2 campus beauties are appearing together?" It seems so," Xiaoling lamented. "Had I known Meng would be here, Wei Wei, you should have worn that red dress. You would have completely overshadowed her." Indeed, Meng's figure pales in comparison to Wei Wei's. Actually, Wei Wei's face is even more beautiful than Meng's. Alas, last year's selection was marred by an unflattering photo of Wei Wei, while Meng Yuran had a stunning close-up. Exactly, and Wei Wei wouldn't allow us to upload any flattering photos. Stop, let's eat. Wei Wei hurriedly tossed the bag of snacks to them, lest they become too absorbed in their conversation, for such remarks would surely cause her great embarrassment if overheard by others. Erxie grabbed the bag and exclaimed, Wow, Wei Wei, you've struck it rich. How much did you spend on all this food? She had no idea. Fortunately, Erxie and the others were not concerned with her response, eagerly diving into the snacks. Xiaoling commented, "Why did you buy this brand of chips? They aren't as tasty as Lay's." Erxie replied, "Lay's has a presence, but this flavor isn't good." Wei Wei remained silent, reflecting on how the divine being had managed to procure such a large bag in 3 minutes. Did they truly expect him to select flavors? Cece remarked, "Wei Wei, did you pass an interview? Is that why you bought snacks to celebrate?" Sort of. Wei Wei awkwardly opened a bag of chips and began to eat. With snacks in hand, Erxie suddenly became affectionate, asking, "Did you pass the interview? How did it go?" Wei Wei gazed skyward, pondering how to articulate her experience. Well, the process was rather disappointing, but the outcome was unexpected. Regardless of any surprises, what matters is that you passed. Erxie ceased her inquiries, crunching on chips as the chatter resumed. The key point is, Wei Wei, Xiao Nai is definitely coming today. Wei Wei munched on her chips, silently acknowledging that she was aware of his attendance. Considering the snacks were indeed his doing, Cece inquired, "Hey, isn't today a competition between our computer science and architecture departments? Why is Meng Yuran from the music department here?" Erxie responded, "Cece, that's misguided. Handsome guys are a universal resource. And we cannot harbor departmental biases." As they chattered away, Wei Wei's gaze drifted to the entrance, wondering why Xiao Nai had yet to arrive. Just then, she spotted a striking figure in a simple white shirt appearing at the door. Suddenly, the surrounding noise seemed to fade, and Wei Wei could only hear the rapid beating of her own heart. She had anticipated that seeing him more frequently today would dull her feelings. Yet, in truth, her heart raced faster than on any prior encounter. Their relationship would surely evolve, even from a distance, without any physical interaction. An intricate web of connection bound them. As Xiao Nai entered, two equally tall boys rushed towards him, craning their necks to glimpse who was behind him, with one even darting outside. Wei Wei found it amusing, wondering if these were the same two from the phone call. Could they possibly be the legendary Yugong and Monkey? From her vantage point, she observed without restraint, but Xiao Nai, who had been conversing with his teammates, suddenly turned his gaze toward the audience. In a reflexive move, Wei Wei instinctively thought to shield her face with the snacks she carried. Though it was merely a fleeting thought, Xiao Nai's eyes scanned the stands, ultimately resting upon her for a few lingering seconds, before he averted his gaze and proceeded into the locker room. It took Wei Wei a while to regain her composure, only to hear Cece and the others animatedly discussing the matter. Cece inquired, "Whom was Xiao Nai just looking at?" Erxie speculated. "Meng Yuran," Cece replied. "Not necessarily. There are many beautiful girls today," Erxie argued. "However, Xiao Nai was looking in our direction. The only one here is Meng Yuran." Xiaoling remarked, "Xiao Nai doesn't necessarily focus solely on girls. Why must you think so mundanely of him?" Erxie countered, "Please, Xiaoling, don't be naive. When has Xiao Nai ever paid attention to the audience? He has always been oblivious to his surroundings. Surely, he has a target in mind." They fervently debated. Wei Wei placed her hand on Xiaoling's, her expression solemn as she declared, "There is only one truth." The roommates gazed at her with eager anticipation, and Wei Wei solemnly remarked, "He is watching me, Xiaoling." Cece. Erxie immediately burst out laughing, exclaiming, "Wei Wei, are you not aware that you and Xiao Nai are universally recognized as the least likely couple?" Wei Wei's remark was merely a playful jest born from her soaring spirits, as she had never considered they would take her seriously. However, Erxie's statement truly left her momentarily bewildered. Universally recognized. What does that mean? Erxie explained, "There's a popular gossip thread on the campus forum that pairs the well-known single men and women at our school. And you and Xiao Nai are deemed the most mismatched." Wei Wei felt a bit disheartened and retorted, "Such posts exist. People at our school are really quite bored," with no one responding to her comment. The topic was dropped. After a while, Erxie and Xiaoling began conversing about something else, prompting Wei Wei to pull her back. "Where do we not match?" Erxie thought it strange that Wei Wei was fixated on this issue. But she simply replied, "That's what people say on the thread. Something about appearance, profession. Let me think about how they phrased it. Yes, they said something along the lines of, one is as elegant and ethereal as an ink wash painting, while the other is vibrant and rich like an oil painting. One is a celestial being descended to earth, and the other is a luxurious flower of the mortal realm." Hey, what's with that expression? Erxi, who had been speaking with enthusiasm, suddenly felt angered. Wei Wei maintained a deadpan expression. I have goosebumps, and by the way, I am not oily at all, Erxi. Your jokes are truly cold. Wei Wei, still unsatisfied, continued. What does our profession have to do with compatibility? We're both in computer science, the IT duo. Erxi scoffed at her. Can you come up with a more unflattering title? Sharing the same field lacks any sense of admiration, and besides, computer science is merely one of Xiao Nai's many specialties. Wei Wei had no retort left, feeling gloomy for a while, until she suddenly recalled an important question. So, who do people think is compatible with Xiao Nai? No one, it seems. Whoever you mention, there will be dissent. Very well. Wei Wei felt a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, the atmosphere in the venue suddenly surged with excitement, and Wei Wei immediately turned her gaze towards the court. Sure enough, Xiao Nai had emerged in a fresh white sports uniform. He was already strikingly handsome, and in athletic wear, he appeared even more spirited and vigorous. Casually receiving a pass from a teammate, he dribbled a couple of times in a composed manner, just as a teammate approached to intercept. He suddenly accelerated. Everyone assumed he was about to make a breakthrough, but instead, he came to a sudden halt, leaping up to shoot without much aim. The basketball traced a graceful arc in the air. As if time had momentarily frozen, Wei Wei watched him, captivated by the way his hair fluttered. Whoosh! The ball swished perfectly through the hoop, a flawless three-pointer. After a brief silence, the audience erupted into fervent cheers. Yet Xiao Nai remained indifferent to the applause, engaging in a brief conversation with his approaching teammates before beginning his basic warm dash-up. At that moment, his focus was entirely on the game, completely oblivious to the spectators. Erxi sighed. Such is the essence of an idol, Cici remarked. By the way, Xiao Nai is stronger at swimming than basketball. I wonder what a swimming competition would look like. Wei Wei couldn't help but follow her train of thought. Imagining the scene of a swimming competition, the sight of a god in a swimsuit, her face flushed crimson. Cici noticed her blushing and curiously asked, Wei Wei, are you feeling hot? Wei Wei sternly admonished her. You are far too lewd. Cici. She felt so innocent. After several minutes, the basketball game officially commenced, with Xiao Nai starting on the court. Basketball is a visually captivating sport, unlike the prolonged moments of suspense in soccer. Basketball is perpetually engaging, and on the court, Xiao Nai undeniably stood out, not only due to his remarkable appearance and formidable reputation but also because of his dazzling performance that left spectators in awe. Wei Wei felt as if she were witnessing a character from a game, a master of the craft. Though she didn't fully grasp the intricacies of basketball, the calmness exhibited in his precise passes, the sharp wit displayed in his evasive maneuvers, and the sheer power demonstrated in his forceful breakthroughs all reminded her of the top player in the game. At times, Xiao Nai on the court could be described as graceful. Yet when he unleashed his potential, he was nothing short of an unstoppable force, a breathtaking display of primal strength and speed. In that moment, Wei Wei realized that such feelings could indeed reach their zenith in an instant. As the game unfolded, she felt an intense thrill, and Erxi and the others shared in her excitement. After the first quarter, Xiaoling exclaimed, Xiao Nai's recent aerial maneuver was so cool. I must get Dazhong to practice that. Cici commented, that seems to require a high level of physical fitness. Xiaoling replied, I don't know. Xiao Nai truly is a polymath, not just a polymath, Wei Wei thought, gazing at that striking figure taking a break. She recalled the video he had made. This person is extraordinarily exceptional. If they were to be together in the future, she would need to work even harder. After a brief intermission, the game entered the more intense second quarter. Xiao Nai's personal score was not the highest on the court thus far. He often preferred to pass the ball to his teammates, yet it was evident that he was the one controlling the pace of the game. Under his leadership, the computer science team played exceptionally well, leading the architecture team by nearly 20 points by the end of the second quarter. Xiaoling remarked, Xiao Nai will be coming off soon. Dazhong said he would only play a half. Cici expressed her disappointment. Why? Wei Wei also looked at her. Xiaoling replied, Oh, it's a farewell match. The substitute senior players will also get a chance to play. And don't forget, Xiao Nai had that car accident. Prolonged physical exertion isn't advisable. Wei Wei felt a pang of distraction at the mention of the accident. She had heard about it but hadn't paid much attention after learning he was fine. Who knew life is truly remarkable. 10 minutes later, the third quarter began, and Xiao Nai indeed did not return to the court, prompting a wave of discontented murmurs from the audience. However, Wei Wei was not particularly disappointed. She remained focused on the game, though she often found herself observing Xiao Nai on the sidelines. She noticed him conversing with teammates, seemingly discussing the match, raising his head to drink water, the tips of his dark hair shimmering in the light. Then, he set down his water bottle and, without warning, walked towards the audience. Wei Wei froze in her seat. The attention of the entire arena gradually shifted away from the game, all eyes fixated on him, yet Xiao Nai appeared completely unfazed. As if the gazes were non-existent, he ascended the steps to the audience with an effortless stride, weaving through rows of seats until he stood directly in front of Wei Wei, sitting on the aisle. She was easily accessible for him to stand beside her, casually resting one hand on the back of her seat, leaning in, his piercing gaze fixed upon her. In a little while, everyone will be heading out to hang out. I might not be online tonight. Wei Wei nodded. What do you plan to do tomorrow? Wei Wei replied, self-study. Her expression remained remarkably calm, but upon closer inspection, it was apparent that her demeanor was more. Xiao Nai said. I'll join you tomorrow. Wei Wei responded, oh, I'll save you a spot. She had completely entered a reflexive state. Xiao Nai glanced over and said to Cici, there's an empty seat over there. Could you please move in? Cici looked beside her and noticed someone had vacated the spot beside her. She mechanically shifted over, with Erxi and Xiaoling following suit, while Wei Wei took Xiaoling's original seat. Thank you, Xiao Nai said politely, before unceremoniously sitting down next to Wei Wei, turning his gaze toward the court, casually resuming his observation of the game. Within a 10-meter radius around him, there was an eerie silence. A stark contrast to the fierce competition on the court. Part 25. After a considerable amount of time, whispers began to circulate around them, and Wei Wei vaguely heard her name and Xiao Nai's being mentioned repeatedly. Gradually, more and more curious glances were cast in their direction. As time passed, the chatter grew louder. A buzzing hum filled the air, and the number of gazes directed toward them increased, becoming ever more conspicuous. Amidst the crowd's growing restlessness, Wei Wei suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over her. Note, egg but is not a typo. Please understand this peculiar sense of calm. She began to emulate the master's composure, attempting to watch the game in a relaxed manner, but upon gazing at the court, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The score was rapidly approaching a tie. It seemed Xiao Nai was aware of her astonishment. As he casually remarked, no need to worry. Once they stop watching the audience, the score will pull away again. Due to the noise in the arena, he leaned slightly closer while speaking, creating an intimate whispering posture. Their breaths almost touching. Wei Wei merely had to lift her gaze slightly to clearly see his long, thick eyelashes. It turned out, being close to someone could be such a breathtaking experience, with a gentle lowering of her eyelids. She glanced at the strands of hair that had fallen onto his wrist, letting out a soft hum, entirely oblivious to what he had said, only vaguely sensing that the surroundings had once again fallen into silence. When the third quarter of the match concluded, Erxi suddenly awoke from her reverie and exclaimed, how come our department is only ahead by 2 points? Hearing her voice, Wei Wei remembered that she had yet to introduce her roommates to Xiao Nai. However, Xiao Nai had been intently focused on the game, making it awkward to do so. That moment, he remained engrossed in the unfolding events on the court, and Wei Wei wanted to call out to him, but found herself at a loss for how to address him. Calling him senior felt odd. Nai sounded even stranger. It wasn't a video game. Xiao Nai, that seemed a bit embarrassing. Why was it that such a great figure could address her so naturally as Wei Wei? Fortunately, Xiao Nai soon diverted his gaze from the court, sparing Wei Wei from her agonizing contemplation. She quickly said, these are my roommates, gesturing for him to look at the trio beside her, who had just regained their ability to speak. She introduced them in turn, Xiaoling, Erxi, Cici. Xiao Nai's gaze swept across their faces before he smiled and said, hello, and thus the trio, who had just returned to their senses, were once again taken aback. Wei Wei felt a sense of balance. Indeed, one must shine in comparison to others, and by contrast, her own performance felt remarkably commendable. The fourth quarter commenced. Just as Xiao Nai had predicted, the score widened, with the computer science department seemingly securing their victory. As the end approached, Xiao Nai suddenly remarked, Yugong and Hozi Jiu are down there. Would you like to go say hello? Wei Wei was taken aback and asked, are they number 10 and 11? She referred to the two individuals who had rushed towards Xiao Nai upon his entrance. Xiao Nai nodded. What about Moza? She inquired. He didn't come over. Wei Wei pondered. Do they know I am Wei Wei? No, then how do you know? Wei Wei looked at him, the shock in her expression gradually fading, though her curiosity deepened. However, it was clearly not the right moment to ask. Without further hesitation, she decisively said, I'll go. The final whistle blew, signaling that the computer science department had triumphed over the architecture department by an 18-point margin. After informing her roommates that they would head back together shortly, she descended from the stands with Xiao Nai. Behind them, Cece stared at the disarray of snacks in her hands, bewildered. Did Xiao Nai buy all these? After a moment of astonishment, Xiaoling began to tap Erxie's hand excitedly, exclaiming, This world has turned fantastical. Erxie. Erxie remained silent, gazing at the retreating figures making their way onto the court, before finally uttering, My Wei Wei and Xiao Nai are clearly a perfect match. Who says they aren't? Those people on the school forum really lack vision. Wei Wei and Xiao Nai indeed descended from the stands under a spotlight of attention. Reaching the entrance where the eager Houzi Jiu and Yugong were already waiting. Haha, Lao San, you finally. The tall, robust boy with a square face clapped Xiao Nai on the shoulder, wearing an expression of speechless awe. The other boy, slightly taller with a more pointed face, echoed the sentiment, saying, The perennial bachelor has finally reformed. The term perennial bachelor instantly reminded Wei Wei of their first encounter in the game, and the two unfamiliar faces now felt strangely familiar. Xiao Nai ignored their teasing, introducing, This is number 10, Yu Banshan, and the other is Chiu Yongho. He didn't mention their corresponding identities in the game, as their names made it evident, just as he was about to introduce Wei Wei. She stepped forward, politely saying, Hello, seniors, I am Wei Wei Yugong. Yu Banshan was momentarily taken aback, before managing a couple of chuckles while saying, Hello, hello, internally thinking, Of course, I know you are Bei Weiwei, the flower of our department. I never expected you to be with Lao San. It seemed only natural for a distinguished figure from the computer science department to be with a beauty from the same field, yet somehow, with these two, it felt strikingly eye-catching. Please disregard Yugong's command of idioms. Moreover, this beauty was so familiar. It was their first meeting, and she was already calling him Wei Wei. Houzi Jiu chuckled as well, sharing similar thoughts with Yugong. Wei Wei could tell from their expressions that they were still processing the information. So she added, seemingly a bit shy, Yugong, Houzi Jiu, I am Wei Wei. Upon hearing her name, both Yugong and Houzi Jiu were momentarily stunned, but as soon as she said Wei Wei, Houzi Jiu's expression morphed into one of sheer shock. His mouth agape as he stood there speechless, while Yugong experienced a classic moment. His basketball fell to the ground. Wei Wei had successfully achieved a sense of fulfillment for the second time that day. She felt she was beginning to understand the sensation of being a great figure. The thrill of witnessing others being astounded was simply delightful. Haha, unfortunately, her moment of triumph didn't last long. As shortly after, all of Xiao Nai's teammates gathered around, and what she had envisioned as a casual meetup quickly transformed into an encounter with family and friends, in truth, as long as she wasn't facing Xiao Nai. Wei Wei could handle herself with ease. However, with the seasoned seniors from their senior year teasing her, her usual composure was insufficient. Moreover, Xiao Nai stood by, a picture of nonchalance, smiling as he observed, only stepping in to shield her when they insisted she join them for dinner. In a moment of realization, Wei Wei thought of an old strategy. If one couldn't win, then one must flee. So, seeing her roommates waiting by the door, she declared, My classmates are waiting for me. I have to go. Just as she attempted to slip away, Xiao Nai caught her by the wrist with surprising swiftness. What time do you usually go for self-study? 7:30. The reflexive response drew all her attention to the tight grip on her wrist. Xiao Nai smiled slightly and gently released her wrist, saying, Got it. Tomorrow, I'll wait for you, Wei Wei. Remember to save me a spot. With a victorious escape from the basketball arena, Wei Wei found herself still immersed in the events of the day. Walking in silence after a while, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Why weren't Erxie and the others speaking? Turning to look at them, she found them wearing equally peculiar expressions of silence. Instantly alert, Wei Wei thought. This won't do. The longer they suppress their feelings, the more intense the eventual outburst will be. She decided it was best to take the initiative and invite an interrogation before she could finish her thought. Erxie rushed up to her, shaking her insistently. How could you have been dating Xiao Nai for so long without telling us? Wei Wei's voice wavered as she tried to respond. It's a misunderstanding. I only just found out, Erxie shouted. Do you think we're fools, with how you both acted today, who would believe there has been less than 6 months of secret romance? Tears welled up in Wei Wei's eyes. 6 months. More like half an hour. Struggling free from her grip, Wei Wei managed to declare, I demand 10 minutes of uninterrupted time to state my case. Erxie, Cece, and Xiaoling exchanged glances and waved their hands as if granting mercy. Then hurry up and confess. Xiaoling added, What stage are you both at? Have you kissed? When was your first kiss? Ignoring her, Wei Wei cleared her throat and began. The story goes like this. A few months ago, on a certain day. The weather was clear, the sky was cloudless, and the moon shone brightly. I went to the restroom. The three of them erupted in unison. Get to the point. The crux of the matter lay in what happened after she exited the restroom. But their impatience was palpable. She needed to gather her thoughts, and honestly, she was still a bit dazed. Sigh. How could she transform their ire into sympathy? Slowly, she began to recount her tale, being a typical science student. Her literary skills were rather mediocre, and under her narration, her story with Xiao Nai morphed into a widely relatable plot of meeting in a game, getting married, and finally meeting in real life. Certain details were omitted. Not out of intent to conceal, but simply because she herself was unclear on them, such as how Xiao Nai had come to know her in reality, and the things he had said to her. She felt too embarrassed to share. However, even this abridged version of events satisfied Erxie and the others. After probing for more details, Erxie remarked, So you only met for 2 hours? Wei Wei nodded gravely, realizing she had been wronged. Cece chimed in, So, when you met Xiao Nai, he managed to win you over right away? Wei Wei gazed at the stars in silence. How she wished to deny that, but facts were facts, and there was no room for argument. It seemed that way. Noticing the disdain on her roommates' faces, Wei Wei weakly stated, If there's a next time, I will definitely try to hold off until tomorrow. Cece looked at her with pity. Give it up. There won't be a next time, I told you. You were in a virtual romance, she said. Xiaoling basked in the glory of her foresight, though she still found it hard to accept that the object of affection was Xiao Nai. Even now, she couldn't quite wrap her head around it. Cece suddenly exclaimed, All right, Wei Wei, what video were you talking about? You never showed it to us. I'll show it to you when we get back. Wei Wei replied casually, but then it hit her like a bolt of lightning. She had completely forgotten about the video. Wei Wei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. In this moment, Wei Wei found herself slightly taken aback by her own memory. While Erxie, with an air of admiration, summarized, Xiao Deshun is truly remarkable. Pursuing someone is akin to a legendary blitzkrieg. On the night of the 26th, Wei Wei tossed and turned in her small wooden bed. Her roommates had already drifted off to sleep after their late-night chat, yet she remained wide awake. Perhaps it was only natural to be sleepless after such an eventful day. She turned over once more. Still unable to find slumber, so she decided to sit up, clutching her thin blanket, resting her chin on her knees, and sighed. In truth, her mood was neither troubled nor melancholic. However, the overwhelming emotions within her seemed to find expression only through sighs. It felt as though exhaling a breath could alleviate the turmoil that stirred within her heart. Xiao Nai, unbidden, the image of that person surfaced in her mind, whether still or in motion, speaking or smiling. And thus, the very essence she had just expelled seemed to return, filling her once more. After holding the blanket for quite some time, Wei Wei finally cultivated a hint of drowsiness. She lay down and, as she was on the verge of falling asleep, vaguely heard some commotion from the adjacent bed. Eventually, she slipped into a deep slumber, unaware of what transpired thereafter. In the early hours, she was suddenly roused by someone shaking her. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Erxie standing by her bedside, looking frail as she said, Wei Wei, I've gone to the bathroom 3 times. I can't hold it any longer. Startled, Wei Wei quickly regained her composure and hurriedly got out of bed to fetch her some medicine. However, after taking it, it proved ineffective. Within half an hour, Erxie had gone again, her complexion turning pale. Xiaoling and Cece, hearing the commotion, also awoke. The 3 of them sensed something was amiss and quickly dressed to take Erxie to see a doctor. Given the notoriously unreliable reputation of the school's night clinic, they dared not take her there, but instead exited through the west gate and hailed a cab to a nearby hospital. After asking a few questions and conducting a quick examination, the doctor diagnosed her with acute gastroenteritis and prescribed 4 drip. Once Erxi had settled into a temporary bed for her infusion, the three felt a sense of relief. They deliberated briefly and decided that there was no need for all three of them to stay. So they sent Xiaoling back first, while Wei Wei and Cici remained to keep Erxi company. After receiving the 4-drip, Erxi went to the bathroom a couple more times, but subsequently felt much better, allowing Wei Wei and Cici a moment to catch a nap. However, sleep eluded Wei Wei, who soon awoke, finding Erxi also awake and looking considerably better. Glancing at her watch, she saw it was already 7 o'clock. Erxi, in a weak voice, remarked, "Wei Wei, that pack of snacks last night was bought by Xiao Deshen, wasn't he it?" "Yes, alas. Divine food truly cannot be consumed by mere mortals like me, despite her current state." Erxi still managed to crack a joke, leaving Wei Wei both amused and exasperated as she stood up to tuck her blanket in. The mention of Xiao Nai caused Wei Wei to drift off into her thoughts. Now that it was 7, it was time to call Xiao Deshen and inform him not to wait for her. Strangely, the thought of not having to study with him today filled her with an unexpected sense of relief. Her mind wandered beyond the confines of the hospital room, causing her expression to become somewhat absent-minded. Erxi, half reclined, observed her in silence. She had always known Wei Wei was beautiful, but after seeing her like this, gently tucking in the blanket with a thoughtful expression, her eyes sparkling brightly, she appeared more stunning than ever before. The two of them, one standing and the other lying down, were lost in their own thoughts when suddenly the room dimmed. Instinctively, Wei Wei looked towards the door, where Xiao Nai stood, his deep gaze fixed upon her. The journey back to school was in Xiao Nai's unassuming vehicle, with Wei Wei in the passenger seat and Erxi and Cici in the back. Along the way, Wei Wei overheard Erxi whispering to Xiaoling, "How did Xixiang come?" Xiaoling explained in hushed tones, "I called Dazhong, and he let it slip to Xixiang. Then Xixiang said he would drive over." Erxi, feeling uneasy, said, "I just feel it's not quite right." Cici reassured her, "You don't need to feel embarrassed. Xixiang is one of us." Wei Wei, hearing this from the front seat, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Did they truly think their voices were so faint that they could speak so openly? Erxi, still worried, continued, "But with Deshen's car, we mere mortals terrified that Erxi might say something about how mortals shouldn't ride in Deshen's car." Wei Wei quickly interrupted, "Cici is right. We're all one big family." A sudden silence fell over the car, and it dawned on Wei Wei what she had blurted out in her haste, leaving her devoid of the courage to turn around. With a smile, Xiao Nai spoke, "You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Let us grab something to eat before heading back." In that moment, Wei Wei felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude toward Xiao Nai for rescuing her from embarrassment. How considerate of him! Xiaoling glanced at Wei Wei and, seeing she had no intention of speaking, politely declined, "No need. You've already done so much for us today," Xiao Nai replied with a gentle smile. "Weary all family. There's no need for formality." Wei Wei thought to herself, of course, kindness is as fleeting as a cloud ultimately. They did eat breakfast, although Erxi had little appetite, having emptied her stomach. She managed to force down some congee. Afterward, Xiao Nai thoughtfully dropped them off at the dormitory. Wei Wei returned to the dormitory with a gait even more unsteady than Erxi's, immediately collapsing onto her bed upon entering. If only time could rewind, she would have remained silent. Alas, she had not realized how significantly sleep deprivation could affect one's reflexes. Wei Wei lay in bed, filled with regret and restlessness, tossing and turning even more than the previous night. Eventually, she found herself drifting off to sleep unaware. This slumber continued until noon, roused only by the enticing aroma of food. Xiaoling had long since messaged Dazhong, who delivered 4 portions of food downstairs. With Erxi's being the same kanji as before, Wei Wei climbed out of bed to eat, surprised to see Erxi already on the computer, her complexion looking much improved. Concerned, Wei Wei asked, "You're not feeling unwell anymore? How could you possibly recover so quickly? Cockroaches don't even recover this fast." Erxi, bubbling with excitement, replied, "Wei Wei, there are so many posts about you and Xiao Nai on the school forum. There are even photos of you two holding hands at the basketball court yesterday." Just then, Wei Wei choked on her food, holding her lunchbox up to see the screen. Indeed, there was a distant photograph of Xiao Nai holding her hand at the basketball court, though the image was somewhat blurry. It was unmistakably Wei Wei and Xiao Nai. Suddenly, she lost her appetite, setting the lunchbox aside and taking Erxi's computer to look for herself. Erxi remarked, "You might as well not look. There's not much content." At first, many people didn't believe it, but once the photos were posted, everyone was astonished, and now they're speculating about when it all began. She chuckled. Oh, that old post where they said you two were the worst match has also resurfaced. After scrolling through several posts, which confirmed X's words, Wei Wei returned the computer and resumed eating. The gossip among their schoolmates was truly excessive. Well, exams are approaching, so everyone's more curious. This is what they call stress relief. While her words held some truth, being the subject of such gossip as a form of relief left Wei Wei feeling quite disgruntled, and she bit into a piece of rib in frustration. As they neared the end of their meal, the dormitory phone rang. Xiaoling answered it, and a moment later called out to Wei Wei, "Wei Wei, it's a call from one of us." Embarrassed, Wei Wei approached to answer. "Hello?" The voice on the other end was deep. Sounding different from their usual conversations, it suddenly dawned on Wei Wei that this was her first phone call with Xiao Shen. "Yes, I'm awake. Are you still going to study this afternoon?" She inquired. "I would like to, but I doubt there will be any seats available by now." This posed a bit of a dilemma. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Nai replied, "There's a place that's very quiet. I'll take you there." The dormitory where Wei Wei resided was one of the newly constructed buildings by a university a few years ago, designed in an imitation of the Republican era with its brick-red facade. Standing stately amidst a sea of lush greenery, creating a most pleasant environment, Bei the flower bed in front of the dormitory building, a steady stream of suitors, holding flowers or gifts, could often be seen, a familiar sight. However, today, with a different individual standing there, everything seemed oddly out of place. Wei Wei stepped out of the building. Her gaze immediately fell upon Xiao Nai. Amidst the gazes of many, he stood with his usual calm demeanor, quietly waiting by the flower bed with a bicycle beside him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wei Wei approached him, feeling slightly breathless from her hurried descent, her cheeks flushed with color and her eyes shimmering brightly. "Where are we going?" she asked. "I'll take you there," he replied, casually taking the bag from her hand and hanging it on the bike. This was only the second time Wei Wei had ridden on Xiao Nai's bicycle, and she felt much more at ease than during their first ride. In fact, given the choice, she would prefer to ride the bicycle now, as walking side by side with Xiao Nai seemed to require more courage. As for the curious glances from passers-by, with their photos already online, what was there to worry about? She could simply ignore them. Lost to her thoughts, Wei Wei failed to notice that they were taking an unusual route until they exited the West Gate. "Wait, aren't you going to study?" she realized. That place is outside exiting a university's West Gate, and turning a corner led them to China's renowned high-tech computer park, after a brief span of several minutes. Xiao Nai halted his vehicle before a grand edifice and escorted Wei Wei up to the 6th floor. Upon exiting the elevator, Wei Wei's gaze was immediately drawn to the 4 golden characters spelling G-E technology. A moment of astonishment struck her, and a thought abruptly flashed through her mind. Could this be your company? Indeed, Xiao Nai replied as he opened the tightly shut door, beckoning her to enter. "It's Sunday today. There's no one here." With a sense of reverence akin to that of a pilgrim, Wei Wei cautiously stepped into his domain, her head subtly swiveling left and right as she took in her surroundings. The office was not particularly expansive, merely occupying the space of a single floor, yet such dimensions sufficed for a computer software company, as any excess would be superfluous. Although the office was devoid of personnel, it still emanated a vibrant energy, perhaps due to the layout or the eclectic decor scattered across the desks. Xiao Nai led her deeper into the interior until he reached a door marked with his nameplate, revealing his office. The office of a great master, Wei Wei thought, her curiosity piqued as she carefully stepped inside. She became engrossed in the novelty of the space, entirely oblivious to the fact that she had been lured into a secluded area. Xiao Nai nonchalantly activated the air conditioning and placed Wei Wei's bag on the sofa. "Is it all right to study here?" Wei Wei nodded and settled onto the sofa, while Xiao Nai focused on his own tasks. Opening his computer, the air conditioning silently dispelled the heat from outside, creating a comfortable and pristine environment. Yet, despite her attempts to read, Wei Wei found herself distracted. As Xiao Nai had mentioned, the silence was palpable, almost unnerving, especially when she realized that they were the only 2 individuals present. Noticing the stillness and the absence of the sound of turning pages, Xiao Nai glanced at her and observed her apparent distraction. "Wei Wei, come take a look at something," he called. "Huh?" Wei Wei set her book aside and hurried to his side. Peering at his computer screen, the display revealed exquisitely rendered ancient characters, both male and female, adorned in lavish attire. "What is this?" she inquired. "These are the fundamental character designs for Dreaming of the Jianghu 2, he replied. The name, familiar yet tinged with novelty, prompted Wei Wei to shift her gaze from the screen to Xiao Nai, exclaiming, "Is Dreaming of the Jianghu getting a sequel? How come I've never heard of this before? And to see the designs on your computer. Does this mean you are involved in the game's development?" Before he could respond, she quickly corrected herself. "Wait, I recall that Dreaming of the Jianghu is produced by Feng Tung." Indeed, Dreaming of the Jianghu is a product of Feng Tung. However, Dreaming of the Jianghu 2 will be developed in collaboration with us, he clarified, his tone and demeanor remarkably composed, as if revealing nothing out of the ordinary. Wei Wei, on the other hand, found herself momentarily speechless, grappling with the revelation that "I don't believe I've ever heard of a sequel being in the works. The news hasn't been made public yet." He added, suddenly, a thought struck Wei Wei. "Was that video of the female thief crashing a wedding you're doing?" Xiao Nai shook his head. "No, I only learned about the video a day before you did." Although he was collaborating with Feng Ting on Dreaming of the Jianghu 2, he had no connection to the first installment. Dreaming of the Jianghu 1 was independently developed and operated by Feng Ting Technology, and any decisions made there would be beyond his purview. Had it not been for considerations regarding funding and his own risk tolerance, Xiao Nai would not have engaged in this collaboration. According to their agreement, Feng Ting Technology was responsible solely for financial investment and subsequent operations, while his team handled the development. Thus, when Feng Ting reached out to suggest incorporating a new wedding crashing mechanic in Dreaming of the Jianghu 2, Xiao Nai was taken aback. Upon learning that the idea stemmed from the female thief video circulating online, he found himself bemused. After a brief contemplation, he agreed to the new feature, yet he did not disclose to Feng Tung that he himself was the individual behind the ID Xiao Nai He, which he had registered during the initial release of Dreaming of the Jianghu based on a roommate's recommendation. He had played for a while but had not returned until the collaboration with Feng Ting commenced. Motivated by a desire to familiarize himself with the predecessor game, as Xiao Nai succinctly explained his relationship with Feng Tung, he pulled up additional character designs for Wei Wei to examine. She focused intently for a moment before asking, "What does the new wedding crashing mechanic entail?" Simply put, it involves establishing a wedding crashing switch, which allows unmarried players of the opposite gender to compete for a bride. He elaborated. Wei Wei quickly grasped the concept. It's akin to the PK switch found in some games. Precisely. It certainly sounded innovative and entertaining, but she pondered, wouldn't it lead to chaos? Imagining the scenario of players frantically competing for each other in the game made her break into a sweat. Once they had perused the character designs, Xiao Nai rose to brew tea. Wei Wei, absent-mindedly taking hold of his mouse, found herself engrossed in browsing the designs once more, gradually losing herself in the process until she unconsciously half-sat on Xiao Nai's chair when Xiao Nai returned with 2 cups of tea. He was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. After a brief pause, he placed his tea on the nearby bookshelf, leaning against it as he took a sip. "You stand on the bridge, observing the scenery. Those who admire the view from the building look at you." Unaware that she had become entranced by the scene, Wei Wei looked up at Xiao Nai, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "I really like this game." Xiao Nai leaned against the bookshelf, smiling. "Is it merely the character designs you admire?" "Not just that. The character designs reveal so much." Wei Wei hesitated, feeling a tad embarrassed, yet she voiced her thoughts. In today's market, many online games cater to male players, often depicting female characters inappropriately. I chose the red-clad heroine partly for her skills and partly because her attire was more modest. But Dreaming of the Jianghu 2 is different. The female characters are dressed appropriately. This at least indicates that the creators respect their game and have confidence, avoiding those sensationalist tactics. A sense of inexplicable joy swelled within Wei Wei. While the female characters in Dreaming of the Jianghu 1 were still quite revealing, they were an improvement compared to other online games. The significant changes in Dreaming of the Jianghu 2 surely stemmed from the decisions of its core developer. Could it mean that the master truly respects women? Xiao Nai had not anticipated her words and felt a stir within him as he gazed at her radiant face, the aroma of tea wafting through the air, evoking a subtle sense of delight deep within him. IT had taken considerable effort to ensure that female characters were not overexposed. Coming from a family of scholars, he held steadfast principles, yet convincing investors to align with his views was naive. Only the market could persuade the market, so he conducted various studies to illustrate female players' purchasing power, demonstrating that a game's appeal to male players was not reliant on the exposure of female characters. However, these thoughts remained unspoken to Wei Wei. To him, 1,000 words could be summarized in a few understated remarks. His dark eyes sparkled with a gentle light, reflecting the multitude of figures before him as he smiled gracefully. "Thank you for your kind words. I am truly honored." Though he maintained a calm demeanor, Wei Wei inexplicably sensed an unusual wave of emotion. Xiao Nai appeared to be in remarkably good spirits. Had she inadvertently flattered him? Feeling slightly embarrassed, she eagerly inquired, "When will the internal testing for Dreaming of the Jianghu 2 commence?" The earliest would be at the end of this year for closed beta testing. Surely, obtaining a beta key wouldn't be a problem. After indulging in her excitement for a moment, Wei Wei refocused on the matter at hand. "Since you are collaborating, will you handle the video situation?" "Actually, it would be best if you handled it. Although the video was published under my name, you are the one who created it," Xiao Nai replied without hesitation. Wei Wei was puzzled. Why not? Xiao Nai offered a succinct explanation: copyright fees. It took Wei Wei a moment to understand. If Xiao Nai were to sign the contract, as the core developer of Dreaming of the Jianghu 2, his contribution of ideas would be expected, absolving Feng Tung of any obligation to pay for copyright. "All right, then I'll sign it alone, and we can split the copyright fees among the 5 of us," she suggested amiably, though she couldn't shake the feeling that, despite its legality, it felt oddly like deceitful gain. "You need not share it with the others," Xiao Nai remarked casually, observing the tea leaves swirling in his cup. "What? That doesn't seem fair. They played a part too. Keep it for yourself. Consider it a welcome gift from them." Welcome gift. Wei Wei was momentarily speechless, initially intending to ask how to address the portion that belonged to him, but the words caught in her throat. What if he suggested a betrothal gift? Their earlier conversation had revolved solely around the online game, and Wei Wei had not given it much thought. Now, however, as silence enveloped the room, she suddenly realized that she was using Xiao Nai's mouse, working on his computer, and sitting in his chair. What on earth happened? Slowly retracting her hand from the extraordinary mouse of the great deity, she averted her gaze, feeling a profound embarrassment, deliberately avoiding looking at his face. Just moments ago, she had been puzzled by his lingering presence. It turned out he was unable to return home. The office was enveloped in silence, and it seemed that Xiao Nai was intentionally prolonging her discomfort, remaining silent and still, leisurely sipping his tea. His long fingers occasionally caressing the cup surface, her wandering gaze was inevitably drawn to his actions. Fixated on his fingers, and her previous preoccupation with conversation, she had overlooked the fact that he held. Suddenly, her embarrassment faded away, and a spark of curiosity compelled her to rise and approach him. Peering down at the teacup in his hand, Xiao Nai smiled and offered her the cup. She accepted it, cradling it delicately, admiring its classic curved design. A white porcelain teacup, exquisite and translucent, filled with pale green tea, exuding a charming elegance. However, it was not its beauty that captivated her, but rather the intricate pattern adorning the cup, clusters of lush bamboo. With a figure in white seated before it, playing a chined, a limited edition set from Dream Journey through the Jianghu, she expressed her surprise. "Indeed, and here is another one for you," he said, gently placing another fragrant teacup into her hands. Still pristine white but featuring a heroine in red, wielding a blade. "Are there more?" she inquired. "Dream Journey has 36 characters. Surely there should be 36 cups in the set. Foam Ting gifted us a complete set. I only took these 2. The rest are with Yugong and the others. Only these 2. Her movements froze momentarily as she glanced up at his striking visage. Then, for a brief moment, her long eyelashes fluttered down, concealing her glimmering eyes. "So, was this cup prepared for me? Did you foresee that one day I would be in your office?" She continued to gaze at the cup, yet her actions subconsciously slowed, each movement betraying her distracted thoughts. Finally, without any mental preparation, she softly inquired, "Xiao Nai, how did you recognize me yesterday?" The name Xiao Nai escaped her lips for the first time, seemingly imbued with magic, causing even the composed Xiao Nai to momentarily lose his focus. However, as he quickly regained his composure and responded, it was she who became momentarily dazed. Not yesterday. He gently took the cup with the Qin player from her hands. It was in March at GG March? GG? Is that the place, the internet CAF? She gasped in astonishment. Yes, I happened to be there for an errand and saw you helping in the guild as I was leaving. She was completely stunned. She had imagined numerous reasons why the great deity might recognize her. Voice, IP tracing, website data. None of which seemed implausible for him. Yet, to think he recognized her at an internet CAF. And so early in March, she recalled that she had indeed visited an internet CAF once in March because her dorm's broadband was down. She had gone to inform her guild members that she would be offline for a while and participated in the guild battle that day. So, he had known her back then. Your gameplay was impressive, and your speed was remarkable. Xiao Nai's gaze rested on her hands. It was those very hands that had first caught his attention amidst the clamor of the internet CAF. Speed, indeed. Her mind was in a whirl, and she could only dazedly follow his lead. During my senior year summer break, I played SC for a while and honed my skills. My APM ISNT high. Barely reaching 150, APM is merely a reference, she nodded, conceding that effective operation rate might be more crucial. Yet, unable to resist, she asked, what is your APM? Does it reach extreme numbers? Perhaps 400, an absurd figure. I haven't tested it. When I played, the concept of APM didn't exist. The notion of APM not existing seemed like a relic from many years ago. Imagining this, she felt a surge of excitement coursing through her veins. Picturing how incredibly cool the great deity must have been while gaming, the more she thought about it, the more exhilarated she became, and without thinking, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling, let us duel sometime. What a peculiar shift in conversation. Xiao Nai raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips as he glanced at her. All right, but you must promise, he paused, then continued, to go easy on me. Though he said nothing overtly, her cheeks flushed. Why did she feel as though he hesitated to say my lady? How absurd. She must have been bewitched today, contemplating such bizarre thoughts about bridal gifts and titles. If this continued, she might spiral into even stranger notions. I think I'll go red. Without waiting for Xiao Nai's response, she hurriedly returned to the sofa, clutching her cup, pretending to focus on her book. The afternoon tea time had concluded. She indeed managed to calm herself and read a few pages. But soon, her mind wandered again. She recalled she had yet to ask him a question. If he recognized her so early on, why had he never mentioned it in the game? Lost in thought, she unconsciously shifted her gaze from the book to the figure seated behind the desk. The office remained tranquil. Only the soft tapping of keys broke the silence. Gradually, even that sound ceased as Xiao Nai suddenly paused his typing. Without lifting his head, he said, Wei Wei, if you keep staring, I won't be able to concentrate. Lost in her thoughts, she didn't immediately grasp his meaning. After a moment, realization dawned on her, and, all right, I think I'm about to combust. She admitted, abandoning all inquiries. The entire afternoon passed in a haze of inefficiency. Dinner was a casual affair near the great deity's office, and she had momentarily feared they might end up eating fish head soup. But fortunately, he had not resorted to such cruelty. Given the lack of productivity throughout the day after dinner, she felt an irresistible urge to sneak back to her dormitory. However, before she could act on that impulse, it was extinguished by Xiao Nai's words. "Oh, you want to duel with me?" Consequently, she obediently followed him back to the company, each seated at their own computer, commencing the duel. Unfortunately, from Dream Journey through Jianghu to SC, she suffered a series of dismal defeats, leaving her with a lingering sense of resentment. Shouldn't boyfriends be lenient with their girlfriends? Why was her great deity so ruthless, dispatching her without even furrowing his brow? Of course, the thought of hoping for mercy from the great deity was utterly shameful, and she instinctively shoved it deep into her mind. Due to her relentless persistence, it wasn't until 9 o'clock that Xiao Nai finally escorted her back. The whole day had been a whirlwind of activity, bustling alongside the great deity, yet she suddenly felt a nostalgic familiarity akin to her days in the online game. Suddenly, the great deity felt so close. Part 28. Wei Wei logged back into Dream Journey through Jianghu 4 days later on a Friday. Under normal circumstances, during exam periods, she would never touch a game to avoid distractions. But now, there was someone who had become quite the distraction. This time, she logged in for the sake of a video contract. Over the past few days, she and Feng Tung had efficiently finalized the agreement. And by Wednesday, she had sent the contract to Feng Teng's headquarters in Shanghai. On Thursday, they confirmed its receipt and scheduled to provide her with the contract's compensation on Friday evening at 8 o'clock. The compensation was 4 in-game pets. Initially, Feng Teng had proposed a cash reward of 6,000 yuan, but after some consideration, Wei Wei suggested substituting the cash with game pets. Naturally, Feng Teng welcomed this proposal, as 6,000 yuan was tangible money, whereas game pets were merely data for them. After hours of negotiation regarding the number and level of the pets, Wei Wei successfully negotiated for 4 common divine beasts valued at around 2,000 each. Along with 2 types of extremely rare materials, these rewards were not solely for her. Yugong and Monkey Wine would also share in the bounty, although the great deity had intended for her to keep the rewards for herself. Wei Wei felt that sharing the good fortune would bring everyone more joy. The agreed-upon time was 8 o'clock in the evening, and she logged in at 7:30, feeling a twinge of nostalgia after not playing for several days. During dinner, the great deity had mentioned he had matters to attend to, so he was likely unavailable at this moment. Nevertheless, upon logging in, she instinctively glanced at his avatar. Of course, it was dimmed while Yugong and Monkey Wine were also absent. Yet Mo Jia's avatar was illuminated. Just as she was about to send a greeting, he sent a series of ellipses her way. Unable to decipher his intent, she replied with her own ellipses. Mo Jia then sent back an avalanche of ellipses, not one to be outdone. Wei Wei retaliated with a string of periods longer than his. Thus, a mysterious dialogue unfolded. As she pondered why she was engaging in such trivial banter. Mo Jia finally spoke with a dramatic flair. Wei Wei, junior sister. This address made her experience the legendary sensation of thunder striking her frame, leaving her momentarily dazed. Without thinking, she replied, "Beautiful senior brother." Over there, Mo Jia was immediately infuriated. "Who told you this nickname? I stand at 180 centimeters, stronger than an ox and darker than a coal ball. Beauty, what beauty, but what could he say when his surname was Hao? Born on a May mountain, leading his mother to believe he was a girl, and having his name predetermined as Hao Mei, Wei Wei, sitting before her computer, felt a twinge of sympathy. Indeed, it was quite disheartening for a grown man to bear such a name. After venting his frustration, Mo Jia aggressively inquired, "Who told you this nickname?" "Of course, it was the great god who mentioned it," came the reply. In truth, Xiao Nai had merely brought up Mo Jia's name in passing. But Wei Wei was so struck by the beauty of the name that she asked a few more questions, prompting Xiao Nai to elaborate further. Ahem. How could Wei Wei betray her own great god? However, telling a lie didn't sit well with her, so she replied, "I saw Yugong and Monkey Wine on the basketball court that day. Do you understand the art of conversation now?" Classmate Bei Weiwei said nothing but merely recounted an event that had occurred, thus skillfully shifting the blame elsewhere. "Do you grasp the concept of one who stays close to ink will inevitably become dark?" Our classmate Wei Wei had only interacted with the real Xiao Nai for a few days, yet the clear spring had already transformed into the Heilongjiang River. Mo Jia took a moment to respond, and then returned to tell Wei Wei. "The real one just went for a PK." Wei Wei was taken aback. "Yugong and Monkey Wine?" Mo Jia confirmed. "Exactly, don't worry, I didn't give you away." Still not quite reaching that level of understanding. Wei Wei felt a tad embarrassed by Mo Jia's loyalty and sincerely comforted him. "Senior, I actually think you're quite lucky." Mo Jia made a cold ball expression. Wei Wei continued. "Isn't your name derived from a May mountain? Just think, if you weren't called Hao Mei, wouldn't you be called Hao Yi? Hao Yi sounds really hungry. It's even more peculiar." Mo Jia responded with a hint of melancholy. "Would you rather be called Hao Yi or Hao Mei by a man on the street?" Wei Wei burst into laughter. Mo Jia continued, "I've pondered this question many times over the years. Actually, I could be called Hao Shan." Wei Wei completely lost it, just as she was chatting with Mo Jia. Thunder Goddess and I also logged on. Wei Wei sent over a smiling emoji, and soon after, an I's message returned, filled with excitement. 55555. Wei Wei, you're here. I thought you had quit the game like Butterfly Dream S leader. No, I was just busy with exams. Wei Wei replied. You haven't been around for a long time. I've come twice, but you just happen to be absent. Is that so? What bad luck, after discussing recent events. And I inquired about the couple competition and the missed rendezvous with Xiao Nai He. Wei Wei hesitated, thinking that the great god crashing into a tree didn't quite fit his image. So she vaguely brushed it aside. Nonetheless, even such vague remarks about Xiao Nai He not leaving dream walking were enough to satisfy the gossip-loving Ni. Once her gossip cravings were sated. Ni recalled something else. By the way, Wei Wei, are you free now? What's up? Come help us defeat the Nether Ghost Granny, the new boss in the dungeon. Wei Wei tried twice and failed. You haven't cleared it yet, right? Wei Wei glanced at the time. It was nearly 8 o'clock, and she still didn't know how the GM would deliver the pets to her, if it coincided with a monster fight. It would be rather inconvenient. How about after 8? I have something to attend to. Thunder Goddess and I nodded. The game company's method was subtle and silent. At exactly 8 o'clock, for divine beasts appeared quietly on Wei Wei's account, with the system only providing a personal notification. Indeed, if so many divine beasts were released to one person at once, it would surely invite criticism. Wei Wei gazed at the various divine beasts in her pet inventory, feeling an inexplicable thrill with her eyes sparkling. Divine beasts. Once she distributed these divine beasts to Yu Gong and the others, each member of the team would have one lined up. How impressive that would be. After fantasizing for some time, Wei Wei checked her friend list and saw Emoja still online. She quickly messaged him. Beauty Senior, hurry over. I have divine beasts to give. Upon hearing the words divine beasts, Emoja forgot all about his grievances regarding Wei Wei's address and swiftly appeared by her side. Wei Wei handed him a cactus pet. This cactus pet was merely a common little gem, incomparable to Xiao Nai's little tiger. Although Wei Wei acquired such a pet, it wouldn't severely disrupt the game's balance, but the company still had to consider the thoughts of other players. However, Emoja was already ecstatic, as this pet was perfectly suited to his profession and was one he had long coveted but never obtained. After the initial excitement waned, Emoja inquired about the pet's origin. Wei Wei stated it was given by the game company as part of a video signing, mentioning that everyone in the video received a share, but she didn't bring up the 6,000 yuan the company had originally intended to give her. Moja, soon to enter the workforce, understood that the game company wouldn't be generous enough to grant divine beasts even to supporting characters. It was most likely that his junior sister had used her connections to get it for him. Emoja was so moved he became incoherent. The third sister married well. One person ascends, and all the chickens and dogs rise together. Wei Wei had long since turned a blind eye to their extravagant use of idioms and had no objections to Emoja referring to himself as a chicken or dog. But Wei Wei retorted, married? Oh, Emoja chuckled sheepishly. I misspoke. That's Yu Gong's catchphrase. I accidentally picked it up. He says he wants to marry a rich woman every day. Wei Wei was taken aback by Yu Gong's ambitions and couldn't help but respect him. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. Emoja, having unintentionally tarnished Yu Gong's reputation, felt quite pleased with himself. After a moment of self-satisfaction, he suddenly remembered something and said, Third sister, I have something to report to you. Huh? Wei Wei felt a bit tense at his serious tone. Emoja continued, Today, someone called the dormitory to confess to the third sister. Emoja, fearing she wouldn't believe him, added, Really? I answered the phone. It was a woman, but I heard the third sister reject her. Wei Wei remarked, Confession. Having been bought off with a divine beast, Emoja had completely regarded Wei Wei as one of his own, and was furious at the audacity of the unknown suitor. Fully aware that the third sister had a tiger at home, yet still daring to approach, Don't worry, third sister, with me around, I absolutely won't let the third sister stray. What are these girls thinking nowadays? They know someone is taken, yet still come forward. Everyone is competing for the taken ones while leaving the available fields untouched. Emoja ranted on, growing increasingly agitated. Wei Wei broke into a sweat and quickly interrupted him. Senior, come on. It's just a confession, Wei Wei added. I've been confessed to since I was little, before meeting Yu Gong and the others. Even in jest, Wei Wei wouldn't have uttered such words. But under their subtle influence, she had grown accustomed to delivering such pointed remarks to acquaintances. It must be said that in the battle between Wei Wei and Emoja today, Wei Wei's thunderous retort secured a decisive victory. Emoja fell silent once more, standing there like a statue. Wei Wei circled around him twice, feeling quite impressed. Beauty Senior, you really are lacking in fortitude. How can you survive with such a low resistance to thunder after spending every day with Yu Gong and the others? As she completed her third lap, Emoja finally returned to reality. Third sister, Wei Wei was about to reply with a disdainful expression, but before she could even type it out, Mo Jia declared, "Just now, the third sister passed right behind me." Wei Wei was taken aback. Mo Jia continued, "Right when you said you've been confessed to since childhood." Wei Wei felt her typing strength diminish. "Nonsense. He doesn't even live on campus." Mo Jia replied, "He moved back today." Wei Wei was speechless. Mo Jia concluded, "He is booting up right now." Before his words could fade, a notification chimed. "Your husband, Xiao Nai He is logged on." Part 29. Wei Wei logged off in a split second. Within a minute after logging off, her thoughts were, "Thank goodness I logged off quickly." A minute later, Wei Wei began to reflect. "Why did I log off? It was just a joke. Running away like this makes me seem guilty. No way. One must be composed. If one isn't composed, then one must be exceedingly composed." Thus, Wei Wei climbed back online, and upon logging in, she saw her ethereal husband and Mo Jia standing together. Preempting their remarks, Wei Wei sent an angry emoji. "I just disconnected." Meanwhile, in a male dormitory at a university, a certain boy named Hao Mei coughed, glancing at the person beside him who had carelessly placed his notebook on his lap while logging into the game due to a lack of space. "Your wife is truly a genius." "Too kind," Xiao Nai modestly replied, though his expression conveyed the sentiment of course, "My wife is brilliant," with a slight smile dancing at the corners of his mouth, his eyes sparkling as he focused on his computer. His long fingers typing slowly on the keyboard. The campus network really isn't very stable this time. It was Wei Wei who felt choked. Why did she feel such unease at seeing the great god respond so amicably? It involuntarily reminded her of the unfortunate fellow named Mo Dao Shui, who had offended the great god long ago, as there were no signs before the great god acted. It was evident he was a patient player who never acted too late. Never mind, if it is a bomb, then it is better to detonate it sooner rather than later, lest it buries itself deeper and explodes with greater ferocity. However, although Wei Wei has resolved to confront the grandeur of life, she cannot escape a final struggle. As the saying goes, the best defense is a good offense. Thus, Wei Wei remarked, "I heard someone called to confess their feelings to you today." These words appeared. Xiao Nai cast a fleeting glance at Hao Mei, who was staring intently at her computer screen, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Xiao Nai smiled faintly, responding with composure, "It was merely an invitation for me to perform on the guzheng at the graduation party today." After a brief silence, Mo Jia interjected, "The foolish old man has summoned me to assist him. I must take my leave now." In the blink of an eye, he vanished. Wei Wei wished fervently to drag him back and give him a proper reprimand for spreading false information. Such deceit could be fatal. Within the game, by the lotus pond, the white-clad musician had settled down to play his instrument leisurely. "Madam, rest assured, I have never received a confession throughout my life." Wei Wei was taken aback. It is one thing to have never received a confession. But must he emphasize the entirety of his life? Surely, the master must be jesting. Wait, this statement echoed in her mind 2 or 3 times before she abruptly realized something was amiss. Could it be true that the master had never received a confession? Was that even possible? She had witnessed it with her own eyes. Wei Wei replied, "I have seen you being confessed to." Recalling their brief encounters before they formally met, she remembered seeing him nonchalantly walking past a girl who had handed him a pink letter. Xiao Nai frowned. When was this? Wei Wei pondered for a moment. As encountering the master was a rare event, she managed to recall the approximate time. It was near the end of last semester. "On the path in front of the library, where I saw someone handing you a love letter." After a momentary silence, Xiao Nai mused, "I seem to have a vague recollection. See? You claimed you had never been confessed to." Wei Wei scoffed. "That girl must have been distributing flyers." Wei Wei gasped in disbelief. "Surely not." "Why not?" Xiao Nai countered. It's so unimaginable for someone to confess on the street. Or perhaps, have you experienced this?" "Madam?" Wei Wei broke into a cold sweat. Indeed, she had encountered such situations, and not just once. The white-clad musician sighed. "Madam, you are truly quite popular." Oh no, this was spiraling out of control. Wei Wei quickly protested. No. No. In fact, such occurrences can be quite bothersome. Wait. That statement might be misconstrued as boasting. Wei Wei hastily rephrased. "I meant to say, quality over quantity. Having you is sufficient." The consequence of her fingers moving faster than her thoughts was that unnecessary words flowed out unchecked. A heartbeat later, Even the master was momentarily stunned. Wei Wei again fled the network. In a moment of self-reflection, she realized her error. She should not emulate the foolishness of others. After all, habitual tendencies can lead to unexpected consequences. Especially at critical moments. How would she face the master tomorrow? No, she must escape before he calls. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the dormitory phone rang, startling her from her reverie. Alone in the dorm. Wei Wei rushed to answer. Hello, it's me. The master, had he really called? Wei Wei stammered. You logged off too? Not exactly. Xiao Nai replied nonchalantly. The campus network is poor today. I was disconnected as well. Wei Wei frowned. Master, you cannot go a day without causing me embarrassment. Can you? She could almost envision the amused expression on Xiao Nai's face as he chuckled softly. Wei Wei, I am quite happy. His low voice echoed in the sparsely populated corridor. Xiao Nai leaned against the wall. Recalling the moment, he stepped out of the dorm with his phone, his roommates teasing him with mischievous grins. Are you off to call our beloved beauty? They all knew his purpose for stepping out. Surely, his expression had betrayed him, despite his typically reserved demeanor. The master's declaration of happiness. Was it in response to her earlier words? Wei Wei's fingers began to unconsciously twirl around the phone cord, and after a while, she softly replied, An awkward silence enveloped both ends of the line, as if no words were needed. After some time, Wei Wei found another topic to discuss. Regarding the video contract, I inquired with the gaming company about the divine beasts. Hao Mei had already informed me that I requested for, but there is none for you, Diane. Truth, there would be one for him, but success was not guaranteed, so it was better left unsaid. Wei Wei continued to twirl the phone cord. I requested a little tiger. Its attributes are not as exceptional as yours, and its gender differs from yours. Xiao Nai quickly grasped the implication but chose to remain silent, merely chuckling. So, nothing much. Let's have them marry when we log in next time. Who knows, they might produce little divine beasts. All right, Xiao Nai replied. Next time, I'll inquire if my tiger is willing. Did I ask that even a question? Wei Wei exclaimed. Exasperated. There is only one female tiger in the entire game. It wouldn't dare refuse. Xiao Nai chuckled softly. That makes sense. It will certainly agree. A sensation akin to a feather brushing against the most sensitive part of her heart washed over Wei Wei. Suddenly, she felt as though she could not hold the phone any longer. Even in Xiao Nai's absence, her gaze instinctively wandered, her eyes fleetingly glancing at the clock on the table. A matter she had long cast aside surged back into her thoughts. Are you free right now? Let us log back into the game and help my friend defeat a boss. This marked the third time Wei Wei had logged in today, and immediately upon entering, she was met with the lamentations of Thor Nini. Wei Wei, why did you log off? Wei Wei replied, drenched in cold sweat. Suspected disconnection. Thor Nini exclaimed, Oh, I thought you had abandoned me. Wei Wei, feeling guilty. I did not. How many spots do you have? I'll bring an expert along. Thor Nini responded. I haven't called anyone yet. Just come over with your friend. After speaking with Thor Nini, Nai He had already appeared by her side. Wei Wei called out to him, but he did not respond. After more than a minute, the white-clad musician finally said, I'm here. I just cleared the crowd of onlookers. The crowd of onlookers. Thor Nini was already waiting for them at the entrance. And upon seeing Wei Wei had brought along Xiao Nai, her entire being was thrown into disarray. In the private chat channel, she frantically messaged Wei Wei, Can Xiao Nai help me defeat the boss? Wei Wei smiled cheerfully. Yes, it's quite enjoyable to fight alongside him. I'll let him lead. Thor Nini sent an emoji dripping with anticipation. Wei Wei asked, I haven't battled the Netherworld boss. How about you, Nai He? I haven't either, Wei Wei replied. Then I'll check the official website. Though she personally preferred not to consult guides while playing, it was better to be safe when assisting others. And oh need, Nai He interjected. Just call for a ranged class. It will expedite the process. Thor Nini obediently replied. All right, I'll call for people in the guild. I'm sure others will want to join. As Thor Nini spoke, she opened the guild channel to summon players. Guild Thor Nini. Is anyone up for tackling the Netherworld old lady? 2 spots available. Come, archers and anyone else. She had barely finished her sentence when someone responded, but the choice was rather unexpected. Guild Zhen Shui Wu Xiang. 2 spots. I'll go with Yao Yao. Wait a moment. Thor Nini was left flabbergasted, unable to formulate a polite refusal before Zhen Shui had already brought little Rain Yao Yao to the entrance of the Netherworld cave. Upon facing each other, Wei Wei was rendered speechless. Thor Nini felt an intense urge to self-destruct, her mind racing with excuses like the weather is bad today, let us retreat, or today is World Peace Day. Let us refrain from killing. Ultimately, these chaotic thoughts coalesced into a powerful resentment. Why was the power still on right now? In the midst of her turmoil, Thor Nini blurted out, "Well, is there anyone who doesn't want to fight?" Fine, originally Zhen Shui and little Rain Yao Yao had intended to withdraw, but with Nini's remark, they could no longer do so without losing face. After all, Nini was part of their guild, so why should they be the ones to leave? Wei Wei, of course, also did not wish to collaborate with Zhen Shui and the others, but firstly, Nini's reputation was at stake, and secondly, she had arrived first. If anyone were to leave, it should be them. A full minute of silence ensued. Xiao Nai He, let us form a party. Before the party was formed, Thor Nini wished for death. After forming the party, upon seeing the lineup of IDs, Thor Nini's spirit was instantly revitalized. Her health restored to full. Just like the old saying goes, when one Nini is struck by lightning, countless Ninis rise amidst the thunderstorm. All in the name of gossip. Clenching her fist, Thor Nini's eyes were glued to the screen. Radiating an aura of malevolent energy, her left hand firmly pressed the screenshot button, her heart silently chanting, "Come on, let there be some sparks." Alas, as time ticked by, the anticipated sparks never materialized. The enigmatic cave is, in fact, a 6-tiered tree hollow. The boss within, to be more precise, is the elderly lady of the abyss and her male companions, aside from the initial stage where Nie Xiaoqian seeks help, prompting both narrative and trial. The subsequent levels are guarded by the lady's male consorts. Only after vanquishing them can one advance to the final confrontation, the assembly of the abyssal elder and the previously escaped male companions. One cannot help but remark on the malevolence of this quest design, yet the true wickedness lies further ahead. When female players are defeated within the enigmatic cave, the system simply indicates that the player has perished. Whereas for male players, the notification reads that XXX player has vanished into the depths of the abyss. The series of evocative ellipses, combined with the Elder's penchant for collecting male companions, leaves little to the imagination regarding their fate. Thus, whenever a team meets its demise, the world chat is never devoid of commentary. Alas, yet another victim of the Elder's treachery. XX brother, what is it like to be a consort? Initially, some players could not bear the association of their names with the Elder and argued that they had perished in earlier stages. However, the response from the world was, "Damn," in the earlier stages. You were bested by a mere man, or, if even little sister Xiaoqian cannot handle you, do you still consider yourself a man? In comparison, it seems far more favorable to be a consort. The team navigated through the initial stages with relative ease. Yet this ease felt sluggish to Wei Wei. As she teamed up with Zhen Shui Xiu. Wei Wei yearned for a swift resolution to escort the esteemed player away, unwilling to squander energy on trivial monsters along the way. However, Xiu's erratic positioning continuously attracted unwanted attention from the creatures, making it impossible to expedite their progress. After dispatching the penultimate wave of adversaries, the formidable Nini halted before the teleportation point of the final stage and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Who will take charge in the next stage?" In truth, the question of leadership should have been settled before entering the cave, yet Nini, adopting an ostrich mentality, had refrained from bringing it up. This issue had not been pressing in the earlier stages, as Wei Wei and Nai He were present, and their combined efforts sufficed. However, in the final stage, a core leader was essential. Nini naturally believed that this role should belong to Xiao Nai He. She had longed to witness the renowned first expert orchestrating the battle. Yet, with Zhen Shui Wu Xiang and Xiu present, she found it difficult to voice her thoughts. Wei Wei sensed her dilemma and was about to suggest that the highest level should lead, only to discover that Zhen Shui Wu Xiang's level had risen to match that of the esteemed player. Wei Wei was somewhat astonished. How had he advanced so swiftly? Both the esteemed player and she had been absent for some time. While it was not surprising to be caught up to, the extent of his progress raised questions. Was he practicing day and night without sustenance? Just as she pondered this, Nai He remarked, "Let it be casual. This dungeon's difficulty is moderate." Wei Wei was taken aback. "Esteemed player, how can you be so nonchalant?" With such a statement, it would be impossible for Zhen Shui to assert his leadership without appearing to take advantage of the situation. "Zhen Shui, Xiao Yu and Nini fell silent for quite some time. Wei Wei finally spoke, since the difficulty is moderate. I shall take command. Previously, when collaborating with Zhen Shui, it was mostly Wei Wei who directed. After marrying Nai He, that responsibility had shifted to the esteemed player. Now, reclaiming the mantle of leadership felt somewhat unfamiliar, especially when a teammate struggled to keep pace. The Abyssal Elder was ferocious, her skills quite formidable. The skill chaotic yin and yang rendered healers unable to apply statuses. Backstab would cause damage dealt to allies to reflect a portion back onto themselves. Marital betrayal activated only when there were couples in the party, functioning similarly to backstab. Harvesting yang to supplement yin was particularly sinister, diminishing the health percentage of male players and transferring it to the Abyssal Elder. Overall, this boss posed a significant challenge for healers, but for a team led by Xiao Nai He, the difficulty was indeed manageable due to the esteemed player's exceptional evasion. As the battle progressed, the Elder summoned her previously fled male companions to join in the fray. Wei Wei aimed to eliminate one of them first, as he possessed a bothersome skill known as godly tortoise steps. However, just as she prepared to reposition, Nai He interjected. Team, Xiao Nai He, Master. Wei Wei understood his intent was for her to focus on the Abyssal Elder and promptly redirected her efforts. Nai He quickly explained, for the sake of the dungeon, rewards and survival are proportional. Wei Wei recalled that during her conversation with Nie Xiaoqian, it was indeed mentioned that these male companions had been lured by the Abyssal Elder, with the objective of rescuing them. It was clear they could not be slain, and a twinge of guilt washed over her. Having indulged too much, her judgment had faltered. As she battled the boss, Wei Wei began to ponder who truly was the one living off the other. Naturally, she did not forget her role as commander. Team, Lu Wei Wei, Archery. Before Wei Wei could finish her sentence, an attack from the Abyssal Elder interrupted her, just as she was about to continue typing. Zhen Shui Wu Xiang seemed to grasp her intent. Team, Zhen Shui Wu Xiang. Okay. Wei Wei was momentarily stunned, then watched as Zhen Shui Wu Xiang moved to attack in the manner she had envisioned. Team, Thunder God Nini. You two are quite the team. Nini, ever the master of creating awkward silences, always managed to freeze the atmosphere whenever she spoke. Thankfully, the boss was nearly defeated, and they would soon be able to depart. Just then, a new complication arose. Xiao Yu, who had been dedicated to healing and supporting Zhen Shui Wu Xiang, suddenly redirected her healing to Nai He. As the primary healer, Nai He had been the first target of the Abyssal Elder's onslaught. With Xiao Yu redirecting her attention, the Elder's wrath swiftly turned towards her, and with her evasion skills nowhere near the esteemed player's level, she was promptly felled. Following suit, Zhen Shui Wu Xiang, who had not received timely healing, also succumbed to defeat. Wei Wei was left dumbfounded by this series of events, unable to comprehend why Xiao Yu suddenly chose to heal Nai He. Didn't she understand that Zhen Shui was locked on? Her misstep caused a delay, and had she unleashed her ultimate move at that moment, the Abyssal Elder would have perished, but Zhen Shui Wu Xiang and Xiao Yu might not have had time to respawn. Although she felt indifferent about their fates, as the commander, losing half her team would reflect poorly on her leadership. Frustration simmered within Wei Wei. Xiao Yu's ill-timed decision had provided the Abyssal Elder with precious healing time. As she contemplated her next move, a dazzling series of skill animations erupted. The bard's ultimate ability, resplendent with luminous streams, struck the Abyssal Elder. Almost simultaneously, a pure white healing light revived both Zhen Shui Wu Xiang and Xiao Yu. In a flash, time seemed to halt. The Abyssal Elder's form collapsed with a resounding crash. The white-clad bard stood poised, her garments billowing in the aftermath. Everything happened so swiftly, leaving Wei Wei breathless, her heart racing as if it might stop. Nini, typically the chatterbox, appeared momentarily stunned before erupting in excitement. Private chat. Thunder God Nini. Oh my god, Wei Wei, your husband is incredibly handsome. Private chat. Thunder God Nini. How did he manage that in such a short time? Private chat. Thunder God Nini. He actually revived Zhen Shui and Xiao Yu. Such prowess, such charisma, such masculinity. Wei Wei paused, her fingers hovering over the keyboard, her heartstrings plucked by the display of near-miraculous skill, an intricate dance of salvation and destruction. Each executed with breathtaking finesse. In that moment, the typically serene bard radiated an aura of unspoken audacity. Much later, Wei Wei would reflect on this scene and could not resist inquiring about the esteemed player's motives for reviving Zhen Shui and Xiu. As he hardly seemed the type to repay malice with kindness, Xiao Nai pondered for a moment before replying, "Don't you think it would be more painful for them to be revived by me?" Part 31 System. Thunder God Nini, Xiao Nai He, Lu Wei Wei, Zhen Shui Wu Xiang, Xiao Yu, heroes in their own right, vanquished the Abyssal Elder, liberating the people from their trials, their legendary prowess echoing throughout the realm, world. Captain Mo, did I see that correctly? SC Panda, oh my, a system bug, you. After playing for so long, I just discovered this game allows duplicate names. Not wearing pants is refreshing. Damn, I just want to wash my underwear, and now I'm out of touch with the times. SC Panda, shocked, refreshing brother, you actually own underwear, not wearing pants is refreshing. Invincible fool. Honey, let us reconcile. These players just defeated the boss together. What reason do we have to stay apart? Let us get back together. Dear, I love you, team. Lu Wei Wei, Nini, we're leaving. If anything comes up, just call me. If I'm not around, go directly to Nai He, Thunder God Nini. Is that allowed? Xiao Nai He, it is. Lu Wei Wei. Weary off, bye. Thunder God Nini. Wait a moment. We haven't distributed the loot yet. The atmosphere within the cave felt peculiar. Wei Wei was eager to exit, and, without waiting for Nini to distribute the equipment, she and Nai He exited the dungeon together. Glancing at the serene figure of the white-clad bard beside her, Wei Wei asked, "What shall we do next?" Just a moment. A phone called. Wei Wei suddenly considered a possibility. A touch of the fantastical creeping and, you wouldn't, would you? You were on the phone while battling the boss just now, right? Wei Wei swore she was merely making casual conversation, yet the casual HM from the gaming master utterly defeated her. It turned out to be true. After a moment of serious contemplation, Wei Wei found it hard to fathom. How could one operate with just one hand? Headphones. Oh right, the phone could be answered with headphones. Wei Wei felt a sweat break out and quickly said, "Then you go ahead and play." Despite her initial intention to not linger long, at that moment, the thought of logging off didn't even cross Wei Wei's mind. Instead, the image of the master calmly answering the phone while wearing headphones vividly flashed before her eyes. To multitask and execute such formidable maneuvers while on a call. Truly, the master had reached a level of power that bordered on the supernatural. Oh, Wei Wei couldn't help but be lost in thought, as the red-clad heroine on the screen sat quietly beside the bard, her crimson dress billowing gently. After a moment, the bard in white said, "Wei Wei, I'm heading to Shanghai tomorrow." It was only 11 o'clock, yet a long queue had already formed at the cafeteria near the library. Wei Wei and her roommate stood at the end of the line, gazing at the throng of people ahead with a sigh. Erxie, standing behind her, mischievously chuckled, Hey, even if your master isn't around, you don't have to sigh when eating with us." Wei Wei had already heard such remarks several times that morning while studying with them. So she felt no particular emotion and merely leaned forward to check what dishes were available today. Noticing her lack of response, Erxie leaned in even closer with a cheeky grin. "Wei Wei, how far have you and your master progressed?" Wei Wei turned back speechlessly. "We've only known each other for a week." "Okay," Cece chimed in. "You two confirmed your relationship after just 2 hours at this rate." "After a week, a child could be getting soy sauce," Wei Wei replied. "In short, there's nothing at all, and I don't even know where the soy sauce shop is." Xiaoling, not convinced, exclaimed, "No way. Is Xiao the master planning to boil a frog in warm water?" "Wei Wei, you're the frog." Xiaoling pondered this more and more, saying, "Exactly. That's definitely the case. First, a fierce fire to boil it, then a gentle simmer, and sooner or later, it will devour you, this frog." Erxie also caught on. "That makes sense. The master's strategy must be like this. First, a blitzkrieg, and now a war of infiltration. Hee. Suddenly, her expression turned mischievous. "Wei Wei, when will you declare a war of attrition?" Cece echoed. "Right. First a storm to leave you disoriented. Then a gentle drizzle to make you dizzy. What's next?" As Cece pondered hard, Wei Wei's mind inexplicably conjured the 4 characters. Wushan Yunyu, and then she felt utterly embarrassed. Erxie, still not giving up, emphasized, "War of attrition." Yes, a long-lasting one, however. They still didn't grasp the depth of her meaning. Suddenly, a boy standing behind them burst out laughing. 4 pairs of eyes turned to him. He was a tall boy with a baby face and big eyes. Resembling a high school student, he had been stealthily trailing them, and Erxie and her friends, accustomed to such timid boys, paid him little mind. Upon being stared at, the boy's fair face flushed, and scratching his head, he awkwardly said to Wei Wei, "Haha, Sensei, I am Ojat." Wei Wei was taken aback. "I'm Ojat Haomei, the master's roommate. The one she knew?" "No way." Wei Wei stared at him, realizing he had overheard everything they had just discussed. This was mortifying. Moreover, recalling Ojat's description of his appearance, supposedly darker than a coal briquette, she looked again at the fair-skinned boy before her. Wei Wei felt a surge of anger. So, this guy had never spoken the truth. And yesterday, he had set her up, with old grievances and new grudges combined. Wei Wei smiled and said nonchalantly, "So it turns out you're a handsome senior brother." Thus, in the astonished gazes of those around, Ojat's delicate, fair face completely twisted. Minutes later, in a dim corner of the cafeteria, Ojat munched on cabbage, indignantly pulling out his phone to complain to someone. "Your wife is teasing me." "Soon," the reply came. "Enjoy the teasing. I don't mind." Ojat immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. One must say, those two had a remarkable telepathic bond when it came to infuriating each other. The entire day passed without a word from Xiao and Ai. In the evening, after returning from her study session, Wei Wei couldn't resist logging into the game once more. Naturally, Xiao Nai was absent. Wei Wei wandered over to their house, rearranging furniture and watering the flowers in the garden, strolling around several times. Eventually, Yugong and the others logged in and Wei Wei joined them, handing over the wine god beast to Yugong and Monkey while engaging in trivial conversation as they tackled dungeons together. Yugong remarked, "The instant noodles from Master Kong are terrible." Wei Wei responded with a bewildered expression, "There are counterfeit instant noodles now." Monkey Wine added, "He eats Master Kang's because he's a pig." "While we eat Kang's," Yugong sighed, "can't compare to Lao San. Now he's got fine wine in hand and beauty surrounding him." Wei Wei. Ojat had suffered a setback today and was determined to sow discord. "Sensei, don't be mad. When you come back, we'll help you teach him a lesson." Wei Wei replied with a grin. "Oh, I'm not angry. I'm quite pleased." Wei Wei remarked, "Yugong, you didn't even misuse any idioms this time." Yugong lamented, "I didn't use any idioms, okay?" Wei Wei countered, "We can't expect too much from you. For characters are already an idiom." While Yugong replied, "Actually, my issue with idiom stems from childhood trauma." Monkey Wine queried, "What is the difference between childhood trauma and psychological perversion?" Yugong ignored him, sorrowfully recounting, "Everyone knows the idiom Yugong moves mountains, which is about an old man leading his family to dig a pit daily." Wei Wei quickly interrupted his elementary school education. "I already know. No need to explain." Why Yugong responded, "Oh, as long as you know I'm not called you Banshan, so I always say Yugong moves mountains. And I got punished by the language teacher many times for that." In a fit of rage, Monkey Wine remarked, "Your trauma is simpler than my toxic gas release." Ojata added, "Turns out brainlessness starts in childhood." Wei Wei thought it prudent to remain silent, saying nothing at all. Why Yugong, feeling wronged, sulked in a corner, growing mushrooms. Ojata, undeterred, chased after Wei Wei, asking, "Sensei, aren't you worried about Lao San in that bustling Shanghai, with its wild parties and turbulent waters?" Wei Wei replied, "Isn't he going to upgrade the phone-ting system?" Ojata was shocked. "Sensei, you know too." Of course, she knew. The master had a flight at 8:30 and had even found time to have breakfast with her at 7. Casually updating her on his itinerary and the number of days he would be away before leisurely departing. "Oh, Sensei, you only know one side of the story. You don't know the other. Upgrading doesn't require his presence." Monkey Wine chimed in. "It said the head of Feng Ting wants to introduce Lao San to a major client, so he decided to go on short notice." At this moment, Yugong revived like a cockroach. If they can secure this project, Lao San will have his dowry." Ojata played along, feigning surprise. "A dowry requires that much," Yugong added. "Yes, looking to marry a campus beauty, after all." Wei Wei felt a strong urge to grind her teeth, but facing provocations from non-master folks, she had never lost. With a smiley face, she replied, "No choice. The master has no ambitions. He doesn't want to marry a wealthy woman." Why Yugong. A minute later, far away in Shanghai, at a party, a certain someone received a message of complaint. "Your wife is bullying me." Subtly tucking his phone back into his pocket, Xiao Nai allowed a smile to escape his lips. It seemed that someone was enjoying themselves quite well in his absence. However, the joy of a certain someone in B City was short-lived, as it was abruptly interrupted by Erxie's scream. "Oh my gosh, Wei Wei, hurry and check the school forum." Part 32. The school forum had been buzzing with excitement over the romance between the top talents of the computer science department and the campus beauty. But after a few days without new gossip, the excitement had begun to wane. However, on Saturday night, a new post reignited the attention of the entire student body. The title of the post was "Explosive. Our school's renowned talented girl challenges the rumor-ridden beauty." Exciting, the poster excitedly shared. "Today, I accidentally stumbled upon a blog from a certain talented girl at our school and discovered a fresh blog post. I was merely glancing through it, but as I read on, I became increasingly thrilled, and thus I decided to share it with everyone." Blog address: www.xxxblog.xxx.com. See, and I must admit, I shamelessly reprinted the entire content. The original poster subsequently reposted the lengthy article titled "Who Says You Don't Have 34 Seed?" The piece began with trivial matters, but later recounted the blogger's visit to a CAF with friends the previous afternoon, elaborating on the CAF's ambience and decor before addressing the highlighted sections by the poster. The conversation inevitably drifted to the recent scandal that had caused quite a stir at school, evoking a sense of lamentation. A remarked, "It is evident that men, regardless of their extraordinary prowess, are forever enamored by a woman's visage." With a laugh, B contested this, pointing to their companion C. "Isn't C even more beautiful, truly possessing both talent and charm? And we have known her longer." C, a striking beauty of remarkable talent, harbored an infatuation for Xiao, yet today found herself bested by one of her own. The disappointment was palpable, though unspoken. A mused, "C is naive. Her methods surely lack the sophistication of others." I jestingly remarked to C, "Well, who says you don't have 34 C?" Following this, another segment of commentary unfolded, imbued with a penetrating insight into the nature of men, yet seemingly veiled by a hint of self-admiration tinged with melancholy. The blogger, known as Xiao Nai He, was a prominent figure at the school, often lauded as a talented woman. She enjoyed composing short articles infused with Western sensibilities, often surrounding themes of coffee, music, and perfume, and was rumored to have a column in a renowned fashion magazine. Erxie grew increasingly incensed, exclaiming, "What talent! This is nothing short of a personal attack." Wei Wei, maintaining her silence, calmly scrolled down, her finger poised on the mouse. The post had been live for some time, accumulating numerous replies, with many supporters voicing their agreement. However, this was not particularly surprising, despite Wei Wei's commendable academic performance. Her humble origins left her devoid of any extraordinary talents, leading most non-computer science students to regard her primarily for her stunning appearance. Thus, upon Xiao Nai He's remarks, many readily accepted this notion. Of course, there were also those who found Xiao Nai He's comments tiresome and bitter, while numerous speculations arose regarding C's identity, leading to the creation of a betting thread, with the school beauty Meng Iran being the most frequently mentioned. Xiaoling and Cici were equally infuriated. Xiaoling scoffed, "This kind of woman probably thinks every man in the world should adore her. If they don't, they are shallow and lecherous, incapable of appreciating depth." Cici suggested, "Let us post Wei Wei's transcript to embarrass her." At this point, Wei Wei finally spoke up. "Why respond? This post is not shameful for me." Without finishing the replies, Wei Wei clicked the red cross in the upper right corner. Anger was inevitable, yet witnessing the indignant expressions of Erxie and Xiaoling brought Wei Wei a sense of calm. Responding was entirely unnecessary. After all, reality differs from online games, where one can retaliate impulsively without consequence. In the real world, one must consider more and choose the most rational approach. While not retaliating felt somewhat stifling, it was certainly preferable to providing others with fodder for ridicule. Nevertheless, Wei Wei's nonchalance stemmed from the post's insignificance. Had it touched a sensitive subject, she would have confronted the matter head-on, as she had done before. After bidding farewell to Wu Shi and Yu Gong, she shut down her computer and headed to the bathroom to freshen up before resting. Erxie followed her. Knocking on the door, "Wei Wei, aren't you angry?" Setting down the towel she had been using to dry her face, Wei Wei gazed into the mirror, her expression unwavering. "People praise me for my talent and beauty. Why should I be angry?" Erxi retorted indignantly, Wei Wei, are you blind? They aren't praising your talent. They are clearly saying you lack intelligence. Being talented is still a form of talent, Wei Wei replied as she opened the bathroom door. Besides, intelligence is something that can only be recognized among peers on the same level. Erxi paused, then, upon realization, looked at Wei Wei with admiration. Wei Wei, you truly are sharp. This is nothing, Wei Wei responded with a playful grimace. As Wu Gong would say, it barely scratches the surface. Erxi's irritation began to subside, and as her anger dissipated, her mind wandered elsewhere. Her gaze lingered on a certain part of Wei Wei's physique, and she lewdly inquired, Wei Wei, are you really 34C? The Saturday night culminated in Erxi being scolded. The esteemed figure had yet to call, but Wei Wei was unfazed. He had mentioned that he might not have time to reach out on the first day. The following day, much to Wei Wei's surprise, the blog incident escalated, the first reason being, the male students of the computer science department were incensed. How could they not be? The department was already strained with a surplus of monks and a scarcity of porridge. And to have a campus beauty emerge from their ranks, untouched by infidelity, was no small feat. To now have her intelligence questioned. You are the foolish one. Your entire family is foolish. This sentiment encapsulated the collective voice of the male students in the computer science department. Consequently, AI Xiao Nai He's blog was swiftly targeted. Alongside it, the scholarship list for the second-year students of the computer science department was shared, as well as the list for AI Xiao Nai He's department. Notably absent of her name, the juxtaposition carried a heavy irony. That weekend evening, Erxi half-squatted in front of the computer, her excitement palpable. Our department's boys are truly supportive. What gentleman? Cece also crouched beside her. Wei Wei, do you think your esteemed figure is behind this? Wei Wei shook her head vigorously. Absolutely not. He would never engage in such direct actions. Xiaoling interjected, could you refrain from using such an adoring tone? Wei Wei chuckled softly. Cece then curiously asked, by the way, what was your esteemed figure's reaction to all this? I didn't mention it, Wei Wei replied sheepishly. Xiaoling nearly fainted. You just spoke on the phone for so long. And you didn't mention it? I kind of forgot the moment I picked up the phone. Wei Wei feigned innocence. Besides, he's quite busy. To Erxi's attention returned to the forum. Wei Wei, do you know Chao Guang and Liang Qingying? How did they come to support you? How strange. Chao Guang and Liang Qingying were the second reason behind the blog incident's escalation. A university has never lacked for talented individuals, while AI Xiao Nai He is one. Chao Guang and Liang Qingying are even more so. Had it not been for Xiao Nai's overwhelming brilliance, these two might have enjoyed greater fame. Chao Guang, a genuine talent from the foreign languages department, was known for his cynical outlook on life. Liang Qingying, a financial and literary prodigy from the Chinese department, was known for her sharp wit. Yet, these two individuals had coincidentally chosen to post in defense of Wei Wei. The talented Chao remarked, the stench of envy is overwhelming. If you're jealous, just admit it. What kind of poisonous mushrooms grow in dark corners? Learn from me. I'm envious of Xiao Nai, so what? The talented woman, on the other hand, made no reference to the post, simply sharing her impression of Wei Wei, praising her as a rare girl with a sense of chivalry. It wouldn't be accurate to say they were well acquainted. Wei Wei was quite surprised by their support, as she certainly wouldn't consider herself familiar with them. Her acquaintance with Chao Guang stemmed from an unfortunate misunderstanding. This cynical talent had once witnessed a well-known beauty at the school alighting from a luxury car at the campus gate. And in a moment of despair over the decline of societal morals, he snapped a photo with his phone and posted it on the school forum. However, he was somewhat prudent, only posting half of the photo. Featuring the beauty's long legs clad in jeans alongside the luxury car's license plate, the post quickly gained traction due to its sensitive subject matter and the talent's sharp writing, becoming a hot topic. Wei Wei fortuitously came across it and was immediately incensed upon realizing the photo depicted her. That time, she was a freshman, yet to become enamored with online gaming, spending her spare time tutoring a 10-year-old boy from a single-parent family, whose strong-willed mother had given Wei Wei a ride to the school gate one day. Little did she know that this chance occurrence would be sensationalized into a critique of a university's female student culture. Inciting her fury, thanks to Chao Guang's notoriety, Wei Wei soon discovered the identity behind the username, and the following day, she approached the foreign languages department to confront him upon seeing Bei Weiwei outside his classroom. Chao Guang assumed She was there to plead for him to remove the photo, and he adopted a dismissive expression, arrogantly stating, "What is it?" To his surprise, Wei Wei's expression was even more disdainful, her tone even more haughty. "Classmate, I'm here to save your worldview." Part 33. In retrospect, Wei Wei found her line rather ridiculous, but when confronting someone in person, presence is crucial. Subsequently, Wei Wei used the excuse of having other commitments to ask Chao Guang to teach the boy a basic English lesson on her behalf. This eliminated the need for further explanations. Everything was crystal clear. Given how easily such matters could be distorted, Wei Wei had refrained from discussing it even with her dorm mates. Time passed, and Wei Wei nearly forgot about it, casually mentioning it to her roommates, prompting Xiaoling's astonishment. "How dramatic. Does Chao Guang have feelings for you? Why didn't anything develop between you two?" Intuition, Wei Wei pondered. Could it be that I sense something better awaits? The group was left speechless. Cici then asked, "What about Liang, the talented woman? How did she come to support you?" Wei Wei, uncertain, described, "Is she the one with a sharp jawline, slightly shorter than me, with long, wavy hair down to her waist?" Wei Wei recounted her hazy memories. Cici nodded. "Exactly, that's her." Wei Wei exclaimed, "Oh," with a look of surprise. Erxi urged her, "Stop teasing. Quickly tell us how you know her." Wei Wei replied, "I think I helped her with some pricing before." Erxi and the others were left dumbfounded. "Recently, I visited an electronics market to purchase a memory stick, and coincidentally, she was also shopping in that very store." The proprietor, noticing her lack of expertise, had the audacity to attempt to sell her a second-hand item. The sheen on the gold fingers unmistakably indicating its AGE. To add insult to injury, he demanded an exorbitant price, 50 yuan more than it was worth. I recalled having seen her at school and was aware she was a fellow student. Thus, I could not allow her to be deceived. "You became a champion of justice, did you?" I nodded slightly, feeling a sense of pride as I replied, "In the end, we both managed to purchase it at cost price." Cici, taken aback, exclaimed, "You bargained like that?" With a mischievous grin, I hinted to the proprietor that I might file a complaint. Xiaoling suddenly understood. "Now I see why she said you possess a chivalrous spirit. It turns out you are a bandit of sorts." Initially, I thought such rumors would dissipate within a few days, yet they surprisingly intensified, causing me some distress. On Monday afternoon, I had an exam. After completing it, I spent a little more time studying before returning to the dormitory. Upon my return, I noticed Erxi wearing an odd expression, and my instinctive reaction was, "Surely, there can't be a new post on the forum?" Erxi chuckled softly. No, just now. Xiao Dashan called looking for you. He's back." "Oh, he's returned early." My eyes lit up as I opened my bag, preparing to retrieve my phone card to call him. Erxi stopped me, hesitantly saying, "Wei Wei, while I was on the phone with Xiao Dashan, I accidentally revealed something I had buried deep in my heart." I paused, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. "What did you say?" Erxi gulped and confessed. I asked him why he hasn't treated us to a meal yet. I was rendered speechless by her audacity. "How shameless." Xiaoling interjected disdainfully from the side. Erxi, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "What if there's something even more shameless?" I took a deep breath, fortifying my defenses. "Go on." I also suggested that since tomorrow is free of exams, why not treat us today instead? I gazed at her, momentarily lost for words. "Erxi, are you not afraid of an upset stomach?" Just then, the dormitory door swung open, and Cici burst in, brandishing a paper bag. I did not fail my mission. I successfully bought it. Xiaoling eagerly snatched the bag. "How much did you pay?" 120, but it's not the same one as last time. However, I believe this one is even more beautiful." Xiaoling, quick to act, had already extracted the contents from the bag, shaking it out and inspecting it from top to bottom, nodding in satisfaction. Very nice. The style is more elegant and conservative than last time, perfect for a respectable lady." Turning to me, she asked, "Isn't that right?" I glanced at the red dress in her hand, then at their expressions, a strange unease stirring within me. "This can't be." "Indeed," Xiaoling readily admitted. "It's a gift for you. We are not freeloaders, since Dashan is treating us to a meal. We thought it only fitting to present you with a dress in return." Cici chimed in. "Last time, when Xiaoling's family treated us to a meal, we gifted them matching pajamas. Could you refrain from mentioning such embarrassing matters?" Xiaoling shot her a glare before turning back to me. "With exams approaching, we are running low on resources. This is from the money we saved by eating pickled vegetables, so you must wear it today. Erxi glanced at the clock, concluding, Wei Wei, hurry. Xiao Dashan said he would meet us at the west gate at 5:30, and time is of the essence. The newly acquired dress was indeed more exquisite than the last, with a more beautiful hue that complemented my complexion, making me look radiant and enchanting yet surprisingly somewhat elegant. This striking combination of vibrant color and poise was dazzling to the point of being breathtaking. I quite liked this dress, but before leaving, I found myself conflicted. Why must I always wear new clothes to meet him? However, all such reservations vanished the moment I stepped out of the west gate and caught sight of the figure standing pensively by the car. Instinctively, I quickened my pace, but after just a few hurried steps, I slowed down. The moment he lifted his gaze to meet mine, it felt as though his calm expression transformed into an intense warmth, so focused that it almost made me retreat. As I approached, Xiao Nai wore an expression of casual indifference, the previous heat in his gaze seemingly a mere figment of my imagination, now vanished. Nevertheless, I found myself in a daze, only snapping back to reality upon hearing Erxi mention a particular restaurant. What sort of place is that? It's a French restaurant. It opened today, and I looked at her skeptically. I had an aversion to French cuisine, both physiologically and psychologically, and I recalled that my dorm mates shared this sentiment. Why, then, were we going there? No. I refused to go. Yes, you must. Erxi insisted unexpectedly. Xiaoling and Cici supported her. It's good to change things up occasionally. But I hesitated, wanting to object. Xiao Nai, having listened to our back and forth, finally smiled and said, Wei Wei, let us just go with the flow, go with the flow. I was utterly disarmed. From 5 to 6, the city was at its most congested, and we spent a full hour navigating the traffic before finally arriving at the restaurant Erxi had mentioned. Due to a lack of parking spaces nearby, Xiao Nai dropped us off at the entrance before driving off to find a place to park. As soon as we got out of the car, Erxi scanned the surroundings, her gaze suddenly locking onto a specific spot, whispering, Wow, they really came. Xiaoling appeared equally excited. No way, this is amazing. We did not waste our money. I eyed them with suspicion, and Erxi tugged at my hand, whispering, Wei Wei, look inside the restaurant. At the table furthest to the west by the window, following her cue, I was unexpectedly greeted by a familiar sight. Was that Meng Yuran? She was seated with several elegantly adorned women. Erxi whispered. The woman sitting next to Meng Yuran is Ai Xiangnai. I shot a glance at her, surprised, as the individuals inside the restaurant seemed to have noticed us. Their expressions inscrutable. Looking at Erxi and Xiaoling's faces, everything suddenly made sense, and oh wonder they insisted I dress up. No wonder we had to come to this restaurant. I lowered my voice. How did you know she would be dining here? Erxi grinned mischievously. Actually, I wasn't too sure. Before her blog was hacked, I used to browse it and saw her mention that this restaurant was opening today. I thought she might come, so I wanted to give it a try. I was at a loss for words. What are you trying to accomplish? Nothing. We're already winning, aren't we? Erxi said proudly, her gaze fixed on the road across from us, a sly smile gracing her lips. I instinctively turned to look, and there was Xiao Nai, striding toward us, the evening lights casting a brilliant glow upon him. A detail was overlooked in the previous chapter, which has yet to be rectified. Please imagine that Xiao Dashan went straight to meet us after disembarking the plane. Gazing at him, I found myself unable to tear my eyes away, a flicker of unease rising within me. I did not relish the thought of treating him as a mere tool for retaliation and display, especially without his knowledge. Erxi, observing my expression, anxiously inquired, Wei Wei, you're not going to back out at the last minute. Are you? What do you mean back out? When did I ever say I was going into battle? I shot her an irritated glare, feeling somewhat disheartened. We were merely here for a meal, yet her antics had complicated what should have been a simple gathering. Never mind, I would pretend those people didn't exist. After all, we were merely having dinner at the same restaurant. With this thought in mind, I reminded my roommates, you all need to eat more and talk less. Then I reconsidered. French cuisine was notoriously expensive, so I quickly added, and no overeating. As Xiao Nai approached, he caught my fierce proclamation, and upon seeing my unintentional, intimidating demeanor, he experienced a moment of bemusement. Seizing the opportunity, Erxi complained, Xiao Shi Xiang, look at your Wei Wei. That phrase was music to his ears, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him as he glanced at Erxie, mentally noting her presence. Following her lead, he gently admonished me, "You can't treat guests like this." Xiaoling and the others chuckled softly. Cici, emboldened, chimed in, "But Xiang, if Wei Wei keeps saying that, we might not dare to order anything." Xiao Nai smiled. "It's all right. For now, my wallet isn't under Wei Wei's jurisdiction." Xiaoling joked, "We should eat quickly. If Wei Wei takes control of Xiang's wallet later, we might not even be able to afford pickles." While they chatted animatedly, I remained silent, my gaze fixed on the person standing beside me. His refined features bore an innate arrogance and aloofness, yet the distance between him and my friends seemed to have vanished. I was not surprised. He had that effect. With just a hint of patience, he could effortlessly make others feel as if spring had arrived. It was only then that I noticed he was dressed in a formal white shirt. As if he had just stepped out of a negotiation meeting, it occurred to me that he had come straight from the airport to treat us to dinner, without even having a moment to change. Somehow, a sudden heaviness enveloped Wei Wei's chest. She hesitated to speculate on the emotions with which the esteemed figure was driving over, yet he must have perceived this as a mere gathering, completely unaware of its ulterior motives. The feeling of discomfort seemed to intensify as they conversed while walking towards the restaurant. Wei Wei abruptly halted, instinctively grasping Xiaonai's sleeve without a moment's thought. "Let us not go in," she declared, the moment the words left her lips. A wave of relief washed over her, as if a gentle breeze had swept away the accumulated dissatisfaction of recent days, along with the slight discontent stirred by the sight of Xiao Nai. Indeed, she had no desire to enter, not for the sake of appearances, nor to provoke others. She simply yearned to share a quiet meal with friends, especially with him, whom she hadn't seen in several days. Erxie and Xiaoling exchanged glances, hesitating to voice their thoughts, while Wei Wei turned to Xiao Nai and suggested, "Let us try a different place. I don't like this one." Xiao Nai's gaze flickered momentarily, but then he nodded after a pause. "All right, I'll drive over." With such a diligent demeanor, Wei Wei felt a twinge of guilt and lowered her head, saying, "Thank you for the trouble. If you feel guilty, then come with me to get the car." Huh. Wei Wei was taken aback, yet she distinctly caught a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. I'd hurry back, watching his tall figure stride away. She turned to Erxie and the others, asking, "You won't blame me, will you?" Cici shook her head. "Of course not. If you don't want to eat, then don't. You didn't blame us for hiding this from you anyway. I'm satisfied just having passed by it in front of you." Huh. Erxie appeared somewhat disappointed. "Wei Wei, you really don't need to mind them. It's not about minding," Wei Wei replied earnestly. "If this were a restaurant specializing in boiled fish, I would have intended to come and eat regardless of the presence of 10 Xiangnais inside. However, this is a French restaurant which neither of you enjoy, and I don't like it either. Why should we force ourselves to eat something we dislike just to irritate her? It's simply not worth it. We might even end up with indigestion. Moreover, we would have to endure the beauty of the esteemed figure. What a loss." Erxie sighed. "All right, I understand." Wei Wei felt gratified. "So you really wanted boiled fish?" Wei Wei replied, "Essentially, yes." Xiaoling still felt unsatisfied. "Leaving like this feels like we're giving up halfway. Sometimes less is more. This is perfectly sufficient. Resolving matters outside is far superior to engaging in conflict within. Moreover, Xiaoling." Wei Wei raised her gaze, unflinchingly meeting the two lingering stares that had been fixed upon her for quite some time. With calm yet resolute conviction, she stated, "The best approach to concealed adversaries is to deny them any opportunity to take the stage on their way to enjoy boiled fish." Erxie proclaimed her intention to savor it at prices akin to French cuisine. Given the affordability of boiled fish and the exorbitance of French dishes, Wei Wei initially deemed this an impossible task. However, that evening, they astonishingly consumed 7 pounds of boiled fish. 7 pounds, staring at the empty, oversized porcelain bowl that now only contained bean sprouts. Wei Wei found it rather hard to believe, while Xiao Nai remained unfazed. Attempting to salvage her and her roommate's image, Wei Wei awkwardly remarked, "Actually, we don't usually eat this much. At most, we'd have 4 or 5 pounds." Xiao Nai nodded nonchalantly and summoned the waiter menu. Wei Wei was taken aback, thinking, does he think he is feeding pigs after dining? It was indeed Xiao Nai who drove them back to the university. As they passed a large supermarket near the campus, Xiaoling called out, "Erxie, Cici, and I are going to the supermarket. You and Wei Wei can head back first." Xiao Nai replied, We'll wait here for you to know. We'll just take the bus back ourselves in a bit. Xiaoling quickly refused. Don't joke. We have principles. We absolutely won TB third wheels after enjoying a free meal. Their roommates giggled as they hopped out of the car. Wei Wei instinctively leaned forward, shifting slightly towards the door, although she had no intention of alighting. Yet, somehow, her body made a habitual motion as if she were about to exit. The next moment, her wrist was firmly pressed against the soft seat. Startled, Wei Wei turned to Xiao Nai, only to find him bidding farewell to Xiaoling and the others, his demeanor utterly natural, as though he had not just exerted such force to restrain her. As her friends giggled and ran off, her wrist remained firmly held, and Wei Wei felt a surge of annoyance. Hey, Xiao Nai offered a slight smile before releasing her, driving off nonchalantly. After traveling a short distance, they reached a red light and stopped. Xiao Nai gazed ahead and calmly asked, "Speak up. What happened?" Wei Wei momentarily faltered. The French restaurant. Xiao Nai prompted. "Why did you suddenly want to leave?" "Oh, don't play dumb. You've never been one to act willfully." "What's really going on?" Oh, should she thank him for the compliment? Wei Wei candidly replied, "There's someone I dislike inside." Who is it? Suddenly realizing that it was this very person who had caused her to be scolded, she retorted, "No one in particular. Perhaps just someone who wanted to hand out flyers, but didn't he dare to?" The car abruptly braked, taking a sharp turn into a narrow alley. Xiao Nai halted the vehicle and turned to look at her, his gaze a mix of amusement and scrutiny. Wei Wei, startled by his sudden action, she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "Nothing in particular. I simply find your current demeanor quite rare, so I'm leaning on the steering wheel." My long fingers resting on my chin, wanting to take a moment to observe, Xiao Nai replied, his eyes shimmering. Wei Wei glared at him, her cheeks gradually flushing, feeling as if she might burst from anger, although her flustered expression was undeniably charming. Upon seeing her genuinely vexed, Xiao Nai decided to change the subject, asking seriously, "What about that person who wanted to hand out flyers?" Wei Wei took a deep breath, resolved not to let his demeanor rile her, and recounted the situation, omitting specific details such as the 34C figure. As she narrated, Xiao Nai's expression grew increasingly cold, the previously flirtatious atmosphere within the car dissipating entirely. Sensing the shift, Wei Wei paused. Xiao Nai, his face devoid of emotion, urged to continue. "That's about it. Earlier, we dined at that restaurant, and Erxie knew beforehand that they would go there, which was why she wanted to visit." "The name?" Wei Wei responded. "AI Xiang Nai. 4 individuals, and anyone else. There might be others, but I'm not entirely certain." Reluctant to speak ill of others, Wei Wei added, "Forget it. You can look it up online, but don't engage in any commentary. Just let her be. The public opinion has already turned against her, and AI Xiang Nai is in a rather embarrassing position as it is. Let her be." Xiao Nai remarked coldly. "I fear I lack such tolerance." The esteemed figure seemed genuinely upset. Days had passed, yet Wei Wei felt little concern. "Honestly, I've grown accustomed to such remarks since childhood. Initially, I took them as motivation, but over time, they've lost their power to inspire me." Her eyes sparkling with newfound confidence, Wei Wei gazed at him earnestly, declaring, "My current motivation is you." The air hung still, their eyes locked, glimmering with radiant light. Xiao Nai found himself at a loss for words, struggling to articulate a metaphor that could encapsulate her beauty in that moment. He merely wished to cover her eyes with his hand, hoping to quell the wild thumping of his heart. Wei Wei suddenly felt breathless. Just a moment ago, they had been discussing something serious, yet now they found themselves in this situation. Straining to avert her gaze, Wei Wei cleared her throat, attempting to sound casual. "You shouldn't stop here. It obstructs traffic." As a faculty family member, Xiao Nai's car was permitted on campus, but parking directly below the girls' dormitory was inappropriate. Instead, he parked outside his own building and escorted Wei Wei back on foot. Around 8 or 9 o'clock, the campus would typically be lively, yet during exam season, it felt somewhat desolate. Walking side by side along the deserted garden path, beneath a sky full of stars, the science student Wei Wei silently calculated. After a detour of 300 meters, another detour of 500 meters, accumulating to 800 meters. Just a few more detours, and perhaps the boiled fish would be digested. Xiao Nai leisurely suggested, "How about we go out to eat after your exams with my roommates?" Pulling herself away from simple addition, Wei Wei nodded. "Oh, not keen." His tone seemed to imply reluctance. "No, it's just," Wei Wei responded, Her mind suddenly filled with a sense of unreality. She had always felt that her relationship with the esteemed figure was on the verge of blossoming into romance, yet her roommate's meddling had suddenly solidified their status, creating a disconcerting feeling of surrealism. Moreover, dining with his roommates, and he was Xiao Nai. The weight of that name had cast a lingering sense of unreality even to this day. She mused, it's just that it feels a bit unreal. Xiao Nai's footsteps came to an abrupt halt as he turned to gaze at her. Wei Wei, too, paused in her tracks. An unexpected turn of events, she found herself unceremoniously swept into his embrace. The crisp scent of masculinity enveloping all her senses, held captive within the confines of his arms, she was unable to move, her head nestled against his chest, obscuring her view of the world. All she could hear was his voice whispering in her ear. I didn't intend for it to happen so quickly. The cool timbre of his voice, lowered yet imbued with a peculiar allure, prompted him to inquire, is this real? It felt as though time itself had ceased, suspended in a moment of profound silence amidst a cacophony of emotions. That singular embrace. Wei Wei sensed the distant thrum of his heart. It felt real, yet more ethereal than ever. Though, in the grand scheme, what did it matter? Even if everything felt unreal, it was a grounded kind of unreality. Part 35. The supplemental dowry. The uproar surrounding the forum incident gradually faded from public consciousness after contributing its final two pieces of gossip. Gossip 1. It was said that one day, a male student from a certain department encountered the legendary male lead of the scandal in the dormitory building. In a fit of excitement, risking life and limb, he approached and asked, what do you think about the matters discussed on the forum? Allegedly, Xiao Nai merely glanced at him and tossed out 6 words. Having is better than not having. At first glance, those words seemed inconsequential, yet upon further reflection, they revealed a cunning brilliance and a sharp sting. Clearly distancing himself from Bei Weiwei, especially for girls, the implications grew increasingly biting with contemplation. Consequently, everyone's attention shifted, turning to investigate why Xiao Nai and Si Jun had not attended. Some even delved deeper, concluding that Xiao Nai's attacks on Bei Weiwei were rooted in her own inadequacies. It must be said, to some extent, he had hit the nail on the head. Gossip 2. It was rumored that one day, Xiao Nai and Chao Guang crossed paths on the basketball court. It was said that Chao Guang initiated a provocation, suggesting that perhaps one could find success in the sporting arena if they had failed in romance. Xiao Nai, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied sharply, I wouldn't mind making your failures even more pronounced. Allegedly, after N rounds of play, Chao Guang found himself regrettably more unsuccessful. Wei Wei had her doubts about the veracity of this gossip, as the deity had never mentioned it in her presence. And she felt uncomfortable broaching the topic herself, until one day, much later, they spotted Chao Guang from a distance, prompting Xiao Nai to smile and turn to Wei Wei, asking, from childhood to now, Wei Wei, taken aback, quickly composed herself to respond, no, he has only handed me a flyer once. In the final days of Wei Wei's sophomore year, time passed both swiftly and languidly upon completing her last examination. She emerged from the examination hall to find Xiao Nai waiting outside, as if he had been there for quite some time. He sat beneath the shade of a tree, engrossed in a book. Wei Wei hurried over, a slight sheen of sweat on her forehead. When did you arrive? Xiao Nai closed his book and looked up. Just now. Wei Wei, skeptical of his claim, opted not to press further. After the exam, we have a class meeting regarding the summer internship. I texted you from Xiaoling's phone. Xiao Nai smiled but remained silent. As Wei Wei spoke, she felt a tinge of melancholy creeping in. With summer vacation approaching, one would typically feel elated, yet this year's arrival seemed to evoke an unusual sense of discontent. Shaking her bag, she proposed, let's head to the library first, after returning the reference books used for exams. Wei Wei borrowed a few more on programming, preparing to delve into research over the summer. With Xiao Nai around, selecting books was undoubtedly more efficient. This version won't do, Xiao Nai stated, taking 2 books from her and placing them back on the shelf. I'll bring you better ones from home tomorrow. Oh, Wei Wei nodded. They should be introductory and not too difficult. Most of the sophomore courses were still foundational, with the real specialized courses commencing in the 3rd year. She hoped he wouldn't choose books that were too advanced for her level. And oh, need to worry, I can guide you remotely, Xiao Nai casually remarked while scanning the shelves. Wei Wei, on tiptoe, returned a book to its place. Feeling her earlier unease dissipate once more. The ups and downs of emotions can be quite taxing. As they exited the library, Xiao Nai's phone rang. After a brief exchange, he replied, "Understood. We'll head over shortly." He then turned to Wei Wei. "Monkey's wine is waiting for us at the restaurant." Only then did Wei Wei recall that today was the day of the gathering with the deity's dormitory mates. The venue was set at Tangxiangju, with the location chosen by Monkey's Wine. Xiao Nai was evidently intent on letting them take advantage of the arrangement, and they certainly wouldn't hold back. However, to be fair, for the boys, the specifics of the meal hardly mattered as long as there was ample beer. Xiao Nai's dormitory comprised 6 individuals. The eldest, the third, the fourth, the sixth, and the seventh. The second was avoided due to associations with certain unsavory implications. The eldest and the seventh did not partake in online gaming, and Wei Wei was unfamiliar with them. However, they were both quite easy to get along with, and it didn't take long for everyone to become acquainted. With the exception of Monkey's Wine, who remained at school for graduate studies, the others had all secured jobs. Their reason for lingering in the dormitory was, of course, to maximize their benefits from the school. As their work was conveniently located nearby, it was Wei Wei's first time attending such a gathering. Sitting beside Xiao Nai made her feel a bit awkward, however, with the presence of the others. It was difficult to maintain any lingering embarrassment. After a few rounds of drinks, the boys began to chatter and share gossip. The eldest remarked, "Little Junior, our third brother is experiencing his first romance and has held hands with a girl for the first time. You must treat him well. It's not easy for a computer science major to find a wife." Wei Wei nodded in agreement, internally thinking, "Your third brother certainly doesn't seem like a novice when it comes to holding hands." Mo Jia, with his distinctive flair for gossip, added, "Sister-in-law, I wasn't lying last time. Someone really confessed to our third brother. They claimed it was for a performance, but we all know what that really means. It's that Meng. She called him again yesterday." After a few drinks, Mo Jia's speech became a bit slurred, yet it was still understandable. Wei Wei's eyes widened in anticipation of more information, only for him to suddenly lean back and topple over. The seventh, observing, commented, "Not bad. He managed to drink an entire bottle before falling." Wei Wei felt embarrassed. How could they share half a gossip and leave her hanging? Turning to the main character, she saw that Xiao Nai had also had his share of drinks. Yet his expression remained steady, his gaze clear. When Wei Wei met his questioning eyes, he calmly replied, "She said she had something to explain to me. Could it be about AI Xiang Nai? But why would she need to explain it to the deity?" And then what? There was nothing more to follow. Witness 1, Monkey's Wine, leaned in and said, "Sister-in-law, our third brother is a killer." Witness 2, Yu Gong, nodded in agreement. Too ruthless, too ruthless. One sentence, and it's a fatal blow. The eldest lamented, "How can he treat girls like this? It's not easy for computer science majors to receive a girl-esque call." The seventh scoffed, "ISNT our third brother always like this." Mo Jia raised his voice in agreement. Wei Wei, on the side, felt tears welling up. They had rambled on for ages, but what had the deity actually said? Yu Gong asked, "Sister-in-law, what do you think our third brother said?" Wei Wei pondered, attempting to channel Xiao Nai's style, before uncertainly responding, Did he ask her who she is?" After a moment of silence, Monkey's Wine, seated beside her, shifted away slightly in reverence. Mo Jia, realizing the gravity of the situation, quieted down. Xiao Nai raised his glass and smiled. Wei Wei looked at their expressions of "You're too ruthless," feeling utterly innocent. Wasn't that just a normal exchange? Who wouldn't he ask, "Who are you?" When receiving a call from someone unfamiliar? Speaking of which, was that Sijun the same as Meng, the campus belle? Most likely, the seventh remarked, "Third brother, that AI Xiang Nai. Did you hack into her computer? It's finals now. And she must have her thesis saved on it. If you did, haha." Wei Wei felt a chill at the thought, recalling the tradition of the boys in their dormitory hacking computers and selling off their wives. Clearly, they shared a similar style. Xiao Nai shot him a sidelong glance. One must maintain a sense of decorum. The seventh retorted, "What do you mean by that?" Monkey's Wine quickly chimed in, "He means you lack taste." The seventh looked dejected, "So we just let the forum incident slide." Yu Gong derided him, "You've known third brother for quite some time. How can you still not understand his character?" The seventh, inebriated, asked, "What character?" Yu Gong replied, "He often behaves inhumanely." Xiao Nai sighed, lowering his head to explain to Wei Wei, "They've had a bit too much to drink." Wei Wei nodded in agreement, internally thinking, "I had the same impression." Dining with this group was indeed a delightful experience, albeit one that required considerable restraint from laughter. Moreover, through observing Xiao Nai's interactions with his dorm mates, Wei Wei seemed to gain a deeper understanding of him. It was no wonder that he was well-liked among the boys. There was a reason for it. The topic of the forum faded away, and as the drinks continued flowing, they began to clear the dishes. To their surprise, there were not enough dishes left, prompting Monkey's Wine to complain to the eldest. "Why did you order so little?" the boss lamented. "It is quite a challenge for us from the computer science department to dine with a girl. We must maintain a certain image. Sansa is not really a girl. Her prowess in the game has led others to perceive her as a gender anomaly. Furthermore, girls are a valuable resource we can pursue. While Sansa has already aligned herself with Lao San, thus transcending traditional gender classifications, you must uphold your image. Yugong summoned the waiter. Let us order more dishes. Spicy hot pot, boiled beef, spicy shrimp. And let's not forget the chopped pepper fish head and spicy chicken cubes. Make it as spicy as possible." The boss intervened. "Don't order everything spicy. Lao San can't handle it." Why, Yugong grumbled. "He's treating us. So, it doesn't matter if he can eat it or not. It must be spicy." The last 3 words were directed at the waiter. Wei Wei was making notes in her mind about Yugong's tab when she was taken aback by the revelation that Xiao Nai couldn't eat spicy food. This couldn't be true. He had devoured the boiled fish with gusto the other day without even a hint of discomfort. Xiao Nai calmly shook his head. "I can't." Wei Wei was momentarily stunned. After dinner, Mo Jia was resurrected amidst the violent shaking of the monkey wine, and everyone began discussing their next activity. Wei Yugong and the others weren't fond of karaoke, so they sought a quiet club to play snooker. Wei Wei had never played before, but under Xiao Nai's tutelage, she quickly picked it up, her posture remarkably precise. Though her aims still needed refinement, it was evident she had found her rhythm. The boss and Lao Chi's admiration for Wei Wei soared. A technical player is indeed a technical player. She has a bright future ahead. The boss patted Xiao Nai on the shoulder. "Remember to bring your siblings along next time you play." Xiao Nai watched Wei Wei's impeccable stance and felt he had miscalculated significantly. He mentally crossed out the boss's suggestion. There was no way he would bring her along. However, having a billiard table at home seemed like a splendid idea. The group played until after 10 o'clock, still not satiated, but they had no choice. Although Wei Wei had finished her exams, the curfew loomed. And she had to return. Xiao Nai, mindful of the curfew, escorted her to the dormitory entrance. As she withdrew her hand from his, Wei Wei hesitated to ascend the stairs, still having a few minutes left and a question lingering in her mind. "You can't eat spicy food. Why didn't you mention it when we had boiled fish last time? I recall we ordered all spicy dishes that day." Suddenly irritated, she realized they had indeed ordered the spiciest options, including the boiled fish. Xiao Nai, seemingly unfazed, replied, "It's fine. I can adapt." Wei Wei persisted. "Not being able to eat spicy food is no big deal. You don't have to accommodate me so much." As she took her bag, filled with several thick books, a thought crossed her mind. "You really don't need to do so much for me." She spoke softly, never having anticipated that one day this person would queue for her lunch, carry her hot water kettle, wait for her after class, or buy her snacks. Such tasks felt so uncharacteristic for him, even though she enjoyed it. However, taking such privileges for granted left her feeling uneasy. The summer night was tranquil, the only sound being the rustling leaves stirred by the breeze above. "Wei Wei." Xiao Nai suddenly called her name, gazing at her with an unprecedented seriousness. "I end my first interactions with a girl. I often find myself unsure of what to do. However, at the very least, I want to match what others accomplish." Wei Wei stared at him, momentarily speechless. The stars sparkled, the lights shone brightly, yet in that moment, all she could see was the brilliance in his eyes. Was he referring to those boys at the university who, due to the gender imbalance, often struggled to find girlfriends and, when fortunate enough to do so, treated them with utmost care? Thus, was Xiao Nai's goal to become a model boyfriend, akin to the 24 filial piety boyfriends unique to a university? Wei Wei bit her lip, feeling an inexplicable urge to smile. Yet her eyes were unexpectedly warm with emotion. Lowering her gaze to conceal her feelings, she chastised herself internally. "Hey, don't be so sentimental." The silence of the summer night enveloped them when the gatekeeper called out. Wei Wei finally lifted her head. "You should play games when you get back. I have something for you," she said, dashing upstairs. opening her computer and logging into the game. That piece of equipment had been ready since yesterday. She hadn't intended to rush to give it to him, but now she felt an overwhelming desire to present it. The red-clad heroine waited atop the falling sunset peak for about 10 minutes before the white-robed lute player appeared. The heroine handed over the equipment. "This is for you," with a smile. The red-clad heroine mustered her courage and added, "I promised I would make up for the dowry." Part 36. Safe travels. A moment of silence enveloped falling sunset peak. The white-robed lute player, usually precise to the millisecond, delayed his acceptance by several seconds this time. Category: Hairpin name, Bei Weiwei, named by the creator, can be modified. Grade: Rare common artifact. Level requirement: 90 attributes. Looting 10-15. Inner strength recovery speed 12, agility 38, life 1000, durability 500. Suitable profession: lute player creator. Wei Wei. In fact, aside from requesting 4 divine beasts from Feng Tung last time, she had also asked for 2 rare materials, Tianshan white jade and Geotian fire essence, along with some items she had previously collected to craft this. Your original hairpin was already exceptional. I merely wanted to see if I could create something even better. The outcome was indeed fortuitous, as she managed to produce a piece of rare quality. I end the game dreaming of Jianghu. The advanced equipment is referred to as divine weapons, while player-crafted gear is termed common artifacts. However, this does not imply that the attributes of common artifacts are inherently inferior to those of divine weapons. For instance, the attributes of the hairpin Wei Wei crafted surpass those of typical divine weapons. Nevertheless, producing a rare common artifact is exceedingly challenging, requiring not only precious materials and advanced skills, but also a bit of luck. I suppose I was rather fortunate. Wei Wei nervously typed, her words flowing more freely as if each additional sentence diminished her awkwardness. Yet, despite feeling embarrassed, she knew she would still exert every effort to express that sentiment again should the need arise. Her fingers hesitated, and the white-robed lute player remarked, "I was the fortunate one." Wei Wei felt a blush creep onto her face, uncertain if it stemmed from guilt or something else. She couldn't shake the feeling that even his simplest words seemed laden with meaning. That's good enough. What was she even saying? Sensing her embarrassment from across the screen, Xiao Nai smiled gently. What does Bei Wei mean? It means hairpin by Wei Wei. The science student, lacking any romantic inclinations, found this easy to comprehend. If you don't like it, feel free to change it. I have no literary flair, and no need to change. I quite like it. Bei Wei and Wei. How could one not like it? Oh, this time, Wei Wei failed to grasp any deeper significance. Simply replying, I should take my leave now. I've played too much today and want to get some rest. The white-robed lute player did not object. Very well, my lady, you've worked hard. This person seemed perpetually to speak in double meanings. Leaving her unsure whether he was referring to the effort of playing or crafting equipment, Wei Wei felt a bit embarrassed, leaving behind a string of ellipses before hastily logging off. The red silhouette vanished from the cliff. And as time passed, several minutes later, a slender finger gently clicked the right mouse button to equip the new hairpin. The white jade hairpin shimmered as it nestled in her dark hair. Translucent and radiant, its glow flowing gracefully, Xiao Nai was momentarily entranced. That moment, he felt an overwhelming desire to see her. This time, her brows would be slightly raised, her eyes shining brighter than usual. Though she would be blushing fiercely, she would strive to appear nonchalant, and there would be a hint of innocence about her, undoubtedly making her stunningly beautiful. You certainly haven't wasted your time studying idioms lately. Withdrawing his fingers from the laptop, he cast one last glance at the game screen before shutting the computer and tossing it onto the bed. Playing mahjong, the dormitory door was suddenly kicked open with force, shattering the momentary reverie, followed by Yu Gong's astonished voice. No way, Lao San. In such a beautiful setting under the moonlight with a partner, how come you returned earlier than us? Wow, Yu Gong exclaimed, swiftly dragging out a mahjong set from under the bed. What are you doing? Wanting to play mahjong? Nothing much, Xiao Nai casually replied. I'm in a good mood and want to unwind. All right, just so you know, my luck has been good lately, and I've been on a winning streak. If you lose, don't try to weasel out of it, Yu Gong exclaimed as he scattered the mahjong tiles. Xiao Nai silently took a seat at the table. An hour later, Xiao Nai pushed his tiles forward. A complete set with a dragon. Don't you dare deny it. Why, Yu Gong was teary-eyed. The monkey wine sympathetically patted him on the back. Condolences. Who would have thought that today, Lao San would be treating us, and in the end, you're the one footing the bill, who says I'm paying? The night is still young. Yu Gong slammed the table. Let us go again. I'm determined to turn the tables. The night was indeed still young. The seniors lingering on campus would spend their final night at the university, while the underclassmen had just freed themselves from exams, and the entire school buzzed with excitement and joy, lights in countless dormitories glowing throughout the night. Yet, the night ultimately faded, and morning arrived as scheduled. Yu Gong, however, had not turned his luck around and begrudgingly bore the burden of several hundred yuan in debts as he stepped into society. Meanwhile, Wei Wei was set to leave the city in the evening to return home for summer vacation. Wei Wei, your train ticket is so early. Xiao Ling and ere she combined their efforts to carry Wei Wei's suitcase down the stairs. Yes, absently responding, Wei Wei gazed out the stairwell window, nestled among the greenery. Xiao Nai's car was already waiting below. Xiao Ling peered out with her, giggling. Having a boyfriend whose parents are professors is quite nice. He can drive on campus. Otherwise, we have to take a shuttle to the school gate, which would be such a hassle. Otherwise, how could he be called the multifunctional deity? Urxi remarked, you are leaving so early. Does your esteemed deity not feel anger? It should be fine, right? Sitting in the car. I subtly observed the expressions around me. Yet regardless of how I looked, the deity appeared entirely focused on driving. His chiseled profile bore no discernible emotion, but it was evident he was not pleased. I shyly presented him with a small plastic bag I had clutched in my hand, inside which was a petite cactus. This is for you. Xiao Nai glanced at it. A gift for your new marriage? Indeed, the deity would not miss an opportunity to mention the term dowry. Perhaps he was simply too rushed yesterday to elaborate. It's a cactus I've been nurturing. I want to be able to care for it during the summer break. So, I thought I'd leave it in your care. Oh, Xiao Nai responded nonchalantly. Is this just a way for me to reminisce about you? She knew that it was rather sudden to inform him during lunch that she would be leaving that evening. Yet it was hardly her fault. She murmured, I didn't intend to book such an early ticket. I didn't even know you at the time of the school S-group ticket purchase. Hey, don't be so awkward. Faced with the undeniable truth, Xiao Nai had no retort. Upon arriving at Beijing Station, Xiao Nai went to buy a platform ticket and Wei Wei followed suit. Xiao Nai collected his change and ticket from the counter. Wei Wei suddenly leaned toward the ticket seller and inquired, are there any tickets available for W City for the next couple of days? The ticket seller replied without checking, no. All tickets for the next 5 days are sold out. The expected response brought a wave of disappointment, especially under the sudden gaze from the deity. A smile finally graced Xiao Nai's lips as he hurriedly pulled her out of the line, retrieving his phone to check for alternatives. What about tickets for the day after tomorrow? Wei Wei was momentarily taken aback before quickly stopping him. No need, although a few extra days sounded nice. She realized she had to leave. Her earlier inquiry had been a momentary whim, and upon reflection, it felt inappropriate. With her head bowed, she confessed, I told my dad I'd be home by tomorrow morning. The atmosphere grew heavy, and as she watched him tuck his phone back into his pocket, a dull ache settled in Wei Wei's heart. However, never mind. With a sigh, Xiao Nai took her hand and led her toward the waiting hall. Conceding, call me the moment you arrive home, a weight lifted from her heart, and Wei Wei nodded eagerly. I'll buy a phone as soon as I get home. She continued to nod, resolutely declaring, I promised to buy one right away. Suddenly, she recalled a conversation from the previous night in their dormitory, where Urxi had asked why the deity didn't buy her a phone, the time. She had answered that the deity wouldn't do something so thoughtless. A sense of unexplainable joy surged within her. After accompanying her to the train, Xiao Nai had just set her luggage in place when the conductor announced that the train was about to depart. You should hurry along now, Wei Wei remarked, unsure of what else to say, only remembering to remind him to take care of the cactus. In truth, a cactus could survive a month without watering. But when packing her belongings last night, the foremost thought that crossed her mind was to leave it with the deity. One reason was that she noticed his office lacked a cactus to absorb radiation. But the deeper reason was something she hadn't fully contemplated. Perhaps it was truly about those 4 words. Remind me of you. 2 months of summer lay ahead. I'll leave it beside your computer in your office. It would be best if you could see it every day. Xiao Nai raised an eyebrow. So, she has been talking about her cactus all this time before leaving. If he simply allowed her to depart without making a move, he would be utterly unsuccessful. A gentle kiss, restrained yet seemingly fraught with suppressed emotions, softly landed on her eyelashes. Without lingering, Xiao Nai gazed into her eyes. Wei Wei, may you have a safe journey home. Because, after all, she was floating back home. The journey home for Wei Wei indeed went smoothly. Part 37. Blossoms along the path. The sweltering heat in Bei City had persisted for several days. Even by evening, the temperature showed no signs of abating. The meeting stretched until 6 o'clock before dispersing, and afterward, Yu Gong followed Xiao Nai to the office, hoping to find an excuse to join him for dinner. Casually plopping down on the sofa, Yu Gong nonchalantly inquired, "So, are you and our department's flower going to endure this long-distance relationship?" Xiao Nai walked behind his desk, Wei Wei leaning over to type on the keyboard. "What do you expect from me? Listen to that tone. Look who's speaking now." Yu Gong chuckled inwardly, cautiously suppressing his amusement, as he still owed this fellow several hundred yuan. That's rather sad. He feigned sympathy, intending to suggest that they share a meal together when he noticed Xiao Nai shutting down his computer and preparing to leave. "You're leaving already?" "Yes. Where are you off to?" "To get married and have children, NW City." The rain poured mercilessly, in a spacious, luxurious study within a villa. Wei Wei was explaining middle school geometry problems to a young boy. "First, draw the diagonal. Then create a supplementary line here, and we can derive these equations, then substitute into the formula. To solve, like this, do you understand?" The young boy shook his head, on the verge of tears, gazing at her with bewildered eyes. It's all right. We can go over it again." Last week, when Wei Wei returned home, she hadn't yet had enough time with her parents before being dispatched by her father to tutor the son of a factory manager. Additionally, he had rejected her request to buy a phone, saying, "You can use the money you earn from tutoring to buy one." The memory made her heart ache. If only she had known to keep her scholarship money instead of surrendering it. Fortunately, the child was obedient and not difficult to teach. After rephrasing the explanation, the boy finally comprehended. After solving a couple more problems, the rain finally ceased, prompting Wei Wei to bid her farewells and head out. After the downpour, the sun defiantly peeked through, albeit with significantly diminished intensity, and the air carried the unique freshness and coolness following the rain. Embracing the refreshing evening breeze, Wei Wei pedaled her bicycle. Adorned with a green straw hat, swiftly navigating the winding streets back home, she had something quite important to do today. After returning home, finishing dinner, and washing the dishes, it was nearly 7 o'clock. Wei Wei greeted her parents before retreating into her bedroom. Donning her headphones, she logged onto her computer. The deity was already online. Adjusting her microphone, she asked, "How long have you been on?" "It rained heavily today, so I returned late." Wei Wei utilized voice chat. Previously, while in the dormitory, she refrained from using voice to avoid disturbing her roommates. Now at home, she embraced the convenience, knowing her parents' room was separated by the living room. And once the door was locked, they wouldn't hear a thing. Xiao Nai replied, "I just logged on. Oh, are you getting married now?" Wei Wei's mention of marriage referred not to the two of them, but rather to the tiger spirit beasts. These past few days, aside from tutoring, she had been leveling up her pets. Although pets could marry at level 30, their attributes and skills during the wedding could influence the quality of their offspring. Therefore, Wei Wei had been diligently leveling her pets before arranging for them to marry Xiao Nai's little tiger. Pet weddings were quite simple. One merely needed to receive blessings from the beast god. However, the wedding night was a bit more complicated. First, a new house was required. Pets also possessed their dignity. Public displays of affection were unacceptable, so players had to create a new home for them within their own houses. In recent days, Wei Wei and Xiao Nai had divided their tasks, with Wei Wei leveling the babies and Xiao Nai responsible for purchasing bricks to build the house. Furthermore, the wedding had to occur at night. After 8 o'clock, again, pets had their dignity. They wouldn't engage in such activities during the day, so everything had to be conducted discreetly under the cover of night. With these two conditions met, the wedding night could commence. Wei Wei and Xiao Nai led their pets to marry, and when 8 o'clock struck, they sent them into the wedding chamber. According to players on the forums, the scenes of pets in the wedding chamber were quite risky, with the house shaking and pink hearts continuously appearing from the roof. However, Wei Wei was not fortunate enough to witness such a spectacle because just as she had placed the pets inside, the system reminded her, "Sorry, your pet is underage and has not been alive for 150 hours. It cannot engage in such activities." Could this game be any more absurd? They had reached the marriage level. Yet couldn't he consummate their union? The system had once again raised its level of shamelessness. Wei Wei stared in disbelief before asking Xiao Nai, "Dreamwalk 2 can't be this ridiculous." "Right? Not at all," Xiao Nai firmly denied, but after a few seconds he slowly added, "To this extent, Wei Wei could only fall silent." As silence enveloped them, familiar footsteps were heard at the door. Wei Wei quickly exclaimed, "My mom is coming." She swiftly removed her headphones and pretended to browse the internet. Bei Mama knocked lightly before entering, her hand poised to swipe across Wei Wei's face. As she did so, she muttered, "Why do girls learn anything but computers? I hear that too much screen time can make your face square and radiation is bad for your skin. Always apply more skincare products before going online." Wei Wei had long since grown accustomed to this and made no resistance as she endured the onslaught on her skin, arguing, "Then don't make me wash the dishes. Dish soap is bad for my hands." Bei Mama countered, "Then you can wash the vegetables." The household had a clear division of labor in the kitchen. Bei Mama washed the vegetables, Bei Dada was the chef, and Wei Wei was in charge of washing the dishes. However, Wei Wei truly despised washing dishes, but washing vegetables, I'd rather wash the dishes. Bei Mama dismissed her daughter's unreasonable request, feeling quite pleased as she finished applying the night cream and strutted out. However, at the very moment she closed the door, Wei Wei called out softly, "Mom, you should watch a little less television. After all, the TV is just a box." She put her headphones back on, and on the other end, Dishun remained silent. Wei Wei inquired, "What are you doing?" "Researching dishwashers," came the reply. Xiao Nai added, "I also dislike washing dishes. Are you eavesdropping on our conversation?" "Well, I don't mind listening openly." Wei Wei cleared her throat and remarked, "The sprouts of revolution, if exposed too early, may be stifled." Wei Wei refrained from discussing Xiao Nai with her parents, not to mention her father's opposition to her dating in college. Her mother's relentless probing and instinct to boast would ensure that if she mentioned it, within a few days, all relatives would be aware of her boyfriend. Xiao Nai corrected her. "Wei Wei, sprouts require photosynthesis. Those that remain in the dark are merely bean sprouts. It's so cold." Dishun, as expected of his status, delivered a chilling joke that sent shivers down one's spine, even in the height of summer. "You surely haven't turned on the air conditioning, have you?" "Oh, all right, I'm a bit cold too." Wei Wei decided not to engage further. "I'm taking the tiger out to pass the time. You carry on with your work." These days unfolded in such a manner, headphones on, speaking a few words when desired. Otherwise, each busy with their own tasks. Often, he would be coding while Wei Wei leveled up her pet or watched a movie, occasionally glancing at the programming books she had brought back. Sometimes, they would go half an hour without speaking. And it wouldn't he feel awkward at all. Urxie scorned their mode of communication, claiming it was pointless to just idle away in an online game. At the very least, they should find a picturesque place to travel. Wei Wei disagreed, believing there was nothing wrong with online gaming. There were mountains, waters, and a shin, which felt quite ethereal and intimate. Plus, it saved on phone bills, listening to the rhythmic and gentle clacking of Dishun's keyboard. Wei Wei strolled around in the game with her tiger. Speaking of which, Dishun worked hard too, often coding or planning late into the night. In truth, creating an online game could be quite effortless if one merely went with the flow. There would be no need for someone of Xiao Nai's caliber. He could simply divide the modules and delegate tasks to others. However, if the aim is innovation, he must invest considerable effort into developing a new engine and restructuring the main program. Perhaps those labeled as geniuses often endure hardships greater than the ordinary. After meandering in the game for a while, the hungry Bei Baba called Wei Wei out to eat a pot of wontons. Under her mother's heartbroken gaze, she returned to her bedroom with a satisfied belly, boasting to Dishun about her father's culinary skills, then casually asked what Xiao Nai had for dinner. Dishun replied, "I forgot, but I'm a bit hungry now." Wei Wei was about to suggest he find something to eat, but recalled that Dishun's parents were away excavating somewhere. Leaving him home alone, after pondering for a moment, she quietly opened her bedroom door to check. The living room was empty, so she stealthily slipped in and made a long-distance call. After a while, she returned and asked Xiao Nai, "Do you have any change?" The sound of keyboard tapping remained unchanged as he multitasked. Nothing much." About half an hour later, Xiao Nai said, "Someone's knocking at the door." "I'll go check." Wei Wei smiled broadly a few minutes later, The sound of the headphones being picked up came from the other side. Did you order takeout? Yes. This beef rice is quite good. Wei Wei beamed with pride. Why did you take so long? I had no change, so I borrowed some from the neighbor. Wei Wei broke out in a sweat. Xiao Nai chuckled. Do you know who lives next door to me? It can't possibly be the principal, right? Our department head. Their disjointed, themeless chatter continued until 11 o'clock, when Wei Wei was sent to bed by her mother after watching television. However, lying in bed, she found herself unable to sleep after a while. So she got up again, and the tranquil night, beneath the vast starlit sky. Wei Wei leaned against the window, softly humming a tune while glancing at the moon. This was just an ordinary day in midsummer. And even the overflowing sense of contentment and happiness stemmed from the mundane and commonplace. By the end of the month, Shen's dad and Wei Wei's mom finally welcomed the birth of the little tiger. But this little tiger was unfortunately deficient from birth, possessing remarkably poor attributes. Although it is said that divine beasts do not necessarily produce divine offspring, such a deficiency was indeed rare. Perhaps this is what is referred to as the law of extremes. Many players would discard their trash offspring immediately, but Wei Wei couldn't bear to do so. After searching for various elixirs to remedy the situation, she managed to improve its attributes a bit. A few days later, Wei Wei completed a month of tutoring. Having been slightly tanned from running around every day, she received a salary of 2,000 yuan and immediately rushed out to buy a phone. Wei Wei was quite efficient in her phone shopping. She didn't need to choose a brand. It was Shen's and need to select a model. It was also his AS for the color. Since Shen's was silver white, she had no choice but to go for pink. She absolutely did not intend to create a couple's phone. It was merely a trust in Shen's taste. On her way home, Wei Wei contemplated what message to send to Shen. This would be the inaugural use of her new phone, and it had to be significant. Upon arriving home, an idea struck her, and she sent the following message. Congratulations! In celebration of the 20th anniversary of the Glacier Group in Hong Kong, a lucky draw event is being held, and your number has been drawn for the third prize. A laptop. After paying a tax and handling fee of 1,000 yuan, we will expedite the prize to you. This type of idiotic scam message Erxi would recite every time he received one in the dormitory. And after hearing it so often, Wei Wei could compose one without even thinking to make it appear more authentic. Wei Wei even pulled out her bank card and copied the account number. After sending the message and admiring it twice, she triumphantly dispatched it. Shen would surely delete this message as junk, and later she would tell him it was from her. His reaction would undoubtedly be amusing. Naturally, no one would reply to such messages. So, after sending it, Wei Wei went to eat, pondering how she would scold him later. I sent you a message, and you completely ignored me. Just thinking about it made her chuckle. Unexpectedly, while she was eating, her phone rang with a message alert. Since her phone number was not widely known yet, who could possibly be messaging her? Curiously, she checked. Sender, 777795559. What is this? She opened it. Hello, Bei Weiwei. Xiao Nai has transferred 1,000 yuan to your card ending in XXXX via X online banking. Note: none. Wei Wei was taken aback. Ignoring her parents' astonished gazes, she retreated to her room to make a call. The call was answered quickly, and Wei Wei's first words were, "Why did you really transfer the money? This is a scam." Wei Wei felt utterly embarrassed on the other end. Xiao Nai chuckled softly and said, "I knew it was you trying to deceive me." Wei Wei's heart skipped a beat at his words, momentarily leaving her speechless. After a long pause, she finally asked, "How did you know it was me?" "I checked the phone's location and found it was in the same city as yours." Do you check the address every time you receive a scam message? What kind of hobby is that? No, it was just that your bank account number looked familiar, so I checked. Wei Wei, your scamming skills need work. You didn't even write down the account name for the transfer. Xiao Nai pointed out with a casual demeanor. Wei Wei felt embarrassed. The flaw was here. But that card was only something she had pulled out once in front of him while withdrawing money at school. How did he remember it so well? She was utterly defeated. You knew it was me and still transferred the money. By a plane ticket. Wei Wei was stunned on the other end, in City B, in his office. Xiao Nai leaned back in his chair, his gaze falling upon a potted cactus in bloom. Looking at the pale yellow flowers, his expression softened. Wei Wei, the flowers on the path bloom. You may return slowly. Part 38. Slowly return. The flowers on the path bloom. You may return slowly. In layman's terms, it means, Madam, you've been home long enough. It's time to return thus. 7 days later, Wei Wei set out on her journey back to school under the pretext of interning in City B. The newly purchased Appreciation Dictionary of Poetry Through the Ages lay open on the small dining table. Amid the slight bumps of the plane, Wei Wei lowered her head to read, yet the faint smile on her lips and the untouched pages of the book revealed to those around her that she had been lost in thought for quite some time. Attention all passengers, the plane is about to land. Please stow your trays and fasten your seatbelts. The flight attendant repeatedly reminded passengers to be mindful of safety procedures, and Wei Wei snapped back to reality. Tidying up her belongings a few minutes later, the plane landed smoothly at the capital airport. After declining the invitation of a gentleman from her flight who offered a ride, Wei Wei cheerfully dragged her suitcase onto the airport bus heading towards a university. This time, she hadn't informed Shen, intending to surprise him, although perhaps it could also be a shock. As long as it managed to surprise him, that was enough. Imagining how Xiao Nai might react. Wei Wei once again found herself lost in thought on the bus. After about half an hour, the bus reached its destination, and after transferring to a public bus, Wei Wei arrived at the building housing Z Technology just before 1 p.m. Perhaps due to the weekend, there were not many people moving about in the building, creating a rather empty atmosphere. However, it was a bit excessive for even the elevator to be out of service. Wei Wei looked at the sign indicating maintenance in front of the elevator and, with a sigh, began to lug her suitcase up the stairs. Fortunately, the esteemed company's office resides merely on the 4th floor. A brief ascent proves beneficial for both body and mind. However, during the sweltering heat of summer, lugging a heavy suitcase up the stairs is far from a delightful endeavor. Curiously, though, I felt no hint of melancholy. After laboriously climbing 6 flights for about 10 minutes, I reached the entrance of Z Technology, only to hear a chime as the elevator door beside me unexpectedly slid open, revealing a woman and 2 men stepping out. The elevator was operational. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I felt an overwhelming urge to kick it in frustration. Just then, the glass door of Z Technology swung open, and a robust man emerged, a square-faced individual clad in a yellow t-shirt. Unmistakably Yu Gong. Regardless of the time, an attractive individual invariably captures attention, and as Yu Gong stepped out, his gaze was immediately drawn not to the woman and 2 men ahead, but rather to Bei Weiwei standing to the side. He could hardly believe his eyes, staring in astonishment as he scrutinized her from head to toe. Wei Wei, too, was taken aback, awkwardly raising her hand in a small gesture of greeting, while Yu Gong opened his mouth. Yet no sound emerged. He finally remembered his purpose, diverting his gaze from Wei Wei to advance a few steps and shake hands with the woman who had exited the elevator, Director Fong. Welcome, welcome. It's truly commendable that you braved this heat to come here. I am Xiao Yu. Haha. The woman addressed as Director Fong appeared to be in her late 20s, dressed in a striped tank top and a short skirt. Accented by a metallic wide belt, exuding a distinct sense of style, she smiled and shook hands with Yu Gong. Hello, President Xiao was supposed to greet you in person, but he was unfortunately tied up on a call. It seems we arrived at an inconvenient time. Director Fong chuckled. Today's music effects are ready, and we were eager for you to hear them. Your President Xiao is quite the expert in this regard, and we would appreciate his guidance. As I listened to their polite exchanges, my heart sank further. What was happening? Hadn't the esteemed one mentioned he would be alone in the office today? Now it seemed not only Yu Gong was present, but these individuals had also come to seek him out. Perhaps I should discreetly slip away and reconnect with him later. However, just as I contemplated my exit, I asked this also an employee of your esteemed company. Director Fong's gaze settled on me, filled with complexity, while Yu Gong stroked his chin and chuckled. Haha, this is merely a family member of one of our employees. In an instant, several pairs of eyes turned toward me. Under their scrutiny, I felt as if I were caught in a clandestine escape. Please, please, come inside, Yu Gong urged, holding the glass door open for Director Fong and the others, then beckoning me to follow. Feeling a surge of melancholy, I dragged my suitcase and trailed behind. Z Company appeared unchanged since my last visit, eerily deserted. According to the esteemed one, the employees had been working overtime for 2 consecutive weeks, with some even sleeping at the office. Thus, after the completion of their current project, he had enforced a mandatory break for them. Yet, why was Yu Gong still here? As he guided the guests, he couldn't resist a bit of gossip. trailing a few steps behind and whispering with a mischievous grin, "Sister-in-law, are you eloping? Is this eloping?" I retorted weakly. "This is clearly a public performance." Wei Gong chuckled, his voice teasingly mysterious. "Your timing for this performance is quite impeccable." It's a real shocker. Bewildered, I cast a skeptical glance his way. Just then, I noticed a tall, slender figure striding toward us from the office, and he moved gracefully through the cubicles, exuding an air of confidence. And suddenly paused, his piercing gaze locking onto mine. His deep black eyes met mine, and my heart raced. It had been over a month since I last saw him. He hesitated for a moment before resuming his stride. Swiftly arriving before us, Director Fong stepped forward, extending her hand. "President Xiao Nai shifted his attention to her, shaking her hand politely. "Director Fong, my apologies for the delay." "Not at all. It was our oversight," he replied with a slight smile. Then turned his gaze toward Wei Gong, understanding the cue, promptly directed them. "Director Fong, please follow me. Our conference room has the best audio equipment. Let us head there to evaluate the sound quality." As Gong led them toward the conference room, Xiao Nai took the suitcase from my hand, his tone calm as he instructed, "Follow me." He seemed entirely unfazed. My planned elopement had transformed into a public performance, and my enthusiasm had been dampened. Observing Xiao Nai's demeanor, which remained completely composed, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. The excitement that had once surged within me began to ebb. This sentiment lingered, and I even noticed, for the first time, that Xiao Nai's pace had quickened considerably. Was he eager to settle me and so he could attend to the guests? While this was certainly a commendable approach, a simple acknowledgement would have sufficed, even just verbally. With a heavy heart, I trailed behind Xiao Nai, who opened the office door, allowing me to enter first. I stepped inside hesitantly. Click, the sound of the door closing behind me echoed ominously. Instinctively, I turned around only to feel a tight grip around my waist, a scorching hand pressing against me as I was spun around and pinned against the door. MY's suitcase thudded to the floor beside me. Xiao Nai leaned closer, his long legs advancing, and he captured my lips with fervor. Initially, it was merely a forceful suction, but soon, he seemed unsatisfied, seeking deeper access. Completely unprepared, my mouth yielded without resistance, allowing him to invade. His heated lips and tongue ravaged my mouth with relentless abandon. As our lips intertwined, our bodies pressed together, yet he seemed to crave more, pushing me further against the door. The coldness of the door contrasted with the searing heat radiating from his body, leaving me trapped between fire and ice. With no escape, I gasped, struggling to catch my breath, instinctively attempting to push him away, but my efforts only intensified his grip. Dazed, I felt as though my very essence was being drained by his fervent presence. I lost track of time until a distant knocking interrupted the haze, faintly hearing someone say, "President Xiao, keeping her waiting in the conference room for too long may not be appropriate." Was that Gong's mischievous voice? A moment of clarity struck me, realizing someone was just beyond the thin door, and embarrassment surged within me. Instinctively, I tried to retreat, but Xiao Nai seemed intent on punishing my distraction, intensifying his invasion. The presence outside faded, and just as I thought I could endure no longer, the tempest suddenly ceased. Yet, he did not withdraw. His lips continued to tenderly caress the territory he had just ravaged. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he relented, allowing me a moment to breathe. My mind, however, remained clouded and unfocused. His grip on me loosened slightly, and I found myself weak-kneed, nearly unable to stand, my hands instinctively wrapping around his lean waist. When I finally realized what I had done, an overwhelming wave of shame washed over me, and I reflexively stammered an explanation. The food on the plane was dreadful, but I caught myself mid-sentence, grateful for regaining my composure before I could finish. If I had continued to explain my lack of energy due to not eating enough, even if the esteemed one didn't mock me, I would have felt utterly embarrassed. I felt utterly drained, my voice barely above a whisper, yet Xiao Nai seemed oblivious, his heated breath lingering against my neck. After a brief moment, he finally drew back slightly, his luminous black eyes fixed on mine, before gently kissing my hand. "Wait for me here." Part 39. I feel shy. He tidied his clothes and exited. Once the door closed, I found myself lacking the strength to move to the sofa. Sliding down to sit on the floor, hugging my knees. One moment I was flushed, the next lost in thought, then vexed and conflicted. After what felt like an eternity of vacillating emotions, I finally gathered myself and stood up. How could I possibly remain here waiting for him? That would be far too obedient. No, I must make a swift exit. Yet, as I approached the office door, I hesitated again. What kind of escape would this be? Such events are, after all, rather commonplace, and I had secretly contemplated them in the past. It was simply too sudden. I was utterly unprepared and reacted like a fool. If I fled now, wouldn't that only amplify the absurdity of the situation? Standing at the office entrance, torn between indecision, I was nearly suffocated by my thoughts. Just when I felt utterly trapped, salvation arrived in the form of a beef rice bowl. The elevator doors chimed open, and a young man wearing a baseball cap emerged, a plastic bag in hand. He glanced around before approaching me. "You must be Miss Bei?" I paused for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. "Greetings. This is the beef rice you ordered, and I have brought it to you. Thank you for your patronage. It totals 15 yuan. The young man in the cap handed her the plastic bag. Beef rice. It was obvious who had ordered it, as he must have overheard. Wei Wei slightly grasped the bag, feeling her face flush and her body weak once again. The young man in the cap waited for her to settle the bill, and Wei Wei fumbled in her pocket, offering him a 100 yuan note. The young man did not accept it and awkwardly said, "Do not have any change." Wei Wei shook her head, explaining that her change had been used up on the ride here. "Could you perhaps borrow some from someone else?" "I cannot break this bill." Borrow from someone else? Could it be from the deity? The thought crossed her mind, and instantly, it shattered her resolve, suddenly struck by inspiration. Wei Wei's eyes brightened as she looked at the young man and said enthusiastically, "How about this? I will accompany you to the store to pay. Would that trouble you too much?" "Not at all." "Not at all," Wei Wei eagerly insisted, and the more she contemplated the idea, the more it seemed brilliant. Dragging her luggage, she made her way toward the elevator, then paused to turn back. "Wait a moment. I need to leave a note." She hurried back into the office with her luggage in tow. The young man in the cap watched her retreating figure, opening his mouth to suggest that perhaps credit would suffice, but he swallowed his words. When Xiao Nai returned to the office, it was already deserted, but a note had mysteriously appeared on the computer screen. He removed it. "Thank you for ordering the beef rice. However, I do not have any change." And the person refused to grant credit, so I went to the store with them to settle the bill. A large smiley face adorned the signature. The corners of Xiao Nai's mouth lifted slightly. She ran off, and the note was written with such lack of sincerity. He slipped the note into his folder and picked up the phone, dialing a number he had recently become familiar with. As soon as the call connected, he directly inquired, "Where are you?" Wei Wei was busy cleaning. True to her style, Bei Weiwei would never engage in a battle unprepared. She had considered everything prior to her arrival. The first order of business was securing accommodation. Before the break, she had not applied for on-campus housing, and fortunately, her wealthy friend Xiaoling had a house nearby that she could borrow, with the keys having been couriered to her days earlier. When Xiao Nai called, Wei Wei was covered in dust from her cleaning efforts. The phone cheerfully played the national anthem. Wei Wei stared at it for several seconds before pressing the answer button, her heart racing. Yet she spoke quite normally. "I'm cleaning at Xiaoling's. I can't stay at school, so I'm borrowing her vacant house for a while. Address? You're coming over. Let us talk later. I'm in the middle of cleaning. And it's quite messy. I'll come help. No need. You're too important. I can't afford you." Wei Wei hesitated, unwilling for him to come over just yet. Xiao Nai paused, leaning against his desk, stretching his long legs, and casually said, "Wei Wei, are you feeling shy?" "Wei Wei. Baegihua Garden, Building 17, A16. Oh, wonder when you come. Could you bring me a bottle of dish soap?" She blurted it all out in one breath and promptly hung up the phone. Half an hour later, the doorbell rang, and Wei Wei dashed to open it, not giving the visitor a chance to speak. She quickly tiptoed and placed a freshly made paper hat atop his head, then shoved him into the kitchen, handing him a cloth. "You clean the kitchen. Don't come out until it's done." She then hurried off to clean the windows. Xiao Nai, cloth in hand, surveyed the kitchen, chuckling to himself as he began to tidy up. It was amusing to see her in such a flustered state. Hours passed, and by 5 o'clock, the apartment was finally presentable. Wei Wei looked around, a sense of accomplishment swelling within her. At that moment, Xiao Nai emerged from the guest room, carrying a trash bag. After cleaning the kitchen, he had been tasked with tidying up the guest room. Despite his striking appearance, even he bore traces of dust on his face. And the paper hat Wei Wei had made was slightly askew. Yet he still managed to look handsome and charismatic. Wei Wei couldn't help but chuckle, any lingering awkwardness evaporating with her laughter. She pushed him toward the bathroom, saying, "Go wash up. Soon. I'll treat you to roasted duck." Nearby Xiaoling's house was a renowned roast duck restaurant, famous for its affordability. For just 20 yuan, one could enjoy a variety of dishes made from half a duck, crispy skin, stir-fried duck meat, and duck bone soup, complemented by 2 vegetable dishes and a plate of fruit. Enough for two. Wei Wei, having worked hard cleaning, found her appetite surging. They exited the restaurant, but upon reaching the door, they were met with dark clouds and the rumble of thunder, soon followed by a torrential downpour. They had no choice but to wait inside until the rain ceased. Fortunately, the downpour lasted only a brief while, refreshing the air and dispelling the day's heat. As they walked, Wei Wei felt invigorated, the atmosphere around them suddenly fresh and delightful. Xiao Nai glanced up at the sky, chuckling softly, feeling a bit embarrassed by her earlier antics. Wei Wei suspected he might be laughing at her. She playfully shook his hand, asking, "What are you laughing at?" Xiao Nai turned to her, his smile deepening as he replied, "Nothing. I just think that ever since you arrived, the weather has improved." "Hey, don't be so melodramatic." Wei Wei blushed, trying to glare at him, but her expression was more seductive than intimidating. Unable to resist, Xiao Nai leaned down and kissed her lips, causing her heart to race anew. "But we're out in public. What if someone sees us?" Just as the thought crossed her mind, Wei Wei felt someone watching them. Instinctively turning her head, she spotted 2 identical little girls, around 4 or 5 years old, sporting pigtails and curiously staring at them with wide eyes. "Oh no!" Wei Wei groaned inwardly, grabbing Xiao Nai's hand and bolting away. Xiao Nai had never been so unceremoniously pulled into a run before, finding the situation both ridiculous and amusing. "Wei Wei, hurry, I'm shy." After running for a short distance, Wei Wei could no longer keep up, still clutching Xiao Nai's hand, panting heavily as she dragged him to a clean patch of grass that hadn't been soaked by the rain. Finally releasing his hand, she collapsed onto the grass, motionless. Xiao Nai sat down beside her, and for a moment, neither spoke. The gentle breeze after the storm carried the faint fragrance of grass and trees, intoxicatingly refreshing, though perhaps more so from the person beside her. Sitting next to him, Wei Wei felt an urge to draw closer, but she quickly averted her gaze and began fiddling with the grass beside her. After a moment, she remembered to ask, "Why don't you ask me why I suddenly came here? Is it necessary to ask?" Xiao Nai questioned with his eyes, "Don't be so self-absorbed, just ask." Wei Wei urged him with her gaze. Xiao Nai complied. "All right, Wei Wei, why did you suddenly come here?" Satisfied, Wei Wei responded, "I came for an internship. I couldn't find a suitable place back home, but your company accepts interns, right?" Xiao Nai replied seriously, "Our company has high standards for hiring." "Well, I'm just an intern. You don't have to pay me. Even free interns require careful consideration." Wei Wei picked up 2 blades of grass and playfully tossed them at him. "What do you want?" Xiao Nai pondered for a moment. A bribe? How shameless. However, finding herself under his roof, Wei Wei begrudgingly suggested, "Then I'll treat you to a late-night snack later." Xiao Nai, in a mock gentlemanly manner, declined. "Apologies, aside from your beauty, I do not accept other forms of bribery." Wei Wei. Part 40. The little intern, regardless of whether Wei Wei ultimately succeeded in bribing him with her charm, the outcome was that on Monday morning, Xiao Nai promptly appeared downstairs at Xiaoling's residence to accompany Wei Wei to the office. Clad in a white shirt paired with a black skirt, Wei Wei seemed quite professional, despite the fact that her shirt had a slightly childish cut, and the skirt featured pleats with a slender bow belt at the waist. She looked both adorable and elegant. Coincidentally, Xiao Nai also donned a simple white shirt with black trousers, and as they walked side by side, they appeared as if they had intentionally coordinated their outfits, exuding youthfulness and freshness that drew the attention of passers-by. Since Bei Garden was not far from Xiao Nai's company, they walked there together, with Wei Wei linking her arm through his, feeling both excited and anxious. "What will I be doing once I arrive? What do you enjoy doing?" I'm not sure. I just hope there is something for me to do." Sitting around with nothing to do would be quite awkward. After a moment's thought, Xiao Nai suggested, "You can start in the testing department for a few days, get familiar with Dream Wanderer 2. Then move to the planning department. Wei Gong works in both departments. You can follow him." "Okay." Wei Wei nodded, still just a student, completely unaware of the company's processes, so she accepted his guidance without question. As they neared the company, Wei Wei suddenly remembered. You go in first. I'll find Yugong myself. Xiao Nai looked down at her, asking why for no particular reason. Wei Wei confidently declared, borrowing her new catchphrase, I'm just shy. Xiao Nai suddenly realized what it meant to shoot oneself in the foot. However, the slightly intricate plan soon fell through. Just 200 meters from the corporate building, Wei Wei was contemplating parting ways with Xiao Nai when a young man, sporting black-framed glasses, adorned with ear studs, and dressed in a distinctly postmodern style, dashed past them. After running a few dozen meters, the young man turned back, his gaze darting between Wei Wei and Xiao Nai, a look of astonishment etched on his face. Boss, I must be mistaken. I asked this our company's new employee? Xiao Nai nodded, confirming, yes, and in turn Wei Wei offered him a polite smile, her curiosity piqued about why he referred to Xiao Nai as boss. Was this a title for the revered figure in the company? Having made a bit of effort to present herself today, she appeared exceptionally radiant, and her smile had an undeniable charm that left the postmodern youth momentarily dazzled, his heart fluttering. Yet, he quickly noticed her hand nestled in the crook of the boss's arm. Boss, could it be that you too? Xiao Nai shot him a sidelong glance, too weary to even respond. The young man quickly grasped the situation, exaggeratedly stepping back 2 paces before spinning around and sprinting towards the building. Wei Wei catching a glimpse of him pulling out his phone mid-run. She could faintly hear the sounds, a super beauty has arrived. Too bad, she's the boss's wife. This visit was pointless. Wei Wei felt a surge of frustration, while Xiao Nai reassured her, it's from the art department. You should try to steer clear of them. Clearly, they belong to the performance department, Wei Wei muttered under her breath. Thanks to the postmodern youth, before Wei Wei even reached the company, the news of the future boss lady's arrival had already spread throughout GE. Her covert infiltration plan had utterly failed. Although Xiao Nai had brought Wei Wei to the company, he was immediately called away, leaving her to navigate the environment on her own. Regardless, with a mark of the Xiao family's invisible seal already stamped upon her, he felt at ease. The relatively more relaxed Yugong took on the task of introducing the newcomer. Striding through the envious gazes of others, Yugong proudly led Wei Wei towards the testing department, explaining the current state of GE technology. Our company primarily focuses on development, so the structure is quite simple, comprising only 5 departments: planning, programming, art, testing, and administration. The art department, Yugong gestured towards the east, is the largest and most eccentric. Sister-in-law, stay away from them. They've been recruiting people for NPC prototypes recently, and they even want to use my looks for one. You must be cautious. Wei Wei, intrigued, asked, are they making an NPC based on your appearance? Yugong nodded. That sounds quite fun, he replied with a straight face. What if that NPC is a madam, and her name is Ru Hua? Yugong summarized, in short, they are currently working on NPCs for a brothel scene, and Wei Wei interjected with unwavering conviction, I will definitely keep my distance. After walking a few more steps, Yugong continued, over there is the planning department, where your husband is the lead planner, along with storyline and data planners. Once you get more involved, you'll understand. 2 of them are from our school's mathematics department. The mention of husband sent a chill down Wei Wei's spine, prompting her to suddenly recall a question. She interjected, I just heard someone call out boss earlier. Yes, some call him that, while others refer to him as Xiao Ji. I asked it like a gang? Wei Wei pondered aloud. Well, in a way. Our work in the internet realm is rather similar to that of a gang, working tirelessly from dawn till dusk. Besides, we're all around the same age. Calling him Xiao Zong or manager lacks flair. Wei Wei remembered how he had once called out Xiao Zong in a particular scenario and shot Yugong a few silent daggers with her eyes. Oblivious, Yugong pointed towards the west. That's the programming department, home to a bunch of geniuses, especially the members of Group A, who are referred to as the 3 divine hands of our company. Divine hands? Wei Wei's eyes sparkled. Are they gods? Not quite. Yugong waved dismissively. Group A has only 4 members. Besides your husband, the other 3 form the trio of divine hands. Do you see that guy in the brown skull t-shirt? Wei Wei followed his gaze. Yugong lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. You know the famous hacker, KO, right? Wei Wei nodded. Even someone like her, who wasn't particularly interested in hackers, had heard of him. To call him one of the top hackers in the country was no exaggeration. That's him. Here, he goes by Old K. You must be joking, KO? Wei Wei was left speechless. He was brought over by Lao San. Apparently they had a few duels, but now he's with us. Not many know his true identity. So keep it to yourself. Only our team is aware. You've probably told plenty of others by now. Yugong continued. To this day, I still don't know his real name. Lao San pays him directly in cash. And he has a knack for being cool. Yugong added with a hint of envy, but I think the reason he doesn't reveal his real name is… Wei Wei looked at him expectantly. His name is just too cringeworthy. Yugong nodded emphatically to reinforce his point. Wei Wei fell silent. Yugong pointed to another individual, saying, that guy next to him is a Shuang, another ace of Group A, but you should definitely steer clear of him whenever possible. Why? Wei Wei inquired, puzzled. Sister-in-law, haven't you noticed that our company resembles a monk's temple? Even the front desk is male. This guy is the reason. Yugong's face contorted with anger, gritting his teeth as he explained. Rumor has it that he can't write code when he sees a woman. That's quite the power. Wei Wei was astounded. But don't mistake him for some virtuous gentleman. Yugong continued to express his opinion. I think he's just a lecher with no self-control. When he sees a woman, he becomes dizzy and unable to think straight. So, he prefers not to see them at all. For a moment, Wei Wei felt as though she had stepped into a martial arts world, where these individuals seemed to embody legendary figures with peculiar quirks. What about the last one? She pressed. The last one. Yugong's gaze grew somber as he fixed his eyes on a particular corner. There's one more. The pretty boy. Wei Wei followed his gaze, puzzled. But there's no one there. Look again, more closely, Yugong urged. After scrutinizing once more, she still saw no one. Only beauty. Suddenly, she froze, turning to Yugong in shock. He sighed heavily. I know it's hard for you to accept this truth, but yes, it's him. Although he looks like a pretty boy and has questionable character, often appearing quite sleazy, as the saying goes, when God gives you a multitude of flaws, he will still grant you at least one virtue. The only merit of this pretty boy is that he possesses a good mind. Once, he was the science champion of Province C. Wei Wei was taken aback. The handsome senior was actually a core member of the Divine Team. A legendary programming expert. While she was aware that there were many talented individuals at their school, this was simply too hard to fathom. Could one imagine the cheerful, unassuming neighbor suddenly transforming into a martial arts master? Yugong asked, Are you disillusioned? Not really, did I in fact. The handsome senior does possess quite an aura, Wei Wei managed to say with difficulty. Yugong nodded in agreement. However, sometimes a lack of refinement can also signify a mastery of sorts. By the way, Yugong suddenly recalled, you can call me Yugong at the company. That's how everyone refers to me. But don't call Hao Mei Emojat. What should I call him then? Surely not Hao Mei? Yugong replied nonchalantly. In the martial arts world, he's known as Mega. Oh, what's wrong? Nothing. Wei Wei responded casually. I just suddenly felt the urge to perform a chest-busting ACT. In a state of numbness. Wei Wei continued to follow Yugong. There wasn't much to introduce about the administration department. Yugong only earnestly advised, be polite to the staff there. They decide whether your meal box will consist of 3 meat dishes and 1 vegetable or 3 vegetable dishes and 1 meat. Wei Wei nodded seriously, indicating she had taken note. Finally, they arrived at the testing department, where Yugong explained, the testing department currently lacks sufficient personnel, and we're expecting a large-scale recruitment in September. Sister-in-law, you can start there. Upon reaching the testing department and introducing her to the department manager and members, Yugong gracefully made his exit. Part 41 His world. The testing department is one of the sectors in a gaming company with relatively lower technical demands. Ordinary positions only require experience and enthusiasm for gaming, and as a seasoned gaming expert, Wei Wei was more than capable of fulfilling this role. The role of a game tester can be rather monotonous, often involving repetitive interactions with the same NPCs to identify bugs or traversing the same map repeatedly. IT is far from the simplistic notion outsiders might hold, where one merely plays games for enjoyment. Today, the testing department was tasked with evaluating a large-scale mission, and given the shortage of personnel, an additional hand was most welcome. Initially, the team had concerns that the stunning beauty rumored to be the boss's girlfriend was merely there to pass time. But to their surprise, she quickly acclimated to the mechanics of Dreamland 2 and became proficient in no time. The head of the testing department felt as if he had struck gold and swiftly developed a sense of camaraderie with Wei Wei, the prospective boss's fiancée. Once immersed in Dreamland 2, Wei Wei became utterly captivated, even ignoring the enthusiastic attempts of the well-known figure in the gaming community, Mei Ge, who came to observe her gameplay, resulting in a dejected departure for Mo Jia. During lunch with Xiao Nai, he casually inquired about her morning activities, to which Wei Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied, "We tested the flood disaster mission." Dreamland 2 aims to replicate real-world weather changes to the fullest extent, featuring the rise and fall of the sun, the elements of wind, frost, thunder, and lightning, as well as sunny days and relentless rain. Naturally, persistent rainfall can lead to flooding in certain areas, giving rise to the flood disaster mission. When a town is submerged, the system issues a notification calling on players to rescue NPC children and the elderly. As well as safeguarding NPC property, in exchange for rewards, players must acquire swimming skills and transport NPCs to safety within a limited time frame, as their health diminishes continuously in the water. Failure to do so results in player death and mission failure. This mission is complemented by subsequent tasks related to post-disaster reconstruction and drought relief efforts, among others. Wei Wei had played her fair share of online games, but this was her first encounter with such a uniquely engaging multiplayer mission. During testing, she also overheard discussions about various quests, such as a nursery feeding task, street performance missions, and a family system emphasizing traditional roles, while she had only scratched the surface of the game. The innovative task system of Dreamland 2 had already left her in awe. However, what struck Wei Wei the most today was the breathtaking scenery of Dreamland 2, the enchanting mountains, vast rivers, lush bamboo groves, and serene valleys. These familiar sights took on an ethereal quality within the game. Wei Wei was aware that Dreamland 2 utilized a 3D engine crafted by the game's creator rather than purchasing a ready-made foreign product, ensuring exceptional graphics and fluid animations. Yet, witnessing the beauty and elegance of the game firsthand exceeded her expectations. Reflecting on the brilliance of the creator and his talented team, she found it understandable. With such an outstanding engine, the financial prospects for Dreamland 2's operation seemed promising, and the potential income from licensing the engine to other game developers was bound to be substantial. After lunch, as she returned to the company with Xiao Nai, she proactively sought out the handsome senior she had inadvertently hurt that morning, hoping to mend fences. Xiao Nai smiled, but did not deter her, as he preferred to avoid overt displays of affection in public. However, when bugs were discovered during the afternoon testing, he made an appearance in the testing department to assist with debugging. The employees' feelings were mixed. Internally lamenting, "We could handle this too. There's no need for the boss to intervene personally." After several days of testing, Wei Wei sensed a fundamental difference between Dreamland 2 and the other games she had played, not merely due to its exquisite graphics and rich historical context, but for reasons she couldn't quite articulate until she stumbled upon some detailed design documents. Dreamland 2 exudes a sense of vibrancy. Nothing remains static within its world. Flowers bloom and wither, the moon waxes and wanes, and fortunes rise and fall. A peony in a courtyard may have been on the verge of blooming just days ago, only to be fully open upon her next visit. A tavern in the capital may have been bustling with patrons yesterday, only to face decline and new ownership overnight. A woman residing in the west of the city may be waiting for suitors this month, yet find herself wed in the east by the next. Even the NPCs in the apothecary and general store take turns on holiday. These small changes in scenery and NPC behavior create a dynamic sense of progression, dispelling the lifelessness often found in previous online games. Every aspect of Dreamland 2 is infused with ingenuity, from the wedding mechanics that allow for competitive proposals to the martial arts system's customizable moves, and the occupational design that includes noble families summoning guards to battle, a concept reminiscent of Western summoning systems. The game is permeated with creative ideas, but its most significant feature is the seamless integration of life systems with the martial world, allowing players to revel in adventure while also pursuing a tranquil existence apart from the chaos of the Jianghu. This duality is rare in online gaming, where combat and life are typically sharply delineated. Even games with life systems tend to treat them as mere auxiliary mini-games. Developers often lack the means to create such systems, as many domestic companies opt to purchase foreign engines, which tend to emphasize combat progression over life simulation, resulting in a homogenized product. However, Xiao Nai's independently developed engine allows for greater freedom to create what they envision. Nonetheless, these innovations remain confined to the gaming realm, while the true strategic innovation lies in Dreamland 2's life system, which merges CB, combat, and battle, with BS, business, and social interactions. In simpler terms, it combines the immersive experience of downloadable online games with the accessibility of browser-based games. For instance, if a player plants a flower in their garden that blooms while they are at work, they can simply log into the browser version of Dreamland 2 during their break to collect it. Likewise, if they have a son who requires 3 meals a day but prefer not to leave him in the system's nursery, they can feed him via the web version during work hours. It is foreseeable that these features will eventually extend to mobile platforms. Currently, many game companies are striving to create web games suitable for office workers and players with lower-spec computers. But no game on the market has successfully merged 3D online gaming with browser-based gameplay. Dreamland 2 has paved the way in this regard, representing a truly ingenious innovation, moreover, considering it from a different angle. As they walked home from work, Wei Wei enthusiastically praised the game's features, while Xiao Nai maintained a calm demeanor, at least on the surface. Before the internal testing of Dreamland 2, the Life System's web version will be launched first. That's quite novel, but what is the objective? Wei Wei pondered. When she struggled to articulate her thoughts, Xiao Nai provided further insight. Prior to the internal testing, we will showcase videos of the home system in the 3D game on the web version. Suddenly, Wei Wei grasped the concept. Players of the web version seeing their gardens rendered so beautifully in 3D would undoubtedly feel compelled to explore the online game, leading to predictable outcomes. The creator's ambition was exceedingly grand. Aiming to capture the attention of all types of players, Wei Wei's excitement surged as she contemplated the implications. What would happen if players who dislike combat entered the game? They could opt not to engage in battles or level up, instead focusing on farming, raising livestock, crafting clothes, or experimenting with cuisine. Yet, should they find the life of a farmer dull, they could easily seek mentorship and explore the Jianghu without hindrance. The system would entice them with opportunities, such as a rare herb yielding extraordinary benefits, a secret manual unearthed while tilling the soil, or unexpectedly crafting superior equipment. However, these items would be unsellable, leading to the conclusion that the creator is indeed a schemer, perhaps more aptly described as a cunning strategist, adept at crafting enticing traps that lure players in. Day by day, Wei Wei became increasingly engrossed in Dreamland 2, to the point of neglecting her own well-being. One day, Xiao Nai approached her without her noticing, prompting playful teasing from the testing team. "Xiao Go, how does it feel to lose to your own game?" Xiao Nai felt irked by the jest, having endured days of hearing his long-lost girlfriend incessantly discuss the game. In exasperation, he declared, "From now on, let us not mention the word game outside of work." Wei Wei felt a mix of delight and indignation, explaining, "But it's your game. Dreamland 2 is your world. A game cannot be created by one person alone. It embodies the collective wisdom of the entire team. Yet, as the ultimate designer of this game, Xiao Nai is its very soul. In many ways, Dreamland 2 reflects his worldview and values. In this game, Wei Wei sometimes feels as if she is soaring within his vast heart. He is omnipresent, perfect, and powerful. It seems she has grown fonder of him. After spending a week in the testing department, Xiao Nai brought Wei Wei to one of his directly supervised departments, the planning department, where she began her role as an assistant planner. Wei Wei had no objections to this transfer. In fact, she was almost impatient to immerse herself in his world and contribute her own elements to it. Part 42. Swimming trunks. The afternoon sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow on the two individuals seated on the wooden floor beside the bed. "I believe we could add more to the family system, particularly in terms of interactions between families," Wei Wei remarked as she sat beside Xiao Nai, jotting down her thoughts in a small notebook. This green-covered notebook was a recent purchase, filled with fragmented ideas about dream travel. As an experienced player, Wei Wei's insights were quite perceptive, yet Xiao Nai seemed distracted. "What do you think of this piece?" Wei Wei inquired, somewhat annoyed. "Xiao, are you even listening?" "Yes," he replied. "Once your ideas mature, write a report for me." Frustrated, Wei Wei bit his wrist lightly. Yet the melody remained undisturbed. The tune Xiao Nai was playing was the background music from a scene in Dream Travel 2, one of the pieces sent by director Fong's music studio the day Wei Wei arrived. After finishing the piece, Xiao Nai pondered for a moment before making some notes on the score. Then, with a sweeping gesture, he lifted Wei Wei off the ground and playfully pinned her to the floor, returning her kiss with fervor. "You." Wei Wei had no time to utter another word before her lips were silenced. Although she had been kissed and embraced by him several times already, being pinned to the floor felt entirely different, making her heart race uncontrollably. However, In a clash of wills, Xiao Nai proved not only to be physically formidable but also quite cunning. Wei Wei found herself powerless to resist, succumbing to his whims, after several minutes. Xiao Nai finally released her but remained on the floor, his warm breath brushing against her neck. Wei Wei panted, her gaze dreamy for a moment before she recovered, unable to suppress her curiosity. Is this really your first, relationship? Not at all, she retorted. Every time, I'm utterly defenseless against you. Well, Xiao Nai drawled lazily, it seems you've become quite adept. Seeing you makes it feel instinctive, Xiao Nai teased as he nibbled her earlobe. And I've rehearsed it in my mind countless times. After a few more exchanges, their lunchtime break slipped away. Xiao Nai buttoned his shirt and prepared to leave, while Wei Wei dashed into the bathroom to check her reflection. Her eyes were slightly watery, perhaps a sign of fatigue. Her cheeks were flushed, likely from sun exposure. But what about her lips? Were they reacting to spicy food or mosquito bites? Those busy yet perpetually teasing colleagues would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to mock her. Especially with Yugong around. Emerging from the bathroom, Wei Wei found Xiao Nai already changing his shoes. He lowered his head and casually asked, "Are you going in the afternoon?" Although it was the weekend. Many employees were working overtime due to a new set of objectives, and Xiao Nai had to go. And in turn, Wei Wei's presence was inconsequential, so she tossed her head defiantly, not going. Interns don't get paid. I want a day off, with grace. Xiao Nai chose not to confront her on that, but he did call her to the doorway and kissed her forehead gently. Then you can keep an eye on the house. Don't he go to Shellings? Oh. Wei Wei glanced outside at the sun's fervent rays, feeling less inclined to venture out. However, after Xiao Nai left, she couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "This isn't my home." The house she currently occupied was not Shellings but Xiao Nai's own place. He had some psychological barriers against being affectionate in someone else's home, while Wei Wei hesitated to visit his parents' house. Therefore, this previously seldom used residence became a frequent haven for them, where they often spent the day together, and Xiao Nai would escort her home at night. With Xiao Nai gone, Wei Wei found herself at a loose end and retreated to her room to browse online. With no plans to go to the company, she found it somewhat dulled. As she wandered through the internet, she remembered she hadn't fed her little tiger in days and decided to log into Dream Travel Jianghu. Initially, the little tiger had poor innate attributes, but under Wei Wei's patient nurturing, its attributes had improved. After feeding it some elixirs and discovering her inventory was empty, she set off to the Chang'an market to replenish her supplies. To her surprise, at the Chang'an market, she encountered the long-absent Dai Meng Wei Xing, who was running a stall and selling items. Wei Wei was a bit taken aback and messaged her, "Is it really you?" "Dai Meng, you didn't sell your account to someone else, did you?" "Sure enough," Dai Meng quickly replied. "Yes, Wei Wei. It's been so long since I saw you, Dai Meng. Hee, I've been too busy with work." Wei Wei had always thought Dai Meng had completely left the game, so she was pleasantly surprised by her return. She considered asking about her recent circumstances, but hesitated, fearing it might come off as intrusive. So she opted not to inquire further. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Dai Meng suggested they team up to tackle a boss. Joining them was Thunder God Nini, and the three of them entered a dungeon of manageable difficulty. Under normal circumstances, the three of them should have found the dungeon quite easy to conquer. Yet due to Dai Meng's frequent missteps, they almost faced a total party wipe. Dai Meng chuckled ruefully. "I haven't played in 2 months. And I can't even beat a boss now." It seemed Dai Meng's mood was rather low. Wei Wei contemplated this. Thunder God Nini messaged her. "Dai Meng seems to be feeling down lately." What happened? She probably isn't used to being back in the guild after her 2-month absence. Many of the older members have left, and a lot of newcomers idolize Xiao Yao. Most don't even recognize Dai Meng, the guild leader. Has Zhang Tianxia not returned the guild leader position to her? Nope, and now Dai Meng's level and equipment are even lower than Zhang Tianxia's. Xiao Yu Qingqing is still in the guild. That woman is utterly insufferable. If it weren't for my attachment to the guild, I would have left long ago. This moment, Wei Wei realized a pressing issue. Dai Meng and Zhang Tianxia. Thunder God Nini remarked. "They've reconciled. I asked Dai Meng, and she said she was ill recently, and Zhang Tianxia took care of her, so she softened." Just as she was saying this, Thunder God Nini suddenly vanished. A few minutes later, she reappeared, exclaiming, "Ugh, it's terrible to be at home. The telecom internet is either lagging or disconnecting. Wei Wei, how's your speed? You're on telecom too, right?" "No, I'm back in B City." I am on netcom. Oh, why did you return to B City so early? Summer internship. Collapse, don't mention internships. I haven't even secured a stamp yet. These exchanges took place in the team chat. So Dai Meng could see them too. After remaining mostly silent, she suddenly asked, Wei Wei, are you currently in B City? Yes, Wei Wei replied, smiling. Dai Meng didn't say anything more. After finishing the dungeon, she unexpectedly said, Wei Wei, are you free now? How about we go out for afternoon tea together? Wei Wei was quite surprised by the invitation. She generally wasn't keen on meeting online friends, but given Dai Meng's current mood, refusing seemed like adding insult to injury. Hesitation washed over her. Just then, Thunder God Nini sent her a private message. Wei Wei, just accompany Dai Meng for a bit, with Zhang Xia and the guild matters. She's feeling down. You could come for her. Recalling Dai Meng's situation with Zhang Xia, Wei Wei, who had been immersed in her own little happiness, felt a pang of sympathy and decided not to overthink it. Agreeing to the invitation, while chatting with Dai Meng and the others, suddenly, a window popped up on Wei Wei's computer screen, startling her. Wei Wei. The window displayed 2 characters. Wei Wei hesitated before typing. God. Yes, can't you use a normal chat tool? This is more convenient, but it's quite alarming. Suddenly, she remembered her relative's vacant villa. Their house has a swimming pool. Want to go swimming? Yes, Wei Wei replied swiftly. Can you swim? No, Wei Wei retorted with conviction. But I want to observe. To watch the god swim. This was a desire that had arisen the last time she saw him play basketball. With the abrupt diversion caused by the god's mysterious presence, Wei Wei momentarily lost focus on her game. While Thunder God Nini called her name repeatedly, Wei Wei, Wei Wei, Wei Wei, Wei Wei, Wei Wei, Wei Wei quickly interjected to halt the barrage. I'm here, just had something come up. Oh, I thought you had lagged too, Dai Meng asked. Wei Wei, are you in XX District? XX District is a place with a concentration of universities in B City, to which Wei Wei replied, Yes, Dai Meng suggested. How about that Pizza Hut on XX Road? Wei Wei thought for a moment. XX Road wasn't far from a university, so she agreed. All right. Having settled the time and place for their meeting and exchanged phone numbers, Wei Wei reopened the window with the god's message. I am meeting Dai Meng Wei Xing soon. After a moment's pause, Xiao Nai replied. Although he said little, Wei Wei sensed that he was not particularly fond of her meeting with an online acquaintance. Thus, she clarified, at the Pizza Hut on XX Road. It's just for afternoon tea. It won't take long. Xiao Nai responded, I'll pick you up for swimming afterward. By the way, don't forget to bring my swimsuit. A men's swimsuit is essentially just swim trunks, isn't it? The thought of the divine swim trunks made Wei Wei's cheeks flush crimson. The mere notion was enough to make her feel bashful. Let alone rummaging through the cabinet. She opened the wardrobe Xiao Nai had mentioned. Feeling too shy to examine it closely, she randomly grabbed a black, smooth fabric that was likely swimwear and quickly stuffed it into her bag before heading out to meet Dai Meng. Half an hour later, Wei Wei arrived at Pizza Hut. Dai Meng's message described her as having chestnut-colored curly hair and wearing a dark green long dress. Wei Wei scanned the restaurant. She spotted Dai Meng seated by the window in the innermost corner. Wei Wei approached her. Dai Meng had been lost in thought, gazing out the window, and as she gradually became aware of footsteps, a captivating glimmer caught her eye. Instinctively, she turned her head and found herself gazing into a pair of bright, radiant eyes. The owner of those eyes smiled gently at her, revealing a hint of pearly white teeth. That smile, akin to a blooming night blooming Sirius, radiated a brilliance that was simply irresistible. A thought began to form in Dai Meng's mind, though it seemed improbable. Yet, the girl truly stood before her, taken aback. Dai Meng nearly lost her composure and after a moment's hesitation, asked, Are you Lu Wei Wei? Wei Wei nodded, taking a seat opposite her. Greeting, hello, Dai Meng. The two remained at Pizza Hut until nearly 5. With most of the time spent listening to Dai Meng express her thoughts while Wei Wei quietly listened. However, Wei Wei understood that Dai Meng was feeling down and merely sought someone to listen. Eventually, Dai Meng invited Wei Wei to dinner, but Wei Wei shyly declined. I have swimming plans tonight. It seems one shouldn't eat before swimming. Dai Meng nodded in understanding. With your boyfriend? Wei Wei nodded, thinking of Xiao Nai. Her eyes unconsciously sparkling with joy. With a beauty like you, your boyfriend must be utterly devoted, Dai Meng remarked, a hint of envy glimmering in her gaze. Wei Wei was momentarily taken aback, wanting to say something but feeling that any words would be inadequate. She simply smiled and took a sip of her tea. After parting ways with Dai Meng, Wei Wei called Xiao Nai. I'm all set here. I'll be over shortly. In truth, Xiao Nai had finished his work long ago. But his cultivated manners prevented him from calling to rush her. After Wei Wei shared the location, just as she was about to hang up, Xiao Nai suddenly inquired, "Did you buy your swimsuit? Shall I wait for you to go buy it together?" he asked while heading outside with the car keys. No need. I'll go buy it myself. There was a large supermarket next to Pizza Hut, where Wei Wei quickly purchased a swimsuit, opting for the most modest style that had a skirted bottom. Upon exiting the supermarket, she spotted Xiao Nai's car parked by the roadside. Part 43. Swimming. Swimming. Regarding swimming, Wei Wei's imagined scene was as follows. The divine figure bare-chested, clad in lightweight, brief swim trunks, gracefully moving through the shimmering water, while she herself lounged on a deck chair by the pool, sipping a drink and enjoying a gentle breeze, perhaps even capturing the moment with a camera. However, the reality was that upon arriving at the villa, Wei Wei retrieved his swim trunks from her bag, which Xiao Nai took with a raised eyebrow. Why did you grab this one? She had randomly picked it without a glance. Was there a problem? This was given to me by my aunt after I won the swimming championship. I've never worn it. You don't like it? I don't mind, Xiao Nai replied with a slight smile, though he hadn't expected that Wei Wei favored such a style. After Xiao Nai changed into the swim trunks, Wei Wei realized what he meant by such a style. They were indeed quite brief and snug. Overwhelmed by the unabashed display of male allure, she obediently changed into the swimsuit she had just bought when Xiao Nai asked why she wasn't changing. Thankfully, by the time she emerged, she had regained her composure, wrapping a large towel around herself. Xiao Nai was already swimming comfortably in the pool. Upon seeing her, he swam to the edge and extended his hand, urging her to come down. No, I can't swim, Wei Wei protested, clutching the towel with determination not to jump in. I'll teach you. Wei Wei hesitated, still lacking the courage. At most, I'll just dip my feet in the pool. Xiao Nai, exasperated, swam away, seemingly indifferent. Wei Wei followed his movements with her eyes, watching as he sliced through the water with ease, his toned physique occasionally surfacing, causing her cheeks to warm. It seemed she was becoming increasingly captivated by the divine presence. As she chastised herself, she continued to unabashedly stare. After a while, she felt a surge of excitement and sat at the edge of the pool, dipping her feet into the water. A refreshing sensation enveloped her, making her feel invigorated all over. Wei Wei enjoyed splashing around by the pool, momentarily forgetting Xiao Nai's whereabouts. When she finally noticed, he had swum over to her, unexpectedly grabbing her ankle and pulling her into the water. Wei Wei fell into the pool, swallowing a few mouthfuls of her own footbath. In the ensuing chaos, she found herself gasping for air as someone provided her with mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, and in her panic, she clung tightly to his half-bare torso. In summary, it was an experience difficult to articulate on the way back. Although Wei Wei had only learned a little about swimming, her body and spirit had suffered a considerable toll. Xiao Nai, once a champion swimmer in inter-school competitions, had not been particularly keen on swimming every day, yet, after that day, he suddenly developed a passion for it. Since his relative's villa was empty, he began waiting for Wei Wei every evening to swim for a couple of hours. Wei Wei had grown fond of swimming, but she firmly resisted Xiao Nai's actions, which seemed to blur the lines between teaching and something else entirely. Nevertheless, despite her determination to resist, she often found herself easily tempted. Thus, it became a common sight to see her splashing around in the swimming pool at her divine relative's house. During one desperate struggle, Wei Wei even uttered, "We haven't reached the stage of taking a romantic bath together, have we?" Reflecting on it, there they were in a vast pool, just the two of them. Wasn't that essentially a romantic bath? However, Xiao Nai's response was, "So, Wei Wei, you enjoy the intense," with no choice but to accept her fate. Wei Wei submitted to the circumstances, so, when she received a call from Dai Meng one day, she felt rather pleased. After all, indulging in swimming every day was a bit excessive. Dai Meng texted, "Wei Wei, are you free tomorrow evening? Let's have dinner together." Tomorrow? Wei Wei thought for a moment before replying, "Sure." Her willingness was not solely to evade swimming with Xiao Nai, but also because she remembered that Dai Meng had treated her last time at Pizza Hut, and she felt it was her turn to reciprocate. The next day, Wei Wei set off, leaving Xiao Nai behind, carrying her little purse, and heading to the rendezvous. Standing at the entrance of the hotel Dai Meng mentioned, gazing at its lavish decor, Wei Wei couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. What if she didn't have enough money? Never mind. She could always call Xiao Nai for help if needed. Wei Wei took out her phone and texted Dai Meng. I'm here. Where are you? Dai Meng quickly replied in Jishuan. Inside the private room, Dai Meng put away her phone. She had already arrived. Xiao Yuqing, not quite convinced, asked, is she really a beauty? Is she as stunning as Yao Yao? Moments earlier, at the meeting and reconciliation called by Xiao Yuyao, Dai Meng had inadvertently revealed that she had encountered the real Lu Wei Wei and mentioned her remarkable beauty. Present were members from Zhan Tianxia, Xiao Yu clan, Zhen Shui Wu Xiang, and several other players from B City, most of whom were familiar with Lu Wei Wei, yet they were skeptical about her being a beauty. The Xiao Yu clan members were particularly disbelieving, prompting them to encourage Dai Meng to invite Lu Wei Wei out. Thus, Dai Meng pretended to make a phone call outside, but in reality, she had already arranged to meet Wei Wei yesterday. When Dai Meng heard Xiao Yuqing's question, she didn't answer immediately, keeping everyone in suspense before finally saying, "You'll know when she arrives." Xiao Yuqing exclaimed, "I get it. She must not be as pretty as Yao Yao." Yao Yao is the #1 beauty across all servers. Xiao Yuyao, feeling both flattered and annoyed, interjected, "Don't exaggerate. Stop comparing everyone to me." Xiao Yuqing playfully stuck out her tongue. I know. Just lowering your status a bit." Dai Meng observed Xiao Yuyao, a cold smile forming within her. "Go ahead and laugh. Soon, you may not be able to smile at all. Why should you be the center of attention? While the Xiao Yu clan holds sway in my guild solely based on your looks and the title of the so-called #1 beauty, why should you have such happiness? Don't you realize how glaring your happiness is? Don't you see how hypocritical your proposed reconciliations are? If it weren't for you, the world wouldn't even know Xiao Yuqing. Do you know how much I dislike you? Soon, your test will come. Will your love withstand the challenge? It is unlikely to pass. This so-called love is fundamentally based on appearances. Can a man like Zhen Shui Wu Xiang, who is as unremarkable as plain water, remain indifferent in the presence of such breathtaking beauty? Moreover, he was once married to Lu Wei Wei. What could be more lamentable and painful than having once possessed something only to lose it inadvertently? However, if it does pass, then I wish you both well. Truly, I wish you the best. The atmosphere was filled with laughter as everyone chatted, their eyes occasionally darting toward the entrance. After a while, the door swung open, and the crowd turned in unison to see a smiling round face. Is this what they consider a beauty? Just as Xiu Yuqing was about to scoff, she realized it was merely a waitress. Following her, a young woman entered behind the waitress. The girl politely nodded to her. And as she did, a few strands of hair cascaded down, enticingly falling over her fair and delicate neck. When she turned her head, the loosely tied black hair framed a stunningly beautiful face. With eyes that sparkled like stars, a hint of surprise flickered in her gaze, her long lashes fluttering, and amidst the elegance of her features, there seemed to be a radiant glow. Although Dai Meng had previously met Wei Wei, this time she was clad in a light pink V-neck floral dress that left Dai Meng momentarily speechless, taking a moment before she stood up to greet her. Wei Wei. The mere utterance of her name jolted everyone awake. They suddenly realized that the girl who had just entered was indeed Lu Wei Wei, a revelation that had escaped them until Dai Meng's reminder. How could she possibly be Lu Wei Wei, if she were? Then the so-called #1 beauty in the realm. The crowd instinctively glanced at Xiao Yu Yao, almost simultaneously feeling that her allure had diminished in comparison, in the presence of such captivating beauty. Xiao Yu Yao's innocent charm suddenly appeared too insipid. Furthermore, her figure paled in comparison. Xiao Yu Yao was indeed beautiful, but her appearance had become familiar to everyone, losing its initial allure, with photos and videos circulating online. Encountering her in person revealed that she was not as striking as her pictures. Her skin, at least, did not measure up. In contrast, the seemingly unremarkable Lu Wei Wei, without any makeup, captivated everyone's attention. Thus, doubts began to arise. If this girl was indeed Lu Wei Wei, how could Xiao Yu Yao have taken Zhen Shui Wu Xiang from her? The male players exchanged knowing glances at Zhen Shui Wu Xiang. Men understand the nature of desire. When Zhen Shui Wu Xiang divorced Lu Wei Wei in the game and swiftly married Xiao Yu Yao, the male players felt it was unfair, yet secretly envied him. But now, seeing Lu Wei Wei, they could only assume that Zhen Shui Wu Xiang's inner self was likely lamenting his choices. Dai Meng had been observing the reactions of Xiao Yu Yao and Zhen Shui Wu Xiang. And now, satisfied, she smirked and said to the waitress, please bring an extra chair beside me. Then she turned to Wei Wei and said, Wei Wei, please take a seat here. Wei Wei nodded and moved closer, her demeanor calm. But internally, she was swiftly assessing the situation. Just moments ago, receiving news from Dai Meng about a gathering in a certain private room, Wei Wei had sensed something amiss, yet she chose to trust her friend and not overthink it. Upon entering, however, she found the situation quite different. Wei Wei did not know anyone besides Dai Meng, but she recognized Xiao Yu Yaoyao's face. Given Xiao Yu Yaoyao's presence, the identities of the others were evident. This must be a gathering of players from Bichai Tide Pavilion in B City. Yet, she wondered why she had been invited. Wei Wei settled beside Dai Meng. The air seemed to return to normal, albeit with a lingering sense of unreality. Xiu Yu Qingqing suddenly asked, Are you Lu Wei Wei? Her voice was somewhat piercing. Wei Wei glanced at her and nodded, yes. Accepting her presence, Wei Wei gracefully acknowledged everyone. Hello, I am Lu Wei Wei. Part 44. A moment of silence ensued, followed by a sudden surge of energy in the atmosphere. Dai Meng regained her sense of control, smiling as she said, Everyone, please introduce yourselves. I am Lan Jimeng. Wow, Lu Wei Wei, I didn't expect you to be this beautiful. A girl in a purple t-shirt responded first. We V fought together against the Dragon King of Taihu. Hanyan. Hi, I am Tongkong Shenshin, and I am Tingting Zozo, Jinyabaju, haha. The initial speakers were those who had interacted with Wei Wei, followed by two newcomers who had rushed in behind Wei Wei. My name is difficult to pronounce. You can call me Abusi. Beautiful lady, I am Hushui Lan. Finally, 4 or 5 individuals remained silent, and a boy next to Xiao Yu Yaoyao seemed eager to speak, but only managed to utter I before faltering. At that moment, the man beside Dai Meng stood up, his demeanor and attire suggesting he was a man of the world. He raised his glass in a toast to Wei Wei. Lu Wei. I am Zhang Tianxia. We had some unpleasantness in the game before, but now that we're face to face, let us not dwell on past grievances. Of course, Wei Wei replied with grace. Zhang Tianxia's words were not only directed at Wei Wei, but also implied a nod to Xiu Yu Yaoyao, who then demurely spoke up. I am Xiu Yu Yaoyao, Lu Wei Wei. It's an honor to finally meet you. While Xiu Yu Yaoyao's words appeared courteous, her tone was less than pleasant, causing a chill to sweep through the room. Wei Wei was not oblivious to the underlying tension in her tone, but despite her sharp wit, she had little interest in engaging further. With a light smile, she effortlessly deflected. Hello. The young man beside her finally found his voice, allowing his gaze to settle on Wei Wei as he said, I am Zhen Shui Wu Xiang. The two girls beside Xiao Yu Yaoyao exchanged glances before reluctantly introducing themselves. Xiao Yu Qingqing, Xiao Yu Mianmian. With introductions complete, the group couldn't help but cast inquisitive glances between Wei Wei, Zhen Shui Wu Xiang, and Xiao Yu Yaoyao, until Xiao Yu Yaoyao's irritation became apparent, prompting them to rein in their curiosity. Zhen Shui Wu Xiang stood up to summon the waitress, ordering several bottles of expensive red wine, and grandly declaring, Today I'll foot the bill. Everyone, eat and drink freely. Isn't that a bit extravagant? Zhen Shui, you're so wealthy. The others gasped at the wine's price. Zhang Tianxia chuckled. If it weren't for Zhen Shui treating us today, we wouldn't be able to dine here. Even the simplest dish costs a fortune. Xiu Yu Yaoyao smiled gracefully. It was my idea to gather, so of course, he should treat us. Dai Meng watched her assume the role of hostess with a mix of amusement and annoyance, deliberately turning to Wei Wei and saying, Wei Wei, that dress suits you wonderfully. How much did you pay for it? Wei Wei glanced at her and dismissively replied, Just something I picked up. I've forgotten the price. With Dai Meng's question, everyone's attention refocused on Wei Wei, and a chorus of inquiries erupted. Abusi asked, Lu Wei Wei, how should we address you? This was likely a question about her real name, since she was not familiar with him. Wei Wei feigned ignorance, replying, Just call me Lu Wei. Wei Wei, I remember you're a student too. Which school do you attend? This question came from Lan Jimeng, with whom Wei Wei had a reasonable rapport. However, it put Wei Wei in a difficult position. If she refrained from answering or evaded the question, it might cause embarrassment. Yet being entirely truthful was also not an option. Wei Wei was adept at protecting herself and avoiding trouble in such a complex situation. Revealing her true information was out of the question. After a moment's thought, she smiled and said, The food at our school is quite good. This was indeed a truthful statement, as she genuinely found a university's food satisfactory. However, a saying circulated among university students in B City. A university's reputation, ex-university's words. E University S beauties, H University S men. Lan Meng was clearly misled, responding, "So you're from X University. What's your major?" Ignoring the first part of the question, Wei Wei only answered the latter. "Computer science. I'm also studying computer science at X University." A voice filled with surprise chimed in. It was the player named Han Yan, who looked at Wei Wei with astonishment. However, after uttering this, he appeared puzzled. "But how come I've never seen you before?" The others turned their curious gazes toward Wei Wei. "What bad luck!" Internally flustered, yet maintaining her composure, Wei Wei was about to speak when Xiao Qingqing suddenly let out a derisive laugh, carelessly stating, "I've heard some women in certain professions love to claim they're university students." The unexpected remark left everyone in shock and momentarily speechless. A surge of anger welled up inside Wei Wei, and she shot a sharp glance at Xiao Qingqing, reprimanding her directly. "How could a girl like you harbor such filthy thoughts?" Her beauty was already striking. At that moment, her expression darkened, exuding an imposing presence that left Xiao Qingqing and even bystanders feeling intimidated. Xiao Qingqing flinched under Wei Wei's gaze, instinctively averting her eyes. Wei Wei found the sight of her distasteful and turned to Han Yan. Asking casually, "Which division are you from?" Wei Wei may have inadvertently led others to believe she was from X University because on one occasion, when Erxi visited a friend studying computer science there, she had attended with him and gained some familiarity with the department. Han Yan replied, "Quanshan Division. You can only move to the main campus in your junior year, right?" Wei Wei skillfully remarked. In an instant, Han Yan was struck by realization. "So you are the senior sister from this department. No wonder I had never encountered you before. Yet, it is quite impossible to discern that you are older than me." With a faint smile, she chose to remain silent, although Wei Wei possessed an enchanting beauty. Her gaze was pure and untainted, rendering it utterly impossible for anyone to harbor any improper thoughts about her. The onlookers had already perceived that Xiao Qingqing spoke with a lack of sensibility. And with Wei Wei's elucidation, they were further convinced that Xiao Qingqing was utterly lacking in manners, her thoughts decidedly base. Xiao Qingqing's arrogance was completely subdued by Wei Wei, and though she felt a sense of resentment within, she had become considerably more subdued, whispering with Xiao Yao without a care. The atmosphere grew a touch awkward due to her antics, but Dai Meng, feeling a sense of satisfaction, timely intervened to lighten the mood. Restoring the liveliness of the room, Wei Wei had already resolved to extricate herself at the earliest opportunity, yet her demeanor remained composed as she casually nibbled on some food, while others occasionally cast glances her way. Suddenly, a few flashes of lightning illuminated the sky outside, followed by the rumble of thunder, and before long, a gentle rain began to fall, diverting everyone's attention within the private room. Why has it been raining so frequently lately? No matter. We will soon be heading to karaoke, which is just next door. We won't be affected by the rain. Amidst the cacophony of discussions, Wei Wei's phone rang, and upon retrieving it from her bag, she found it was a call from Xiao Nai. Since she was seated in the innermost part of the room, stepping outside would appear too deliberate, so she answered directly, "It's raining. I'll come to pick you up." "All right," Wei Wei replied, glancing around and noting that everyone had nearly finished their meals. "You can come over now, okay?" Xiao Nai, familiar with the location, hung up without further ado. Unbeknownst to her, everyone had ceased their conversations. Their gazes now fixed upon Wei Wei. Lan Meng curiously inquired, "Wei Wei, is that your boyfriend?" Wei Wei graciously nodded in affirmation. Observing the expressions of Zhen Shui Wu Xiang and Xiao Yao, Dai Meng hastily interjected. "Wei Wei, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Once we're done here, we plan to go sing karaoke. You should join us." Someone nearby chimed in, "Yes, let us hear the singing voice of the beautiful lady. Bring your boyfriend along as well. My singing is rather mediocre." Wei Wei replied politely with a smile, "And I have some matters to attend to this evening. I apologize." The crowd remained undeterred, yet Wei Wei's resolve was steadfast, her politeness unyielding. Soon, everyone had finished their meals, and Zhen Shui Wu Xiang generously settled the bill, leading the group outside. Xiao Nai had yet to arrive, and Wei Wei stood at the hotel entrance awaiting him. However, the others also lingered at the door, playfully insisting on seeing what her boyfriend looked like. Though Wei Wei felt a twinge of annoyance, she could not voice her discontent in a place that was not hers. Xiao Yao, too, remained at the entrance, feigning casualness while secretly wishing to glimpse the appearance of Wei Wei's boyfriend. considering that individuals like Zhen Shui Wu Xiang, who were both handsome and wealthy, were quite rare. She felt a flicker of victory within her. The rain began to pour more heavily. A car gradually approached through the curtain of rain, and the crowd, observing Wei Wei's expression, deduced that it must be her boyfriend's vehicle, eliciting excitement among them. Xiao Qingqing scoffed, "This car isn't that impressive. It pales in comparison to Zhen Shui's, right, Yao Yao?" Xiao Yao cast a glance at Wei Wei and possessively linked her arm with Zhen Shui Wu Xiang's. Zhen Shui Wu Xiang instinctively looked toward Wei Wei, only to find her gaze fixed on the car, completely oblivious to their presence, stirring a slight discomfort within him. And the dim light of the night. The car slowly came to a halt at the bottom of the steps. The door opened, and a tall figure emerged from the rain, holding an umbrella as he made his way toward the hotel. Regardless of whether pedestrians were sheltered by umbrellas or not, they appeared somewhat disheveled, hastily moving along. The figure strode with purpose, yet somehow exuded an air of calmness. In an instant, the surrounding crowd seemed to fade into the background. He appeared to be the sole figure under the umbrella, traversing a watercolor landscape. Gradually, he ascended the steps, his features illuminated by the light. Xiao Nai's good looks were evident, yet his strong aura often overshadowed them. Now, under the neon glow, every detail was beautifully outlined, captivating the hearts of onlookers. By this moment, Xiao Qingqing and her companions were utterly entranced, completely taken aback by his brilliance. Wei Wei greatly disliked the gazes of Xiao Qingqing and her friends. Before Xiao Nai could reach her side, she bid farewell to Dai Meng and the others, saying, "You all enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave." Dai Meng urged, "Wei Wei, why not invite your boyfriend to join us?" "No," Wei Wei replied with a faint smile, her words carrying an implied meaning. "He is rather introverted and doesn't he enjoy meeting new people?" Her implication was clear, leaving Dai Meng momentarily speechless. Just then, Xiao Nai arrived at her side. And Wei Wei stepped beneath his umbrella. "Let us go." Xiao Nai was aware that Wei Wei had only come out to see Dai Meng, and now witnessing this large gathering, he sensed something was amiss, but chose not to inquire further. Accustomed to his aloof demeanor, he did not bother to greet anyone. Leading Wei Wei down the steps, the crowd silently watched as their figures faded into the distance, just as the elegant silhouettes beneath the umbrella were about to vanish into the rain. Xiao Qingqing bit her lip and suddenly shouted, "Hey, did you know your girlfriend has been married to several men in the game?" Wei Wei halted in disbelief, turning to stare at her incredulously. They had not moved far. And Xiao Qingqing's expression was clearly distorted, her eyes flashing with a fierce light. She was known for her scandalous behavior in the game, and everyone present was aware of her tarnished reputation. "Don't be deceived by this handsome guy," she warned. Wei Wei had always lived in a rather innocent environment. Encountering someone as vile as Xiao Qingqing was a rare occurrence, leaving her at a loss for words. A wave of nausea washed over her, and her gaze turned icy as she prepared to speak, only to be stopped by Xiao Nai. Wei Wei looked toward him, expecting him to defend her, but instead, she saw his expression grow somber. He gazed at her, his tone both solemn and tender. "As long as she is willing to be with me, I will not concern myself with such matters." The car had already driven quite a distance, yet the memory of Xiao Qingqing's expression, as if she had swallowed a fly, made Wei Wei's shoulders shake with suppressed laughter. Xiao Qingqing likely intended to sow discord between them, hoping to drive a wedge between her and the esteemed Xiao Nai, yet who could have predicted that he would display such unwavering affection for her, even in light of her indiscretions? This would surely intensify Xiao Qingqing's jealousy. Wei Wei had to concede that in terms of infuriating people without consequence, Xiao Nai certainly outperformed her by a considerable margin. Xiao Nai drove calmly, and after a moment of laughter, Wei Wei suddenly asked, "If I were to truly stray, would you really not mind?" "I wouldn't mind," Xiao Nai replied nonchalantly. "Oh," Wei Wei was taken aback, expecting a more vehement response. Noticing her look of confusion, Xiao Nai chuckled softly. At a red light, he halted the car and turned to her. "At most, if you stray an inch, I will shift an inch. If you stray a foot, I will shift a foot." His voice was low. Yet Wei Wei felt a jolt in her heart, a complex emotion stirring within her. Part 45. "Let me be your follower." "Why Yu Gong?" And Wei Wei found an excuse to slip away. Upon exiting, Yu Gong let out a long sigh. The thunder and lightning are truly terrifying. Wei Wei felt a pang of empathy. The tension had been palpable. After that day, Dai Meng called Wei Wei once more to apologize. Wei Wei graciously replied that it was no problem. The ease with which she uttered those 3 words stemmed from her realization that she could no longer regard Dai Meng as a friend. Perhaps she had her reasons, perhaps there were unspoken difficulties. But friends should not exploit and deceive one another in such a manner. Dai Meng seemed to understand this, letting out a sigh, and from that moment on, ceased to contact her. Wei Wei continued to happily fulfill her role as an intern. Recently, she had grown increasingly familiar with the employees at GE, yet familiarity had its downsides. For instance, during a creative discussion the other day, after she proposed some ideas about family interactions, she received affirmation from everyone. But soon the conversation veered off track. Alas, junior sister, we are all a bunch of unfortunate souls who have never been in love. We rely on you for insights into family systems. Yes, just write down what you wish to do with Xiao Ge. And that will be your creative input. Suddenly, someone broke into laughter. Fortunately, it's not what Xiao Ge wants to do with junior sister. The room erupted in understanding chuckles. That would be rated R. Wei Wei could only gaze at the ceiling in silence, inwardly contemplating the increasingly audacious future that lay ahead. That afternoon, while Xiao Nai was out negotiating a collaboration with a client, Wei Wei dined with Yu Gong and Mo Zhata. To her surprise, the mysterious expert KO also joined them. The server presented the menu to the only lady present, and Wei Wei took it, handing it to KO. KO Xixiang, please place the order. KO coolly shook his head. Mo Zhata, feeling somewhat dejected, remarked, how come you never call me Hao Xixiang? Since all of her colleagues were older than Wei Wei, she politely addressed them as Xixiang, even referring to Yu Gong as Yu Xixiang, which greatly enhanced Yu Gong's reputation that I in the company. She even addressed Xiao Nai as Xixiang. However, Mo Zhata had never been called Hao Xixiang, always referred to as Meiren Xixiang. Hearing Mo Zhata's complaint, Wei Wei awkwardly responded, if I were to call you that, the esteemed one would surely obliterate me. Mo Zha contemplated. He quickly understood and exclaimed, then perhaps you should refrain from calling out. He will not extinguish you, but rather me. Senior brother Hao, dear senior brother. Yu Gong recited this phrase slowly twice, breaking into a lascivious laugh. He promptly ordered several dishes, and the 3 of them engaged in conversation while waiting. The presence of 3 was due to the fact that KO remained silent. As their chatter continued, Mo Zha suddenly expressed with a sigh, in truth, I once had a romance in an online game. Wei Wei, mildly intrigued, inquired, with whom? I've never heard of it before. Mo Zha replied, it wasn't in Dreaming Through Jianghu. Prior to that, I played a game called Fantasy Planet, where I took on the role of a celestial healer. Although Wei Wei had never played Fantasy Planet, she had perused the game's website and was familiar with the celestial healer character. She couldn't help but be a bit astonished. You played as a female character? Hee. I found that it aligned with my aesthetic preferences. The dishes began to arrive one after another, and as Mo Zha ate, he continued after a while, seeing others get married, I too desired to find someone to wed. Senior brother, weren't you playing as a female character? Were you seeking a man? Incorrect. I intended to find a demon. Is that even permissible? In that game, a demon referred to a male playing a female character, while a demon person was a female playing a male character. A trend that was quite popular due to character preferences. There was a male character known as Huajian, designed with a distinctly effeminate appearance, making it unlikely for real men to play him. Instead, many women enjoyed it. Consequently, I aimed to marry a Huajian and even deliberately chose a name that was poetic and unmistakably feminine. Shou Ke Zai Xing Chen. This name is rather grand and imposing. Why must it be female? Mo Zha, feeling aggrieved, responded, I believe only women aspire to pluck the stars. To demonstrate my depth, I refrained from inquiring about his gender, only to discover, after a month of emotional investment, that he was indeed a demon person. How complex, Wei Wei remarked with a hint of confusion. So, was he human or demon? Yu Gong, privy to the details, interjected, he was still a man, and what happened afterward? There was no afterward. Once I learned he was a man, I ceased playing that game. After a moment of silent contemplation, Wei Wei astutely remarked, beautiful senior brother, you dare to accuse others, yet it was you who masqueraded as a female player and deceived him emotionally. Abandoning him afterward, abandoning him indeed. The idiom beginning chaos and ending chaos is aptly applied here. Yu Gong vigorously nodded in agreement. Mo Zha protested. My intentions were pure. Generally, the taciturn KO remained reticent, usually consuming his meal in silence and observing others eat afterward. This time, however, he finished first and, astonishingly, set down his chopsticks, looking at Emoja with a rare expression. "Is your server long and you, Xia?" Emoja was taken aback. "How did you know?" KO maintained his icy demeanor and replied, "Because I am that demon person." Their meal had yet to conclude when Yu Gong and Wei Wei concocted an excuse to slip away upon exiting. Yu Gong let out a long sigh. "The thunder and lightning are too frightening," Wei Wei empathized. The tension in their gazes was palpable. This is fate. Absolutely a twisted fate. Junior sister, senior brother. Let us return to the company. All right. The following day, as Wei Wei and Xiao Nai arrived at the entrance of Ji Technology, Emoja rushed out. "Old 3, you must seek justice for me. KO has sexually harassed me." "How did he harass you?" Wei Wei hastily inquired. Upon uttering the words, she felt something was amiss. Her tone was overly cheerful. She promptly adopted a solemn tone, saying, "Senior brother, how did he harass you? Please elaborate in detail and leave nothing out. We will surely advocate for you." Emoja lamented. "He wants me to join that cursed game and marry him." Wei Wei, filled with indignation, echoed, "How could he do such a thing? It's utterly excessive, indeed. He said he was once ridiculed and sought to reclaim his honor. I mean, hasn't the player base changed several times in that game? What honor is there to reclaim?" Wei Wei, being the proverbial fence-sitter, instantly switched sides. "What senior brother KO said holds merit. You deceived him, so you must take responsibility." Emoja cast a despondent glance at her, turning to the more reliable Xiao Nai. "Old 3. You must seek justice for me." To his surprise, Xiao Nai replied, "This is quite fortuitous. I was worried about not being able to retain KO, but now I need not worry." Emoja looked at him with betrayal in his eyes. "Old 3. How can you lack conscience and make me go through with this?" Xiao Nai pondered. "How about a bonus?" Emoja immediately declared. "I would only sell myself for 1,000. Xiao Nai appraised him with a discerning gaze. Emoja puffed out his chest, adopting a resolute expression that indicated he would not entertain any discounts. After a moment of thought, Xiao Nai nodded. Emoja suddenly cheered, joyfully dashing toward the programming department. "KO. Let us get married. I shall treat you to a lavish dinner to celebrate tonight." The onlookers nearby dispersed with murmurs, speculating. Brother May's sense of chastity is rather lax. Nowadays, men like me who are so virtuous are few and far between. Brother Zhao's offer was quite generous. Brother May is hardly worth 1,000, at least half off, plus some extras. Once Brother May marries KO, he shall henceforth be referred to as May Go. What a splendid name. May Go. We expect a feast as well. At the very least, some wedding sweets. Amid this jovial atmosphere, summer vacation drew to a close, and Wei Wei began to allocate time for her summer internship report. Although Wei Wei was a diligent student, her previous internship reports often fell prey to superficiality. However, this year would be different. She had a wealth of insights to share, all while ensuring she disclosed no confidential information about the Dashin company. Halfway through her report, Xiao Nai suddenly suggested, "How about we go on a trip?" Wei Wei blinked. Where to? Xi'an? Although she had never been to Xi'an, she worried whether her funds would suffice for travel. Especially since she couldn't call home for money, claiming she was interning in B City. Wei Wei was quite distressed. Xiao Nai, knowing her worries without needing to ask, reassured her. "All expenses covered. Just consider it your internship salary." Wei Wei, feeling a bit embarrassed, asked, "Then for the hotel, I will have a separate room, right?" Xiao Nai shot her a sidelong glance. "For the sake of my reputation, of course." Wei Wei then hugged his arm. "Brother Xiao, you are too kind. I shall be your assistant then." Part 46. A fulfilling summer vacation 2 days later, an outrageous scene unfolded at the capital airport. A stunning beauty with an alluring figure dragged a large suitcase, panting as she moved forward, while beside her stood a poised and elegant young man leisurely strolling with empty hands. Xiao Nai faced scornful glances from numerous onlookers. Yet, Xiao Nai remained unfazed, his expression calm, provoking jealousy among the many men toiling away. Wei Wei joyfully sat on the plane, savoring the surprisingly palatable in-flight meal. However, as the saying goes, there is no free lunch. Just as the plane was about to land at Xi'an Airport, Xiao Nai casually folded his newspaper and said, "By the way, my parents are also in Xi'an. Should we pay them a visit?" Wei Wei blinked in disbelief, processing this unexpected revelation, though she had never suffered from motion sickness. At that moment, as the plane neared landing, she felt a wave of dizziness. For several days, she navigated her anxiety. The culinary delights of Xi'an could not save her. The breathtaking views of Huashan failed to alleviate her trepidation. Even the grandeur of the big wild goose pagoda could not dispel her fears, all stemming from the last day when she was to meet the parents of the Dishin. "How could your parents possibly know about me?" Wei Wei lamented. A colleague informed them. Came the response. "Why are the teachers from our school so nosy?" Wei Wei's dismay deepened. Feng Shui, she pondered, despairing. "TT, it's over. Even Dishin's cold humor cannot rescue me now." Xiao Nai's parents were engaged in a nationally significant project in a certain county near Xi'an, only visiting the city on weekends, which was why Wei Wei and Xiao Nai had not met them earlier during their outings. Yet, it would have been better to meet them sooner, but on the penultimate day, her anxiety peaked, prompting her to do something rather outrageous, dragging Dishin along to buy clothes, before coming to Bei City. Wei Wei had extorted several skirts from her mother under the pretext of needing to dress formally for her internship, yet she had not brought any of those skirts to Xi'an. She had assumed she would simply be sightseeing, packing only casual attire like capri pants and t-shirts. Wearing such casual clothing to meet Dishin's parents would seem too informal, wouldn't it? What kind of clothing does your mother like? Why not ask my dad? Wei Wei shot him a glance. Too indifferent to respond, obviously. The preferences of the mother-in-law were of greater importance. No, not the mother-in-law. Wei Wei quickly corrected herself in her mind. Yet soon felt that meeting the in-laws was rather similar, wasn't it? Why must she, at just 20, experience the sensation of meeting her in-laws? TT, how about this one? Too plain, upon receiving a suspicious glance. Someone added, from my mother's perspective, what about this one? Too bland. What about this piece? Shakes head then, how about this one? My mother would like it. She slightly lowered her head to gaze at the dress in her hands, which she had casually picked up. It was adorned with at least 100 butterflies. IN legends. The mother of the deity is described as exceedingly refined and scholarly, so how could she possibly favor such attire? You must be jesting. Xiao Nai chuckled. It suddenly occurs to me. Did you not also buy clothes like this when you first met me? No, I just casually threw on a burlap sack. Wei Wei almost purchased a dignified burlap-colored dress. But thankfully, Xiao Nai stopped her, reassuring her that even though his parents worked in archaeology, they certainly did not appreciate earthy tones. Ultimately, Wei Wei donned a rather conservative beige dress to meet the deity's parents. However, surprisingly, the deity did not play tricks on her this time. The next day, during lunch with the deity's parents, his mother kindly emphasized, "Young lady, there is no need to dress so plainly," although the deity's mother herself was dressed simply and elegantly. Wei Wei wondered about her aesthetic sensibilities. Nevertheless, more surprising than the mother's outstanding taste was their unexpectedly amiable demeanor, entirely contrary to the lofty temperament described in tales. It was merely a casual meeting over a meal, with no probing questions directed at her. Instead, they shared amusing anecdotes from their archaeological endeavors. Wei Wei found herself bemused. How could such amiable parents produce a son like the deity? Yet, she failed to consider that in the presence of their son's long-awaited romantic interest, they would not wear sour expressions. Much later, Wei Wei learned why Professor Lin, the deity's mother, was so pleased with her. It was said that shortly after the deity began dating her, Professor Lin was informed by her colleagues that her son was in a relationship. Upon learning that the girl was also from the computer science department, she inquired about Wei Wei from the head of the neighboring department. The head of the University Computer Science Department was a formidable woman, adept at administration, yet she had a reputation for being overly strict, often taking her principles to extremes, earning her the nickname the Exterminator. However, when Professor Lin inquired, the department head praised Wei Wei profusely, torn between delight and concern. Professor Lin was relieved that the girl was undoubtedly respectable, yet troubled by the thought that her son's girlfriend might actually be a little exterminator. Upon seeing Wei Wei, who, although simply dressed, radiated charm and grace, Professor Lin was overjoyed and reassured. In an ordinary restaurant in Xi'an, the first meeting between Wei Wei and the deity's parents gradually drew to a close. However, in her moment of complete relaxation, Wei Wei suddenly realized Professor Lin was indeed Xiao Nai's mother. They both had a knack for delivering pivotal statements at the last moment. Professor Lin smiled warmly and said, Your flight is tomorrow, right? We are also on the same flight. How fortuitous that we can travel together. Thus, Wei Wei found herself flying back with the deity's parents as the new semester was approaching, and they needed to return to arrange their teaching duties. To make matters more amusing, several professors from her own university were also on the plane. Casting affectionate and inquisitive glances her way, in summary, Wei Wei's summer internship began with a secret elopement and concluded with meeting her in-laws, an exceptionally fulfilling experience, certainly deserving of the excellent marks she received in her subsequent internship report. Upon returning to B City, she immediately resumed her studies. After a chaotic first week of classes, Wei Wei finally had time to check her messages on Dreaming Through Jianghu, where she found a plethora of notifications. First, at the end of August, from the Thunder Goddess, Nini. I haven't been around for a few days, and Xiu Qianqin actually quit the group, haha, although I don't know why. I'm just delighted a few hours later. Another message appeared. What the heck? I figured it out. She is so arrogant. No wonder Xiao Yao isn't speaking up anymore. Everyone in the group dislikes her now. Wei Wei, how come you also attended the gathering? Everyone says you are a super beauty, and they say your boyfriend is incredibly handsome. Oh, I can't wait to see him. Following that, there were messages from early September from Han Yan. You're not a student at our school, right? I went to ask, haha. I figured if there were such a beauty like you, how could I not know about it? Don't worry, I will keep your secret. Then more messages from the Thunder Goddess. Sent 2 days ago. Wei Wei, what is going on? Someone in the group said you're an imposter university student. They claim you're pretending to be from X university, and Han Yan said you're not from their school. What is happening? Is there some misunderstanding? Wei Wei, I believe you. Wei Wei recalled Han Yan's earlier unwavering message and was left speechless. Just then, Nini, who was online, quickly messaged Wei Wei, I can't take it anymore. The group is so cringe. What is wrong? Zhen Shui is being all lovey-dovey with Xiu Yao, sending mounts and cloves, as if they're the only ones in love. IT was cringy before, but not to this extent. Nini's complaints continued. They also say Xiu Yao is amazing at some university. Please, my school is better than hers, and we don't brag like that. After venting her frustrations, Nini asked, Wei Wei, are you really a beauty? They're saying your boyfriend is so handsome, he is not human. The deity is indeed quite extraordinary, Wei Wei replied, sending a shy emoji, which left Nini equally flustered. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could it be Xiao Nai He's your boyfriend? Wei Wei replied, yes. Nini exclaimed, when did you two start dating? Did it transition from online to reality? I can't believe Xiao Nai He is so handsome in real life. Messages flooded in rapidly, and Wei Wei responded as quickly as her fingers could manage. Satisfying Nini's curiosity before she finally calmed down, Nini sent a series of rolling emojis. Just thinking about Xiao Qianqin trying to stir trouble in front of Xiao Nai He's just too funny. Haha, if she knew, she'd probably go bang her head against a wall. Wei Wei, can I tell people that Xiao Nai He is your boyfriend? Praying emoji, that is fine, after all, the deity values his status. Wei Wei replied, feel free. Haha, that is great. I must find the perfect moment to share it. Nini was thrilled for a while before recalling, what is the deal with X University? Wei Wei pondered for a moment and replied, Ji Xianlin once said, do not speak all falsehoods, nor speak all truths. Nini was silent for a while. Oh, I think I sort of understand, but not really. But aren't you upset that they're saying you're an imposter university student? Not at all, Wei Wei replied cheerfully. Compared to the petty rumors in the game, it's far more important not to let unpleasant people and things from the game disturb my real life. After all, they are merely strangers in reality. They don't even know who I am, so they can't affect me in any way. I probably won't see them again, so why bother caring about what they say behind my back? Part 47. The Everlasting Sunset. Wei Wei never anticipated that she would encounter Zhen Shui Wu Xiang once again, and within a university, her own school. That day, as Wei Wei returned a book to the library, she crossed paths with a male classmate. After exchanging nods, she noticed Zhen Shui Wu Xiang standing beside him, his expression one of astonishment. Wei Wei also nodded slightly in his direction before walking past him. She heard the excited voice of that classmate behind her. Did you see? We have beauties at a university too. This is the flower of our department, not any less than your campus queen. This chance encounter quickly faded from Wei Wei's mind. Over a month into the new semester, she was busy with her studies and working at the deity's company, leaving her little time to contemplate other matters. Continuing at GE was a suggestion from Yugong. One day, while dining together, Yugong said, "Sister-in-law, why not continue working at the company after school starts? Just come by when you have time. The things you learn at the company are far more useful than in school." Wei Wei felt tempted. Learning at the company was efficient, as there were many experts there and any interaction could yield valuable insights. Moreover, she was reluctant to part with the atmosphere of dreaming through Jianghu and the company. Naturally, it was also nice to catch glimpses of the deity daily. Mo Jatar added, "Why not just be an external staff member?" "Old third, you should at least offer some salary." Wei Wei replied, "No need for salary, just cover my meals." Xiao Nai nodded. "All right, then let the salary be deposited into my account." Wei Wei, 0 Mo Jata. The monkey, back from summer vacation to pursue a master's degree, boldly voiced everyone's thoughts. "Old third, you are too shameless." Thus, Wei Wei continued as an unpaid intern at GYI and the Golden Autumn of October. Aside from their usual work, GE Technology was also preoccupied with the promotion of Dream Travel 2. At long last, the time for the promotion of Dream Travel 2 had arrived. Prior to this, information regarding Dream Travel 2 was sparse online. The reason for this was twofold. On one hand, the belief that an overly prolonged promotional period would diminish anticipation, and on the other hand, considerations for the operation of Dream Travel 1. Now, with a closed beta test of Dream Travel 2 imminent, the promotional efforts swiftly followed suit. They set up a website, organized materials, created various promotional videos, and planned an array of activities. Wei Wei found herself busily entangled with the planning department. Despite her hectic schedule, she never forgot to frequently log into Dream Travel 1 to tend to her little tiger. Unless she improved the attributes of her little tiger, she felt as though a task remained incomplete. Raising the little tiger was costly, so Wei Wei often resorted to selling equipment. One day, she arranged a trade with a buyer at 8 o'clock in the evening. But unexpectedly, her teacher rescheduled classes to that very night, leaving her no choice but to ask Xiao Nai for assistance. Naturally, Xiao Nai knew her account password and logged in promptly at 8 to transfer the equipment to the buyer. Just as he was about to log off, he noticed Zhen Shui Wu Xiang appearing beside him. His presence did not stir any emotions in Xiao Nai. His fingers still moved toward the red cross in the upper right corner. However, at that very moment he clicked, the screen displayed 2 characters. Wei Wei. Zhen Shui Wu Xiang called out to AW. It had been a long time since he had addressed her as such. Before their divorce, he had called her Wei Wei as well. After the divorce, he had referred to her as Lu Wei. Now, as he called out her name, his heart fluttered with uncertainty, but seeing Lu Wei Wei exhibit no particular reaction, a glimmer of hope sparked within him. Zhen Shui Wu Xiang himself was unsure why he had called out to Lu Wei Wei. Ever since he had seen her in person during the summer break, he had been feeling uneasy, which also affected his feelings toward Xiao Yao Ode. It wasn't until later, when Hanyan mentioned that there was no one named Lu Wei Wei at X University, that he felt somewhat relieved and rekindled his enthusiasm for Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao's academic credentials were always superior to those of Lu Wei Wei, and his initial decision had not been entirely misguided. In a bid to prove his unwavering affection, he showered Xiao Yao with gifts. However, such actions, although intended to please Yao, also served to persuade himself. Yet again, he unexpectedly encountered Lu Wei Wei at a university. She was actually a student there. Zhen Shui Wu Xiang suddenly felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. This discomfort peaked upon hearing Lei Xin and I mention that Lu Wei Wei's boyfriend was Xiao Nai He. Had he not divorced, would he have been the one by her side today? Regardless of the convoluted thoughts swirling in Zhen Shui Wu Xiang's mind, after calling out to Wei Wei, he found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, he soon realized that he was standing in a sparsely populated area, a place where he had once come to accept tasks with Lu Wei Wei. Finally, Zhen Shui Wu Xiang found an opening and began to reminisce about the past. He spoke passionately, while Xiao Nai, lacking the patience to read every single word, occasionally glanced over while handling his work. Even when Zhen Shui Wu Xiang inquired if Lu Wei Wei's silence indicated a disconnection, Xiao Nai shifted slightly. Encouraged by Lu Wei Wei's response, Zhen Shui Wu Xiang delved deeper into memories and ultimately, when he could find no further words, Xiao Nai casually typed 6 characters into the dialogue box. I am Xiao Nai He. What is called a swift victory? What is called a decisive blow? Moments later, Zhen Shui Wu Xiang completely vanished from Lu Wei Wei's sight. Xiao Nai did not mention this incident to Wei Wei. And naturally, she remained unaware that his 6 characters had eliminated a rival. Wei Wei continued to nurture her little tiger, occasionally logging into Xiao Nai He's account to transfer some funds when her own resources ran low. After all, the little tiger was a shared responsibility. It was unreasonable for her to bear the burden alone. Amidst this bustling activity, by the end of October, the company was fully prepared. On November 1st, the website for Dream Travel 2 launched, along with promotional materials and videos, breaking records for the highest traffic on the very first day. The release materials and promotional videos were fervently reshared on major gaming forums. Wei Wei spent several hours scrolling through comments in her dormitory and suddenly thought to check Dream Travel 1, where discussions should also be abuzz. Indeed, upon logging in, she found countless players discussing Dream Travel 2. The vast majority were praising it, while a few expressed concerns about their equipment losing value. Many eagerly anticipated the arrival of the closed beta test and were discussing how to obtain test accounts. The game, having received such commendable reviews, naturally delighted Wei Wei. However, seeing everyone express their intentions to play Dream Travel 2, a sense of melancholy began to creep in. After wandering around Chang'an City for a while, she received a text from Xiao Nai stating that the meeting had concluded. Wei Wei replied, "I'm in Dream Travel 1. You should log in too. Many are discussing Dream 2." Shortly thereafter, Bei Weiwei logged in, and the two concealed their identities, strolling through the streets of Chang'an, observing the bustling crowd. Wei Wei remarked, "With the release of Dream Travel 2, Dream Travel 1 will surely be the most affected. Will the player count gradually dwindle, leading to its eventual shutdown? No, Dream Travel 1 will continue to operate." Xiao Nai, as a collaborator with Feng Tung Online Games, was well aware of this, yet it was undeniable that Dream Travel 2 would draw away a significant number of players. If the player count continued to decline, the game company might indeed close the servers, right? No matter how excellent the new game may be, there are certain aspects of the old game that cannot be replaced. Not everyone will leave, Xiao Nai reassured. Moreover, a permanent operation was the promise made by Feng Ting to its players. While that sounded convincing, there had been other games that had promised perpetual operation only to close down eventually. "I can't guarantee anything, but I believe it should be fine until our children are old enough to play games." Wei Wei was taken aback. "Children, yes," Bei Weiwei paused, then calmly stated. "At the very least, I want to bring them here and tell them that we spoke our first words here." It was then that Wei Wei realized they had unknowingly wandered to the edge of Zhu Ke Bridge. Beneath the bridge, the willows swayed gently, reminiscent of the scenery from days gone by. Bei Weiwei still appeared as he did when they first met. "Let us go," Bei Weiwei suggested. "It has been a while since we enjoyed the scenery together. Let us explore." Thus, they boarded a White Eagle and revisited the Tianshan Snow Pool, the lakebed of West Lake, the Snow Sea Ice Field, and the Isle of Punglide. If they were on a honeymoon. Eventually, they arrived at Luoxia Peak, where the sunset painted the sky in brilliant hues. Suddenly, Wei Wei felt that all the dilemmas she had been grappling with were utterly insignificant. Even if the server were to close one day, it would not matter, as long as she remembered when and where he had spoken his first words to her, remembered the places they had explored, and remembered the journey they had taken together on the White Eagle. Those memories would not vanish with the loss of data. Therefore, even if the game were to shut down in the future, there would always remain a place in this world, perhaps in my heart, perhaps in his heart, whereby and the Red Shadow stand side by side, witnessing the sunset at Luoxia Peak. Forever unyielding. Thus, another year has passed in June. This summer seemed to arrive particularly early. The heat began in May, and by June, it felt as scorching as the height of summer. She helped Wei Wei carry a bamboo mat, puffing and panting as they climbed the stairs, lamenting, "Wei Wei, isn't this supposed to be a high-end residential area? How can the elevator be out of service? High-end? It's just that the property prices are exorbitant." Wei Wei was equally exhausted, carrying more than she, with her arms laden with 2 bags of odds and ends and a couple of pillow mats tucked under her arm. Xiaoling and Cici lagged behind, their loads slightly lighter, with one carrying a tea set while the other cradled a large vase. These were all items Wei Wei had just purchased at the supermarket. Initially, it was merely a dinner invitation. But upon hearing that Wei Wei had received her wedding dress, Xiaoling and the others insisted on coming to see it. Wei Wei, without hesitation, made a trip to the supermarket, buying numerous items and treating them as porters. "How much longer until we arrive?" Xiaoling asked, her voice weary. "Haven't you been here before? But I'm already exhausted." Wei Wei wiped her sweat and replied, "We'll be there soon. Just 2 more flights of stairs." 2 more flights, Cici wailed. With great difficulty, they ascended the last 2 flights, and as soon as Wei Wei opened the door, Xiaoling and the others collapsed onto the sofa. Ere she sprawled out, her eyes scanning the room, and suddenly exclaimed, "Wei Wei, when I find a man, can you ask her to design a place for us? I want that too. I love your style," Xiaoling chimed in. Despite having visited Wei Wei's place multiple times, they felt compelled to compliment her each time. Wei Wei brewed tea," she retorted. "I can design too. Why don't you come to me?" "Pfft, your designs are all outdated." Wei Wei felt disheartened. This was a recurring theme, despite the fact that the plans were collaboratively created by her and everyone credited the accolades solely to him. Sigh, under the dazzling brilliance of, when would she ever have her moment to shine? CC, having missed the previous 2 visits, was finally here today. Seizing the opportunity while the others chatted, she began to explore the apartment. This high-rise residence, located in Mingwei Garden, had been a gift from his parents during Wei Wei and Xiao Nai He's engagement last Mid-Autumn Festival. Speaking of which, Wei Wei has never felt that parents are obligated to purchase a house for their children. However, she would not feign reluctance to accept the generous gifts from her elders. Yet, if the elders themselves still reside in an outdated dormitory allocated by the school, the situation becomes quite different. When Wei Wei received the house, a twinge of guilt washed over her. The wealth earned by Dashan was never claimed by his parents, leading Wei Wei to ponder why, if Dashan was indeed affluent, his parents needed to foot the bill, although they merely contributed to the down payment, which amounted to several $100,000. Such a sum could represent a significant portion of the savings for professors in fields like history and archaeology, where financial rewards are scant. Moreover, there was no necessity for them to buy a new house. The residence where Xiao Nai had previously lived was quite satisfactory. Upon understanding her sentiments, Xiao Nai expressed a hint of helplessness, explaining, "They are accustomed to living in the school housing because my grandfather once resided there, and my father was a student of my grandfather. That is where they first met," with a hint of amusement. Xiao Nai added, "Besides, my parents aren't that impoverished." Later, when Professor Lin, Xiao Nai's mother, learned of this matter, her affection for Wei Wei deepened. Recognizing the heartfelt intention behind the gesture is one of the most exquisite experiences in existence. In high spirits, Professor Lin admonished Professor Xiao not to continually lament the shortage of archaeological funding in front of their future daughter-in-law, lest she mistakenly believe that their family faces financial constraints, while simultaneously sifting through her belongings to prepare a gift. Thus, on the eve of the wedding, Wei Wei received a bracelet made of what was reputed to be family heirloom sheep fat jade. At that moment, Wei Wei realized that Dashan had spoken the truth. Although their family, renowned for its scholarly heritage, might appear impoverished to outsiders, it was quite possible that a mere painting hung on their wall could be a priceless masterpiece. Nevertheless, the bracelet made Wei Wei anxious. Gold has a price, but jade is invaluable, and considering it was sheep fat jade, even though Dashan's mother claimed it was of average quality, Wei Wei found herself consumed by the fear of damaging the bracelet. Resolutely deciding to wear it only once during the wedding before stowing it away, after a sufficient rest, Xiaoling urged Wei Wei, "Hurry up and bring out the wedding dress. Go check in the bedroom." "I can't move it," Wei Wei replied. Wei Wei and Xiao Nai's wedding was to be a traditional Chinese affair, and naturally, the wedding attire was a pure, classical bridal gown, the resplendent silver phoenix crown adorned with pearls, the exquisitely crafted gold-embroidered floor-length gown, and the intricately beautiful embroidered shoes comprised a complete set, all made in the style reminiscent of Dreaming of the Second. It filled 6 or 7 large boxes. Carefully, Cici lifted the phoenix crown, exclaiming, "This crown is stunning. I thought it was the kind of hat which I dislike. The hat type is beautiful too, but it's just too heavy," Wei Wei commented. Erxi fiddled with the beads atop the crown. "How much did this cost?" Wei Wei mentioned a figure, prompting Erxi to exclaim, "Heavens, you've essentially placed a bathroom on your head. Could you not phrase it so bluntly?" Wei Wei felt a moment of annoyance, and then, feeling guilty, defended herself. "Dashan said this won't depreciate, so it doesn't count as spending money." Xiaoling chimed in, "People wear dozens of bathrooms on their hands. It's perfectly fine for Wei Wei to wear one. Erxie squatted by the bed, gazing at the crown in Cece's hands. Even if it won't depreciate, it won't lay eggs either. Is it really worth it? Oh dear, if Wei Wei could lay eggs, that would be wonderful. An absurd image suddenly flashed in Wei Wei's mind, a smooth, round, shining white egg, which suddenly cracked open, revealing a chubby little child wobbling out of the shell, its dark eyes gazing at her with a rosy, open mouth, before the thought could escape her lips. Wei Wei hastily suppressed her imagination, mentally repeating, I am viviparous, I am viviparous, 100 times. I adore this outfit, Xiaoling remarked, admiring the embroidery on the wedding dress, drool nearly dripping from her mouth. Why must we learn from the West and wear white wedding dresses? Our traditional phoenix crowns and red gowns are so much more beautiful. Indeed, Erxie added, I used to envy the attire in martial arts films when I was a child, often wrapping myself in blankets to pretend to be in ancient costumes. Wei Wei, show us how it looks on you. I can't wear it. Wei Wei protested. Disdainful glances shot toward her, and Wei Wei retorted, Do you think you can? The three girls exchanged glances at the numerous ribbons on the gown and belt, when Cece immediately shifted the topic, exclaiming, I can't believe you two are actually getting married. Erxie concurred, right? Is it really necessary to rush graduating and then marrying? It's not like you're pregnant. Wei Wei brushed off the teasing from the group. Finding Erxie's comments trivial, aren't you afraid you might miss out on the red envelopes if you wait too long? Xiaoling expressed disbelief. Wei Wei, you agreed to marry him just like that. Why not delay for a couple of years? Cece teased. How do you know it's Xiao Dashan who is anxious? Perhaps Wei Wei is the one who is eager. Xiaoling chimed in. Exactly. How did we not think of that? Wei Wei, it wouldn't be you proposing. Would it? Wei Wei's expression darkened. Of course not. Erxie, intrigued, peppered her with questions. How did he propose? Were there flowers, a ring? Did he kneel? Erxie, even TV dramas aren't that cliché anymore. Hurry up and tell us, Erxie urged. Well, I've been interning at his company for the past 2 years. But I never received any pay point. One day, I suddenly remembered this and asked him for money, and he said, Wei Wei's face flushed with embarrassment. Erxie and Cece watched her expectantly. He said, No money, just a person. Erxie burst out laughing. Your Dashan is truly consistently cunning year after year. The three of them meticulously examined the clothes, shoes, and accessories, and as the clock approached 9, they realized it would be too late to return if they lingered any longer. Wei Wei accompanied them to the bus station, and before they reached the entrance of the community, a black sedan slowly came to a halt beside them. The door opened, and a tall, handsome figure stepped out. Senior, Xiaoling and the others chorused. Xiao Nai nodded in acknowledgement. You all are here, under the streetlight. Xiao Nai appeared even more dignified and poised 2 years later. During this time, he had become somewhat of a legend among his juniors. Although Xiaoling and the others were quite unabashed in Wei Wei's presence, they couldn't help but behave more demurely upon seeing him. Cece remarked, We're leaving now. We won't disturb you any longer, Senior. Erxie suppressed her enthusiasm for a moment, but couldn't help herself, mischievously suggesting, Senior, let Wei Wei stay with us tonight. Wei Wei felt embarrassed, shooting her a glare. Why would she need permission to stay if she wanted to? Xiao Nai glanced at Wei Wei with a hint of amusement and said, I'm afraid that won't be possible today. Ignoring the trivialities, he responded with utmost seriousness, which only made Wei Wei more annoyed, shooting daggers at him. Xiao Nai pretended not to notice her protest and graciously addressed Erxie and the others. It's getting late. I'll take you back. After escorting his roommates back to school, Wei Wei returned home to tidy up the wedding attire laid out on her bed. While organizing, a thought suddenly crossed her mind, causing her to pause. She recalled that there had indeed been an occasion that could be considered a proposal. That night, on this very bed, they had once again hastily concluded their activities after holding her for a moment. He suddenly whispered in her ear, When will you let me graduate? Huh, she replied, puzzled. What do you mean by graduate? He answered, Haven't I been studying in the Department of Automatic Control for 2 years already? Having been with Xiao Nai for so long, Wei Wei's comprehension had reached an extraordinary level, leading her to swiftly analyze his words. Automatic control. Self-control. This realization, Wei Wei's face flushed, nearly matching the color of the fabric in her hands. They had been living together since the beginning of the semester. Surely no one would believe they had yet to cross that final threshold. She carefully returned the wedding dress to its box. But as the edge of the outer garment brushed the floor, It picked up a bit of dirt. Wei Wei took it to the bathroom to rinse it off. After washing her hands, she felt a bit sticky. So she decided to take a quick shower. Only after finishing did she realize she'd been so lost in thought that she had forgotten to bring a change of clothes, although no one was home and the curtains were drawn tightly. Wei Wei lacked the courage to dash into the bedroom without any clothing. Consequently, she reluctantly draped the loose outer garment over herself. While thin and sheer, it was better than nothing. She pulled open the bathroom door. She hurried toward the bedroom, but just a few steps away, she heard a click. The sound of the door opening. Wei Wei froze, stunned. How had he returned so quickly? The person entering clearly had not anticipated such a sight. Pausing with her finger on the doorknob, Wei Wei instinctively tightened her grip on her clothing, relieved that she hadn't dashed out in a state of undress. Little did she know, her damp hair cascading down. The thin outer garment clinging to her form, her delicate wrist and flowing sleeves visible, and her long legs and slender waist subtly hinted at, were far more enticing than being completely unclothed. The wedding dress has arrived. Xiao Nai slowly closed the door. Yes, it came this afternoon, Wei Wei replied, feeling the need to explain why she was standing there in that state. I just took a shower and forgot to grab my clothes. This outfit got dirty and was left in the bathroom. Dirty? Where? Down by the hem. It has. With a slight instinct, she lowered her head to glance at the hem, but before she could finish her sentence, she was abruptly lifted off the ground. He had already arrived at her side, cradling her as he carried her towards the bedroom. Change for me to see. I can't, I'll teach you. The fingers clutching the collar were pried apart, and her garments slipped off her shoulders. She sat upon his lap, separated only by a thin layer of fabric beneath her. Wei Wei had grown timid, burying her face into the crook of his neck. He truly was teaching her, methodically dressing her one piece at a time, patiently explaining how to wear each item, the inner garment, the underskirt, the belt, the outer shirt. His heated fingers occasionally brushed against her skin. Wei Wei submitted to his guidance, obediently raising her hands, whether standing or sitting. Ultimately, he lifted her onto his knees, grasping her ankle to slip on her embroidered shoes. She was fully adorned in her bridal attire. Sitting atop him, her long legs gently cascading, a vision of beauty like a rosy globe, he gazed at her, suddenly tightening his embrace around her waist, lifting her and placing her on the bed. The bridal gown was fiery, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall, her skin as radiant as jade. Wei Wei looked at him uneasily, his hands framing her head, pressing down on her locks, his deep eyes holding a profound intensity, yet remaining still. Unable to withstand such scrutiny, Wei Wei instinctively turned her head away, and the next moment, he captured her lips with fervor. He descended upon her, kissing her deeply, more passionately than ever before, as if he could no longer contain his desires and had cast aside all reservations. Wei Wei found herself breathless beneath his kiss, surrendering entirely to his rhythm. She felt the fabric of her bridal gown being torn away, felt his bites upon her neck, felt him manipulate her with a fervent urgency. And his kisses descending further. The air grew increasingly heated, her mind in a haze, soft moans escaping her lips. Suddenly feeling a chill at her waist as her skirt was lifted, he abruptly halted. Yet, Wei Wei did not relax in response to this pause. Previously, it would have stopped here, or perhaps taken another approach, but, Wei Wei gazed at him, her vision already hazy. His shirt was disheveled, revealing a muscular chest, his breaths rapid and shallow. His fiery gaze locked onto her. Then, as if in slow motion, he seized her hand and guided it towards his belt. Wei Wei understood from his actions, her heart racing uncontrollably, her body tensed as if even her fingertips trembled. Wei Wei, don't be nervous. While compelling her hand to move, he once more covered her lips, kissing her with a tenderness laced with restraint. The kiss gradually trailed backwards, his lips caressing her earlobe as he murmured hoarsely in her ear. Wei Wei, I can't wait any longer. Though utterly exhausted, Wei Wei awakened the next day at her usual time, in accordance with her biological clock. The day had grown bright, sunlight streaming through the thick curtains. She lay amidst the disheveled bridal garments, held tightly from behind by a warm embrace, an arm draped around her waist. As she stirred, the person behind her immediately sensed her awakening, their breath brushing against her. Wei Wei, that usually cool voice was now tinged with a sultry rasp. Drowsily, she responded, gradually feeling soft kisses along the back of her neck. Slowly, When she finally awoke again, it was nearly noon. Feeling damp, Wei Wei opened her eyes to find him gently wiping away the traces with a towel. Embarrassment washed over her, and she wished to shy away, but upon movement, she discovered her waist ached, leaving her too weak to move. Xiao Nai leaned closer. "Shall I carry you to the shower?" Wei Wei shook her head. "Are you uncomfortable?" She shook her head again, gazing at him, lifting her arms to encircle his neck. That moment, she simply wished to lean against him, regarding the unexpected events prior to their marriage. Wei Wei held no regrets, yet the aftermath left her quite troubled. One of the aftereffects was the wedding attire, because thus Diane short. After that night, the wedding dress was utterly unpresentable, wrinkled and marked, not to mention numerous stains. Yet, the wedding dress was crafted from precious silk. Silk is notoriously delicate, and Wei Wei had no idea how to wash it, nor could she send it to be cleaned. In a fit of anger, she ultimately pushed the responsibility onto the instigator. Consequently, Xiao Nai, amidst his busy schedule, had to carve out time to research the proper care for silk. Another aftereffect was Tsai. Wei Wei realized that engaging in such activities a month before the wedding was decidedly unwise. Either they should have proceeded earlier, and by the time of the wedding, they likely wouldn't have been so fervent, or simply saved it for after the marriage. During the busiest period, she had to contend with someone who reportedly had been temperate in their demands, which was quite taxing. June was indeed a hectic month. It seemed all matters converged at once. She had her graduation to prepare for, the wedding to organize, the latest expansion pack for dreaming of Jianghu to launch, and the relocation of the company run by the esteemed deity. That evening, after receiving a phone call, Xiao Nai took Wei Wei out. "Where to? You'll know when we arrive." They strolled leisurely, gradually reaching the ultimate internet CAF. Standing at the closed entrance, Wei Wei watched as Xiao Nai produced a key to unlock the side door, stepping inside to turn on the lights. The bright illumination revealed hundreds of computers neatly lined up in the CAF. Tomorrow, these computers would no longer be operational. Oh, is Uncle not running it anymore? Wei Wei knew the CAF had been established by Xiao Nai and his uncle long ago, with the rise of personal computers. Business had declined significantly, yet his uncle, sentimentally attached, had refused to close it down. It was here that the esteemed deity had first laid eyes on her. Xiao Nai nodded. "In the future, the business will relocate here. I have acquired the other half of the property." After the initial surprise, Wei Wei began to assess the environment within the CAF, feeling quite satisfied. Yes, having a place of their own was indeed best. Xiao Nai smiled, walking alongside her as they discussed the layout, determining where to set up a conference room and where the office space would go. Upon reaching a certain spot, he suddenly paused, gazing at a specific area. "The first time I saw you, you were sitting right there." Wei Wei followed his gaze to a seat across from the staircase, no longer recalling having sat there. So you were infatuated with me at first sight," she teased. "I've just realized you're quite the lecher." Xiao Nai raised an eyebrow. "Do you have any objections?" "None, though I believe your level of interest falls short." Xiao Nai replied leisurely. "I'm at least a starving wolf." After all, recently, he had indeed been quite ravenous. "Wei Wei, do you take pride in your shame?" Xiao Nai remarked. "As a wolf with a singular taste, it would be more disgraceful not to be hungry. I'll go upstairs to take a look." The tables turned, and teasing became the subject of teasing. It was indeed a tragic comedy. Unable to best him, Wei Wei dashed upstairs. Watching her figure disappear up the staircase, Xiao Nai couldn't help but smile faintly. What had it felt like when he first saw her? The time was too distant, and he could hardly recall, but initially, even after marrying in the game, he had never thought of meeting her. It was merely a fleeting glance while visiting the CAF for some game-related matters, captivated by her dazzling gameplay. The moment he first laid eyes on her, he was drawn in by her remarkable skills. Watching her command the battle with poise, executing a perfect victory against the odds, first, he had focused solely on the screen and her graceful fingers until the battle concluded, his gaze finally shifting to her face. It was a profile that was pleasing to behold, and, surprisingly, it bore a hint of familiarity. Thanks to his excellent memory, he quickly retrieved her name from his mental archive, Bei Weiwei. Even from afar, she could stir excitement among the boys around her. Then, by another stroke of coincidence, after a long hiatus from dreaming of Jianghu, he found himself frequently encountering her name in the World Channel while searching for game information. This time, she was known as Lu Weiwei, an easy name to remember, for he had noted it when watching her during the guild battle, a fresh-sounding name, yet the one who named her seemed lazy and uncreative. Had she been abandoned? Was she planning to steal a groom? Rarely. Xiao Nai found himself intrigued enough to witness the spectacle, making his way to Zhuke Bridge to observe the crimson shadow engulfed by onlookers. Could she truly be stealing a groom? Xiao Nai watched with amusement, though subconsciously, he felt it would be more fitting for her to wield a great sword to slay the heartless rogue. Ultimately, when she sat down to sell potions, the players in the game were left dumbfounded, while Xiao Nai outside the computer couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, an impulse to protect her surged within him. This feeling emerged from nowhere, certainly not calculated by his meticulous mind, something he had never felt for anyone before, yet it was remarkably strong. His little junior sister could not be cast aside, nor left in such a pitiful state. Thus, he proposed. Thus, a grand wedding ensued. During the proposal, he had not possessed absolute confidence that she would agree, but when she readily said yes, a flicker of romance ignited within his heart. "Your office will be situated here," Wei Wei spoke from upstairs, but after a long pause without hearing Xiao Nai's response, she rushed down to find him still standing in the same spot. "What are you doing?" "I was pondering your earlier question." Xiao Nai looked up at her. Did she just ask any questions?" Xiao Nai smiled faintly and said, "I was thinking, if I had known today would come, I would have surely fallen for you at first sight. If I had foreseen that one day I would love you so deeply, I would have certainly been captivated by you at first glance." Epilogue 1. The ranking of the great beauties on the final night before graduation. Xiao Nai stayed overnight at the school, with the dawn signaling the end of their student days and the beginning of their journey into society. The dormitory was filled with excitement and restlessness. Consequently, Yugong gathered 2 individuals from another dormitory, setting up a table for mahjong and another for a card game, accompanied by beer and snacks. As they played and chatted, as their conversation flowed, they inevitably discussed the recent sensational pink event within their department and even the entire school, the astonishing revelation that Xiao Tiankai had paired with the campus beauty, Bei Weiwei. Just before graduation, Lao Qi remarked, "I know Lao Sen has always been efficient, but I didn't realize he could be this effective, accomplishing the feat of securing the 2nd spot on the school's beauty ranking with such swiftness." "Truly impressive," Monkey Joe added. "If Lao Sen had managed to win over the top-ranked Meng Yiran, I wouldn't be surprised. Doesn't it seem like Lao Sen knows her?" Lauda, usually not one for gossip, became talkative after a few drinks, recalling last year's controversy over who held the first rank and how Sandy May ended up losing. Oja, also tipsy, chimed in, "I heard it was because Sansa wasn't as pure as that Meng girl." Amidst the clamor, the focal point of the conversation, Xiao Nai interjected, "What ranking?" The crowd responded with silence. Wei Yugong, from another table, exclaimed, "You don't even know about our school's beauty ranking?" Xiao Nai replied, "I don't." Yugong, brimming with excitement, tossed aside his cards, opened his laptop, navigated to the school forum, found the thread, and handed his laptop to Xiao Nai. "Look, the beauty ranking of our school, complete with photographs." The dormitory was eagerly awaiting Xiao Nai's commentary. Yet he merely glanced at it before resuming his mahjong game with one hand while typing with the other. Was he about to leave a comment online? The dormitory buzzed with anticipation. After a moment, Xiao Nai returned the computer to Yugong, who urged, "Quickly read Lao San's comment." Yugong eagerly complied, but upon refreshing the page, he was met with a page not found error. In disbelief, he refreshed repeatedly, only to find that the thread was irretrievable, while other posts on the forum remained accessible. Wei Yugong, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "What did you do? What purpose does this flawed ranking serve?" Xiao Nai, unfazed, calmly pushed his mahjong tiles forward and declared, 13 Yao, pay up." Epilogue 2. The ranking of the master dormitory. Xiao Nai experienced his first romantic relationship and discovered that having a girlfriend entailed treating her dormitory mates to a meal. Naturally, he was more than willing to host the gathering, and after treating them, he instinctively felt that his dormitory mates should also be reciprocated, thus providing an opportunity for Yugong and the others to enjoy a free meal. This was the first time Wei Wei encountered the genuine characters of Yugong and his friends. Well, they were certainly not as dashing as their gaming avatars, but their personalities were quite similar. Allowing Wei Wei to bond with them swiftly, Xiao Nai's dormitory comprised 6 individuals: Lao Da, Lao San, Lao Si through Lao Qi, while Lao Air was avoided due to associations with a certain wicked organ. Lao Da and Lao Qi did not engage in online gaming, so Wei Wei was less familiar with them, yet they were all easy to get along with. It seemed that the only difficult personality in the dormitory was Xiao Nai himself. Thanks to their camaraderie from the gaming world, the meal was relaxed and enjoyable. However, as Wei Wei dined, a question arose in her mind. Why did Yu Gong and the others refer to Xiao Nai as Lao San when he appeared older than them? Of course, being a polite person, Wei Wei would never voice such an impolite question directly. After the meal, Xiao Nai escorted her back, prompting Wei Wei to inquire. Xiao Nai explained, "They are older than me." Wei Wei, puzzled, asked then why. Xiao Nai replied, it's a technical matter. Huh? Wei Wei was left bewildered, pondering what he meant by technical. Xiao Nai succinctly responded, Minesweeper. They lost. Much later, Wei Wei learned the full story of the Minesweeper incident from Yu Gong, who passionately recounted how the youthful Xiao Nai had cunningly revealed his age and, upon realizing he was the youngest, silently took out his notebook, provocatively stating, "Real men let their abilities speak for themselves." Yu Gong still felt exasperated, lamenting, "Why did I have to compete with him in skill?" At this point, Wei Wei was still unaware of the details, but even this much left her feeling quite flustered. She soon realized, "Oh, so you lost to Lao Da?" Xiao Nai glanced at her with a look that seemed to say, "How could I lose?" Wei Wei retorted, "But he is Lao Da." Xiao Nai, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "I let him win." Wei Wei was skeptical. "You can be that magnanimous." Lao Da was the de facto dorm leader and had responsibilities. Wei Wei remained silent. Epilogue 3. The naming of Xiao Bei. Professor Lin was in an exceptionally jubilant mood today. Why, you ask? His wife was pregnant. The joy was palpable. Having become a mother in her early 20s, he had not anticipated that this year, at the age of 47, she would be on the brink of becoming a grandmother. Throughout the day, Professor Lin's mind wandered from work, as he sought to subtly boast about the news to anyone who would listen, ensuring each conversation lasted at least 10 minutes. By noon, the entire history department was aware that the Xiao family was soon to welcome another genius. By evening, every teacher at a university had been informed of this remarkable news. As soon as he clocked out, Professor Lin grabbed an ancient Xinhua dictionary and hurried to his son's home. Welcomed inside by his wife, he settled onto the sofa while his son and daughter-in-law sat opposite, with a benevolent gaze fixed on his wife. He thought, I liked her from the very first glance. And my fondness has only grown. Nowadays, children, especially the more attractive ones, tend to focus on their figures. Who would want to have a baby so soon? Unlike in their day, after carefully examining Wei Wei from head to toe, Professor Lin kindly announced, "I have come today to discuss the name for my grandchild." Wei Wei, noticing her mother-in-law entering with a dictionary, immediately understood the situation and was not taken aback. "However, I have already thought of a name on the way here." Professor Lin smiled modestly. "How about Xiao Bei?" Wei Wei was taken aback. This was the epitome of great simplicity as elegance, and great skill appears clumsy. Professor Lin was so pleased with himself, believing he had chosen a name of unparalleled beauty. Fearing that his son and daughter-in-law might not appreciate the name's charm, he hurriedly explained its merits. "My dear daughter-in-law, you see, this name contains your surname, so anyone who sees it will know you are the one who gave birth." Wei Wei, son, look, by placing your wife's name in your child's name, anyone who sees it will know you love your wife. Xiao Nai. The Professor Lin grew increasingly enamored with the name, believing it to be auspicious and harmonious, flowing beautifully off the tongue, perfect for the grandchild he had long awaited. However, naming is a matter of lifelong significance and must be approached with caution. I will call a friend who is well-versed in naming conventions to ask for advice. Clearly overly excited, Professor Lin picked up the phone beside the sofa and began dialing, soon engaging in an animated conversation. Meanwhile, Wei Wei remained in a daze, and Xiao Nai leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "Can I go play games in the room?" He actually intended to leave her alone to deal with his mother-in-law. Wei Wei shot him an angry glare. One person does the work, and another should face the consequences. "You dare to run?" Xiao Nai raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes, and deliberately slowed his speech. "Are you sure I am the only one doing this? Can you be any more shameless?" Wei Wei conveyed her disdain with her gaze. The master articulated his realm through language. "My dear, please do not be angry. I assure you," after a pause, "I will take responsibility." At that moment, Professor Lin concluded his conversation with the metaphysics master. Putting down the phone with a smile, the master says this name is good. Let's settle on it. It suits both boys and girls. Oh God, no. She didn't want to be blamed by her own child for a lifetime. As Wei Wei searched for suitable words to decline, Xiao Nai preempted her, firmly stating, "No, why not?" Professor Lin was furious at being contradicted by his S-O-N-I-T-S, a common name. Wei Wei eyed him skeptically. Really, a name that sounds so awkward could actually be common? Professor Lin seemed equally doubtful, and under the incredulous gazes of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, Xiao Nai confidently declared, "I already know someone with that name. Just yesterday, I called her several times." Wei Wei was convinced that the master was fabricating stories. Yesterday was a weekend, and it had rained. They had spent the entire day as homebodies. Where would they have met someone named Xiao Bei? Moreover, he had called her several times. Wait a moment, Xiao Bei, little treasure. No way, Wei Wei's mind raced through various memories from last night and others, casting a suspicious glance at Xiao Nai, who returned her gaze with an elegant smile. A faint flush then graced her countenance, first a shade of red, followed by a hue of blue, and finally a tint of purple. Ultimately, a certain deity's foot was trodden upon with considerable force. Is it truly a common name? That would not do. My grandson's name must undoubtedly be unique. Oblivious to his wife's peculiar expression, Professor Lin once again delved into the dictionary, vexed. What should it truly be called? As the night deepened and the hour grew busy, his mother, having lingered for quite some time, while his father remained at home with an empty stomach, Xiao Nai decisively concluded, "Doesn't he have hands? When he is born, let him choose for himself. A certain mother. How did I give birth to such a son? A certain wife. How did I marry such a husband? A certain fertilized egg. How did I end up with such a father?"